Chapter 1: A Wrong Turn. How did this happen? How did my life become like this? Ah, yes. It all started on that day. Victor used to be just like every other person, normal. He finally graduated from university after 6 years, even though his course was a 4 years course. The place his parents lived, their family house, was close to his school, 4 hours of driving and it's home sweet home. I'm finally done with this shit. You're not leaving now, are you? A beautiful young lady said to Victor from a distance. Her and a small group of her friends were coming out of a building in the school when she sighted Victor. Shy Victor, was he trying to escape just now? Oh, yeah. Victor looked around slowly to check if people were looking. Just then, his voice was loud since he shouted, so he moved closer to the girl before he said another word. I was thinking of going home now. If I leave now, I might be able to get there before it gets dark. If only I left then. If only I didn't listen to her. Oh come on, you can't leave today. The girl said. Hey, reduce your voice. Victor said as his eyes scanned the surrounding to see whether people were looking. There'll be a party later tonight at that famous club west of town, you have to be there. You know I don't do parties and stuff like that. Come on, for me. Do it for me. There's no way I'm letting you go that easily. If I had been just a little selfish. Taxi. 10 bottles. Victor told the driver the name of the club as he Saturday. As they drove away, the taxi stopped on the way to carry another person. The taxi continued driving, but after some time it deviated from its original path. This isn't the right way, Victor thought, but remained quiet. As they kept going further away from the actual place, Victor started getting suspicious and could no longer keep quiet. Hey sir. This isn't the right way. Don't you know where 10 bottles is? Shut the fuck up and sit still. The men sitting beside him who joined him in the taxi said while holding a knife to his neck. Victor sat back down slowly and remained silent for a while. What is the meaning of this? He said. The next time you talk, your neck goes. The men replied. After the taxi had gotten far enough for the men, the driver drove them off-road and after some time, they arrived at a spot with rocky ground. Bring him out. Let's get on with this ASAP, I got better places to be. The driver said while exiting the vehicle. If he was fast enough, the two men wouldn't be able to catch him, he would not be dying that day. Asterisk pow. The sound of a gunshot rang out through the place as Victor's body fell to the ground. He wasn't dead, but the hollow point used on his leg did a nasty job. Alright kid, I got a kid your age so I always hate to do this, so I'll make it snappy. The adrenaline in Victor's body had suppressed the pain from his torn leg, so he didn't shout or anything, just some heavy breaths here and there. You messed with the wrong guy's girl, or, as I know, it probably happened that she messed with you. She has that bad habit, even though she knows how it goes. The driver said while changing the pistol's cartridge. So it was Cassie. Yup. Hey, the rain is coming, don't you think you should skip your talking today, Dot? That's right. Well. Farewell boy, say hello to my wife for me. If only I didn't listen to that bitch. Too late now anyway. I wonder if it'll be heaven I'll be going to, or hell. As Victor thought in a solemn voice while basking in the comfort from the darkness that surrounded him, a bright white light shone over his eyes, but as weird as it felt, he couldn't move his body, so he unreactive. As the light ceased, he could feel a sensation in his body different from the soothing one he felt moments ago, and it wasn't at all soothing, just weird. It feels as if I'm standing, somehow. Do I have a body? At least I should be able to open my eyes right, Dot. Nope, Oh, they're opening, slowly. After his eyes opened completely, what he saw shook him a bit, but also confirmed one thing, I went to hell huh. Surrounding him were at least 15 undead, zombies that unnaturally resembled one another, and the fact that he was in their midst confused and frightened him to a certain extent. He could tell he was there, but at the same time he couldn't control himself, and felt like he was just a spectator in the body. As the head turned, Victor noticed something, and that was the fact that they were in some kind of cave or underground. Also, he didn't really feel like he was in hell. There was no fire, no endless screams of pain and suffering, and there were no demons around. What exactly is this place? As they kept walking, something appeared before his eyes. Is this what I think it is? Are you kidding me? I've seen this concept in some manga I've read before, but I still can't believe it. Is this a gaming interface panel? It looks like one, but why is it blank in many places? Just as Victor was thinking, something appeared on the interface. Welcome. Initiating system. System online. After a slight delay, some information was displayed on a system panel before Victor's eyes. Level 1, Experience Bar. Name, Victor Witz. Race, Human. Class. Title. HP, 100. MP, 0. Stat. Strength, 10. Agility, 12. Sense, 6. Vitality, 8. Intelligence, 10. Remaining stat point, 0. Skill tab. Passive. Active. Error, error, error. The system went haywire as it showed the red error message that kept blinking while the buzz sound pierced Victor's ears. He tried to close his ears, but his hands wouldn't move. What's happening? The panel went blank and everything displayed on it disappeared. System error rectified. Level 1, Experience Bar. Name, Zombie number 2314. Race, Undead, Zombie. Class. Title. HP, 50. MP, 0. Stat. Strength, 6. Agility, 5. Sense, 15. Vitality, 2. Intelligence, 0. Remaining stat point, 0. Skill tab. Passive. Active. No shit, I'm so slow, everything adds up now. I got iced. Chapter 2 Human Encounter. This is totally unreal, I legit got iced, and this panel must be my cheat in this world, unless others also have one too. Victor said in his mind as he studied the floating panel and the writings that were written on it. Level 1 huh? I guess that is to be expected since everything starts at level 1. Name. Zombie number 2314. Victor had only seen the zombie around him, and although he was unable to check himself because he didn't have control of his body, he had suspected something along the lines, but not that he was one himself. Race. These stats are a little. There's nothing to say about this, it's just terrible. Victor continued looking at the panel for a while thinking about something, how to close the panel. Since he couldn't move, using his hands was out of the question, and there was no close or X anywhere on the panel. After a while, he remembered something and for the first time tried to use his mind to close it. It wasn't how he expected it to work, but he was able to close it through that method. If I had known, I would have read more novels and watched more anime. According to Victor's record, it had been close to a day since he came here, but being unable to control himself, he couldn't explore the place as he wanted. All he could do was be a spectator and think of things to do after he regained his consciousness. This has become boring now. It's been more than 34 hours since I got here, but still nothing. Just as he was lamenting on his situation, Julius sighted a pack of wolves with burning tails. Those are some strange wolves. I think it'll be better to refer to them as monsters, seeing as we are in this cave or very possibly, a dungeon. Victor's group continued slouching forward as they drew closer to the wolf pack, just as they have been doing. Victor was unsure how the situation would play out as he saw the wolves' hostile behavior. There was the possibility that there would be no confrontation since they were all mobs in the dungeon, but that was only if the system in place worked like in games. The wolves could also attack if this is not a game setup. Besides, there are games where monsters might attack each other. As his group of about 8 zombies drew closer to the pack, the growls got louder and following that, the 2 zombies in front of the group dashed towards the wolves with their hands held out a bit while screeching all the way. Wasting no time, the wolves responded, and even before the zombies got to them, they pounced on them, ripping off their heads and limbs even before the zombies could react. This is insane. It was that easy. Victor thought to himself as he tried to control his body to move and run away. I have to get out of here somehow, I have to. I can't die like this. Not yet. He was closer to the rear of the group, so now he had 3 more zombies before him before the wolves got to him. The wolves paused for a while after doing away with the first 2 that charged forward, then it seemed they decided to just clear the easy prey to take care of future disturbance as one wolf dashed forward with speed. They probably saw that one of them would be enough for the job, as the rest remained behind. The third zombie went for the wolf, but got its hand torn off by the wolf's claw, followed by its head. The fourth zombie got its head cut off, and the fifth followed, and then Victor's turn had reached. As he got his head torn off, a system message popped into his vision, but he could not read it because of the instant death. So this is how I die, huh? I didn't suck to be a zombie as I thought it would, it's all good. His vision went black and then he felt like he was losing his consciousness, and then ... You have been revived due to the effects of the dungeon. The system message wrote. It was the first thing Victor saw as he opened his eyes. Effect of the dungeon. What's that? Victor said in his head as his eyes opened. Good thing is I'm still alive, is that even a good thing? While he stood idle talking to himself in his head, 7 other zombies spawned near him. Something feels weird. Victor noticed something off about his body. For some reason, he could feel himself and something else creepy about his body. He turned his head in a bit of shook and look around, and it felt natural just like the body he was used to. What's that eerie feeling I'm having? As he checked his body, he saw something that had been going over his head all the while. His body was pale with wounds everywhere and maggots constantly going in and out of his body. At least I don't feel them crawling everywhere. The zombies that spawned close to him immediately came together to form a small group and started their patrol. Victor contemplated whether or not to follow them. He could move on his own now, so he didn't have to follow, so he went the opposite way. As he walked, he noticed that he had a limp in his steps, so he checked and saw the huge dent on his ankle and heel. How am I even able to walk? Guess being a zombie has its perks. He fantasized about what would happen when he met humans countless times already, but the only outcome he could visualize was being attacked on the spot. Just as he was still in thought of what would happen and what to do if he met another monster, he heard footsteps coming from a distance. It seems to be coming from that chamber. Should I go there or just run? As he got to the front of the small chamber, he saw 4 people inside that had their back turned against the entrance. People. I would be good if I could talk to them, or at least say something that would keep them from attacking. Zombie. It's a zombie. Shoot it now. One of them said as soon as he saw Victor. No. Wait. You died. You have been revived due to the effects of the dungeon. Damn. I'm so weak. How can I die after only 1 shot? Status. Status. Level 1, Experience Bar. Name, Zombie number 2314. Race, Undead, Zombie, lowest rank. Class. Title. HP, 50. MP, 0. Stat. Strength, 6. Agility, 5. Sense, 15. Vitality, 2. Magic, 0. Intelligence, 0. Remaining stat point, 0. Skill tab. Passive. Active. No shit, some low-rank zombie is what I am. Leveling up should fix that, right? But being one of the weakest monster in this dungeon, how am I supposed to do that if I die on the first shot? Following that incident, he died about 20 more times. After his 20th death, he had the best idea he had thought of since he arrived in this world. Since he was the weakest monster in the dungeon, it would be impossible to level up, basically a fool's errand. Instead, he would attack his fellow weak zombies, truly genius. The next time I die and get respawned, I'll carry out this plan. Let's check what the system was about earlier. A notification popped, but I couldn't read it. Victor said in his head as he stood there on the spot he just spawned, this time just him. This time, without speaking and just thinking about it, the system panel appeared. Level 1, Experience Bar. Name, Zombie number 2314. Race, Undead, Zombie, lowest rank. Class. Title, True Zombie. HP, 50. MP, 0. Stat. Strength, 6. Agility, 5. Sense, 15. Vitality, 2. Magic, 0. Intelligence, 0. Remaining stat point, 0. Skill tab. Passive. Active. Notifications. You have acquired a title due to your achievement. What achievement? Title. He returned to check what it was. Level 1, Experience Bar. Name, Zombie number 2314. Race, undead, zombie, lowest rank. Class. Title, true undead. HP, 50. MP, 0. Stat. Strength, 6. Agility, 5. Sense, 15. Vitality, 2. Magic, 0. Intelligence, 0. Remaining stat point, 0. Skill tab. Passive. Active. True undead. Sounds kinda cool. What does it do? True undead. As one who has achieved something that should be impossible, dying and resurrecting countless times, as an undead, you have shown your thirst of immortality, and have been granted it. Effect: when you die you will be revived 24 hours later at a random location within a 200 meters radius from where you die. Chapter 3 Level Up. True undead. As one who has achieved something that should be impossible, dying and resurrecting countless times, as an undead, you have shown your thirst of immortality, and have been granted it. Effect: when you die you will be revived 24 hours later at a random location within a 200 meters radius from where you die. Does this mean I'm immortal? Being a zombie, I'm already dead, so I can no longer age. If I add this title, then I can't even be permanently killed. Ha 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 ha. Have I become some kind of god? Victor got excited by the thought as he dragged himself through the tunnel-like part of the cave he was in at the moment. For his plan to work, he would have to face off against his own kind. Hard to say since he has the soul of a human, but he would have to kill a fellow low-level zombie. With the plan set, there was only one problem: how he would go about the killing. As if reincarnating into the body of a zombie wasn't bad enough, his zombie body had only one arm, and that arm was eaten up in many places. Unlike in movies, in reality, the muscles responsible for moving his arms that had rotted away made it impossible to move them. So, there was only one option left: to use his teeth. But this was also a problem. Victor's zombie appearance was barely human in appearance. His skin was a bit bloated and stretched with wounds that were rotten with pus in some places, with a saggy jawbone hanging on one side of his face with a rotten tongue. His clothes were mostly tattered and his eyes were a milky shade, and yellowish in the pupils. These rotten parts hung out as though they would fall off. Some rotten body parts fall off with time as he walks, oblivious to any loss. Biting was also a problem because of his defective mouth part. Coupled with the fact that I can't even talk, I also can't gain EXP. Victor wandered about aimlessly looking for something to kill him, and that was when he found a large red lizard. Perfect. Slowly increasing his walking speed into a sprint, he charged towards the lizard. The moment he got within a certain range of the lizard, it grabbed him by the torso and easily snagged him in a part. Moments later, Victor spawned at a different location, and luckily this time, 3 other zombies spawned along with him. This is just perfect. He joined the 3 zombies and started patrolling around. As he was familiar with this route, he put his plan into action. I'll have to go right, so the one to the right should do. They kept walking until they got to a point where the road split into 3 paths, one leading forward and the other going left and right. As they got to the junction, he used his hand to part and directed the zombie he had marked towards the road at the right side. Maybe because they were all monsters, or because they were both zombies, the zombie didn't react in any particular way and just kept moving. They continued walking, and along the way he directed where they went, and after some time they got to a cliff. I hope this is high enough to kill it, Victor said in his head as he pushed the zombie before him down the cliff. As he watched it fall, his leg gave in and he also fell together with the zombie. What the fuck? Isn't this a magical world? I've seen skeletons walking, but for some fucked up reason, I still have to follow the laws of biology. You died. You have been revived due to the effects of the dungeon. Tut. I'm so unlucky. Let's check the status window. Status. Level 1, Experience Bar. Name, Zombie number 2314. Race, Undead, Zombie, lowest rank. Class. Title, True Undead. HP, 50. MP, 0. Stat. Strength, 6. Agility, 5. Sense, 15. Vitality, 2. Magic, 0. Intelligence, 0. Remaining stat point, 0. Skill tab. Passive. Active. The experience bar is halfway filled now. It works. I can get stronger, and I won't need to be stuck in this cycle of dying and reviving again. Victor's experiment was a success, leveling up was possible. Maybe when I get out of here I'll be able to make a mechanic arm and body part to support my body that's falling apart. Since the experience bar filled up to half after killing one zombie, killing another one would mean leveling up, so he set out in search for his next prey. Not long after, Victor took 2 zombies to the cliff and just like before, he pushed them off the cliff and stayed away from the edge. You leveled up. You are now level 2. Awesome. Using his mind, he opened the status window. Level 2, experience bar. Name, zombie number 2314. Race, undead, zombie, lowest rank. Class. Title, true undead. HP, 50. MP, 0. Stat. Strength, 7. Agility, 6. Sense, 16. Vitality, 2. Magic, 0. Intelligence, 0. Remaining stat point, 3. Skill tab. Passive. Active. After every level up, you will get an automatic stats boost in 3 of your prominent stats. The amount of boost will vary. Okay, I think I get it. Now, I'll have to work like crazy if I want to rise up the ranks quickly. Time passed by quickly, and with Victor doing the same thing over and over again while stuck inside a dungeon as a mob, he lost track of time, no longer keeping record of how long he had been there. Exactly how long has it been now since I got here? I think, about 4 months now. Or 5. I am not sure, but it should be close to that. Let's check my status. Level 8, experience bar. Name, zombie number 2314. Race, undead, zombie, lowest rank. Class. Title, true undead. HP, 100. MP, 0. Stat. Strength, 16. Agility, 13. Sense, 20. Vitality, 4. Magic, 0. Intelligence, 0. Remaining stat point, 21. Skill tab. Passive. Active. I'm progressing at a slow pace, but it's like I expected. I'll keep the free stat point for when I might really need them. Okay, time to continue my hunt. Asterisk somewhere in the dungeon. What's the cause of this anomaly? It isn't too serious, so maybe I should just ignore it for now. I can always fix it if it becomes serious. Chapter 4 Evolving. This life I'm living is really hard. Victor thought while leading some zombies off the rail again. Even the so-called fellow humans dash, just how many times have I died to humans in this dungeon? Even when I don't attack, they come after me. Can they just show a little sympathy? Heh. Good thing is I don't lose EXP when I die, if not, it would have been really. I don't even want to imagine that sort of scenario. As the 2 zombies he took fell to their deaths, he received a message from the system. This painstaking process. Status. Level 9, experience bar, almost filled up. Name, zombie number 2314. Race, undead, zombie, lowest rank. Class. Title, true undead. HP, 120. MP, 0. Stat. Strength, 17. Agility, 13. Sense, 22. Vitality, 5. Magic, 0. Intelligence, 0. Remaining stat point, 25. Skill tab. Passive. Active. Almost time to level up. I just have to kill a few more now and that'll be it. Victor said in his head as he turned around to go find more prey. Asterisk tud asterisk tud asterisk tud. Victor heard faint sounds of footsteps coming from behind him. As he turned, he couldn't help but to be filled with joy. A full zombie group was passing by. Oh heavens, how you show me favor sometimes. He hastily walked up to them, and one by one changed their direction towards the cliff. As the zombies got to the cliff, they stopped, but Victor just pushed them over the cliff to their deaths. He got the system notification of receiving EXP as usual, then, the one he had been waiting for appeared. You leveled up. You have reached level 10. Conditions for evolution met. Condition. Evolution. Starting evolution process. What's going on? My body. It feels weird. You will lose consciousness during the evolution process. Make sure you are in a favorable spot within the next 10 minutes. Isn't it supposed to give me an option of whether I want to evolve? And why the short time? How am I supposed to find a good hiding spot in short little time? Just then, he remembered a place he came across before that he had joking thought would be a good place to hide from enemies. As he has never needed to hide since he came to this dungeon, he never really bothered about it, but today, he was happy he had come across the crack in the dungeon wall. Good thing it's not far from here, I'll make it in time. Victor got to the spot he had remembered, and managed to squeeze himself deep enough into it. As he went deeper, he noticed that there was actually an opening at the end of the crack. When he got out of the other side, he saw himself in a small space the size of a small room. Perfect. Starting evolution. You will now lose consciousness as evolution begins. Ah. I feel weak and tired. Wait, tired? I forgot about that. Seems like it's been a while. The evolution should be complete since I'm awake, right? And something tells me it's been a while since I was out. As Victor opened his eyes, the first thing he was greeted with was a system notification. Evolution complete. You have evolved into a zombie. Collect more evolution material for next evolution. Okay. Something new. Gained new skill, corpse manipulation LVL1, active. Gained new title, one who is favored by the process. Gained new skill, all title, passive. You are the first to reach level 10 without utilizing your bonus stat points and skills. 2 rewards have been given. You are able to use your bonus stats to level up your skills. Your remaining bonus stat points will be doubled. Asterisk glitch. Hey, why's it glitching? I just got the goodies too. You are exempted from skill rank. No shit. This feeling. It feels so good to get multiple rewards all at once. This last one though, did it really require the glitching process? This system is too dramatic. Status. Level 10, experience bar. Name, zombie number 2314. Race, undead, zombie. Evolution material, 0. Class. Title, true undead, one who is favored by the process. HP, 200. MP, 10. Stat. Strength, 20. Agility, 18. Sense, 24. Vitality, 10. Magic, 1. Intelligence, 2. Remaining stat point, 56. Skill tab. Passive, all title. Active, corpse manipulation LVL, 1. Wow. Time to see what all these do. Victor then focused on the new title he got, and as he did, it collapsed and displayed more information. One who is favored by the process. As one who has struggled to get stronger, rising 10 levels by killing the same creature using the same method throughout, the world favors your efforts. No matter how high you go in your level, and how much stronger you get, you will not be affected by the amount of experience gained after killing an enemy. You will always receive the amount you are due. I have read this again, I don't quite get it. I kind of get it, but let's keep that for later. Next. All title. All titles will remain equipped all times, at the same time. Corpse manipulation. You are able to control 2 undead creatures of lower levels than yourself. Level 1. Wow. I'm becoming more capable by the moment. All the grinding was worth it. As Victor picked himself up, he noticed a different feeling about his body. The evolution had changed him physically. Before, he was more delicate and like zombies from movies. Not much to tell about. Now, his skin was pale and bloodless in complexion. His appearance appeared more human than monster or undead creature. If someone didn't look well or saw him from a distance, they might think he is a normal human. His missing hand was no longer missing, and all the places on his body that had rotten skin or bones popping out, were no more. And most importantly, the inborn taste of a zombie to eat fresh flesh he had been struggling with since he found himself in this world had died down significantly, was as good as non-existent. Ah, a low rough voice rang within the small room Victor was in. He paused for a moment, surprised at what he had just heard. He touched his mouth, the parts of his face that were rotten and falling out were all fixed and normal now. I just produced a sound. Does that mean I can talk now? He thought as he gently placed his fingers on the lower part of his mouth and throat. Ah. I can talk. He smiled a bit as the sounds left his mouth. He went on to make random sounds of different pitch sounds and tones. I like that I can talk now, but there's anyone to talk to. Hey. I already felt like a psycho talking to myself in my head. I guess doing it out loud won't be that bad. Let's go test out my new skill. Chapter 5. What next? I finally have my very own skill. And I can even talk. Victor said while listening to himself. He liked his voice. It wasn't anything special, in fact, it sounded a little raspy, but at least, he could talk now. He came out of his confinement, and wasted no time in testing his new body. The only sadness he felt was that he would be unable to measure his growth. He couldn't exactly run before, so he doesn't know how fast he was with 10 points in agility, compared to now that he had 18. No need to cry about the past, let's just be that I can walk, don't you think? Silence. Victor usually spoke like this, as if there was an imaginary friend beside him listening. He didn't exactly have many friends, and when he finally did, he always felt like the third wheel in the group. So talking himself at time made the feeling of being lonely less apparent. He now needed to find some zombies to test his new skills on. He walked around for a while, until he ran into a group of zombies. He checked his status window one more time to see his skill, but then realized that he did not know how to use the skills he had. How does this work? Victor asked, while standing in the zombies' path. They just slouched the way forward, and since the pathway was small, their path was predetermined. Do I just will it with my mind? Or do I call it out loud? Victor thought. It was useless to just think about it, Victor thought, so he did the only thing that felt natural to him. Corpse manipulation. He said while stretching his hand forward. After about a second, one of the zombies stopped moving as he said those words. He instantly felt a connection between himself and the zombie, like a mental link. Number of corpses under control, 1. Wow. Victor muttered. He then tried the second method he thought would be possible to use when activating a skill, or was it a spell? Any one works. Just like Victor speculated, the second method also worked. All he did was will the skill to activate, and it did. He had thought that since the system could read his thoughts, maybe he would also be able to activate the skill with his mind. Unless, he didn't have to say it in his mind, he could just activate the skill with a thought. He controlled the zombie for a while, giving it simple commands, and also some more complex ones. He quickly saw the skill's limitations. Only simple commands like attack, move, and similar were available, anything more than that and the zombie would either remain unresponsive, or do something at random. After a bit more of experimenting, he activated his skill on another zombie, and with a simple string of commands, sent them on their way to an eternal free fall. Moments later, he received the notifications. +5 EXP. +5 EXP. Success. This opened up a whole new market for Victor. He could now remotely gain EXP. Victor praised himself a little after his small discovery and achievement, but it only lasted a while. He had now gained his freedom, but what next? Where did he have to go? What was the next step now that he could do all he wanted? Maybe if he tried now, he would be able to exit the entrance he had found earlier. Last time he went there it proved impossible to leave, though. Alright, I'll do that next. As Victor traced his steps to the place he had found the entrance previously, there was another thing he noticed. Unlike before, he no longer it seemed like he had now become a full zombie. His eyesight were unnaturally good in the dark, even in places where there was no light entering. He did not tire, no matter how much he ran, and his body was now way tougher than it was when adventurers would just crack it like eggshells. It didn't take him long, as he had masterfully studied the routes in the dungeon. He got to the entrance, but there was nothing he could do. It was still impossible to exit. This had dampened Victor's mood a bit. Now what? What am I to do next? He asked as he stared emptily at the entrance that seemed to have some kind of barrier preventing him from going out. Just as he was trying to figure out a possibility, an idea entered his head. Victor was somewhat of an occasional gamer, though, if he was to play against the pros, he would probably bury them. He figured that he registered the appearance of adventurers entering the dungeon, and that this was really a dungeon. If so, doesn't that mean there would be a dungeon boss that when defeated the dungeon would close? He thought. But what if he were the one to defeat it? Would the dungeon still close? Or will he be able to escape the dungeon before it does? He could find a way to disable the barrier before the boss died, if the boss had the control. His luck would be totally fucked 10 times over if the world he was in was some kind of world where the dungeons were managed by the gods or some stupid cliché of the sort. That's also a possibility. That is also the only way for now. What I need now, though, is information. Victor thought as he rubbed his cold chin. Just then, he heard several voices approaching the dungeon entrance. It was the chattering of adventurers. I have a plan. It should work quite well too, Victor said, as he disappeared back into the dungeon. After the adventurers entered the cave, he began tailing them, without the group of 5 even realizing it. This guys must be quite stupid if I do say so myself, and low level too. How can you be so oblivious to your surrounding? I'm not even camouflaging, Victor said in his mind, as he thought back to his gaming days. Even when he was playing a first-person game, he would still turn around often to make sure his surrounding was clear. This guys had to be the total beginners not to know such basic things. Is there a way I can check their strength? Victor questioned. Once again, as though his thoughts were being read, the system responded, and a few boxes showed above the adventurer's head, individually. From what Victor saw, he totally felt like the fool for even tailing those total noobs. Level 2. Level 3. Level 3. Level 3. Level 5. What the fuck am I looking at exactly? This guys are total beginners, and they dare enter a dungeon. Victor had planned to take information from them, but now his gamer side was heated up. He needed to teach this guy some lesson as their predecessor. Is what I would have loved to do, but I can't let them leave this cave alive. The single information that I exist, a low-level monster with intelligence would make plenty people's attention drawn here. I can't risk that. Victor made up his mind, which only took seconds. The fact that he was about to kill humans didn't seem to faze him too much. Maybe it was because of the countless human-like zombies he had killed, or because he was now an undead, it was unclear. Either way, the adventurers weren't going to leave with their lives. Guys. Chapter 6 Interrogation. Guys. Victor called out to the group of adventurers before him. The adventurers turned casually, seeing that their group was complete. They thought maybe someone else might have entered the dungeon with them. To their surprise, however, it was a monster. Ah. Who is T? Monster. What? Ah. Monster. Kill it. These guys are just too terrible. Victor thought as he shook his head. The time wasted in talking could have been used to do something better, like attacking or even running away. Victor had thought about it, and since he could handle them easily, and he needed the most sufficient way to extract information from them, he decided to not kill them for now. Without giving room for the amateur adventurers to show him any more grieving nonsense, he made his move. One of the adventurers was about to say something when Victor appeared before him. The next time his eyes closed, he had passed out. In a similar fashion, he knocked out the other adventurers one after the other in quick succession. He was too fast for even the level 5 swordsman amongst them to react to his movements on time. The level 5 was the last to get knocked out, but he was also the one with shaky legs that looked like broomsticks on a generator. Victor was a bit of a cautious type, maybe too cautious. He almost wouldn't attempt something if he knew he wasn't strong enough. He sometimes would make sure that he could totally obliterate an opponent before he faced against them in battle. Earlier, just to be on the safer side, Victor boosted some of his stats to make sure that he cleared any room for mistakes. Status. Level 10, Experience Bar. Name, Zombie number 2314. Race, Undead, Zombie. Evolution Material, 0. Class. Title, True Undead, one who is favored by the process. Stat. Strength, 20. Sense, 24. Intelligence, 2. Skill tab. Passive, All Title. Active, Corpse Manipulation LVL, 1. With Victor's understanding of the system and stats, the effects of the individual stats were: Strength, measure of total physical strength. Increase in this stat increased attack damage and physical strength. Agility, measure of everything that has to do with speed and maneuverability. It affects speed, reaction, attack, and time perception. Sense, measure of the acuteness of the five senses. Affects reaction time, vigilance, overall awareness, accuracy, and time perception. Vitality, total health and physical condition of the player. Affects physic, health, recovery rate, and overall body condition. Magic, this stat is straightforward. It affects the total magic capacity. Intelligence, it affects the player's ability to understand and decipher complex situations and spells. An important stat regardless of the class of the player. After knocking the adventurers out, Victor took them to another part of the dungeon, where the adventurers wouldn't recognize straight away even though they had raided the dungeon before. He couldn't do the job alone, so he used 2 zombies to bring the remaining 3 while he carried 2. Using the corpse manipulation skill caused him 1 mana point for every corpse. Though, after the initial cost of activating the skill, there is no extra cost. He checked with the system to see how much stat points were needed to upgrade his level 1 corpse manipulation into level 2, and to his surprise, he needed just 1 stat point to increase it to level 2, which he did without a second thought. This is good enough, Victor said as he looked at the skill's description. Corpse manipulation. You are able to control 5 corpses of lower levels than yourself. Level 2. Mana cost, 1. No. Of corpses, 2 out of 5 inch. Victor said as he thought about something crucial. Victor had succeeded in kidnapping the adventurers, but he didn't have a way to restrict their movement. He didn't have ropes or binding spells to hold them in place, he had only one option left. This is the only way, he said as the place he brought the adventurers was a spot that monsters didn't roam in, or bother checking. It was a dead end at the opposite side of the dungeon to the entrance, where he wouldn't be bothered by monsters trying to attack the adventurers while he was siphoning precious information. He left them there with the 2 zombies he had under his control and moved out of that area. His goal was to find more. It didn't take any time at all, as zombies were the most common monsters in this dungeon. He was back in no time, with 3 other zombies following close behind him. This should be okay, right? I don't think so. But they wouldn't try anything funny since they know my strength. I'm sure, Victor said, as he ordered the 5 zombies to surround the adventurers. He put them against a wall, so he and the zombies formed a semicircle around that wall. Hey! All of you, wake up, heh! Seemed like getting them to wake you was even more troublesome than putting them to sleep. After a while of trying, Victor managed to wake up all 5 of the adventurers, whose faces remained terrorized as they looked at him from below. Victor had always wondered what it felt like to look down on people. Now he knew. And although he always hated the feeling whenever it was done to him, he still felt quite comfortable doing it himself. This world. It's a place where we pay back the wrong done to use to other people, Victor thought, as he saw the sorry expressions on the adventurers' faces. Alright. Now I'm going to be straightforward. I need information, which means I need answers, good answers. If I don't get answers, I can't guarantee your lives. If you give me answers, I let you go, said Victor, as he stared at the 5 before him, pupils gleaming with a bitter shade of red, as it faintly glowed at them. They all stared for a while without saying a single word, just faint murmuring sound escaping the lips of some. The group had 4 boys and a girl. They all seemed to be in their middle or late 20s at most, but were still extremely weak. No one says anything. We won't give you what you want, you monster. You caught us off guard last time, don't think you'll be lucky twice, one of the level 2s said. Victor applauded his confidence to oppose such odds in his mind, but Victor grumbled. He could not believe his ears. Does this guy really think that all of his team members being here is a joke? Well, thank you anyway. Scapegoat number 1. He said in a passive manner, as he walked towards him casually. The young man backed himself against the wall immediately and drew his daggers. An assassin, Victor noted. The next second, the young man's dagger was driven all the way into his cranium, like some Halloween pumpkin. Blood dripped from his head, and onto his shirt, slowly, as his body slouched down the rocky dungeon wall. Without wasting much time, and after confirming the message he had just sent to the others, Victor returned to his initial position in front of them. Will you cooperate? He asked. The remaining adventurers shook their heads frantically, in confirmation. Good. Now this is how it's going to work. I'll ask you 4 questions, and anybody with the most knowledge concerning that question will speak for the group. If the answer is too shallow and not enough, there will be consequences, so be wise. Now, shall we get started? Chapter 7 First Kill. First question. Information on this dungeon. I want every information on this dungeon. From its how strong, to what kind of monsters are here, resources, etc. Every single information. Victor was capable of facial expressions now that his flesh was almost normal and complete. Despite that, he had been keeping a straight face when he was before the adventurers. He had watched a lot of movies and anime, and he could feel that those characters that didn't show their expressions and emotions were usually the most dangerous. Unless it was some kind of romance/slice-of-life anime, this was the rule. The adventurers kept silent for a while, before casting quick glances at each other. Their eyes finally settled on the guy who was the only level 5 in their group. Ugh. These pussies. He cursed in his mind. Victor saw their eyes and where it was pointing, and he had also noticed that the level 5 was their leader, obviously. He should have the most knowledge, I guess. Victor said mentally. Everyone seems to be looking at you. So, spill it. Unless you want to pay your respects to the Yama of Hell. Victor said, as his cold blood eyes shimmered through the poorly lit room. Yes. This is an unregistered dungeon that gained popularity not long ago, underground. It is said to house many good rewards too. Although it goes up to floor 50, the monsters are not as terrifying, the level 5 adventurer went on in his explanation, and when he was finally done, Victor was able to gain a lot of useful information. The dungeon Victor was in now is a newly formed dungeon with a cave-like environment. It had 50 floors, which was much. But the monsters weren't as high level, and the rewards were golden. Normally, the more the reward, the more dangerous the dungeon. But this one was different. This one gave good rewards, but less danger. Though, it was reported that after the 40th floor, the level of monsters does increase exponentially. Because of this, the final floor is still unreachable, and nobody ventures too deep. According to the adventurer's information, a certain group of people, who according to the adventurer were part of a guild, had entered the dungeon some time ago in attempts to reach the final floor. Although the dungeon gave good rewards, if it wasn't cleared before 6 months, a phenomenon known as a dungeon break would occur. It had already been 3 months since this dungeon appeared, southwest efforts to close it have been made, and strong groups of people have started preparing for the expedition. The monster types in the dungeon were different depending on the floors. From floor 1 to 5, undead roamed the place, and all of them were at most level 7. Victor could tell, as the zombies with him currently were all level 1 zombies, just like he was before. From 6 to 14, beast-type monsters roamed the place, and their level was between 4 and 10. From 15 to 30, a mixture of insects and reptiles filled the place, with levels between 5 and 15. 31 to 39 went through an underground water system, so the monsters are mostly aquatic, with levels from 3 to 10. Above level 40, the last recorded was on the 41st floor, and the monster the adventurers who went there met was a monster whose level was 75. With this information, Victor's next question presented itself. If level 75 was considered a high level, then what was the level of the top person in this world? He wasted no time thinking about it himself, and asked the adventurers. The level 5 adventurer was the one who answered for the team, yet again. According to what he said, this world Victor found himself was the worst type he would ever have wanted to be reincarnated in. If the top ranker in the world had a level of 235, that only confirmed his agonizing suspicion. This was a world with level functions resembling a broken Japanese manga world, where levels could reach 999, or in some severe cases, 9999. In case one didn't know, rankers are individuals with levels above 90, or those one-in-a-lifetime individuals with skills that didn't warrant them be a high level to be able to end a horde. Ah, what is this? Who brought me to such a world? It had to be one of those bored goddesses. Victor cried in his heart. After he finished crying, his heart was put at ease a bit. According to the adventurer, the person following behind was a level 127. This top ranker was only an anomaly kind of existence. Though, he was humanity's only hope when a dungeon that threatened the existence of humans appeared, but for many years after that, he had not increased in level. I see. That means there's a real big problem here. If at floor 42 the level is 75, one can only imagine how much stronger the boss monster is. Victor said while rubbing his smooth chin. In this world he was in, the boss monster of a dungeon was always protecting/guarding something, like a treasure, alongside the dungeon core. To close a dungeon, the core will need to be destroyed. If it is not destroyed, the monsters will keep spawning after some time, normally within a week or more. If the guy after the top ranker is only a level 127, the big guy might be needed. Victor said, still rubbing his chin. As to where a zombie learned how to rub its chin, the adventurers could only wonder. Alright, last question. Why the fuck did you idiots enter this dungeon? Wouldn't the good stuff be at least after the initial floors? Can you really survive that? After the first floor, valuable crystals start appearing, and not all of it has been taken, so we can still profit a bit. The adventurer answered hastily. Alright, that's all. Victor said. Before he could continue his sentence, however, he was rudely interrupted. Does that mean we can go now? The only girl of the group said, her face rattled with a mixture of fear and expectedness. Humans really? Heh. Victor thought in his mind, as though he wasn't one himself in his pat life. Well, Victor had always hated human nature and how people behaved. It wasn't surprising that he would say this. Of course, I always keep my word. Victor said, still with an inexpressive tone and face. Do say hi to the Yama of Hell for me. Tell him to sell my space in hell. Victor said, as the only sight of smile he showed the adventures blurred away before them, and next they were laying still on the floor with fist-size holes through their chests and stomach. There was no time for them to even react, nor cry in pain. They could only bleed out while only being able to mutter inaudible gibberish. Imagine trusting a monster that tell you that they'll let you go after giving them information. PFT, this ain't no Beauty and the Beast. As Victor made the joke, it dawned on him that he had forgotten to ask about the outside world, and what kind of period it was. The adventurers wore outfits that looked like the Middle Ages, but isn't that the style of dungeon clothes? Even in anime and manga. SAO was so advanced, having neural links, but the game world was still middle-aged kind of style, Victor thought, as he couldn't help but sigh. I'll be sure to ask the next person I meet. If the group that killed him last was the same group that went to challenge the floors above 40, that means he would be meeting them very soon. Payback will be sweet. Chapter 8 System Inventory. Now, how to go about this? I should search them first. Victor had just killed the adventurers, and the thought of raiding a dungeon was making his spirit burn with excitement. This was something he always read in manga and watched in anime, wishing he could partake in the experience. The only sad thing was that it was impossible. Dungeons didn't exist back on Earth. But now. He went through the adventurer's belongings, and almost instantly found a map. At first, he didn't know that it was a map, because of the way the device looked. It was a cubical mechanic device with a red button on the side. After pressing the button, a holographic image of the entire floor appeared from the item. Wow, nice. It seems this world has advanced past my own Earth. Maybe the outside has flying cars and giant mecha robots. Let's not think so much about it. The device seemed to detail out the entire floor he was on presently, although there were some places he noticed were not on the map, it still did an overall okay job. A red dot that updated in real time showed where the device was in the cave, therefore, where the person holding it was. The hologram had a backlight of green, and the cave's layout and routes was imprinted on the hologram, like a paper map. Victor also saw that there were 2 points with a red and blue square respectively. If the red one is in the direction of the entrance, then the blue one should be for the door that leads to the next floor. Victor said, as he left the place where he had brought the adventurers. He turned to observe the zombies, and noticed that they didn't rush to eat the corpses before them. Maybe it was because they were under his control. He thought. But even after he released one from his control, it still didn't rush to eat the corpse. This only meant that not all the knowledge he knew from his former Earth were applicable here. He was just about to leave, but then turned back towards the dead adventurers. These guys came here to harvest some valuable ores and treasures, right? Then how did they plan on carrying everything back with them? Victor questioned as he walked closer to the corpses. He couldn't underestimate this new world he now found himself in. If there were dungeons and holographic devices, doesn't that mean the existence of such a thing like a storage bag was possible? He simply had to quench his curiosity. He started ravaging the lifeless bodies, searching for something unknown. Maybe it was because he was now an undead, but there was absolutely no feeling of regret or a reparation from his conscience after taking the lives of the adventurers. No need to think about it too much. It's killed or be killed in my case, Victor said in his mind as he finally found something in the level 5 adventurer's waist. How did I not notice something so obvious? Victor battered himself for missing the clear sight of something that hung there the whole time. There was no doubt, it was a storage bag. The looks fit perfectly with what he had thought it to look like. Just as he was grinning widely after taking the storage bag, the system popped a notification out of nowhere. I haven't done anything though. Why am I getting a notification? Victor went ahead to check, and to keep it short, the system told him that he already had a system inventory, so he really didn't need the bag. This piece of information threw Victor off a bit. Previously, he had made sure to check the system well, but he didn't find any other panel or function available except for his status screen. Now that he had been introduced to the inventory, he couldn't help but wonder if there were other regions that the system was yet to open up to him. Maybe a shop. As he opened his status to check, he found that a new tab had appeared above the status panel that read, Inventory. There was also another one that read, Character, beside it. This, Character, was also a new one. Victor wasted no time in checking out the new additions, and just like he expected, his inventory was empty. Though, what he didn't expect was that the inventory size was much. It had exactly 5,000 boxes that he could store items. Since one box meant one item, and if some items were stackable, it meant that he had just been blessed. Next was the character section. Just like a game, there were sections for each part of his body where he could strap a gear or item on. The sections were head, chest/body, legs/lower section, and arms. There was also provision for rings, which had 2 boxes respectively. Of course, all the boxes were currently empty. It seemed the system didn't recognize his current outfit as clothes, probably as base wears. This is good, but can't I just wear clothes normally? Do I need to use the system? Victor wondered. To his question, there was only one way to find out. He took the trouser of one of the adventurers and wore it. He was able to wear it without any problems, so he tried the second option and equipped it through the system. First, he had to move it into his inventory, then equip it by willing it to enter the lower section of the character setup. Luckily, the tabs could open separately, so it was easy. He equipped the trouser, and to his astonishment, it was equipped, but it didn't appear physically. This perk made Victor grin widely. This was too good. If this was how it is, doesn't that mean he can always walk around with his best equipment, and nobody would know? He could be naked and still remain invincible. Good. Very good. Victor said as he stood up. He didn't mind taking the adventurer's shirts, as each had a hole through it. However, he unequipped his new trouser. It had no effects, so it would better be used as actual clothing than gear. Finally, he left the place where the adventurers' dead bodies were. There was something he needed to check, and some questions he needed answers to. It was quite obvious to Victor that leveling up his skills would be extremely costly. He needed to sacrifice some stat points to level up skills, but what about in later levels? The skill will only demand more stat points. He would need to constantly level up if he wanted to increase his skills level. This was not at all cost efficient, so he wondered if there was another way. System, how much will it cost me to level up my skills in later stages? Victor asked. Depending on the skill, the amount required varies. The amount of state points required can range from 1 to 50, or more. Some skills may require more. The system's answer wasn't at all comforting. Victor could only rub his chin while thinking. Is there any other way for me to level up my skill? There is. As a substitute for stat points, system coins can be used. However, once you choose to use coins, the option of using stat points will no longer be available to you. Coins, huh? Was I right about the system having a shop? Probably. Why would there be a need for coins if not so? After a bit of deliberation, Victor accepted the use of coins over stat points, and just like that, one problem has been solved. Now, the next was evolution. Chapter 9, Getting Evolution Material. System, tell me everything about this evolution feature. Victor was very curious about this evolution that had transformed him into a proper zombie, an even better one. Evolution helps transform your physical body into stronger forms that increases certain attributes and abilities. It is a faster and most efficient way to evolve yourself into a stronger being, directly skipping the long periods of time you would have to wait if you were to do it organically, and the mistakes and errors that may be involved. With the help of the system, the evolution process is carried with 100% accuracy. I don't think this answers a lot. It's like telling me the same answer, but using different methods. Victor said mentally. Don't be so quick to judge, I am not done. Was that exasperation in your tone? System with attitude. Unlike your first evolution, the others from this point onward will be different. The system was able to carry out the first evolution because there was pre-stored data about your form, coupled with the data gotten from some humans you bit. This current form was created. From now on, you will have to acquire enough material/sample for the system to study, to be able to commence an evolution. And how do I get this sample and material? By ingesting. You mean I have to eat whatever it is I want to? You now. How do I even refer to this whole process? To simplify the process, an evolution tree has been created to better depict what the system is explaining. Another system panel appeared before Victor's eyes, this one visibly larger than the others before it. On it, an image that resembled the roots of a tree begun from the top, and traveled a few centimeters downward. At the beginning of this root, the word zombie was written, encapsulated in a rectangle that housed it. Seeing this diagram, I kind of get it now. Each of these roots signifies the various things I can evolve into, or that I will evolve into, and the zombie at the top is the base. Am I correct? Yes. So what are the limitations of my evolution? Victor asked, quite curious. Simply put, anything you can eat, you can evolve into, and anything you can't eat, you can't evolve into. Specifically, eating is not the problem, it just has to be swallowed. I see. So if there's a ghost or some shit like that, I won't be able to evolve into that. Interesting. Evolution material, 0. And this means I have to eat whatever material until it reaches 100, right? No. Each evolution requires a certain amount of evolution material to integrate into the new form. Therefore, if you had 100 evolution material for a human, after evolution the number will reduce, and for the next evolution, you will need to top it up. Therefore it's efficient to stack up on resources. Yes. Though, after a specific material has been examined, the system need not undergo that again. Alright, I think I understand everything you are saying, and how this evolution works. Why don't we try it out? Victor said, anticipation clear in his tone. Victor had wanted to try out this extraction of evolution material, but as he looked around and could only observe zombies, it didn't really sit well with his soul. He had heard in movies and shows, people becoming undead and losing any human feelings, but in turn gaining a sort of feeling towards undead creatures. Another thing to note was, raised undead, or people that became undead after they had already died were fueled with rage and vengeance. It was basically the medium that tied them to the world of the living. Unlike them, those that were born undead, or those that were undead from the very start were a bit different from those that attained it. They still had their feelings and emotions, though, towards fellow undead, and needed no cause to bind them to the world of the living. Victor's case was sort of a special one, as he neither needed a reason, nor was he born an undead. They had no feelings or emotions towards humans. To him looking at other creatures was like looking at insects. Not all irritated him, but he didn't hate them either, just indifferent. Killing them also meant nothing, as it would be like squashing an insect. He also didn't feel a particular way about his fellow undead, which sort of put him in a different category. Even with this, zombies looked like humans, and he was a human, even the time he bit off a chunk of flesh from an adventurer. That was back when he couldn't control himself. The idea of eating humanoid creatures just didn't appeal to him at the moment, so he chose different. Quite a number of times, the ones responsible for Victor's deaths weren't adventurers. Instead, it was other monsters, and the ones that had the highest kill count on him were the wolves, the only beast-type monsters in the first floor. Thinking about it, Victor couldn't help but feel a bit of excitement. They had been the cause of his death so many times, it was time to return the favor. Thinking about it again, Victor's excitement disappeared. They were all but monsters in this dungeon, tools for the dungeon. Just like him, they would just get respawned if they died. He would not have truly ended them. So unfortunate, so lucky, Victor said, as he reduced his pace a bit. After walking for a while, he got to the part of the floor where the wolves were prominent, basically their territory. As usual, it started with faint growls, then the growls got louder. When they finally came face to face with a wolf pack, the growls had become quite aggressive and threatening. I'm sure these growls are supposed to have at least a paralyzing effect in them. But we are undead anyway, it doesn't matter, since we aren't affected by it. Victor thought as he continued walking forward, and towards the wolves, just like a normal zombie would. The wolves, who have been warning the wandering zombies to back off their territory, lashed out with furious claw strikes as they attempted to slice through the bunch of zombies. Little did they know that this bunch was different. Without hesitation, Victor wasted no step, as he bore his hand through the wolf that approached from the air, tearing through its little defense and rendering its attack useless. The wolf's backbone was cut in two, and as Victor withdrew his hand and tossed the body to the side, he put into his mouth the handful chunk of meat he tore from the wolf. As he did, he immediately received a notification. Evolution material. Fiery-tailed wolf, 100. Victor didn't pay much attention to the notification. Instead, he went after the rest of the wolf pack, completely dominating and killing them, easily. He didn't bother with using his controlled zombies, they would only die and would ultimately be a waste. Victor now looked at the notification. Evolution material. Fiery-tailed wolf, 100. Just a handful produces 100 Evo material. And the beast which it's gotten from is also recorded in a different section. Not bad, Victor said, as he read it. Shortly after, a series of notifications followed. Fiery-tailed wolf material acquired. Analyzing on the sample. Okay. It didn't say for how long though. It's okay. Victor went ahead to swallow more of the wolf's flesh, and when he was done, the points had risen to 1000. This should be enough, let's wait for the system to analyze it, Victor said, as he walked away from the corpse, feeling neither happiness nor empathy for the actions he had just taken. Chapter 10, Getting Evolution Material 2. Status. Level 10, Experience Bar. Name, Zombie number 2314. Race, Undead, Zombie. Evolution Material, 1000. Class. Title, True Undead, one who is favored by the process. HP, 245 out of 245. MP, 100/100. Stat. Strength, 20. Agility, 25. Sense, 24. Vitality, 20. Magic, 10. Intelligence, 2. Remaining stat point, 30. Skill tab. Passive, all title. Active, corpse manipulation LVL, 2. Not bad, but this experience bar though. System, is there a way to see my actual progress in more detail? This bar will become difficult to read when I reach higher levels. Do you wish to change it to a traditional style? Traditional. Hope it's the normal number system. Yes. The experience bar animatedly changed from just a bar to numbers that showed the required experience for the next level up, and the current points accumulated. This is it. Perfect. Status. Level 10, 3450/8000. Name, Zombie number 2314. Race, Undead, Zombie. Evolution Material, 1000. Class. Title, True Undead, one who is favored by the process. HP, 245 out of 245. MP, 100/100. Stat. Strength, 20. Agility, 25. Sense, 24. Vitality, 20. Magic, 10. Intelligence, 2. Remaining stat point, 30. Skill tab. Passive, all title. Active, corpse manipulation LVL, 2. Now, I can track my progress more accurately. 8000 experience points to advance from level 10. Damn. Makes me wonder how much it will cost when I advance to higher levels. Victor used that time to also confirm some things about the process of evolution. According to the system, Victor would have full control over the process in future processes, and he could only possess 2 forms at a time, which means, whenever he decides to get a new form, he would have to cast out one of the 2 forms he already has. This part of the system that dealt with evolution opened up a whole new world for Victor to experiment. From what he knew so far, apart from the stats and skills a creature possesses, their biological and racial properties also play a role in how strong they are overall. For example, elves are more sensitive to mana than most races, which means it's far easier for them to become good magicians than say humans. Most scaled animals, especially those of higher levels, have extremely low scales, which increases their defensive abilities. Creatures with stronger or more compact muscles would be stronger than other creatures in the same level as they are able to exercise their strength and speed better. In short, the physical physique and mentality of a creature also affects their stats, and though it is not represented, it is also an important aspect. A/N. I'm having a bit of a problem explaining this part, so I will elaborate more about it in future. Hope you guys understand it to some point though. With this, Victor saw the need to gain more evolution material from different monsters. He also made up his mind on the two forms he would be having. For the first form, which would be his base form, Victor wanted something that would keep him looking as human as possible, so he chose not to evolve his base form into anything that would make him not look like a normal human, or at least, close. His second form would be the monstrosity he would create. The second form would basically be a lab rat, and his goal for it was to make it as strong and powerful as possible. I still don't know the specifics of the evolution thing. There are so many ways it can occur. Will it be a full transformation? Or will it be more of like removing the imperfections and adding the other parts from other races? I wonder. Victor said, as he walked through the first floor. System analysis complete. Fiery-tailed wolf has been analyzed. Finally. System, explain how to go about this part of the system. Feels weird to say that. A three-dimensional image of what you will look like after the evolution will be displayed, along with different information for each. Just like that, the system brought to display two options. Fiery zombie. Fiery zombie wolf. Victor wasted no time and picked the first option, and as he did, the system interface before his eyes expanded several times, until it was as long as the distance between his head and his waist. Then, a three-dimensional image appeared on the panel. Looking at the image was like looking at the real thing in real life, it was so realistic. Wow. Even 4K TVs don't display pictures this good. Victor said in amazement. Using his mind, he turned the 3D model of the fiery zombie around to see all the angles after looking at its frontal section a bit. The structure looked just like a zombie, but its entire body was on fire, and he could also spot small cracks on its skin where the fire seemed to be emitting from. The fiery zombie's fingers also looked a bit sharper and pointed than his own fingers at the moment. Sick. Let's see the other option. He said, as he left that section and entered the zombie wolf. The fiery zombie wolf looked just like a normal fiery-tailed wolf, except that it was a bit larger in size, though just marginal. Its tail was on fire, and it looked dull with some spots on its skin missing a few patches of hair. Not bad. Seems like the first option just added a few properties from the wolf onto the zombie, and the second one did the same, just reversed. As Victor studied more both options, his mind was already set on the one he was going to pick, but still. Maybe I shouldn't evolve now. Yeah, I shouldn't. There's something else I have to test. Through the system and with his own knowledge, Victor knew that the human body had very limited potential in growth, so being able to evolve could be considered one of the best gifts he had gained from the system. This meant that, depending on how he used this evolution tree, he will essentially transcend mortal bounds, at least over the peak of humanity. His current form was derived from evolving his base zombie form, the one he had when he first got to this world, with a human. Victor couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he was to gain more zombie material and evolve further as a zombie. Although zombies didn't exist on Earth, at least, not to his knowledge, there were a lot of theories and view of what a zombie was. While many saw zombies as mindless dead bones covered with stacks of rotten flesh, others saw them as people that might have been infected by some virus or similar, and had been turned to mindless flesh eaters. Some imagined them as slow, while others as fast. There were many depictions of zombies that showed them to be almost superhuman, being able to use the body's muscles up to 100%, and never tire as their stamina was almost limitless. All these were depictions thought out by different people from Victor's original world. Since Victor himself had experienced being a bone structure covered with stacks of rotten flesh, and now was just like the zombies that were depicted as superhuman, though only in appearance, he began to think if it was actually possible to become superhuman. With a form that is able to unleash up to 100% of its body's capabilities and never tires out, that would be the perfect base/foundation for him to build upon. The only problem now was how to get to this level. Since evolution is possible, I can only test out my theory. That means my next meal targets will be zombies, huh? Victor said, as he once again rubbed his beardless chin. He never got to grow more than just some hair under his chin, and now he couldn't exactly grow hair as a zombie. He will forever be beardless. Such a catastrophic realization for a man. Though, this author prefers a clean face. Chapter 11 Next Evolution. The first floor was filled with zombies for the most part, and some wolves. Ultimately, it was home to low-level undead zombies. This also meant that it took less than a minute before Victor came across another zombie, that is excluding the ones that were following him. Before anything, this entire floor is filled with only low-level zombies, so there really is no need to keep these guys with me. Losing them is detrimental in the least, Victor said, as he glanced over at the zombies under his control. The next minute, and the zombies that were with him looked to be missing significantly noticeable body parts. In fact, despite being undead, none of them were alive, and that was also an experiment Victor had been wanting to do, that he finally remembered to this time. Despite the fact that he had used them basically as an evolution farm or something similar, he also tested his theories to clearly specify his limits. According to what he was able to deduce, being an undead was truly incredible. On top the effects of one of his titles, True Undead, as an undead, unless he suffers a critical injury to the head, he would not die. The only thing was that the zombies were unable to regenerate their injuries, not to talk of lost limbs. But it shouldn't be so. System, what is the difference between these low-level zombies and myself? He asked, as he wanted to clarify and cement his understanding. These zombies, despite the fact that they are low-level, their evolutionary rank, or level is also low. Just like yourself some time ago, they are all low-rank zombies. As it is for all creatures, no matter how high one's level is, if their rank in evolution is low, they can never go past a certain threshold. This is also why a human of level 100 will never be able to beat a dragon of 20 levels lower than them. This is also where skills come into play. This world. So complex. System, you will need to explain and elaborate more so that I understand everything well. Victor said, as he took a seat on the hard ground beside one of the dead zombies. The system elaborated on what it had said and explained the whole concept of strength more to Victor. He did have a lot of questions, but thankfully the system answered all. From this new information, he was able to build on what he already knew, further cementing his knowledge about this new world he was in. Basically, evolution was a very important aspect that Victor would have to focus on more than he initially intended, and the race and lineage of a creature mattered the most when it came to strength. Simply put, when measuring the strength of monsters and all other creatures, human or not, without including skills, their bloodlines played the most important role. A monster alligator with some trace of dragon bloodline in level 50 would be able to best one from the same species as himself that is at level 60, without the use of skills, and even if skills were involved, it would have a higher chance of winning. Even though this alligator had only a weak bloodline, if the amount was sufficient, it was enough. Of course, this didn't mean that these bloodlines would be flying around in all creatures and monsters. The bloodline had to be an active one to begin with. Lizards are normally descendants of dragons and those higher-ranked reptiles. That doesn't mean they would all be ranked high in the evolution tree. Geez, these things are all so unnecessarily complex. Doesn't that mean these undead would have the bloodline of some vampire or something? Victor asked jokingly. No. Even if they did, the system can only absorb the bloodline that is most abundant and store as evolution material to be used for evolution. Figures. Beep beep. System analysis complete. Zombie has been analyzed. There has been an update in the system. Please, check it out. Victor mentally opened the status window as he willed it open. Status. Level, 10, 3450/8000. Name, Zombie number 2314. Race, Undead, Zombie. Evolution material, 1000. Class. Title, True Undead, one who is favored by the process. HP, 245 out of 245. MP, 100/100. Stat. Strength, 20. Agility, 25. Sense, 24. Vitality, 20. Magic, 10. Intelligence, 2. Remaining stat point, 30. Skill tab. Passive, all title. Active, corpse manipulation LVL, 2. Evolution material. Fiery-tailed wolf, 1000. Zombie, 5000/7000, can be further evolved. Zombie, 5000/7000, can be further evolved. Next evolution, high rank zombie. Can be further evolved. And I was going to ask the system how much material I needed. Guess that has been taken care of now. High rank zombie, Not bad. It follows the natural process. System, the evolution process won't start automatically like last time, right? Yes. After the first evolution, you now have semi-full control over the process, the system answered with its usual cool voice. Yeah, you've explained that already. Just making sure. Victor said, as he got back on his feet and walked away. He ate more zombies, and when he checked next, he had accumulated 12,000 evolution material for the zombie. With that, he returned to the small opening he hid himself in the last time. He was eager to see what the evolution this time would bring. This is almost exciting, Victor said, as he accessed the system interface. Evolution material. Fiery-tailed wolf, 1000. Zombie, 12,000/7000, can be further evolved. System, begin the evolution, Victor said. After that, he heard the system prompt, and following it, he gradually lost consciousness. Beep. Starting evolution process. You will lose consciousness during the evolution process. Make sure you are in a favorable location. You will now lose consciousness as evolution begins. After a while of what seemed like just a brief moment, Victor was greeted with the warm and calm system voice, as it read out the notifications that pooped out on the system interface before him. Evolution complete. You have evolved into a high-rank zombie. Gained new skill Rotbite. Received 7 stat points. Strength +3, Agility +2, Sense +2. It will take 24 hours to completely adjust to new form. Till then, evolution is impossible, unless under favorable for dangerous conditions. Wow, the system's generous with its rewards. Wait, are these even system rewards? System. New skills are gotten whenever there is a new evolution. This is the same with other rewards. Ah, I see. As for 24 hours, that's totally doable. Victor came out of the crack where he hid himself during the evolution, and the first thing he did after that was check his body to see what was different. There was no stream in the cave nor a mirror where he could see his reflection, so all he could do was rely on his eyes. Victor's zombie body had undergone some minor changes. He now looked even more human than before, and had increased in height a bit. Apart from his human appearance and top physical appearance, he had become as pale as a ghost. The color had been completely drained, that Victor wondered if he actually had a tint of blue in his skin. Apart from that, he felt significantly stronger. Is this the perk of evolving? Chapter 12 Another Evolution. Status. Level, 10, 3450/8000. Name, Zombie number 2314. Race, Undead, Zombie high rank. Evolution material, 1000. Class. Title, True Undead, one who is favored by the process. HP, 245 out of 245. MP, 100/100. Stat. Strength, 23. Agility, 27. Sense, 26. Vitality, 20. Magic, 10. Intelligence, 2. Remaining stat point, 37. Skill tab. Passive, all title, Rotbite LVL, 1. Active, Corpse Manipulation LVL, 2. This is good, Victor said. But system, I know I became stronger and all, but was it necessary to make me look like someone who frequents the gym? Look at these muscles. I look like Captain America became a zombie, Victor said, after examining himself. This can be fixed during the next evolution. Though this model and type of body was based on what the general human male population likes, it seems you don't like it. What? I prefer to look like Naruto than Goku. In facet, in my next evolution, build me like the great Shadow Monarch. Let me possess immerse power but still look like a twig from afar. Is that possible? Understood. I do not know this Shadow Monarch, but I assume you want to look like Saitama, but taller. Guess that also works. Yes, let me gain the physic and be able to end every enemy in one strike. You will have to be at a pseudo-god level to be able to imitate that kind of power. You are far from that now. System. Yes. It was only a joke, a joke. Well, I will have to bear with this form for now. Let me see. Evolution material. Fiery-tailed wolf, 1000. Zombie, 5000/30,000, can be further evolved. Wow. This is quite unexpected. I never knew zombies had so many types. Well, not that I would know, of course. After seeing this, a new goal surfaced in Victor's mind. The next thing he was going to do was evolve further. He planned to raise his zombie form to the highest he could to solidify the base he would build upon. Fortunately for Victor, getting zombie material was not at all difficult. Instead, it was extremely easy. In a dungeon where the monsters continuously respawned, it was like a gold mine where the rocks kept turning into gold, the more one extracted. In the brief span of a day, Victor had already gathered 35,000 evolution material, and so he returned to the crack. He took a peek at the system panel to see what the next evolution was, as he hadn't checked it previously. Zombie, 5000/30,000, can be further evolved. Next evolution, Zombie Warrior. Zombies in this world are really powerful. They even have an hierarchy. Maybe I should become a necromancer and raise an unparalleled undead army. Shouldn't I be able to evolve my subordinate? Hee hee. Victor said jokingly. Yes, it is possible to evolve your subordinates, the system gave a cool answer, as always. Hearing the system's answer, Victor became a mute for a brief second as countless thoughts ran through his head. If what the system said was right, doesn't that mean he would be able to actually raise such an army of powerful beings? This was very interesting, no, too interesting. Guess there's something else to look forward to. Alright system, we are moving fast. Begin the next evolution. Victor said with a mild grin on his face. Beep. Starting evolution process. You will lose consciousness during the evolution process. Make sure you are in a favorable location. You will now lose consciousness as evolution begins. Just like the previous times, Victor lost consciousness as the process began. After it must have been a while, he woke up as he regained his consciousness, and without needing the system to tell him, he instantly knew the evolution process was over. Evolution complete. You have evolved into a zombie warrior. Gained new skill Undead Aura. Skill Rotbite has advanced to level 3. Received 10 stat points. Strength +6, Agility +5, Sense +3. Max HP has increased by 200. Max MP has increased by 100. It will take 48 hours to completely adjust to new form. Till then, evolution is impossible, unless under favorable for dangerous conditions. Even better than I expected. Let's check it out. Victor said, as he received the notifications. Rotbite LVL, 1 Bite LVL, 3. New skill Undead Aura LVL, 1. Undead Aura. Inflicts fear/terror/hallucination on targets that are affected. Duration varies depending on the target. Level, 1. Mana cost, none. Looking at the new status screen, Victor couldn't help but grin a little. He was making good progress, and it seemed he would once again have to delay his descent to the higher floors. Seeing as he had just evolved into a zombie warrior, Victor couldn't help but think that there would be a new evolution stage, so he checked, just to quell his curiosity. Evolution material. Fiery-tailed wolf, 1000. Zombie, 5000/100000, can be further evolved. Zombie, 5000/100000, can be further evolved. Next evolution, Zombie Commander. Fuck. Just how many zeros are there? I don't think my salary till I died had this much zeros. Zombie Commander, nothing else than to reach that evolution ASAP. Let's get to work. After thinking for a while, Victor seemed to be trying to remember something as he stared straight at nothing, rubbing his smooth chin. After a while had passed, he finally remembered what it was that had been running through his head. The adventurers from before, if he remembered right, said that from the 1 to 5 floor, the prominent monsters were zombies and undead, and that they were all between level 1 and 7. Then why have I been suffering myself all this time? I can evolve while also descending the dungeon. Hi. Victor exclaimed, as he ridiculed himself for forgetting something so important. It must be this intelligence stat that is so low. If not, how can I forget something so important? System, tell me how that intelligence stat affects me again. It affects the player's ability to understand and decipher complex situations and spells. Undead like yourself have a low intelligence, so the figure is normally around 1 or 2. The reason why you can still think up to this extent is because of your body's soul. Continuing to have this stat at such a low value can cause you to lose your natural intelligence, therefore, becoming an actual zombie. System, is your ultimate mission to make me a true dungeon monster? No. The system is here to assist you. Then why have you held back on such an important information all this time? Hiya. Because of this eye-opening realization, Victor wasted no time, and immediately pumped 20 points into intelligence, without even thinking about it. Ah, much better. System, don't hold such important information ever again, please. With that, Victor headed for the next floor, floor 2. And so, his descent of the dungeon began. Chapter 13 Floor 2 Monster's Eye. I should first of all test my skills to see their effects. I've never been to the second floor before, so this should be my actual first dungeon exploration. The first one wasn't exactly enjoyable, and I was not in control for the most part. Victor went over his status screen one more time, and he then noticed that he hadn't checked the effect of the skill Rot Bite yet, so he did and also checked the one he got last, just to be sure. Rot Bite. Any target bitten will be inflicted with rot and will slowly decay and rot away. The infected area cannot be treated with low-grade healing potion or magic. Duration, tens. Level, 3. Mana cost, none. Undead Aura. Inflicts fear/terror/hallucination on targets that are affected. Duration varies depending on target. Level, 1. Mana cost, none. The first one is understandable, but the second one is a bit vague. This kind of skill is normally active though, does that mean it needs a trigger? If so, what is the trigger? System. Victor queried. Yes. This skill is the type that requires a trigger to be activated. The skill be take effect when any creature before you develops any feeling of fear before you. Wow, is that so? Victor said, seeing how much power this skill had. This is definitely one that I have to level up. Victor also made a deduction going by what the system said. The target had to be in his presence, which meant someone watching him over a screen would not be affected. And after a bit more questioning, he found out that due to the skill's current level, the fear the opposite party feels towards him would have to be more than just a little. So tempting. I almost want to use my skill points to level this up, but no, I have to restrain myself and work towards building the perfect base for now. Besides, I don't need it for now. Victor said as he closed the system interface. He had just entered the second floor, and hadn't walked much yet, he could even still see the entrance. The way it was, after he got to the passage that led to the second floor, the path gradually descended downwards for a while, until he emerged in another open area. He began exploring, and only after some minutes did he encounter his first monster, a zombie, nothing special. The only difference noticeable was when the system identified the monster. Zombie LVL2. Oh ho, a level 2. The rest he had been killing on the first floor were all level 1. He wondered how many experience points he would get from killing it. So, like what any other reasonable person would do, he attacked it. The poor zombie didn't even get a chance to respond, before its head was smashed off its body. Apart from the EXP, Victor didn't really like moving food. Plus 6 EXP. Victor received a pop-up notification after the zombie fell to the floor. After taking a bite however, he found that he received the same amount of evolution material, 100. He quickly finished get every bit of flesh he could from the dead zombie, leaving only some areas untouched. The insides of the zombie were rotten for the most part, so Victor didn't like going too deep and reaching those parts. To his current palates, raw or rotten meat wasn't all that bad. Rotten or bad meat only tasted like something similar to oats, and the raw one he ate from the wolves wasn't bad either. Not tasty, but not irritable, just bland for the most part. Since humans were so useless according to the system, Victor had no reason to eat any, which was also better for him. If he were to start eating humans, it just would feel a bit off. Though, he would have still done it. Unlike the first floor where Victor came from, this current floor didn't seem to have many monsters moving around, and since Victor didn't exactly have a map, he could only walk around without knowing where to head to. The dungeon layout wasn't at all like a labyrinth, or a normal cave system with hollow passageways everywhere. Of course, there were some parts that were just tunnels and a direct route from point A to B, but for the most part it was like an ecosystem with different layouts and creative structures. Victor himself could tell that the game developers weren't lazy and tight on the budget. That is, of course, if he was back on Earth and playing video games. At the moment, however, Victor had entered one of those passageways, and this one he entered was long. After walking for a while, his zombie eyes noticed something in the distance hanging from the ceiling: dungeon bats. He wasn't particularly afraid, after all he was level 10. The only thing that worried him was the fact that bats never attacked in small numbers, and the way this dungeon was designed: monsters attack monsters. Monsters attacking monsters in a dungeon would be normal, except the sole fact that they both are mobs in the same dungeon. What was the need to attack each other? Alas, the creator is crazy, Victor said. He had been moving forward without fear, until he asked the system to identify the monsters, and what he saw brought him to a complete stop. Dungeon Bat LVL4, Dungeon Bat LVL4, Dungeon Bat LVL4. Dungeon Bat LVL4, Dungeon Bat LVL5, Dungeon Bat LVL4. Dungeon Bat LVL4, Dungeon Bat LVL5. Dungeon Bat LVL5, Dungeon Bat LVL5. Dungeon Bat LVL4. Dungeon Bat LVL4. And it went on for longer than initially estimated by Victor also. This was extremely dangerous. Victor knew dying didn't mean the end for him, and he also didn't lose experience as a penalty for dying like one would in games, so in actuality, there wasn't much to fear. But, rushing straight into a death trap. Isn't that just a crazy and unreasonable thing to do? He said to himself. Doing so was a good plan, but that was only if he had no other option, or in special situations, but now wasn't the time for that, or was it? If only I had a ranged attack, or some type of AoE. Victor thought to himself, and that was when he realized. This situation was a special situation where he had to sacrifice himself for some important EXP. Let's do this. I'm kinda regretting not taking those adventurer's weapons, Victor said as he stretched his arms out a bit. His fingers were quite sharp and sturdy, so they made for good weapons. Victor hesitated not and lounged straight at the first row of bats hanging from the ceiling. With his superior speed, he was able to fall about 5 bats to the ground with his first strike, and with his second he did same or close. The remaining bats scattered around, and started attacking Victor, to which he responded with his own series of attacks. He could follow their movements from one to another perfectly, as to him it was almost as if they were just flying like butterflies around him, albeit flower. What he saw next surprised him a bit, inasmuch as it also brought a sinister grin to his face. A large portion of dungeon bats have been affected by the skill Undead Aura. A large portion of the targets have died due to the skill effects. The rest are unable to move and have fallen. Seeing this, Victor also saw himself the noticeable cut in the number of bats attacking him, but before he could do his job and kill the remaining, a string of notifications that brought joy to his face started coming in. The notifications kept flooding in. By the time he was done with the remaining bats, he had gotten over 1,000 EXP in total. He checked his status to see how much he got, and although compared to what he needed for his next level, it was quite sufficient. Chapter 14 Innate Ability. Not bad. Maybe I should eat them, but zombie with wings wouldn't be bad. Victor wasted no time and started stuffing this face with bat meat. The dungeon bats weren't the size of normal bats, as they were a bit larger in size, but nothing too big. After getting enough evolution material, Victor looked at the remaining bats that littered the floor. He didn't experience much of their attacks, so he wasn't sure of their abilities and strength, but at least their level was around 4 and 5, higher than the zombies he had encountered so far. Using his corpse manipulation skill, he raised 5 dead dungeon bats and added them to his ranks. No matter how I look at this, it's pure necromancy, Victor said as he watched the dead monsters twitch before they began flying like normal. The Necromancer class was Victor's best whenever he played an RPG game back when he was alive on Earth. It was also his most proficient class, so he was very knowledgeable about it. If he wasn't mistaken, the newly raised bats would have some necrotic skills added to their pre-existing skills. Skills like Rotbite might be added, and they would enjoy all the benefits of being undead, and also suffer all the weaknesses. A/N, though I haven't spoken about this, I wanted to take some space to shed some light on this, and I will also be adding it as an ability, something that will be introduced in this chapter, to better clarify things. All undead creatures have a set of weakness and benefits their undead body grants them. This, Victor was clear of. Up until now, however, he hadn't been able to test these knowledge he had from his previous life. System, I've been wondering. What are the benefits I enjoy as an undead? You know, things that are specific to my race and stuff. Victor asked. What you are talking about is the innate ability one possesses relative to their race and bloodline. Yes. It is displayed in the innate ability section of your status screen that has just been added. Please, check it out. Victor was speechless. He knew quite well that his system didn't have a mind of its own and was best in advanced AI, so shouting was useless. He then mentally willed open the status screen from his thoughts. Status. Level, 10, 4756/8000. Name, Zombie number 2314. Race, Undead, Zombie Warrior. Evolution Material, 1000. Class. Title, True Undead, one who is favored by the process. HP, 445/445. MP, 200/200. Stat. Strength, 29. Agility, 32. Sense, 29. Vitality, 20. Magic, 10. Intelligence, 22. Remaining stat point, 27. Innate ability. Undead body. Skill tab. Passive, all title, wrought by LVL, 3, Undead Aura LVL, 1. Active, corpse manipulation LVL, 2. Undead body. As an undead, you do not require sleep or rest, and you do not require any sustenance, nor are you held back by the need of bodily functions. Your stamina is limitless, and you do not accumulate fatigue. Any injury aside from a critical or fatal head injury will not kill you, and will hinder your mobility or bodily functions, but damage will still be taken. You are able to survive in extreme conditions of cold and heat, and radiation, up to a certain limit. Necrotic/negative energy is converted to healing/mana supplement. Healing/holy magic is converted to damage. Complete immunity to sickness and disease. Complete immunity to psychic attacks. Complete immunity to poison attacks. Complete immunity to curses. Dash, plus 50%, damage from fire-type attacks. Double damage received from holy/light magic attacks. Damn, just like I expected. Victor said after going over the details of his innate ability. After looking at these, Victor wasn't all too grim, as he knew something. The higher the rank of the undead, the more amazing effects they had, and while some weaknesses increased, many reduced or completely vanished. The thing now was that he didn't know the rules of this world he was in now. As to which effects would drop or strengthen, he didn't know, but again, there was hope. This fire damage part, if I were to for example evolve the fiery-tailed wolf and absorb its effects, won't that nullify this weakness? The model I saw had fire burning all over its body too. System, am I right? Yes. Through evolution, weakness such as the weakness to holy/light magic can be nullified, same with the fire weakness. Also keep in mind that new weakness will be acquired. So, it is advisable to first raise the rank of a specific bloodline by evolving it independently before supplementing it. The last thing the system said piqued Victor's interest, so he made a mental note. This means I can't just recklessly evolve into new forms, I have to be careful. I know of a few annoying weaknesses that I wouldn't want to ever have. Victor said. With the use of the system, the risk of gaining weaknesses from other monsters will be greatly reduced. All you have to do is first raise the rank of a specific bloodline by evolving it independently before supplementing it. You mean like I'm doing with my zombie form right now? Yes. Please note, not all bloodlines can be upgraded. Figures. Something like this is usually rare, so I wasn't expecting it to be for all creatures to begin with. It was also at this moment that Victor realized that the way his evolution system worked was just a super chimera building sim. From what he knew of the system, different abilities and aspects of other monsters would be taken from other monsters and added to his pre-existing form to create a more powerful and perfect being. This was also why he was currently building the perfect base. I feel more and more like a science experiment as time goes by. Heh. After feasting on the bats, the number of evolution materials he had was now. Evolution material. Fiery-tailed wolf, 1000. Zombie, 6000/100000, can be further evolved. Dungeon bat, 5000. Seems this one can't be evolved further. System analysis complete. Dungeon bat has been analyzed. It kind of sucks that I don't have the map of this floor and have to go Before Victor could complete his sentence, he remembered something crucial. He rushed and called up his system window, and as soon as he assessed the inventory, he realized just how detrimental having an intelligence of 2 was. Inside his inventory sat the map device that he had taken from the adventurers he killed. Fuck this. Thank God I've increased my intelligence, but still the damage had been done. This was here the whole time, and I didn't even know. I didn't remember. A smile immediately appeared on Victor's face as he switched the device on. The hologram that appeared clearly showed the entire floor 2 map layout, and also, as clear indication of where the door to the next floor was. Now, all I have to do is get some evolution materials from this floor, then I can advance smoothly. Chapter 15 Zombie Commander. Victor ran amok through the second floor, killing any zombie he found, and avoiding the bats if he could. Apart from some EXP they brought him nothing, for he already had enough evolution material from them. It would have been a different story if he possessed some type of AoE skill, but since he didn't, it was more time efficient to avoid them. The concept of taking whatever was available no matter how small didn't apply here because of Victor's situation. Going by what the adventurers said, there was a team been put together to come and challenge this particular dungeon and clear it, and since the higher floors had monsters of level 70 and above, it only meant the people coming would be same or above. Wasting time in the lower floors in the name of getting some extra experience points was just the worst idea. In what Victor could calculate as a day and probably a half, he was finally able to gather the required number of evolution material to evolve into the next stage, and even went past the limit, just to be at an advantage. He had made full use of a zombie's ability remain awake and not need sleep or rest. Evolution material. Fiery-tailed wolf, 1000. Zombie, 250000/100000, can be further evolved. Dungeon bat, 5000. Zombie, 250000/100000, can be further evolved. Next evolution, Zombie Commander. With this, Victor was ready for the next evolution. He had found a spot where he would be able to hide himself during the process, but unlike the previous one in the first floor, this one had a wide entrance. But this didn't bother him. The zombies in this dungeon had a set path they always follow, just like in games, and the bats basically remained hanging on the dungeon ceiling until they spotted a target. This place he was in wasn't close to any bat spot, and if any zombie was to walk by he wouldn't be attacked, nor even paid the slightest attention. After entering the small room-like spot, he sat down and ordered the system to begin the evolution process. Beep. Starting evolution process. You will lose consciousness during the evolution process. Make sure you are in a favorable location. You will now lose consciousness as evolution begins. Evolution complete. You have evolved into a zombie commander. Gained new skill negative burst. Gained new skill melee combat. Gained new skill spearmanship. Skill rotbite has advanced to level 7. Skill corpse manipulation has advanced to level 5. Skill undead aura has advanced to level 5. Received 20 stat points. Strength plus 10, agility plus 10, sense plus 7, intelligence plus 10. Max HP has increased by 200. Max MP has increased by 100. You have leveled up 5 times in a row due to the effects of evolving. It will take 48 hours to completely adjust to new form. Till then, evolution is impossible, unless under favorable for dangerous conditions. Looking at the barrage of notifications, Victor was speechless. He had to go back and check some of them to read them well. Who knew evolving could bring so much benefits? This is absolutely insane. No fucking shit. Victor exclaimed, as he went over the notifications. The benefits this time were just that good. He quickly rushed and called up his status screen to see the new look. Status. Level, 15, 0/21, 540. Name, Zombie number 2314. Race, Undead, Zombie Commander. Evolution Material, 1000. Class. Title, True Undead, one who is favored by the process. Stat. Innate Ability. Undead Body. Skill tab. Passive, All Title, Rotbite LVL Max, Undead Aura LVL 5, Melee Combat LVL 2, Spearmanship LVL 2. Active, Corpse Manipulation LVL 5, Negative Burst LVL 1. Each level up increases max HP and MP by 50, distributes 5 total stat points randomly to Victor's stats, and awards 3 to 5 free stat points, and sometimes grants skills. Seeing the new skills he had gained, Victor's eyes were drawn immediately to the skill, Negative Burst, which he just got. Going by the name, Victor could tell the skill was a AoE skill, or something along that line. One thing's for sure though, it attacks multiple enemies at the same time. He said. Instead of simply guessing, Victor collapsed each skill to get a description of what each could do. Corpse Manipulation. You are able to control 20 corpses of lower levels than yourself. Level 5. Mana cost 1. No. Of corpses, 5/20". Rot Bite. Any target bitten will be inflicted with rot and will rapidly decay and rot away. The infected area can only be treated with high-level holy/healing magic. Duration, 30s. Level, max. Mana cost, none. Undead Aura. Inflicts fear/terror/hallucination on targets that are affected. Duration varies depending on target. This status effect cannot be cleared with external skills or magic. Level, 5. Mana cost, none. Negative Burst. Send out a wave of negative energy that deals magical damage to surrounding targets. The closer the target to you, the more damage is dealt. Level 1. Mana cost 5. Radius 3 m. As for melee combat and spearmanship, Victor didn't need to look at them, as they were pretty basic and self-explanatory, just from their names. After Victor came out from the spot he had harbored for his evolution, he noticed a difference in his balance. He almost immediately knew he had grown taller, but not too much this time. He now stood at 6'2" feet, and for Victor, this was quite the achievement. Too bad he couldn't play basketball now and completely woo all the beautiful girls with his skills. If my father saw me now, he would shed tears. Haha. Victor said, as he remembered his family. If he remembered correctly, his family had never had tall statures, not from his mother's side, not his father's. They were all average height at best. With this alone, I can say, I am destined for greatness. Kind of embarrassing to say knowing the system is listening. It was just a joke. He clarified with himself, just to defend himself to himself, about his own shyness. Miserable. Before memories about his family could surface in his mind and cause him to reminisce, the thoughts were knocked off even before they appeared. Victor had long ago made up his mind. He was already in this world, and there was no going back, crying about the past and things he left in his former world was completely useless and stupid to do. He would move forward in this life, and if he ever feels like it, he could always find a way to go back to his previous world. Though, he doubted he would, since by then everyone he knew would be dead anyway, and he might not have these powers. Why would I ever forsake such a magical world for my old one? Not even my father would. That's the most stupidest thing to think about. Now to more important things, can't be living in the past. Victor said, as he pulled up his status window, and went straight to evolution. He had a feeling that his zombie form could still undergo further evolution, and like he thought, he also wasn't disappointed. Evolution material. Fiery-tailed wolf, 1000. Zombie, 150000/500000, can be further evolved. Dungeon bat, 5000. Zombie, 150000/500000, can be further evolved. Next evolution, Zombie Lord. Chapter 16 Final Zombie Evolution. Zombie, 150000/500000, can be further evolved. Next evolution, Zombie Lord. Seeing these words spelled out before his eyes, and on the system, Victor found a newly awakened motivation to kill every undead he sees and feast on their flesh. Victor also predicted that the Zombie Lord was going to be the final evolution for his zombie form, since he couldn't imagine anything higher than that in the ranks of the zombies. This is making my blood boil, Victor said as he carved a wide grin on his face, but then his eyes sunk in and his face became even more pale than it already was. I don't have blood now, do I? Victor said, allowing the thought to distract him a bit from the goal he had just put before himself. The thought of whether or not zombies had blood or breathed had never occurred to him, but since he didn't require normal bodily functions, he quickly assumed he didn't need to breathe. As an experiment, he quickly pinched his nose to restrict air flow, but nothing. Then he placed his hand on his chest. There was no beating heart. Seeing this, Victor concluded. He was just a walking corpse. He knew this already, but it hadn't occurred to him, especially now that he looked more human. Well, it's good. This only means I have a lot of... Wait. Something else he had just realized. If blood didn't flow in his body and he basically has no sensation in his body, doesn't that mean he was going to die a virgin, again, in this magical world? On Earth, Victor was one of the very few humans who was able to grasp this technique without being taught. After receiving enlightenment. But now, he couldn't even use his best technique. Tut, life was unfair. Why don't I focus on getting stronger for now? I'm sure there's a solution to this, there should be. I can't live 2 lives and still not taste the forbidden fruit. That is not how the heavens intend for it to be, no. Victor said, with a hint of seriousness and sadness mixed together. After that episode of realization ended, Victor got his head back into the game and the more important things before him. He had already memorized the layout of the 2nd floor enough to know where the door to the 3rd floor was without using the map. It seemed the increase in intelligence wasn't at all a waste. Victor spent 2 days in the 3rd floor gathering evolution materials, and apart from the zombies, the other monsters in the 3rd floor were fiery-tailed wolves and dungeon bats, both of which he had already encountered before. There was no need for their evolution material, since he already had them, so he took what he needed and advanced to the 4th floor. Zombie 2500/500000 can be further evolved. Next evolution, Zombie Lord. On the 4th floor, the number of zombies was greatly reduced, and the more prominent monsters were skeletons and skeleton hounds. Victor saw no need to acquire a skeleton's evolution material. He wasn't trying to become a lich or something. He was quite okay with his current defect as it was. Quickly, he advanced to the 5th floor. If this floor still didn't have enough zombies, it would mean he had to descend to the lower floors to complete his goals. Luckily for Victor, the 5th floor was filled with only zombies, and of different types too. There were the normal zombies he knew, the humanoid ones, albeit of higher level, 5, then there were zombie hounds and bats. It was like the one who created the dungeon was just lazy and so he took all the previous monsters and just turned them into zombies. This was good news for Victor, though. It took him just 2 days of non-stop eating, and at the end of the 2nd day Victor had managed to amass the required amount of evolution materials needed for his next evolution. Zombie 500050/500000 can be further evolved. Next evolution, Zombie Lord. Finally. It's about time. Victor said, as he sat down in a predetermined location he had found on the 5th floor. System, begin evolution. Beep beep. Starting evolution process. You will lose consciousness during the evolution process. Make sure you are in a favorable location. You will now lose consciousness as evolution begins. With these familiar notifications, Victor gradually faded away as he lost consciousness, and as he did, the anticipation in his dead heart slowed, until it stopped. Evolution complete. You have evolved into a zombie lord. Gained new skill domain of the undead. Gained new skill touch of death. Skill corpse manipulation has evolved into a new skill legion of the dead. Skill undead aura has advanced to level 8. Gained new skill negative burst advanced to level 8. Gained new skill melee combat advanced to level 5. Gained new skill spearmanship has advanced to level 5. Some of your weaknesses have been lifted. Some of your weaknesses have been reduced. Received 50 stat points. Strength plus 30, agility plus 20, sense plus 20, intelligence plus 25, vitality plus 20. Max HP has increased by 500. Max MP has increased by 500. You have leveled up 5 times in a row due to the effects of evolving. It will take 48 hours to completely adjust to new form. Till then, evolution is impossible, unless under favorable for dangerous conditions. Wow. Evolving myself is really the best way to grow stronger fastest. Look at all these effects. Will I be able to beat those high-level adventurers with these skills? Probably not, right? Victor said as he read through the entire list of notification. The previous evolutions before this one had prepared him for this one. He was amazed by the results, but not so much that he would become speechless like last time. He brought up his status window to see just how much it had changed, and to see the new skills he had obtained, and how the old ones had improved. Status. Status. Level, 20, 0/91, 360. Name, Zombie number 2314. Race, Undead, Zombie Lord. Evolution Material, 1000. Class. Title, True Undead, one who is favored by the process. Stat. Innate ability. Undead Body. Skill tab. Passive, All Title, Rotbite LVL Max, Undead Aura LVL Max, Melee Combat LVL 5, Spearmanship LVL 5. Active, Legion of the Dead LVL 1, Domain of the Dead LVL 1, Touch of Death LVL 1, Negative Burst LVL Max. These skills though. I swear, if this thing turns me into a lich, I'm gonna go on a killing spree. Victor said expressionless, as he stared at the system interface. Chapter 17 Floor 6. Let's go through them, shall we? Undead Aura. Inflicts fear/terror/hallucination on targets that are affected. Duration varies depending on target. This status effect cannot be cleared with external skills or magic. Level, Max. Mana cost, none. Negative Burst. Send out a wave of negative energy that deals magical damage to surrounding targets. The closer the target to you, the more damage is dealt. Level, Max. Mana cost, 30. Radius, 15 m. Domain of the Undead. Declare a region of space around you as your domain. All undead allies within your domain receive an increase of 20% to attack and defense. All opponents within the domain receive a -20% to attack and defense. Level, 1. Mana cost, 5/S. Touch of Death. Instantly cause critical damage to any target touched with your hands. Level, 1. Mana cost, 10. Legion of the Dead. Call forth an army of undead to do your bidding. Level, 1. Mana cost, none. Legion, 0 out of 5. Undead Body. As an undead, you do not require sleep or rest, and you do not require any sustenance, nor are you held back by the need of bodily functions. Your stamina is limitless, and you do not accumulate fatigue. Any injury aside from a critical or fatal head injury will not kill you, and will not hinder your mobility or bodily functions, but damage will still be taken. You are able to survive in extreme conditions of cold and heat, and radiation, up to a certain limit. You will naturally heal your injuries after a period of time, but cannot regain lost body parts. Foreign body parts can be attached. Necrotic/negative energy is converted to healing/mana supplement. Healing/holy magic is converted to damage, penalty lessened. Complete immunity to sickness and disease. Complete immunity to psychic attacks. Complete immunity to poison attacks. Complete immunity to curses. Dash, plus 20%, damage from fire-type attacks. Dash, plus 50%, damage received from holy/light magic attacks. Can enter holy grounds. These changes are subtle but very important. Overall, I've gotten stronger, and my stats too. I don't think those numbers match a level 20, right? It doesn't matter for now. Victor said, as he resumed his journey towards the more advanced floors of the dungeon. He had the evolution material of the fiery-tailed wolf and the dungeon bat, but he had changed his plans a bit since then. These were low-level creatures, so he wanted to instead descend the dungeon, and when he got to the floors above 70 where the monsters are stronger, he would use theirs to evolve. For the meantime, if he saw any monster with a unique ability or something so eye-catching, he would consider it, and maybe use it for his second form, which he was also yet to start developing. Before that, there was something Victor needed to clarify. System, say I was to acquire a vampire bloodline and evolve it to the limit, and then combine it with my zombie form, what would happen? What will I become then? A vampire, a zombie, or a zombie vampire or vampire zombie? Victor asked, as he made his way to the 6th floor. You will ultimately become a hybrid, like with any other evolution. If you are requesting which one will precede in terms of your form and appearance, then it will be whichever you choose. But most of the traits of being a zombie will be retained, and your innate ability will still be in effect. So, if I were to say, change my form into that of a human, the effects of undead body would not disappear, correct? Yes. Do note that if you are to acquire the bloodline of a different race that has an effect due to their innate ability that counters the one you already possess, the more advantageous one will be picked over the other, or a new trait will be created from the two, and they in turn will be removed. Oh ho. That's a really nice effect, certainly. Victor said. If there was a horny race in the majority of the fantasy novels and anime Victor knew, it was the vampire race. He could only pray they weren't just bloodthirsty creatures in this world he was in now, as that would be very sad. System, apart from vampires, what other race can I fuse with to get that desired effect? Victor asked, putting emphasis on that. The demonic race is a good choice. Their characteristic are close to the undead, and would be able to fuse wholly with your current form. Ah, I see. I never like bodybuilding and giant body parts, so I was having second thoughts about what to do with my second form, but I'll just use that form as I intended still. As experiment. By now, Victor had reached the path that lead to the 6th floor, and stepped in without any caution whatsoever. When you are this powerful, what is the need to be so cautious, right? I should distribute these stat points soon. You'll never the strong monster that can be hiding in these lower floors. One can never be too careful. Victor said, as he descended the path. It wasn't that he wasn't being careful, but as his sense stat increased, he could pick up the smallest signals with his 5 sense, and from a considerably long distance no less. As far as security was concerned, the entire area close to him was already being monitored by him even without trying. As Victor could remember, from floor 6 to 14, the monsters that were prominent were beast-type monsters, and their levels were also not that high. Just as he stepped foot in the 6th floor, his senses picked up something closing in at him, though, was it because of his stats? The monster on all fours seemed to be running a bit slow. This speed. It's probably me who is fast. Great, this will also do for a good test. As the monster leaped into the air and was about to pounce on Victor, he inserted his index right finger into his mouth and covered it with spit, then dug his sharp claw-like fingers into the beast's neck, while skillfully avoiding its attack by sidestepping. As the beast fell to the ground, it tried to stand immediately, but fell back down in pain as it winced sorrowfully before giving up. No, it didn't give up. Its life was taken from it without any chance for it to fight back, as per jungle rules. The weak only live to die to the strong. Victor inspected the corpse for some seconds, as he noticed some fur-changing texture. As he grabbed the beast by the hind leg and raised it up, the underbelly skin gave up under pressure, and the insides of the beast poured out, most of which had turned to a pulp of mess. This rot is just too destructive, and it's not even a type of poison or something that is secreted. My entire saliva carries this power of rot. Victor said, as he felt a little stab in his dead heart. I know I'm just imagining it, but it hurts. I won't even be allowed my first kiss. I'll literally kill the first girl I kiss. Victor reminisced, as he looked back on the days he practiced the sacred art of kissing with his mirror. Did he waste his time for nothing? It better not be a shitty bored goddess who brought me to this world like this. If not, they are dead. Just as Victor was still consoling himself, he sensed a horde of monsters approaching his location, and fast too. It was as if they were running with everything they had, like they were being chased by something. Victor didn't move an inch and waited for the monsters to come to him. There was actually no point running, since they were coming from both sides, the only two ways that lead into the other parts of the floor. I wonder what they are running from. Victor thought. The first set of monsters came into sight, as they dashed forwards towards him. They appeared to be some type of wolves or something along the lines of that, but their size was bigger than that of a normal wolf. Victor couldn't help but feel something was off, as it felt like he was actually being targeted and the monsters were running towards him, but why? Are they angry I killed one of them? No, that shouldn't be. For the initial moment though, Victor wanted to watch and see what would happen. Sure enough, as the beasts closed in, they tried to pounce on him and bare their razor-sharp teeth into his skin. This time however, instead of dodging, Victor stood firm and allowed them bite. He hadn't had an opportunity to test his defenses, he already couldn't feel any pain, so he just wanted to confirm how tough he was. As the beasts bit and bit, all Victor felt was fur rubbing against his body, and the tickling sensation of the many teeth against his skin. As a zombie with no blood or fluid, Victor's entire body was as hard as it gets. After he became a zombie lord, he was sure his skin was at least as tough as steel. This was another reason he wanted to change this body. What is romance if your companion is a stuffed steel bars? Are you going to let the girl hump the smooth hard bars? Or are you going to provide a slippery den for the counterpart? Alas, this zombie body was only good for battle and survival. Negative burst. Victor said with a calm and plain voice. Completely out of focus with the happenings around him. As a wave of purplish-black energy washed across in a 360-degree manner, colliding with the ceiling and walls of the cave, and extending as far down the cave paths the beasts came from, all the beasts around Victor dropped death in an instant, without the slightest resistance. Interesting. Is this really the anomaly from last time? Or have the humans sent their champion? It doesn't matter, either one, none is as powerful as me. Weaklings. Ha ha ha. Chapter 18 High-Level Monsters. All I did was take a nap for some days, and such a character has appeared in my dungeon. I just need a little more, and those foolish humans will suffer, surely. A mysterious voice said. With the group at the higher floor and this arrogant one that is challenging my dungeon alone, no matter, they will all perish. Before they get to the 48th floor, my package should have arrived. The voice said, before letting out a sinister laughter that echoed through a hollow space shrouded in darkness. That was odd. Victor said, as he looked at the corpses. This was the first time monsters had behaved this way. It was clear that they were being drawn to him, and there was no mention of something like this from the adventurers. More are coming, Let's see. Victor could tell that this was just the first wave, as he could hear more thundering steps closing in on his location. He casually brought out his map device and turned it on to look at the map for the current floor. Not as complex, but larger. It seems as the dungeon advances, the floors increase in size. Got it. Victor was able to memorize the map so he didn't need to keep checking it as he moved. After he was done, he put it back into his inventory while heading towards the path beasts were coming from. It was easier to go to them instead of waiting. Besides, he wasn't interested in their flesh. Creating a body with such weak monsters would only serve to create something mediocre in the end. For his second form, Victor was looking to create a world-ending monster, one that would force the whole world to unite if they ever hoped to go against it. The first form would just serve as a convenient husk for him to easily move around and enjoy a normal life. He easily finished his business in the 6th floor, and advanced to the 7th. There was no need to dilly-dally any longer, wasting time in the lower low-level floors. From the 7th onward, Victor planned to just blaze through, with his primary goal being to reach the higher high-level floors. Victor continued his descent to the higher floors, and just like the adventurers said, the 6th floor down to the 14th floor had beast-type monsters as the more prominent monster type. Out of every monster he encountered, there was none that was noteworthy, and none possessed a desirable skill, so he just blasted through. The 15th floor onward seemed to be also ordinary, filled with weak monsters roaming all over and nothing eye-catching enough. The information was that he would encounter insects and snakes, but so far Victor had only been killing insects and was yet to see any reptile. This, of course, was only up to the 21st floor. As soon as Victor got to the 21st floor, he noticed an abnormal silence that he was yet to experience so far. It was as though no monsters roamed the dungeon floor. Victor could only think of it as the attitude of reptiles, being silent and sneaky. Was this really normal? He questioned himself, but it was useless to worry. Few assassin reptiles wouldn't stop him from his goal. He pulled out the map device from his inventory as it then materialized into his hands, then he proceeded to study the floor map. On the map, there was an open section that was quite wide, at least if Victor was to convert it to actual size, it would be as wide as a football pitch, if cut in half. Why do I get the feeling that there'll be something eye-catching there? Victor asked, as he thought about it. If it were in games, such an area would house probably a raid boss at the least, and a big one at that. My instincts are telling me to go sightseeing and take a break from this constant descent. Hey! I would want to stop and catch my breath, but I don't even tire, nor do I feel tired. As Victor said these words, a thought about his old world came into his mind. If I turned my father into a zombie earlier in his life, won't he and his boss worship me as a god? Since zombies don't tire, he would basically live at the office and work 24/7. I returned, I would become a multi-billionaire. Victor thought as ideas formed in his head. One zombie worker, $1 million. The entire world's government would be at my doorstep practically begging me to take their money and shit. Good thoughts, good thoughts. Something Victor had noticed was that his emotions were practically almost gone. The emotions and feeling were still there, but as if everything was suppressed. Though, this hadn't surprised Victor in the least, he was undead after all. That was one of the things they had going for them. Not being affected and never being under the influence of his emotions, Victor would always be able to think and process situations properly and efficiently. He carried on, heading towards the large area he had seen on the map. After some time, Victor arrived at the location, and the sight before him completely threw him off his balance for the slightest millisecond. There was a lot of fog in the entire area, but it wasn't thick enough to stop hinders Victor's vision. Is that an actual monster? Victor thought to himself as he moved closer and into the fog slowly. What he was seeing before him currently was an enormous figure that only appeared as a shadow through the fog. Victor couldn't tell exactly what kind of monster it was, but the size alone was enough to terrify even a high-ranking player. After getting within a certain range, the whole area started shaking wildly, as though they were at the epicenter of an earthquake. The intense rumbling continued for a short moment, and as it did, the fog covering the entire area began clearing, and by the time the rumbling had subsided, the fog was completely gone. Before Victor were two Gigantu monsters that stood at the same height with a story building for the spider-looking monster, and nothing less than a couple hundred feet for the serpent. Their combined structure was what gave Victor the impression that these monsters were one when he could only see them through the foggy area. System, identify these monsters, Victor said, completely calm and unfazed by the ferocious beasts towering over him. Dark poisonous spider. Giant forest snake. As Victor heard the monsters' names, his expression turned a bit dumb as he stared at them. Poisonous spider. Forest snake. Why is poison in the name of an already poisonous species? And what the hell is a forest creature doing in a cave? The terrain was not even modified to fit the name. Come to think of it, where did the fog come from? Victor exclaimed in his mind. Surely, he thought, whoever was responsible for this blunder in design had to pay very dearly. As these thoughts bottled up in his mind though, Victor was secretly smiling. In fact, it wasn't only a smile, he was grinning as sinisterly as a grim reaper who had found extra souls. Apart from the names, the system also displayed their levels, and these were officially the first high-leveled monsters Victor had encountered in this other world, and he was about to fight them. Dark poisonous spider level 47. Giant forest snake level 50. Well, these weren't exactly high-level to the bone, but dash. He has arrived. Kikiki, let's see how you disperse and beg for your life. Worm. A voice said from a dark room. Chapter 19 Monster Fight. Dark poisonous spider level 47. Giant forest snake level 50. Victor fixed his eyes on the targets before him, their towering structure sending chills down his spine, or at least that was what it was supposed to be. Merely thinking of it, Victor couldn't stop himself from grinning widely, before the expression faded, bringing his face to normal. It seemed that lately, his zombie side had been overshadowing his human soul. It had become quite noticeable just how cold his heart, not the physical one, had become. But this didn't bother Victor at all. Not being ruled by his emotions wasn't all that bad, plus he expected it would happen sooner or later, seeing as he was an undead. The only thing he would say was the downside, was the fact that he wouldn't be able to derive joy from killing the adventurers that killed him earlier. Thinking about it now, maybe he wouldn't kill the next time they meet, that is if they don't act up by then. He no longer hungered for revenge, not even in the slightest. After I kill these guys, the experience points should be much, right? I wonder how much? Victor thought. Well, he would just have to find out himself after killing them. Apart from the experience points, there was also the matter of evolution material. Things were just good no matter how he looked at it. Before that though, while the monsters are engaging in their stare down with him, Victor used that opportunity to prepare for the battle. He had no weapons, so the only way was to use his bare hands. Melee combat wouldn't be very helpful against these types, so he could only rely on his animalistic side. Besides, his extra stat points had been lying there collecting dust, he was going to distribute them later anyway. First, Victor was confident in his defenses and mana capacity, so he paid less attention to does. The body of a zombie lord wasn't that easy to kill after all. Vitality, 48. Magic, 15. Intelligence, 53. He had also intended to beat these two monsters with pure physical strength without using his skills, but if they do get affected by his passive skill then that would be unfortunate, at least they should hold out till he has beaten them quite a bit. This should do, I can already feel the difference in my own strength. The moment he added so much points into his strength stat, he could actually feel his body changing in a weird way, he felt like he could crumble a trailer at that moment, same with his other stats. Just as he was done with his preparations, the serpent lashed out a surprise attack on Victor, as its tail struck the ground where he stood. Fortunately for him, the speed of the snake looked like the monster was moving in slow motion. He didn't even need to agitate himself much, as he walked away from where it was striking. Is this really how a level 50 should be? This is ridiculously slow. Or maybe, it's a strength-type monster, Victor said to himself. To test his theory, he let the snake's next attack land directly on him without attempting to dodge. After missing to hit its target, the snake followed up its attack by sweeping the group before it with its tail. With an incredible speed for anyone watching, the tail propelled with such force sideways towards Victor, and landed square dash. The collision with the earth and with Victor caused a bit of dust to rise, but vision wasn't obstructed for long. When the dust cleared, which was after a couple seconds, Victor could be spotted with his right palm against the serpent's body, as he blocked the tail. I'm tougher than I thought, or is this snake just weak? How strong are the levels in this world? And how strong is my level? Do I even use the level system of this world? Victor questioned himself. He knew of his strength, but at least this level of attack from a beast of this level should have at the very least sent him flying, at least. Victor had barely moved a few inches from the attack, and to say the least, he was a bit disappointed. I was going to take my time, but maybe I should just end this quickly, Victor said, as he pushed the giant tail that stood as tall as himself away. He jumped towards the snake's head, as he propelled himself through the air, and in a split second he was already almost close, when he sensed something. Twisting his body in an awkward manner, he flipped himself mid-air, and seemed to have dodged something that his eyes couldn't pick up. As he landed at the snake's head, he pushed himself off and towards a close-by wall. While he did, the spider that had just been watching the show jumped back several meters, and as its legs touched the ground, a stream of purplish-green fluid shot from it towards Victor. Seeing the incoming liquid which Victor needed no explanation to know was poison, he leapt immediately towards a raised platform on the same side of the wall and avoided the attack. Though, the whole thing wasn't intense in any way for Victor. From his perspective, the soaring fluid was like a floating bubble not worthy to be an attack. But, that wasn't something he wanted on his body if he could help it. There are acids that can easily melt through steel, heck the HCl in a human's stomach can accomplish the same feat. Testing poison from magical monsters wasn't exactly something he was going to use himself for. When the fluid touched the rocky surface, it began to melt and liquefy. Victor ignored that, and stared at the spider. After taking a closer look, he noticed something around the space where the spider was. Are those webs? No way, right? Victor said, as a thought came to him. In all fantasy-related things where spiders were mentioned, be it manga, anime, or novels, there was one thing this particular monster was always said to have. Steel threads. It has to be. So that's what I sensed. Not bad. At this point, Victor was through with these monsters. There was nothing special they had to offer except for their EXP and flesh. He had overestimated his opponent this time. Let's end this, Victor said, as his dark red eyes shone even brighter from afar while he stared at the monsters. 2mm. The cave braced the loud rumble as Victor shot from the platform he was on towards the serpent. These monsters had been completely disappointing, unbefitting of their status, at least, to Victor. With a spinning mid-air Nario Chagi, axe kick, to the serpent's head, Victor forced a head plant right into the hard ground. If an X-ray could be taken at that moment, it was clear that several bones had either broken or shifted severely out of place. He followed immediately with a falling punch, but at the last minute withdrew his punch. An idea had come to him. I wasn't going to use skills, but guess it can't be helped. I don't want your body too damaged, Victor said, as he placed his palm on the serpent's head. Touch of death, Victor said. Following his words, a black-colored energy enveloped his hand, and then as if it slipped into the serpent's body, a portion of this energy felt him, then it disappeared. Since the skill level is low, it's probably able to work since the monster is in a weakened state and already close to death, Victor said, as he received a system notification. Killed giant forest snake. Plus 60, 000 EXP. Level, 20, 0/91, 360, 000/91, 360. Within a few seconds, Victor was done with the serpent, and moved towards the spider, which he also killed effortlessly. Killed dark poisonous spider. level 20, 60, 000/91, 360, 000/91, 360, 640/113, 450. You have leveled up. Now, I should take just enough, I don't need too much. Victor found a favorable spot and dug into the spider's flesh, digging out enough to use as evolution material. New sample detected. Analyzing sample. He did the same with the serpent, and the system prompted a similar message. Now that he had gotten their material, it was time. After dragging their corpse to the same location, Victor stood before them. Using his thoughts, Victor activated skill, Legion of the Dead. This is the first time this skill has been used. Please, assign a command word. There was no way he would throw this opportunity. Arise. Command word assigned. Chapter 20 Mountain Tiger. As soon as Victor uttered this word, the corpse before him twitched a bit, and before his very eyes, the serpent turned pale as color felt its skin. A few more seconds passed, and then the spider shook slowly, before rising to its feet, same with the serpent. As they rose up once more, Victor got a strange feeling, as an innate connection between himself and the two creatures was felt deep in him. It was strange, but deep within his person, Victor felt the two monsters, like they had a place in him, like they would never betray him. The newfound bond felt stronger than that of blood. It was truly supernatural and astonishing. This feeling, I guess you guys won't become a Judas by my side, huh? Victor said. Dark poisonous spider has dropped in level due to effects of being reborn. Dark poisonous spider level 40. Giant forest snake has dropped in level due to effects of being reborn. Giant forest snake level 40. That's expected, I guess. You have acquired 2 undying soldiers that will forever serve at your side with unquestionable resolve. This okay. After that, Victor inspected the now walking corpses, precisely, where he had taken out pieces of flesh. Just like he thought, any injury or deformity sustained before they became zombies were retained, and would remain so forever, unless under special conditions. This is good enough. Victor said. Legion of the Dead. Call forth an army of undead to do your bidding. Level 1. Mana cost, none. Legion, 2 out of 5. Dark poisonous spider, level 40. Giant forest snake, level 40. Is this all the information provided? Well, I guess leveling up the skill will solve that. Victor said, his now unnatural calmness exuding coldness. From that point on, Victor didn't encounter any more abnormalities as he climbed the floors. His skill, Legion of the Dead, was able to store a certain number of undead for him to summon at any time to do his bidding, but it had another effect. All his undead under the Legion could also level up, and unlike regular zombies, they had a higher level of intelligence. Though his subordinates could grow stronger by leveling up, Victor didn't have time to allow them go around killing monsters. Besides, they were not a cheat character like himself. Because of his title, one who is favored by the process, Victor is able to bypass level restrictions when it came to leveling, but his skills couldn't be shared, so these 2 monsters under him were under the normal laws. Even after killing 10,000 zombies, they won't level up. That was something Victor thought to look at later. On the 29th floor, Victor came across another opponent after descending the previous floors rather peacefully. With every floor he descended, Victor noticed just how vast the one after gets. From the first floor where the size was like that of a mansion's compound, to the current floor, the 29th floor where the size was nothing smaller than a mid-sized village. Unlike the last time on the 21st floor, this time Victor encountered the monster by chance and didn't go looking for it. What is this energy? Is this a beast's aura? Victor thought to himself. Maybe T was the influence of the knowledge from Earth, seeing as Victor was something of an otaku. There was no better way to describe it. As he moved closer to the spot, he noticed the figure of a monster half the size and height of the 2 he had taken in to be part of his legion. This time, there was no fog or obstruction in sight, so Victor could see the monster right away. It was a white tiger. Isn't that a tiger? What's a tiger doing in the reptile and insect section of the supermarket? Victor questioned, starting to think whoever designed the cave must be somewhat dumb. The system quickly identified the monster for Victor, and after seeing the name of the monster, Victor couldn't help but think the person who designed the cave was actually dumb. White Mountain Tiger level 50. Well, the experience points are welcome. Victor said, as he dashed forward without warning, even before the tiger noticed him. The beast was sitting on top a mound of large rocks with its eyes closed. Unlike last time, Victor wasn't interested in dragging this one out, so he went straight for the kill. The tiger had heightened senses, so halfway before Victor reached it, it had sensed him coming already, and only managed to dodge at the last second. Actually, it had turned out that the tiger wasn't the one that dodged, instead it was Victor who didn't attack. He was already thinking of adding the beast as one of his subordinates, so he didn't want it to sustain much injury, if possible none. Though the tiger had managed to dodge, that miracle was unfortunately one in a lifetime kind of miracle, as now Victor was only some couple meters away from the tiger. With his mind, he activated the skill, Touch of Death. Touch of Death. Instantly cause critical damage to any target touched with your hands. Continuous contact will increase the damage dealt. Level 1. Mana cost, 10/S. A/N. I adjusted the effects of the skill. Before the tiger could think its next course of action, Victor was standing on top of it as he vanished in a flash from where he was standing. He placed his right hand on the tiger's head, and in just a few seconds the tiger collapsed on the floor, dead. Killed White Mountain Tiger. Plus 60,000 EXP. As he came down from the tiger's back, he got a system notification. System analysis complete. Dark poisonous spider has been analyzed. System analysis complete. Giant forest snake has been analyzed. Due to small amount of evolution material, choices of evolution are limited. I expected that. Victor decided it was time for him to try evolving and mixing other creatures into himself to see the results. Before, he wasn't too keen on doing this, as he wanted to maintain a human appearance, but now, he just wanted to get stronger. Or maybe I should still maintain my first form, so I'll do that. Victor couldn't help but think. My soul has really become undead, right? For someone who was once human, I don't dash. Victor kept that idea out for the meantime. Before him now was the corpse of the tiger he had just killed, and following it was the EXP he had gotten after killing it. Now, he was going to fetch some flesh, then the beast will be turned into his subordinate. Chapter 21 Naming. New sample detected. Analyzing sample. The system notification prompted Victor after he swallowed a chunk of the monster's flesh. He wasted little time after that and proceeded to raise the tiger as part of his legion. There was something he noticed this time. After the tiger died, a short while later a cross appeared above the beast's corpse, floating just above it. Victor needed no explanation, as he knew what it meant, so he approached the tiger, and with the trigger word he rose the beast. You have acquired an undying soldier that will forever serve at your side with unquestionable resolve. White Mountain Tiger has dropped in level due to effects of being reborn. White Mountain Tiger level 40. After checking out the beast for some quick seconds, Victor put him away. Seeing as he had found the tiger unexpectedly while heading for the door to the next floor, Victor thought maybe if he did more exploring and went around the whole dungeon, he would be able to find something useful. Unfortunately, after wasting his time to navigate through the entire floor, he didn't find anything noteworthy. A complete waste of my time. Maybe I should leave these encounters to fate, Victor said, as he headed back towards the door to the next floor. He began his descent, just like always when going to another floor, but halfway through he encountered water. Because of the narrowness of the passageway to the next floor, it meant for the most part he would have to travel underwater, at least until he got to the next floor. Although Victor hesitated for a moment, he quickly remembered that he didn't need normal bodily functions to stay alive. He quickly checked if he was even breathing to begin with. Though he had checked this before, he wanted to make sure, just in case. As Victor found out, he still breathed normally like any living thing would, but when he held his breath, there was no discomfort, and he didn't run out of breath. The perks of being a zombie, Victor thought, as he approached the water slowly. Another thing he wasn't sure of was how underwater combat would be like. Guess we'll have to find out. All he needed to do was get a touch on his target, and that was it. Victor wasted no more time, and dived into the water. Underwater, he found breathing not to be a problem. After all, he could just hold his breath for as long as he wanted. After a while, Victor came to a point where he could see a bit of light above, so he headed out. The cave had these little crystals stuck to the walls and ceiling that emit light. I forgot to point this out sooner, though the light produced is never enough and is just as much as a dim moonlight in most areas. Victor as an undead had no problem seeing at all. He swam towards the closest land, and after getting out of the water, he continued his journey towards the door to the next floor. As a zombie, He needed not to dry his clothes as he didn't catch a cold nor get skin disease, it was just perfect. Quickly, he pulled out the device that had the map, and after studying it for a while, he placed it back into his inventory. There was something else he wanted to try, so he brought out the serpent. "Come forth, giant forest snake," Victor said, and following his words the ground a couple feet away from him covered with mysterious black smoke as the serpent emerged from the smoke. Looking at its size now, Victor changed his plan. What he wanted to do was let the serpent go towards the door to the next floor after giving it some instructions. This was to test how intelligent the beast was, or at least how much they could follow orders. But, the fact that it could get stuck in some part of the cave that might be narrowed was the reason why he changed his mind. "You are too big," Victor said. He also thought whether he could name them, as calling them by their species name was a bit tiring. "System, is it possible to name my Legion members?" Victor asked. "Yes." "Would you like to name them?" "Yes," Victor answered. The same mysterious black smoke that felt ethereal started forming and covering the area around the snake, and after a while the tiger and the spider came into view. "Please, grant a name to your Legion members." You," Victor said, as he shifted his attention to the spider. "I don't know what gender you are, though," Victor said, as he rubbed his chin a bit. He looked at the system, but even the system couldn't tell what gender the spider was. So, Victor just went with instincts. The spider wasn't intelligent enough to notice anything, so it didn't matter in the end. "You shall be called Eric," Victor said. At the moment when he gave the monster its name, something changed within Victor, as he could feel the bond between them strengthen and grow. What a feeling. It's like I can tell what this guy is thinking. Or something like that, I guess. "You shall be called Konda," Victor named the snake. "And you, I want something fierce, something that shows power," Victor said, as he looked at the tiger. "How about Gurok?" "Yes, let's go with that. From now, you are Gurok." Similar to the other two, Victor also left the bond between him and the tiger strengthen, but unlike the other two, this 1 inch was more powerful and deeper. This. Is it because I put more thought into his name? But I don't know what it means though. Or is it because he is a beast, and beasts bond better than reptiles and insects? Victor thought to himself. He couldn't help but feel sorry for the poor creatures. Victor wasn't the best when it came to naming things, especially living things, and he didn't want to give them human names either, that would just be weird, so these guys could only cherish whatever names he gave them. Note. Members with a deep connection with you can also be evolved through the system to a certain extent. The system said, while Victor was still checking his monsters. This news was a good one, as it meant he would be able to make them stronger. This is good news. I wonder how much I can enhance them through evolution, Victor said, with a bit of anticipation. Chapter 22 Floor 40. After some time, Victor got to the door that led to the next floor. On the 30th floor, Victor noticed that the terrain was still made up of land for the majority of it, and only from time to time did he encounter water. Also, compared to the other floors, this one was smaller. He continued his descent through the floors without any problems. Any monster he encountered only took one touch to kill, or a single bite, and they were dead. Apart from that, most of the weaker monsters avoided him, so the whole journey was smooth and rather easy. Finally, Victor arrived at the door that led to the 40th floor, and as he entered the path down, he couldn't wait to see what kind of monsters he would be facing. This sure is exciting, Victor said in his mind, as he descended the path. Finally getting to the 40th floor, Victor was a bit disappointed as even after walking for some minutes, he had encountered no monsters. I thought there'll be high-level monsters crawling everywhere. Guess I expected too much, huh? Victor continued on his path through the floor, this time without a map to guide him. The map device became useless as soon as he came into the 40th floor, so all he could do was explore while following his instincts. After a while more of walking around, Victor finally encountered his first monster. Grey Lichen level 50. Looking at the creature, Victor was nothing short of impressed. Its mere form eluded power and strength, and its appearance was ferocious. But, seeing as it was a level 50, Victor wasn't expecting much from it, but he quickly decided on what to do. The beast of a monster looked exactly like a werewolf, standing on 2 legs with a height of at least 2.5 meters. Its animalistic features far dominated its appearance, and it looked aggressive without needing to confront it. It was the perfect creature one would wish not to have at a dance party. Instead, a vampire would be more welcomed. The moment the beast noticed Victor, it started growling as more of its skin-tearing teeth were exposed. Victor just stood still waiting for the beast to attack, but it didn't immediately. After a few more seconds, Victor began walking towards it, trying to bait it into attacking. Surely, the beast took the bait and dashed forward with speed far exceeding its size. Thought werewolves were a bit slower than vampires, Victor thought to himself. Though, at that moment he remembered quite a few times werewolves were depicted to be faster. Guess it all depends on he who makes the movie, Victor said in his mind as he sidestepped the beast's attack and cleanly avoided its claws. No shit. The claws were at least twice as long as the White Mountain Tiger's, and as a proof of its strength and sturdiness, the Grey Leakin was able to effortlessly destroy part of the cave wall on impact. After defending and dodging the Grey Leakin's attacks for a bit more, Victor was sure he wanted to get his hands on the beast's material. He was still superior when it came to stats, but the raw power the beast showed was definitely something. If I combine a bit of this guy to the tiger, or similar, I should get something interesting, for sure, Victor thought to himself. Now, after accessing the opponent's strength, Victor was ready to do away with the beast. It was yet to use any of its skills, but Victor wasn't interested. The part of the cave where their little fight was going on was a tunnel-like space, but it was big and spacious enough for them to jump around without much problem. The Grey Leakin attempted to pounce on Victor, but Victor leapt towards the cave wall to the right side. Then just as the beast touched ground, Victor also pushed off of the wall and shot with considerable speed, sinking his fingers deep into the beast's flesh after tearing through the hide easily. He had dug his fingers just behind the beast's shoulder, as before the Grey Leakin could react and retaliate, Victor dug in more of his hand, and ripped off the flesh that went from the shoulder down to its tail. Victor then leaped back a few meters, and with no hesitation chugged down the chunk of flesh before the beast. New sample detected. Analyzing sample. Victor waited for a while, as neither he nor the beast launched an attack. Just over 10 seconds later, Victor noticed the wound he had just inflicted on the Grey Leakin's back healing. So this is the healing ability of the werewolves, not bad. But not fast either. In one move, too fast for the Grey Leakin to notice, Victor appeared above the beast and with a powerful punch sent it face first into the ground. Due to the Leakin's powerful tenacity and life force, it hadn't died from the attack, so as Victor landed just beside it, he dug two of his hands into the beast's neck and tore its head from its body, instantly killing it. What was the need for senseless blood spilling, you ask? It was because it was possible. Maybe I'll add this guy's claws to my hands. I really need a weapon, Victor said, as he took a seat beside the corpse. Without prayers, Victor dug into the Leakin's flesh and began ingesting evolution material upon material. Killed Grey Leakin. Plus 65,000 EXP. You have leveled up. Status. Level, 22, 31, 190/150, 000. Name, Zombie number 2314. Race, Undead, Zombie Lord. Evolution material, 1000. Class. Title, True Undead, one who is favored by the process. Stat. Vitality, 48. Magic, 15. Intelligence, 53. Innate ability. Undead body. Skill tab. Passive, all title, Rotbite LVL max, Undead aura LVL max, Melee combat LVL 5, Spearmanship LVL 5. Active, Legion of the Dead LVL 1, Domain of the Dead LVL 1, Touch of Death LVL 1, Negative Burst LVL max. Beep beep. System analysis complete. White Mountain Tigray has been analyzed. After that, he left the area and continued his exploration of the floor. He came across two more Grey Leakins, and just as before easily disposed of them. Evolution material. Fiery-tailed wolf, 1000. Zombie, 150000/500000. Dungeon bat, 5000. Dark poisonous spider, 200. Giant forest snake, 200. White mountain tiger, 500. Grey Leakin, 5000. System, I can drop materials that I won't use, right? Victor asked. After a while, he was sure that the materials he would collect would become an unending list. Come to think of it, I'm immortal. Plus I can't be killed, so, this shit will become endless. Yes. Disposing of evolution material is possible. Good. I will have to drop some in the future. As Victor kept going on the path, he suddenly felt something was amiss. Something's here, close. Chapter 23, Floor 42. I can feel the presence of something, Victor said as he scanned his surroundings. He couldn't see anything, but he could sense the presence of it. While he looked around for some seconds trying to find whatever it was he was feeling the presence of, the system gave him a prompt. Beep. Ghost Gecko level 20. Ghost. Is it really a ghost? Like with no physical form? Victor asked. It is a creature with the ability to enter a ghost state for a period of time, the system answered. Well, that's cool, Victor said, as he turned forward and activated his skill, Negative Burst. Since it dealt magical damage, the ghost form was useless and definitely not an advantage. Killed Ghost Gecko. Plus 27,000 EXP. After that, a whitish reptilian creature fell from the dungeon ceiling behind Victor, lifeless. Not bad. Will I be able to turn invisible after integrating it into myself with evolution? Victor asked the system. The creature's invisibility seems to be the effect of a skill. Simply having the body does not guarantee you having its skills. If the skill is analyzed from the sample provided, it might be possible to gain the skill. I see. That also works well for me. As Victor kept exploring, the dungeon started blessing him little by little as he ran into more ghost geckos, exactly 7, and 3 other gray lichens. This was a good harvest. Status. Status. Level, 24, 42, 190/400, 000. Name, Zombie number 2314. Race, Undead, Zombie Lord. Evolution material, 1000. Class. Title, True Undead, one who is favored by the process. Stat. Magic, 15. Intelligence, 53. Innate ability. Undead body. Skill tab. Passive, all title, Rotbite LVL max, Undead aura LVL max, Melee combat LVL 5, Spearmanship LVL 5. Active, Legion of the Dead LVL 1, Domain of the Dead LVL 1, Touch of Death LVL 1, Negative Burst LVL max. Victor had leveled up twice, and also collected enough evolution material from both the Grey Wolves and the Ghost Gecko. He had gone very deep into the floor at this point, but still hadn't found the way to the next floor. After walking around for a while more, he noticed something on the walls by one side of the cave. He had been looking for something like this as he suspected it, but finally, he had seen one. The markings on the cave wall weren't something ancient or runic, they were just directions left behind by those that were here before him, most definitely the adventurers. This is what I've been looking for, Victor said as he approached the wall with the inscriptions. From there on, Victor began following the inscriptions and gradually made his way to the path that led to the next floor. Finally here, Victor said, with the dead body of a grey lichen dragged along with his hand. He dropped the body where he stood, and then proceeded into the path that led to the next floor. The next floor wasn't so different, same terrain as the previous floor. The only difference with this one was that monsters didn't shy away and were in abundance, to an extent. At least when compared to the previous floor they were. There was something Victor had a problem with, though. This world was one where everyone had a level, but he wasn't sure if everyone also had a system. Good thing was, unlike himself, the stronger one gets, the harder it gets to grow in level, and no bonus EXP is given. This was not a game world. Because of this, Victor was sure that he had a cheat on himself. It was like going to a mecha war and you could use CPKT and WT, simply godlike. With this, doesn't that mean there'll be a lot of weak people? I haven't even reached level 30 and I already require up to 400,000 EXP to level up. This is simply insane, Victor said. He could only imagine the amount of EXP he would need when he has to level up to say level 200 or something. Will I even be able to get such an amount? Victor queried. Either way, he couldn't dwell on this matter now. It was simply far too early for that. As Victor first stepped into the 41st floor, he could already hear the movement of monsters around close by. This is better than the last floor, I have to use this opportunity and level up in this dungeon. The adventurer said this dungeon he was in was an abnormal one, so he couldn't say for sure if dungeons with such high-level monsters were in other places. When Victor had explored this floor he was in a bit, and killed a couple of its monsters, it was clear what kind of floor it was. This was definitely an insect stage kind of floor, as he had only been encountering large ants that always attacked in groups. This was sure to be one of the toughest floors mainly because of the monster type. Even low-level ants are difficult to kill as they don't die easily and have a rather tenacious life force. Now however, the ants had extremely strong defenses with their exoskeletons, and their attacking capability was nothing to scoff at either. The ants weren't the typical ones that looked like giant ants, rather they looked like a giant ant that had some sort of mutation and gained a bit from the mantis and a spider. It was quite clear they were ants, but they had 8 legs, using 6 for mobility as normal and the first pair as weapons. The front legs resembled thick blades and could slice through rock easily, coupled with their extremely strong mandibles that looked completely horrifying. Even with all this, to Victor, it was nothing much to show off. He could easily break the exoskeleton like cardboard, and the blade-like pair of hands that were supposed to strike terror couldn't even leave a proper scratch on his body. Though, it did tear his trousers quite a bit. Before anything, Victor had already thought of a good way to use the ant after extracting some evolution material from it. As it turned out, blood could also be used as evolution material. This Victor already knew, but didn't rely on it since it was more efficient to just eat the flesh and get it from there than indulge in the process of draining blood. This was for other monsters. These ants seemed to have most of their insides to be more jelly-like and nothing similar to their exoskeleton, and since Victor wasn't going to stay there and chew on rock-like material, he found a way to suck out the insides of the ants, making the process way faster, and also easier. At this point, he had collected a lot of evolution material, and before going to the next floor, he thought to do some experiment first. This will be very interesting. Chapter 24 Evolving Legion. Alright, let's check what can be done with evolution, Victor said, as he sat down on the ground and brought out the system panel. He had some ideas in his head already on what he wanted to do, and which monsters he wanted to evolve, and with some of the samples yet to be analyzed, his options were a bit slimmer. Evolution material. Fiery-tailed wolf, 1000. Zombie, 15,000. Dungeon bat, 5,000. Dark poisonous spider, 200. Giant forest snake, 200. White mountain tiger, 500. Gray lichen, 4,000. Ghost gecko, 2,000. Mantant, 30,000, can evolve further. After going through the list, the first thing that caught Victor's eye was the last creature on the list, the mantant, which could be evolved further. After the zombie, which was his base form, this was the only other one that he could evolve, for now. While he was going through everything and the possible combinations, a system notification appeared. System analysis complete. Gray lichen has been analyzed. Seeing this system notification gave Victor an idea, so he put away the evolution of things for a while. Seeing as the mantant could be evolved further, he wanted to have an actual mantant in his legion. With that, he would also be able to evolve the individual mantant to the next stage. Technically, Victor was only interested in seeing what the evolved mantant would look like and how much stronger they would be in comparison to the normal mantants. If it did well, he would consider leaving that mantant as part of his legion, if not he can always discard it. It didn't take long after moving around a bit before Victor found a life mantant. He had seen some corpses, but didn't want to use those ones as they were too damaged physically. Without much stress, Victor activated his touch of death and killed it within 5 seconds. With this method, the body was preserved and would look mostly normal after being raised from the dead. Some seconds later, almost immediately, a cross appeared above the corpse, indicating that Victor could raised it into his legion. Arise, Victor said. With the command word, the corpse twitched and then slowly got up. Like others, the color of the mantant's exoskeleton became dull, as the brilliant black that once covered its body became a bit faded. You have acquired an undying soldier that will forever serve at your side with unquestionable resolve. Mantant has dropped in level due to effects of being reborn. Mantant level 40. Victor withdrew the monster after this and left the area, returning to the area close to the path that led to the next floor. As he approached that part of the cave, the system gave some notifications that made Victor happy. System analysis complete. Ghost gecko has been analyzed. System analysis complete. Mantant has been analyzed. Oh, good. Everything is set now, Victor said, as he approached the area. The side he had sat at before was too small, so he moved from that side to another that had a bigger space. System, show me all the possible evolutions between all my Legion members. Victor said. Before him, a screen appeared, a bit wider than the normal system panel. It displayed numerous possible evolutions between Victor's Legion members. Each was unique, but also there were some that made no sense at all. Victor carefully went through the ones that he saw best to choose, and as he did the rest of the options disappeared, leaving those he had chosen. These ones are the best, Victor said as he looked at the options. There were many good options to choose from, but not all were that great when Victor considered the effect of the features. Besides, he didn't know what the future evolutions hold, so he could only go with the best for the moment. Apart from the ones he had chosen, Victor shifted the evolution panel to the side and called up another system panel. Before he started, he wanted to put the mantant to evolve further. Since the evolution material wasn't bonded with any creature, he wasn't really sure how effective evolving it would be. But since the system said it's good, it must be so, Victor thought. Mantant 30.000/20.000 can evolve further. Next evolution, Mantisant. Start evolution on the Mantant, Victor said. Starting evolution on the Mantant. Evolution will now and will take 20 minutes. During evolution, Mantant cannot be summoned. Alright, good. Now, let's look at the others. Just like when he had tried to evolve using the fiery-tailed wolf, a large system panel expanded before him, and on it different three-dimensional images appeared on it with their respective information. The first one Victor chose was an evolution for Eric. This evolution was combining the Mantant with Eric by incorporating some of the Mantant's features into Eric. This evolution was going to reinforce Eric's exoskeleton with the Mantant's extremely tough exoskeleton, and also add their pair of front blade hands. The second was for Gurok, and his was simple. Although there was the possibility of turning Gurok into a two-legged walking powerhouse by combing him with a grey lichen, Victor did want to make such an advanced evolution using a weak monster. Maybe if he could find a higher rank werewolf or something, but not a low rank grey lichen. The fiery-tailed wolf was the one that was incorporated into Gurok, and the effects of this gave Gurok a fiery red-colored tail, and the pattern ran through the middle of his back up to his shoulders. This evolution also gave him an AoE skill, albeit a low-ranked one, probably. For Khanda, Victor had wanted to put him together with the gecko, which was also the only other creature which material he had Khanda was compatible with. But, none of the possible evolutions would grant Khanda a skill, so it was useless. This should be enough for now, Victor said. Just like the Mantant, each of these evolutions took anything between 10 and 20 minutes to be completed. So Victor could only wait. By the time he was done choosing the evolution paths for two of his subordinates, he got a pleasant system notification. Evolution of Mantant complete. Mantant has evolved into Mantisant. Level of Mantisant has increased. New skills have been added. Perfect, just in time, Victor said, as he smirked a little, before the smirk disappeared again. Come forth, Mantisant. Chapter 25 Fight against the Minotaur. Come forth, Mantisant. As Victor said these words, the monster emerged from a smoke-like darkness that had appeared before its appearance. Guess I'll have to name you now then. As the smoke disappeared, what Victor saw wasn't what he expected at all. The ant-like monster from before had completely transformed and now stood on two legs like a human. Its dark exoskeleton with a blue undertone in some parts would have looked very beautiful, if it wasn't for the undead traits. Awesome. A complete change. The Mantisant hadn't lost much from its old body, though. It stood on two legs, and had 4 arms with wings on its back. The main arms, which were the ones connected directly to the shoulder, still had blades for hands, but the ones under were more normal with 3 fingers. As for its head, it still looked very insect-like. It was considerably taller than Victor as it stood close to 7 feet. From now on, you shall be called Amadon, Victor said, and just like other times he named his legion the same feeling he felt. Now, I imagine your exoskeleton has become even stronger, so let's test that, Victor said, as he moved closer to the monster. Casually swinging his hand sideways, Victor blasted Amadon cleanly away from where he stood into the dungeon wall. After a while, Amadon came out barely harmed. Pretty good development, huh? At least a casual strike from me doesn't damage you much this time, Victor said while rubbing a beardless chin, as always. Though the strike looked effortless, he had put in a bit of force behind it, so the increase in defense was good. If everything went okay, then the attack should have increased as well. I'll test that on the next floor. Legion of the Dead. Call forth an army of undead to do your bidding. Level 1. Mana cost, none. Legion, 4 out of 5. Eric, level 40. Kanda, level 40. Gyurok, level 40. Amadon, level 45. After checking the level of each monster in his legion, Victor also confirmed that he still couldn't see more information about the individual monsters. Simultaneously, the system gave 2 notifications that indicated the completion of the evolution of the other monsters. Evolution of Eric complete. Evolution of Gyurok complete. Gyurok acquired a new skill. Time to go to the next floor. Victor approached the path to the next floor, and entered immediately. This floor wasn't as lively as the last. There weren't many monsters in the floor, and so far Victor was yet to meet any. After walking about for a bit, he ran into a monster that looked almost exactly like the gray Leakin he saw on the 40th floor, only thing was this one was black. Black Leakin level 50, the system indicated. Victor, this time didn't bother testing or waiting for the beast to show its strengths. He just went straight for the kill. One strong punch was enough to instantly kill the beast. Maybe it was because of the zombie lord physic and his increased stats, the fact that killing level 50 creatures was so easy didn't seem too realistic to Victor. Normally, doing something like that should be impossible unless Victor was in possession of some kind of high-grade equipment, which he wasn't, or he had some kind of skill active, which also he didn't. System, can you explain why it's possible for me to kill creatures many levels above me? Victor asked, mentally. Your level and stats do not correspond with the norm. For example, with a strength value of 100, you might be able to go toe-to-toe with a creature with a strength value of 150. Your extremely strong physic also plays a role in increasing your overall attack and defense. Isn't that too overpowered? It makes no sense. Why is this? I do not know. Hearing the system's answer, Victor didn't bother pushing it. If the system had the answer, it would tell him. Even if it just didn't want to tell him, there was no way to push it. The most important thing was that it was in his favor. He encountered another monster that resembled a minotaur, but was bigger. The monster held a large battle axe that reached the floor, and a shield in its right hand. Merely looking at it, Victor could tell it was a strong monster. It wore a get-up like a Spartan warrior without the helmet. Minotaur level 85. Victor couldn't tell just how strong the Minotaur would be since he had basically played with all other monsters he encountered. The Minotaur was a physical-oriented fighter with a tough physic, and with a level of 85, Victor was hoping it would be strong. Let's try it out, Victor said, as he walked closer to the beast of a monster. With a resounding roar that echoed through the cave as the sound continuously bounced around the walls, the Minotaur charged directly at Victor with surprising speed for its size. The speed the Minotaur charged with was definitely faster than anything Victor had faced before, so it took him a little unawares, but he still dodged. Victor didn't respond with an attack of his own, instead he jumped to the side, creating distance between both of them. Unlike with other monsters that looked like slow-moving characters to Victor, this Minotaur moved in normal speed to Victor, and he actually had to react with fast reflexes when he avoided its large axe. Victor had many skills that he could use to end the fight in a few moves, but he wanted to test the limits of his physical body against this stronger enemy. With his eyes fixed on the Minotaur, Victor extended his fingers out like claws, before relaxing them. He was ready to go, with the Minotaur. Chapter 26 Battle against Minotaur. Let's go, Victor said as he stared at the Minotaur, not putting out any particular emotion. The Minotaur lifted its axe from the ground slowly and turned to face Victor. Again, with a burst of energy, it charged at him with explosive speed while swinging down its axe on him. Boom. Again, the axe misses, or more accurately Victor dodges as he sidesteps the attack. The attacks were fast, but they weren't difficult to avoid as Victor could still follow the attacks if he just focused a little. With every attack, Victor could see multiple openings to land his own strike. The Minotaur's attacks were strong but also wide. So power in the attack is there but it's wide, Victor noted. Instead of attacking, he had only been dodging the Minotaur's attacks while studying its movements and attack patterns. There wasn't much to analyze even, as the attack pattern was pretty simple, just wide powerful strikes, nothing complex. It also didn't use its other fist to maybe punch or hold him down, it just swung its big axe one-handed. After avoiding a couple attacks, Victor decided it was time. As the Minotaur swung its huge axe again, and like other times Victor sidesteps and avoids the axe, Then with a strong fist, Victor threw a powerful punch right into the Minotaur's midsection as he leaped into the air. Victor's punch sent the Minotaur skating a few meters back, but for the first time in a long while, the Minotaur was fine. Now, up until now all the monsters or beasts Victor had faced either died after one punch from him, or were unable to get to their feet. This Minotaur however was fine, even standing after it took a direct punch. Its defense is quite something now, ain't it? Victor said, still with a plain expression. Victor was a little intrigued after this, so instead of waiting for the Minotaur to attack, he made the first move. Victor, with a burst of speed shot towards the monster, and using the momentum plus his strength, he landed another punch on the Minotaur that was slightly obstructed by its axe. Seeing Victor coming, the Minotaur instinctively raised its weapon to defend itself, but it wasn't able to react fast enough and most of Victor's punch reached it regardless. This second punch sent the Minotaur a couple meters back once again, but it was still able to remain on its feet, without falling. Victor not letting it catch its breath charged in immediately. He could see the monster gritting its teeth hard in pain, as it bragged its large battle axe with both hands. It was finally getting serious, Victor thought. Moving the long handle of the axe before it, the Minotaur blocked Victor's fist. Seeing this, Victor twisted his body midair, and as his leg collided with the axe, he knocked the axe to the side together with the Minotaur as it gripped hard onto it. The speed was fast, but as the Minotaur was dragged to the side by its axe, it still managed to turn its body enough to land a good kick on Victor. Because of the size of the Minotaur, one of its hoof was enough to cover Victor's whole midsection including his chest. The kick came from point-blank range so Victor couldn't do anything about it, plus it was strong. It sent him flying backwards until he met with the dungeon ceiling, then fell back down. Not bad, this guy's strong, Victor said as he jumped back up unharmed. Seeing that nothing had happened to him, Victor only further confirmed his body's durability and toughness. Both of them charged at each other after a little stare down, and the fight continued. For a while, it seemed like both of them were going toe-to-toe, but it didn't take long to see that the Minotaur was starting to tire, and could no longer keep up with Victor. Using its axe, the Minotaur blasted a ton of rock and dust into the air obstructing their fight, then both sides jumped back. As the dust cleared, Victor looked at the monster as its muscles bulged up. What's happening? Victor thought to himself. He stopped halfway as he watched the bizarre scene before him. The Minotaur's whole body began wobbling all over in little ways. In 2 seconds or less, a dark red energy burst out of the Minotaur, and its eyes changed completely and became bloodshot. It grabbed its great axe and let out an ear-tearing roar as it took 2 steps forward, leaving clear footprints on the hard ground. Such heavy steps, Victor thought. With a burst of energy, the Minotaur shot towards Victor with terrible speed, and for the first time, Victor had to use everything within him to avoid the attack, and only did by inches. What is this? Victor thought. System. Beep. The monster has entered a frenzied state. The skill Berserker is most likely active. No wonder. That might be the only way to explain this sudden burst of speed and strength, Victor said. He already suspected this, but just wanted to make sure. Just to be sure. If Victor was to go by the knowledge he already possesses concerning this skill, it is able to increase overall attack by more than 100%, and with so much increase, he wasn't sure if he would be able to keep up. After dodging the Minotaur, it had passed him by a lot due to its speed and the gap between both of them was more than a couple meters at this point. Victor, using this opportunity quickly pulled up his status window. This was the perfect time to use his extra stat points. Ha! The Minotaur once again let out a loud roar then charged towards Victor swinging its great axe that weighed a couple hundred kg around like a little branch. Victor did his best to avoid each attack, and even when he saw an opening, he didn't fall for the temptation to hit. Victor's plan was to hold out till the time was right. Sure enough, Victor's knowledge didn't fail him. From what he knew, the Berserker skill granted massive boost in strength, but came with the downside of reduced mentality and intelligence, so the Minotaur's attack was a little random, but there was no plan behind it. It was fighting with pure instincts. Apart from this, there was another negative side to this skill. After the skill ran its course, the user would be left drained and in a weakened state. That is, if this world followed this rule of cause and effect. Of course, Victor had seen some games where the skill didn't have this penalty, just a long cooldown time. After a couple minutes of fierce fighting, the situation seemed to be playing towards Victor's favor. A bit more and the Minotaur had exhausted the time it had in the Berserker state and had returned to its normal state. Victor stopped as he saw the red energy disappear, followed by the Minotaur collapsing to one knee. Even with this, the Minotaur forced itself to stand as it supported itself using its axe, then the red energy surfaced again, albeit not as much as it was. The Minotaur gritted its big teeth and ran forward. In less than a second, it was just before Victor, but then its skill failed it, or it had simply overexerted itself. The red energy disappeared once more, and as its axe swung towards Victor from the side threatening to cut him in half, Victor skillfully moved forward and disarmed the Minotaur. Using the same motion, Victor took advantage of the momentum and carried the axe through the motion. As the Minotaur's body passed by, its head was set at the perfect position, and Victor swung down on it still with the same motion, adding all his strength in the swing, and cleanly chopped off the Minotaur's head. As Victor handed on his feet, the Minotaur's body crashed onto the ground, while its head rolled forward a couple more feet. The swing from Victor had caused a loud sound as the axe smashed into the hard ground and dust raised with some rock chunks flying everywhere. He left it there and walked towards the Minotaur's body. Well, that took a while. What's best? Chapter 27 Change of Plans. Victor walked towards the Minotaur, and as he did, many ideas started popping into his head. The Minotaur for a fact was a very strong monster, and would be a great addition to his units, but there was another use for it he saw. I forgot to show Victor's level up after killing the numerous ants in the previous floor. So that will be added to his stats, and his level UPS will also be showed automatically. For those that need the figures, each ant is about level 35 on average, giving 30,000 EXP, and Victor killed around 300 inch of them before he left the floor, so altogether that was around 9 million experience points. Plus the experience points he got from killing the Minotaur, which was 115,000, that would be 9,115,000. Status: Level 32, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0/2, 100, 0, 0, 0. Name: Zombie number 2314. Race: Undead, Zombie Lord. Evolution material: 1000. Class: Title: True Undead, one who is favored by the process. HP: 2, 215/2, 215. MP: 2, 0, 0, 0/2, 0, 0, 0. Stat: Strength: 135. Agility: 130. Sense: 110. Vitality: 50. Magic: 20. Intelligence: 58. Remaining stat point: 40. Innate ability: Undead Body. Skill tab. Passive: All Title, Rotbite LVL Max, Undead Aura LVL Max, Melee Combat LVL 5, Spearmanship LVL 5. Active: Legion of the Dead LVL 1, Domain of the Dead LVL 1, Touch of Death LVL 1, Negative Burst LVL Max. If Victor was to use this monster to gain evolution material, he could then in turn use that Evo material he had gained to maybe strengthen one of his units, or even better, create his second form. The second form was something that would be an experiment, so Victor was going to use that basically as a testing husk. It was decided. Victor needed not think so much. As he approached the Minotaur, from its feet, he began tearing off flesh and swallowing. What made eating a bit hard was the fact that Victor had to be careful not to bite the flesh he was going to swallow, not even let his saliva touch its open areas. Whenever his saliva would touch an open wound or the inner part of the flesh he wanted to swallow, it would rot away, leaving nothing to be tested and used as evolution material. Victor had to open his mouth as wide as possible, then gently drop the chunk of flesh and swallow immediately. His body neutralized the rot effect, so when the flesh gets to his insides, the effect would have been removed and the remaining flesh would be analyzed. At least, this is how he saw it to work for the most part. It seems getting stronger always came with risks and annoying problems. This will take some time. This monster is quite big too, Victor said. Ever since, he had been continuously descending the dungeon floors as he made it his primary goal. Any other thing that came along the way was just an addition. Since he would have to stay in the current floor for some time, he decided it was time to train his legion. For the sake of experience points, Victor had been the one killing the monsters, so his legion had none to themselves. To get stronger, they all had to hunt individually and gain experience points to enable them level up, so Victor came up with an idea. Come forth, Legion, Victor said. 4 of you go around and hunt monsters to enable you get stronger. Idling within my body would only make you grow fat and useless," Victor said, while a chunk of flesh hung from his hand. Victor also instructed them to run if they encountered any strong creature they knew they could not handle. Victor knew that if they had to face against something like the Minotaur he just fought, it was sure they would lose. With that, he waved his hand lazily to indicate for them to dispatch. After that, he just dedicated his focus on the corpse before him. After eating everything, Victor left not even a crap on the floor. He finished everything, leaving only the bones and innards as usual. Finally finished this Minotaur. "Alright, no need to wait anymore," Victor said. Victor went on to ask the system how much evolution material was needed to create a new body for his second form, and the answer was 1,000,000. After eating the Minotaur, Victor could only get about 400,000 evolution material from it. With that, he knew he would need to kill a few more. "Alright, next is to find more of these guys," Victor said as he walked away. If he wasn't mistaken, such a strong monster would not be walking around in mass around the floor. This would mean their number within the floor is probably fewer than 10. Finding another one would be tough. Just as Victor was thinking about it, he noticed a familiar figure walking about, coming closer and closer. With his heightened senses, he could recognize the creature. It seems he was lucky, and the Minotaur he had just killed ended up spawning close by. "This is just perfect," Victor said. Calmly, he walked towards the axe felt behind by the last Minotaur and grabbed onto it. Some seconds later, the Minotaur came into view, and since the pathway Victor was on at the moment was wide and stretched out several meters in length, both Victor and the Minotaur could see each other from far away. On seeing Victor, the Minotaur wasted no time and charged towards Victor with all it had. Victor, on the other hand, had just finished fighting this Minotaur, so its style of fighting was still pretty much fresh in his mind, and even without that advantage, he felt he would be able to hold such information even after a long time. From Victor's expression, he didn't want to waste much time with this Minotaur as he did with the last, so he planned to take the fight serious from the start. Victor grabbed on the great axe tightly with his right hand and just stared at the charging Minotaur. When it got into range, Victor planted his feet into the ground, and with all enough strength, Victor swung the axe with both hands aiming at the Minotaur's knee, and sure enough he was able to chop off the Minotaur's left leg. As the Minotaur fell down, Victor carried through with the weight of his swing and aimed for its neck, but the Minotaur was able to move his axe in the way and blocked Victor's attack. The collision between both axes caused a crack in one of them, and the wave from the collision carried through the dungeon space. Using this opportunity, Victor let go of his axe and fell on top the Minotaur's body. "Touch of death," Victor said in his mind just before he reached the Minotaur. From then on dash. Chapter 28 Encounter. I might have to do something about this skill. It's very useful, but also very restrictive. A true double-edged sword, Victor said, as he swallowed chunks of the Minotaur's corpse, tearing them one after the other. Needless to say, while Victor was collecting evolution material, members of his legion were elsewhere hunting. Amadon has leveled up. The system notification prompted Victor just as he was about to place a chunk of meat in his mouth. He said, before swallowing the chunk of flesh. Isn't Amadon the one with the highest level? How come he leveled up before the others? Victor said. Did this just mean that Amadon was putting in more work than the others, or he was just unlucky? Unlike Victor, his legion were still under the normal system, and didn't have the title of one who is favored by the process. Whatever it is, it's good development. Victor continued swallowing flesh and gaining evolution material, until a certain signal entered his mind. It felt weird when it happened, but at the same time he felt a primal instinct, instantly knowing what to do. If he wasn't wrong, Amadon was in danger. Victor had two choices. He either ignored the signal, which would lead to a possible death of his subordinate, or he could abandon the rest of the evolution material before him and go running to his subordinate's side. After thinking about it for some seconds, Victor decided to rush there. Thinking rationally, Amadon was nothing special, he could always get a better one, but something else drove him to go. If Amadon was in such danger, it only meant that he was facing something that much stronger, possibly a couple levels above Amadon. I wonder what it is. After dashing through the dungeon routes for about a minute, Victor finally arrived at the location where the signal was coming from. With him, the other Legion members had just arrived at the scene and were backing Amadon. The others just got here too, Victor said in his mind. Before he could see the enemy Amadon was facing off against, Victor heard a familiar kind of voice and language. A human, Victor said. The voice was feminine, and sure enough, after Victor saw the opponents, he confirmed his suspicion. Before him were two ladies who seemed to be human. One must have been a magician, as he was dressed in their typical attire, holding a typical staff with a crystal embedded on it. Her dress was white, and if Victor had to guess, he would say she was a healer or a holy magic user. No wonder Ramadan was losing, Victor thought. If it was holy magic, then it would deal double damage to Ramadan, not to mention the fact that it weakens undead and overall is the perfect counter for them. Apart from the magician, the other lady seemed to be a fighter, or more appropriately a warrior. She wore a moor that covered most of her body, leaving the head, joints, and some other places. Unlike the magician, she wielded a fat greatsword. The sword's width was at least as wide as a palm, and if nothing else would be very heavy. System: Human level 80. Human level 83. No shit. So this was why Ramadan was almost made history. Not only the level difference, but also the holy magic, or maybe it was healing magic. Looking at the duo, Victor thought of what to do. If they were just normal people, he would have been able to fight against them, but the magician was the problem. Victor might have lessened penalty when it came to matters related to holy magic, but needless to say, it still caused significant damage. Coupled with the warrior, he would be dead before he could kill them both. Undead body. As an undead, you do not require sleep or rest, and you do not require any sustenance, nor are you held back by the need of bodily functions. Your stamina is limitless, and you do not accumulate fatigue. Any injury aside from a critical or fatal head injury will not kill you, and will not hinder your mobility or bodily functions, but damage will still be taken. You are able to survive in extreme conditions of cold and heat, and radiation, up to a certain limit. You will naturally heal your injuries after a period of time, but cannot regain lost body parts. Foreign body parts can be attached. Necrotic/negative energy is converted to healing/mana supplement. Healing/holy magic is converted to damage, penalty lessened. Complete immunity to sickness and disease. Complete immunity to psychic attacks. Complete immunity to poison attacks. Complete immunity to curses. Dash, plus 20%, damage from fire-type attacks. Dash, plus 50%, damage received from holy/light magic attacks. Can enter holy grounds. The whole time Victor was doing these analysis, only about 30 seconds had gone by. From the human state, he could tell that they hadn't even used much of their strength, as they were in perfect condition. While both sides stared at each other, Victor took back his legion as they instantly turned into something like a shadowy smoke and crept back into it as they disappeared. After analyzing the situation, Victor could still see a way to win this fight. If the magician's magic dealt extra damage to him as an undead, it also meant the same for her. Necrotic energy would deal extra damage to her, and since they were humans, he could always just bite them since he wouldn't be needing their evolution material, at least for the time being. The magician's stats would also be focused on magic than physical attributes, so he would be superior in that regard. Should I try my luck? Victor thought. No. On second thought, Victor thought to himself. Not all fights have to be done with brute force. Sometimes, the strongest on the battlefields are those who can't make adequate tactics and strategy, something he hadn't done for a while. There was no need to risk it. Obviously, if he was to rush there and attack at that moment and was killed, he would just respawn due to the effects of the dungeon, but whether he would respawn on that floor was the issue. If he was brought back to the first floor, that would just be detrimental. This was what he was avoiding. I should leave for now. How I wish I had a stealth skill. Chapter 29 Ghost Leakin. A stealth skill. The ghost gecko. Victor's mind moved to this creature almost immediately. The system had said something about not 100% certain if the skill could be obtained even after fusing it with another creature or himself, but maybe he would try it now to see. Evolution material. Fiery-tailed wolf, 1000. Zombie, 15,000. Dungeon bat, 5,000. Dark poisonous spider, 200. Giant forest snake, 200. White mountain tiger, 500. Grey lichen, 4,000. Ghost gecko, 2,000. Mantant, 10,000. Minotaur, 600,000. With these choices, Victor knew just what to do. He walked back as he wandered through the dungeon floor. He had utilized his speed and outran the two ladies, giving them not the slightest chance to catch up. The warrior was a strength type, so she couldn't do much, not to talk of the magician. Victor could remember them as they were part of the team that had entered the dungeon sometime before he started his descent. So that only meant they were separated from the group at that point. As he walked around looking for a test subject, the test subjects presented themselves. Just ahead of him, Victor noticed a pack of black lichens approaching his location. Just perfect. These beasts were nothing for Victor. Without wasting much time, he sped towards them and activated Touch of Death. In mere seconds, the entire pack was lying dead on the floor. Victor ignored the evolution material before him since he didn't think of them as high-grade enough to begin with. He just picked a corpse at random and turned it to an undead as he added it to his legion. You have acquired an undying soldier that will forever serve at your side with unquestionable resolve. Black Lichen has dropped in level due to effects of being reborn. Black Lichen level 45. That very moment, he named the Black Lichen he had just raised so he could commence evolution. You shall be called Wolf, Victor said, and soon felt the connection between them form. He unsummoned the beast and headed straight into the system's evolution window. I wonder what kind of creature would come out of this combination, Victor thought. After going through the possible combination between the Black Lichen and the Ghost Gecko, Victor noticed something immediately. The evolution material he had on the Ghost Gecko was not enough. There was absolutely no guarantee of the new creature gaining any skill. It seemed he would have to let this issue go for now. If he does run into them by chance later, he would fight, but there was no reason to go looking for a fight just like that. Besides, leveling up was going to be extremely difficult from now, seeing as he has already started requiring millions of experience points. But looking at that too, Amadon is level 45 but was able to level up. There was only one explanation Victor could think of. Since his system was different, it was possible his level-up condition was also different. In some manga and novels Victor had read back on Earth, there were people who delayed their ascension or breakthrough to amass more and purer mana so that when they broke through, they would be more powerful than their pairs in the same level. Most often than not, these people were able to fight with people of higher rank or level than themselves, and even come out on top sometimes. It's possible this is what my system is doing. It would explain why I can exhibit such capabilities. Victor was sure this was it. Since he also started from since he was level 1, it meant he had been indulging in this legendary art since infantry basically. Coming back to the Black Lichen he had just added to his ranks, Victor thought of removing it. It had no special attribute, plus he was sure it was a lower rank creature. Apart from himself, it was quite clear he needed to get strong creatures around himself. A dragon would be good, Victor said as he walked away from the corpses. Come forth, Wolf, Victor said. Without being told, Victor could feel it within himself what he needed to do to disband the beast from his legion. With a thought, the beast's body slowly faded away as its flesh rotted away leaving behind bones. As that was taken care of, Victor headed deeper into the floor. He needed to become stronger, strong enough that he wouldn't need to think twice before attacking any creature before him. The Minotaur was a good way to gain a huge amount of experience points at once, so he was looking to find another one or a couple. At times like this, Victor could only wish he had an aggro skill with a large area of effect. How do I get such a skill now? Something like that would be extremely useful, Victor said to himself. He still didn't know of a sure way to get skills, but for now the best way was to evolve and incorporate other creatures into himself. Thinking about this, a thought came to Victor's mind. System, is it possible for me to use skills across my different forms? Victor asked. Yes, though. There are some limitations with some skills. Godly. If this was so, it meant he would still have access to all his skills even after switching forms to his second form. The most important part of this was the fact that the possibility of gaining a skill after evolution is increased if a proper evolution is done. Originally, Victor didn't want to alter the form of his current and base form too much, so he left that for the second form. But now, the second just gained a whole new use. It is worthy to be called a testing ground. Before commencing his plan, Victor would first have to gain enough evolution material to build his second Minotaur form. Then, the experimentation would begin proper. Chapter 30 Brawler Minotaur. Finding a Minotaur really isn't easy. Victor had been going around for a while now, and all he had encountered were black lichens. Shouldn't there be at least more than 2 monsters in this floor? There should at least be something on the same level as a Minotaur or close, Victor exclaimed. The current floor he was on would be the biggest yet in Victor's opinion. He had been running around for some time now, and still hadn't seen any sign of the end. It was really a big disadvantage that the map device only displayed maps of floor 39 and below. If he had the map of this place, it would have made things much easier. After running about for about 20 minutes, Victor finally encountered another Minotaur, as he caught sight of it from afar. After looking for the Minotaur for so long, he wasn't going to waste much time fighting it, so he used his skills. This one was stronger than the two he faced before, as it was a bit higher in level. Minotaur level 90. The Minotaur was no easy target, so killing it wasn't as easy as it sounded on paper. Unlike the other Minotaur Victor faced earlier, this one didn't use a weapon. If Victor's intuition was right, it meant this one used its fists to fight, and this would also mean it was harder to deal with. Hoping nothing unexpected came up, he would just be able to deal with this monster. Just like the Minotaur, Victor was a close combat fighter, so the fact that he had to get up close to be able to attack was going to be a problem since his opponent was also a close combat fighter. Plus, if anything, this one's skin would be tougher since it is something of a martial artist or maybe a monk. As in profession or class. Without stopping, Victor increased his speed and in mere seconds he had gotten within 3 meters of the monster's space. A quick twist of the body enabled Victor to throw a strong kick towards the Minotaur's midsection, but sure enough, it was able to block the attack, and even launch a counter. Boom. The monster's fist banged into the ground as Victor just managed to dodge by inches. This Minotaur would be way harder to deal with, Victor could see. Its attacks were almost twice as fast as the previous one, and the power behind its attacks was very much present. If Victor didn't shift his body out of the way the moment he struck the Minotaur in anticipation that it would counter, his body might have been the one that met with the monster's fist. This fight was going to be very disadvantageous for Victor, if he didn't have a surprise stashed up within him. After avoiding the punch and shifting his body to the side, Victor gained a firm foothold on the ground and putting everything into his right fist, he sent one flying right into the monster's shin bone. Victor's punch didn't send the monster flying, but it couldn't be said that nothing happened to it. The bone was completely shattered, and caused the Minotaur to fall backwards immediately. At least, Victor had provided an advantage for himself, as even if this one was to enter its rage mode and activate a berserker skill, it still wouldn't be able to move well. While Victor thought he now had a bit of an advantage, the Minotaur completely surprised him. Right before Victor's eyes, the Minotaur's leg began healing, and in less than 3 seconds the shattered bone fixed itself and the monster was back on its feet. Shit. So this one's berserker mode is replaced with a hack healing ability. No shit, huh? Victor said, as he repositioned himself and took a firm stance. The Minotaur stood up slowly as if it was sure Victor would wait for it to stand without attacking, and sure enough, that was what Victor did. If there was one thing Victor knew, it was to never follow the rule of waiting for the enemy to transform, but this time he had a valid reason. He wasn't about to attack a monster whose body was behaving weirdly. As the Minotaur got back its feet, its entire body was rumbling, and noticeable waves coursed throughout its skin. This was the same with when the first Minotaur was entering berserker mode, but this one seemed a bit different. For one, there was no red energy formed, and its eyes weren't bloodshot. After it stood up properly, Victor noticed that its size had increased a bit, as its muscles had bulged up all over. Physical enhancement. Probably. Victor said after observing the changes the Minotaur showed. As if the insane regenerative ability wasn't bad enough, now he had to face the monster that he would struggle with normally after its physique had been enhanced. The worst thing that could happen just showed itself. Seeing how everything was playing out, Victor could think of only one thing that he would be able to use. Now for his plan, he just had to wait for the monster to attack. Sure enough, it took no longer than a few seconds of both parties staring at each other before the Minotaur bore its feet into the ground and propelled itself towards Victor with fearsome speed. In 1 second, the Minotaur that stood several meters away from Victor had gotten a couple meters before him. Negative burst. Victor said in his mind, activating his skill. As Victor thought, if he was then the skill might not deal much damage to the level 90 Minotaur, as it would definitely have a high resistance to magic attacks. But, this wasn't a game, and there was no way to tell how much his attacks affected his opponent. Following that, Victor began shifting his body out of the way, so that by the he would at least avoid a direct hit. This was also the time to expose his surprise. Lucky enough for Victor, he just managed to dodge the Minotaur's attack, but he was still hit a little bit while mid-air, and it destabilized him as he was almost sent tumbling. Even with this, Victor didn't dare open his mouth and disorganize himself. While he was just beside the Minotaur as it was passing him by, Out of thin air a great axe appeared in his hand. The Minotaur saw the axe, but by that time it was already too late to avoid it. But this was not worthy of being a threat at all. All the axe would do was cause flesh wound. Using the same motion just before Victor started spinning from the brush with the Minotaur earlier, Victor took out the axe while he was facing the dungeon ceiling, and by the time he had completed his first spin, he dug his axe deep into the Minotaur's back, and it carved a big and deep wound on the Minotaur's back. As soon as Victor's feet touched the wall by the side, he blasted off it straight towards the Minotaur, and while the Minotaur had stopped and swung its hand towards Victor, he managed to dodge the monster's arm and got behind it. As Victor checked the monster's back, he could still see the wound he caused just now close to the Minotaur's shoulder starting to close. In one jump, he got to the Minotaur's back right where the injury was and dug his hands into the open flesh to gain a strong hold. Before the Minotaur could even react and try to shake him off, Victor spat the mouthful of spit into the wound and jumped off. Let's see your regeneration and my rot, which is stronger. Chapter 31 Brawler Minotaur 2. Let's see your regeneration and my rot, which is superior, Victor said, as he got off the Minotaur, landing a couple meters off. And for a brief moment there, a faint smirk appeared on his face before disappearing under seconds. Almost immediately, the Minotaur's skin began to rot, and at a rapid rate. Following just a little behind it, the healing factor of the Minotaur also kicked in, and began fighting against the rot trying to counter it. Sure enough, this whole process was painful, and the Minotaur possessed no pain reduction skill nor was it a masochist, so it couldn't move for a while there. At this moment, Victor had the perfect opportunity to finish business with the monster, but his curiosity had piqued. The fact that his rot bite was powerful was quite obvious, but just how much strength it had in such a situation was unknown. Victor stood a few meters away watching the Minotaur, seeing the seemingly infinite process of rotting and regeneration of its skin. Victor could imagine the process was extremely painful, but the Minotaur was doing a good job of shutting its mouth and bearing the pain. Even in such predicament, the Minotaur still had the strength to launch itself at Victor, threatening to punch him into the ground, but Victor was able to avoid its attack quite easily. Due to the pain, the Minotaur's attack was plenty uncoordinated. After Victor dodged the Minotaur's attack, it immediately tried to follow up its attack, but that too proved to be impossible. Looking at the spot at its back, Victor could see that the rot area had increased, and the regeneration, for some moment there was overpowered. From this, Victor could see that it took a lot from the Minotaur to keep this regenerative process active, and if it was a passive skill, then it was even worse for it as it wouldn't be able to control how much the skill takes. Not like it had a choice in this sort of situation. Victor could also see the Minotaur's muscles collapsing in on itself. It wasn't too dramatic, but it looked sort of weird to say the least. After some minutes passed, it was clear which between Victor's rot and the Minotaur's regenerative ability which was on the losing end, but just after the rot had gone halfway, something else happened. The Minotaur finally succeeded in fighting off the rot and stopped it from spreading, but that was when it had already eaten through halfway of its body, and even after stopping the rot, it couldn't heal the part that had been affected. So that's the limit, huh? Not bad, Victor said, as he moved closer to the Minotaur. The Minotaur had used all of its energy fighting off the rot, so at that moment, saying it was at its weakest state would be an understatement. All Victor had to do was land a perfect strike to the head once, and that was it for the Minotaur. Victor hastily retrieved the axe he used earlier, and with it severed the monster's body in half, separating the side with the most rot from the rest. He was unsure if the rot would continue after some time, so he just had to be careful. With that, it was time to feast on the monster's flesh. After some time had passed, Victor was done eating the monster's flesh, and had gained a lot of evolution material from doing so, but it still wasn't enough. Minotaur, 600,000. Victor needed just a little more, and he would be able to create a body for his second form. After that fight with the brawler Minotaur, just referencing that it uses fists, Victor would roam the dungeon floor without finding anything significant. For the most part, he couldn't send out his legion like he had done before since he didn't have the time to deal with a similar situation like the one from before, or something similar. Victor was starting to think that he would find no other Minotaur on this floor unless he waited for the others to respawn, and running into a Minotaur on the lower floors wasn't guaranteed. Such strong monsters don't usually inhabit 2 floors, and can mostly be found only on 1 floor. Maybe I should start heading back now, Victor thought to himself, but then something caught his attention. Victor slowed down for a bit, then stopped moving altogether. He could hear something, a creature he was yet to encounter, he thought. The sound he was hearing wasn't something he had heard before, so the only conclusion was that it was a monster he hadn't seen before. This thought was enough to stimulate his body forward, if it could. He immediately changed his course and headed towards the direction of the creature he was hearing. After a minute or two, Victor finally arrived at the place where the creature he had been sensing was, and what he would see there wasn't what he was expecting, not in the least. High-rank Fire Imp level 60. A Fire Imp, Victor said calmly. Immediately, he hid himself and tried to conceal his presence, not letting the monster sense him. The Fire Imp was like a large or overgrown crocodile, but instead of hard scales, it was covered in a skin-like surface. Its color was faded red, as it looked like its skin was ash mixed with a bright shade of red, numbing it down. Such a monster would be a piece of cake for Victor. The only problem was that it was a creature with a very high affinity towards fire, which so happened to be one of Victor's weaknesses. Due to his ability, Undead Body, he would suffer a plus 20% damage from fire-type attacks, be it physical or magical attack. Plain and simple, this Fire Imp was something of a natural enemy to Victor. Regardless of the danger and disadvantages, the fact remained. When danger presents itself, there is always something to gain from it for most times, and this was one of those times. This was also an opportunity. Chapter 32 Fire Imp. After some quick seconds of thinking, Victor had made his decision. The Fire Imp might be his natural enemy, but that was only if it could touch him at all. This would work well if the monster didn't possess any ranged attack, or worst an AoE attack. If it had any of those, then it for sure was a big game changer, and a huge disadvantage to Victor. Though Victor wasn't scared of death, he was unsure of what would happen after death. A level 60 shouldn't be too hard to deal with, Victor thought. He wasted no more time and dashed towards the Fire Imp from behind, in attempt to at least catch it off guard. As soon as he got into range, Victor pulled out an axe and in one move split most of the Fire Imp's body in two. Surely it's not so difficult. As long as I never meet them in groups, everything's good. After Victor stored his axe back into his inventory, he went on to eat the monster's corpse and gained some evolution material. Immediately, an idea had popped into his head, and he was sure it would work just fine, and if possible the monster would inherit some skills or skill. Before anything however, Victor would have to find more of these Fire Imps, and that part was a little easy for him. He managed to kill a few more Fire Imps, and also ended every encounter with one strike as he was not interested in testing their skills. Now, he was ready to begin. The last one Victor killed, he did it with his Touch of Death skill, causing no injury to its body, and he also didn't eat it. Arise. You have acquired an undying soldier that will forever serve at your side with unquestionable resolve. Fire Imp has dropped in level due to effects of being reborn. Fire Imp level 50. Alright. You shall be called Pyro. Alright then. Evolution material. Fiery-tailed wolf, 1000. Zombie, 15,000. Dungeon bat, 5,000. Dark poisonous spider, 200. Giant forest snake, 200. White mountain tiger, 500. Grey lichen, 4,000. Ghost gecko, 2,000. Mantant, 10,000. Minotaur, 850,000. Fire Imp, 5,000. Victor opened the evolution panel and tried out the possible evolution paths for the Fire Imp he just added to his legion. He wanted to join the Fire Imp and Ghost Gecko this time. Victor could only hope that the Imp would gain the Gecko's skill. For this evolution, Victor allowed the system to use most of the evolution materials he had of the Ghost Gecko to improve the chances of the Imp getting a new skill. Start evolution on the Fire Imp, Victor said. Starting evolution on the Fire Imp. Evolution will now and will take 20 minutes. During evolution Fire Imp cannot be summoned. With the addition of the Fire Imp, Victor had officially acquired a variety of creatures that would fit most of the monster types, and with them, he would not shy away from creating monstrosities. Victor was going to integrate the Fire Imp's high affinity for the fire element into himself and with it reduce his weakness to fire, if not eliminate it completely. The problem was this idea of his was impossible. Such creatures that have a high affinity towards one element or magic in general acquire this trait as a part of them that is deeply rooted into their being. A simple integration wouldn't do the trick. Instead, a proper evolution is the way to go. Realizing this, Victor immediately knew that he had to hold off on forming a second form with the Minotaur evolution material. Mixing a Hulk-sized bipedal cow and a lizard-like creature just didn't sit well. Victor knew he could do whatsoever he pleased with his second form, but it didn't mean he had to do it stupidly or on impulse. The Minotaur come later, Victor said as he looked down at the corpse of a fire imp he had just killed. System, how much evolution material will be enough to create my second form from a fire imp? Victor inquired mentally. The amount needed is 200,000. Okay. Not as demanding as the Minotaur. Victor went on to hunt for more fire imps as he now wanted to create a new form. After some hours had passed, Victor was able to amass over 100 fire imp evolution material and was getting close to his goal of 200,000. He encountered some groups of fire imps that moved in groups of about 4 or 5, and facing them was a bit damaging to his health. Their fire was very effective against Victor, and caused a bit of reduction to his total HP, and since they weren't physical fighters, their fire magic was quite strong. If they didn't look like large non-scaled lizards, I would say they were mages. Victor said, as he observed his HP, not like they can't be mages since they're lizards anyway. HP, 2005/2, 215. MP, 2000/2000. Victor did a good job avoiding their magic, but his weakness to it made the little that got to him affect him more than it should have. HMP. If I'm lucky, the HP might just fill back up by itself. Victor said, with a hint of sarcasm. Of course he was fully aware this wasn't some kind of game world. There might be systems, levels, and monsters, but it was also quite clear that this weren't all part of some game. Not only did corpses rot after death and not disappear, it was quite clear how much consequences one's action had. Victor continued looking around for more fire imps, and for some tens of minutes of searching he couldn't find any. He was starting to think that he might have wandered out of their territory and was about to turn back, but he had a thought to just check a little more before he gave up. It's that thing again. A voice said from above a platform as Victor walked into a separate pathway that led towards another part of the dungeon floor. This voice, of course, came from the human mage he had met earlier. Chapter 33, Creating New Form. Those two. Victor said while casting a quick glare at them. Though not intended, his eyes carried a certain look to them that always felt threatening to the other party. It's still the best option to avoid them, Victor thought, as he moved backwards and out of their sight. Just like he had predicted, the two humans didn't pursue him any further and just allowed him go away. There was truly no need to engage in a fight at that moment. Just then, while Victor made his way back through the path he came from, a system reminder came into view. While facing off against the fire imps, Victor was superior in the aspect of physical strength, but the fire imps dominated him with magic and he had to keep dodging since fire magic did extra damage to him. During that time, Victor may have received a system notification that he brushed off for later in order not to break his focus. After ordering the system, the notification he had missed popped up at that exact moment like that was its first appearance. Evolution of Fire Imp complete. Fire Imp has evolved and gained a new skill. Level of Fire Imp has increased. Oh. It really did gain the skill. I wonder if it's the invisibility skill, Victor said after looking at the notifications. Victor still couldn't see the stats of his Legion members, so it was impossible for him to see what their stats and skills were, amongst other things. His best chance at knowing at this point was ask them. Something he couldn't really call an option. Though he could communicate with them to an extent through feelings and a deeper connection he shares with them, there simply was no need to do so. He wasn't going to need them in a fight anytime soon, so it made little difference. Come forth, Pyro. Just like others, the imp emerged from a cloud of black smoke and before Victor. The fire imp hadn't changed much, and still looked like it did, with the only noticeable new feature being the light scales that had appeared on its skin. Victor unsummoned it and continued moving around. At this point, Victor was sure he had spent quite the amount of time on the current floor, and wanted to move to the next. First of all, he wanted to find another Minotaur and complete the number of evolution material needed to create his new form. Then he also needed to find more fire imps for the same reason. Sending his legion out to train wasn't an option since the probability of one of them running into the humans wasn't low. Let's retrace then, Victor said. Since the monsters respawned, finding more was possible. The problem was the time it took for these monsters to respawn had increased, and it seemed to be taking longer. Victor had traced his steps back to where he fought the first imp, and still didn't find any. The bones along the way did do a pretty good job of leading the way though. The second Minotaur might just have been my luck. I don't think it was the same one I fought the first time. Victor thought to himself as thought of how much time it was taking for the fire imps to respawn. He had no other choice than to exercise patience. After what must have been a few days, Victor's wait paid off, and the imps began appearing once again. Victor was sure the Minotaurs would also have respawned by that time. Just like he was doing before, Victor walked through the dungeon floor, finding the fire imps and collecting evolution materials from eating them. Good thing these monsters' skin weren't on fire, if not he would get damage from eating its flesh. Some hours passed by, and after that time, Victor was able to collect the required amount of fire imp evolution material needed to form a new body. "This is enough," Victor said, as he stood up. Evolution material. Fiery-tailed wolf, 1000. Zombie, 15,000. Dungeon bat, 5,000. Dark poisonous spider, 200. Giant forest snake, 200. White mountain tiger, 500. Grey lichen, 4,000. Ghost gecko, 2,000. Mantant, 10,000. Minotaur, 850,000. Fire imp, 210,000. This is truly becoming too much, Victor said, while looking at the list of evolution materials. By now, Victor had come to realize something important concerning this evolution thing. If he wanted to produce a creature or form with significant enhancement, having just a little evolution material didn't do the trick, and if he was going for the skills, just incorporating some parts of a monster into his body wouldn't work. Maybe in this regard, the whole process of evolution went past just being a super chimera. Creating entirely new species was possible, and was the best option if he wanted to maximize the benefits. After getting a good form, he could then incorporate other aspects of different creatures into himself. What if I incorporate the parts before undergoing a major evolution? That's also possible, I guess. This just points out that my second form is needed, Victor said in his mind. This may be the first thing he tries out. After finding a relatively secluded area to stay, Victor spoke to the system. "System, begin creation of my second form," Victor said calmly. Beep beep. Starting creation process. You will lose consciousness during the creation process. Make sure you are in a favorable location. You will now lose consciousness as creation process begins. Chapter 34 New Form. Fire Imp. Creation of new form Fire Imp complete. Gained new skill Fire Breath. Received 7 stat points. Agility +1, Magic +5. In this form, your weakness to fire is eliminated. It will take 24 hours to completely adjust to new form. Victor read the system notifications, and for a much-known reason, the angle from which he was reading it felt so weird and different, it was disorientating to say the least. Nothing was out of his expectations, except for the fact that he hadn't gotten any skill that increased resistance to fire. And fire magic. Of course, this fire imp form of his had a high level of resistance to fire and fire magic, and because of that his weakness to fire was alleviated. But, when he changed back to his zombie form, this bonus would no longer be in effect. What Victor was looking for was something that would grant him this benefit even in his other form. Looks like my plan didn't work, but I got something out of this. It's all good, Victor noted mentally. His new plan was to find another creature with natural affinity towards the element of fire. Maybe then he would be lucky enough to get the skill that would suit his goal. In this form, the capabilities of his zombie form transferred into this new form. There were things that became different, like his physique and toughness of his body, to how his stats affected his performance. Apart from things like these, all his skills were still available, though something like spearmanship was probably out of his control. Victor gradually tried to move forward, but it just wasn't happening. After about 1 minute, some information flowed into him. It didn't feel like information or something abstract, instead it felt like a part of his mind that was closed had opened up to him, in his very soul and being. When that happened, he tried to walk again, and without much of a hitch, his movements became as natural as a normal imp. He still walked gradually and slowly, but he wasn't experiencing the same difficulty as prior to the sudden realization. To say the least, the feeling was weird and at the same time familiar, all at the same time. Good thing I don't plan on staying in this form, Victor thought. Another thing about his new form was that his ability to speak was no more, and if he tried, all that came out were animal sounds that made no sense. In an instant, he had returned to his initial predicament when he first got to this world. Victor could not help but thank his luck as he only needed to wait for 24 hours. Victor wanted to come out of the small space he was in, but the thought of facing other monsters kept him from doing that. If he were to meet a minotaur after he came out, although not realistic since he was in Fire Imp territory, he would die instantly. If he met the humans, his fate would be the same. Victor couldn't just imagine combat in his current form. Status. Status. Level, 32, 1, 645, 000/2, 100, 000. Name, Zombie number 2314. Race, Undead, Zombie Lord. Evolution material, Fiery-tailed Wolf, 1000. Class. Title, True Undead, one who is favored by the process. HP, 2/215/2, 215. MP, 2/000/2, 000/050/2, 050. Stat. Strength, 135. Sense, 110. Vitality, 50. Intelligence, 58. Innate ability. Undead body. Skill tab. Passive, all title, Rotbite LVL max, Undead aura LVL max, Melee combat LVL 5, Spearmanship LVL 5. Active, Legion of the Dead LVL 1, Domain of the Dead LVL 1, Touch of Death LVL 1, Negative Burst LVL max, Fire Breath LVL 2. Innate ability. Undead body. As an undead, you do not require sleep or rest, and you do not require any sustenance, nor are you held back by the need of bodily functions. Your stamina is limitless, and you do not accumulate fatigue. Any injury aside from a critical or fatal head injury will not kill you, and will not hinder your mobility or bodily functions, but damage will still be taken. You are able to survive in extreme conditions of cold and heat, and radiation, up to a certain limit. You will naturally heal your injuries after a period of time, but cannot regain lost body parts. Foreign body parts can be attached. Necrotic/negative energy is converted to healing/mana supplement. Healing/holy magic is converted to damage, penalty lessened. Complete immunity to sickness and disease. Complete immunity to psychic attacks. Complete immunity to poison attacks. Complete immunity to curses. Dash, plus 20%, damage from fire-type attacks, penalty alleviated. Dash, plus 50%, damage received from holy/light magic attacks. Can enter holy grounds. Victor wanted to test the new skill he just got to see its strength. He was very well familiar with the skill as he was attacked with it quite a lot, and when faced by a group of fire imps, it can be very annoying to deal with. Victor walked to the opposite side of the small room space that faced the entrance, and just like when he activated any other skill, he thought of it, or more accurately consciously commanded the skill to activate, and it did. He kept his mouth wide open, creating way for the fire to come out of, and in that moment when he commanded the skill to activate, he felt a bit of energy swell in his chest, and the next instant fire came blasting out of his mouth. Unlike what he knew, the fire wasn't as much as the one used against him by the fire imps. Relative to those, his was like a baby flame without control, as it had no definite direction and just blasted everywhere before him. Victor wasn't stupid, and immediately realized what he had done wrong. The thought of fire passing through his bare skin and mouth might have caused him to be too careful at first. There was no reason to hold back now. Victor breathed in and out first, somehow readying himself for what was to happen, then he commanded the skill to activate. At the same time he activated the skill and the energy started swelling within his chest, Victor simultaneously took in a huge ball of air through his nostrils and mouth, and as he did it felt like the energy within him was amplified in a way. The moment he felt it was okay, through his mouth, he poured out the air and energy he had built up within his chest forward towards the entrance directly before him, some meters away. What he saw was just in simple terms amazing. A blazing hot flame shot from his mouth as he continued to breathe out, until he had run out of breath. The flame he spat out was very strong, just like the one he was attacked with, and it burned through 3 meters of space separating him and the entrance, and may have even reached outside. This may come in handy later, Victor said mentally as he observed the range of the skill. Chapter 35 New Form. Fire Imp 2-inch. Quickly, 24 hours passed while Victor hid himself in the small room space, and he could revert back to his zombie form once again. He hadn't achieved what he wanted, but the results he got weren't bad either. With a thought, Victor began changing back into his zombie form. Switching forms into zombie lord form. Victor's lizard-like body started moving in weird and unnatural ways as he switched forms. His arms and legs elongated, and while other parts of his body also stretched out and new muscle fibers grew, other bones broke and restructured themselves to match his new form which he was transforming to. The entire process took nothing more than a few seconds, and Victor was back in his zombie form. There was no pain felt, not that he could to begin with, so the process moved along smoothly without discomfort. There was only one small problem though. His only piece of clothing had been ruined. Should have taken it off first. Another thing to note before changing forms. Victor made a mental note. He walked out of the room-like space, and out into the Fire Imp territory. Of course, the special benefit he enjoyed in his Fire Imp form was gone, and he was, once again, vulnerable to flames. At that moment, a Fire Imp appeared at the scene, and without much calculation, Victor picked up a piece of rock about a handful and tossed it at the imp, killing it instantly. Their skin and physical attributes were just too weak and inferior. I also need to level up one of my skill. I might want to add a Minotaur to my legion, Victor said. Immediately, while also walking along the pathway, Victor pulled out the status window and looked at his skill. He then asked the system what it would cost him to level up a particular skill. System, how much skill is required to level up the skill Legion of the Dead? Victor asked. 30 stat points. The cost was high, but at this point there was nothing Victor could do. Following the system, he traded 30 stat points and instantly leveled up the skill to level 2. Victor wondered what had changed about the skill's usage now, after he upgraded it. He knew the number slot for Legion members would increase, that much was obvious fact and basis. What he wanted to see was if he could now see the detailed information of the members of his Legion and not just the level. This would help him better plan and use them well and more effectively. Victor, using his consciousness, expanded the information on the skill he just leveled up. Legion of the Dead. Call forth an army of undead to do your bidding. Level 2. Mana cost, none. Legion, 5 out of 7. Eric, level 40. Kanda, level 40. Gurok, level 40. Amadon, level 45. Pyro, level 50. Victor tried, but it was simply impossible. The change he was hoping for didn't come, and he could only see their levels at most. It was no big deal for now, Victor thought, as he put it aside for the moment. A few more days went by, and Victor still couldn't find the path that led to the next floor. He was starting to believe he was in a labyrinth and not just a cave as thought previously. The more he tried to find his way out, the harder it got. I'll remain on this floor if things continue like this, Victor said while thinking for an alternative. System, isn't there a way to map out the layout? Or do I need a skill for that? Victor asked. Surprisingly, the system's answer was positive. There is a map function in the system answered. Just then, an option box appeared beside the other boxes at the top of the status panel. Victor was speechless about this, but there was nothing he could do. It was relatively all in the past at that point. Always inform me of important things such as this, Victor said before opening the system panel and moving to the map section. Immediately, a square panel appeared before Victor, and on it was a graphical layout of the floor he was in. With the new map, Victor was able to spot the places he was yet to explore, and it was clear why it seemed like the floor was bigger than it actually was. If Victor was to be asked, he would probably say the floor was at least as big as a town, but in actuality it wasn't. The way the entire floor pathways were connected helped give the impression of a bigger floor. Good architecture of the place, really good design. Unlike the previous map he had, this one didn't indicate where the entrance to the floor and where the exit was located. Those he would have to find on his own. Now that Victor had this, he was going to go back and attempt to find a Minotaur and get the required amount of evolution material to create a new form. Even without the map, Victor could trace his steps back to the spots he found the Minotaur previously. His memory was pretty good after all. On his way to find the Minotaur, he sprinted full speed through the little journey. It didn't take Victor that much time before he arrived at the second spot where he found a Minotaur, and sure enough, the Minotaur was there patrolling around. Without stopping, Victor continued his forward charge and into the Minotaur he ran. Minotaur level 90. The Minotaur managed to dodge the sneak attack by moving its upper body to the side, but that was just what Victor wanted. Victor had the advantage of knowing the Minotaur's play and trump cards. He wasn't there to play or test its capabilities, so he got down to business right away and pulled out his axe behind the Minotaur, before burying it deep into its back on impact. As he pulled out the axe, he rushed towards the Minotaur, and consciously activated his skill, Touch of Death. The moment his hand came into contact with the Minotaur, it fell to its knee, and then it couldn't hold itself up any longer and collapsed on all fours. Within the span of a few seconds, the Minotaur collapsed on the ground as it died instantly. Victor, noticing that the Minotaur had died, moved in on it and began throwing chunks of flesh into his throat as he ate just enough until the exact amount of evolution material was gotten. This is enough. Chapter 36 Compulsory Fight. Evolution Material. Fiery-tailed wolf, 1000. Zombie, 15,000. Dungeon bat, 5,000. Dark poisonous spider, 200. Giant forest snake, 200. White mountain tiger, 500. Grey lichen, 4,000. Ghost gecko, 2,000. Mantant, 10,000. Minotaur, 1,000,000. Fire imp, 2,000, can be further evolved. Fire imp, 2000/400,000, can be further evolved. Next evolution, high fire imp. Victor had opened the evolution panel just to see the numbers, but unexpectedly, he found out something that was interesting. The fire imp form he just gained some days ago actually possessed the potential to grow stronger. Originally, Victor was going to replace the fire imp form with a Minotaur, but now he was eager to see the benefits he would gain after evolving. Once again, for the another 100th time, Victor had to change his plan. Though exaggerated, he had altered his original plan so many times at this point. He was on a new mission now to gain more evolution material from the fire imp and advance its evolution. Needless to say, ever since Victor came to this world, he hadn't really had a moment of rest. He headed straight to the fire imp territory and started killing imp after imp as he ate their flesh. After their death, as he headed deeper into the territory, he started to notice the strange absence of monsters in the area, and since he hadn't gotten past their territory, he could immediately see that something was wrong. Instead of turning back, Victor continued forward. If there was something that could kill the fire imps, then it was only beneficial to him. While advancing forward carefully, Victor on the inside couldn't shake the possibility of the ones responsible for the absence of the fire imps to be the humans he had seen earlier. If it's them, it might be better to just turn back, Victor said to himself. Death wasn't his problem. Not only did he not fear death, he also was sure of his resurrection after he died. The issue lied on the fact that the possibility of him being reincarnated back on the first floor was above 90%, not something he wanted. Despite this, Victor kept walking forward, and by the time he had gone a few minutes into the fire imp territory, he picked up something with his ears. It sounded like someone breathing heavily, but a bit subtle. With no doubt in his mind, Victor could tell who the breaths belonged to. It was the two humans he encountered earlier. The thing this time was that they seemed to have just gotten out of a pretty hard fight. Victor continued down on the path, and the thought he had at the back of his mind was the possibility of him winning the fight if he engaged them at that moment of exertion and exhaustion. The closer he got, the clearer the breathing became. Now he was just one corner away from appearing before the humans, and he could already feel their presence, as he also predicted they could. Victor, without pausing, as he had no fear in him, took the corner, but what he saw before him was a bit unexpected. Different from the image he had in his head, the humans before him were in a totally different predicament. The mage lady was lying on the ground, while the warrior sat just beside her, and from the exposed part of their skin, he could see just how darkened it had become. The color of their skin like a mixture of purple and green, and the coloration was deep. Without a doubt, they had been poisoned, but what monster could produce such strong poison? Victor didn't need anybody to tell him that his enemies were in a weakened state. He could see that and was going to end them quickly, but then, when he looked at them, he couldn't help but hesitate a bit. He looked at them a little more as he walked closer, and immediately confirmed his suspicions. They weren't as weakened as they seemed. It was most likely bait. Oh. They want to play, huh? That's all good with me, Victor said in his mind. Victor immediately knew what to do. He took in a little breath, and as he poured out the built-in air, he consciously activated his skill, Fire Breath, and aimed it at the humans by the side. They were well within range, and he was sure the skill would do some damage, since he had experienced it himself. Though the skill sounds like some magic that grants natural flamethrowers to the wielder, it was pretty strong, and the flame really did damage. The moment the fire reached 1 meter away from the humans as it had merely left Victor's mouth, the warrior lady jumped backwards a couple feet, avoiding the magic, while the other lady must have used some magic that protected her from the flames, possibly a shield. Well, not dying now, are they? It didn't work. Get behind me and ready for a fight, the warrior lady shouted. The mage must have used a magic to hasten her movement as she dashed behind the warrior with a speed that far surpassed what a mage should be able to show. The mage lady held out both hands with one palm facing the staff she was holding and started mumbling to herself as she casted different spells that seemed to be support magic, and plenty at that. Get rid of that thing. I don't want to spoil my eyes with the image of a naked monster. How does one even exist? The human mage said. It was then Victor remembered that he was naked. This didn't faze him though, it wasn't like it mattered to him. The warrior dashed towards him immediately with some of the light surrounding her body still slightly glowing. She came in fast as her movements were fast, and so were her strikes, carrying power in them. It was taking quite a lot to protect himself and dodge the lady, and he had to be careful as he could sense a strange energy around her body and sword. This energy was strange, but at the same time oddly familiar. He could tell that what he was feeling was holy energy, and for that amount, the other lady hiding behind was sure to be a holy mage that specialized in holy magic. It's compulsory now, this might be tougher than I thought. Chapter 37 Compulsory Fight 2. This might be tougher than I thought, Victor thought. Holy magic was basically an enemy to all undead and demons, and right now the lady facing him had it all over her. Just a scratch on the skin would damage him very well. If she was above level 80, it only stands to say her weapon would be equally strong and high grade. There was no way for Victor to confirm just how much damage he would suffer from the lady's sword, and he wasn't about to receive an attack just to find out. That was just a stupid idea. Victor waited for the perfect opportunity, and when he was able to dodge to the side, he squeezed in a strong punch as hard as he could into the sword lady's armor. Victor was sure the punch he just landed would be strong enough to reach the lady, and he could clearly see the spot he punched had gotten a little dent in the area. The punch sent her tumbling into the dungeon wall close by, and Victor used that break to gain the upper hand. He waited for her not, and rushed at her with his palm. Just as the lady had forced herself up ignoring the pain all over her body, Victor appeared before her and grabbed her face, as he placed his entire palm on it, and then slammed the back of her head back into the wall, and then into the ground. He was sure her skull had cracked and if possible several vessels had busted within her skull. As he took his hand off her face, he immediately turned towards the one posing the most danger, the holy mage. Just as he turned to face the mage, several swords shot from the ground and pierced into his flesh, or at least the swords aimed at doing so. Seeing this, Victor knew it was a kind of binding spell that was most definitely used by the warrior, and that meant she was still energetic enough to activate a spell. I slipped up, Victor said. Now that he was looking at the mage, he could see that the magic she cast at the beginning of his fight with the other lady wasn't just a one-time thing. She was continuously channeling mana towards the warrior lady, and it was to continuously heal her. The warrior lady was now up and standing behind him, and with the failed attack, he kind of still had the upper hand. This he used well. At that moment, Victor's mind was racing, processing every single thing happening around him at superhuman speed. From what he had observed, the mage wasn't moving at all, and hadn't moved from where she stood ever since the fight began. From Victor's knowledge, this meant she had activated a defensive skill around a limited area space and could not move past the spot. That or she couldn't move while using the magic she was using to continuously heal the warrior lady. And it was accurate to say the second one was more plausible. Victor couldn't attack her now since the warrior lady would just attack him from behind, so he had to face her and find some way to kill her before the other lady would be able to heal her. As he turned to face the warrior that was already on her feet, he appeared before her in an instant, and using the best plan he could come up in such a scenario, which was also very sadistic, he grabbed her face again with his palm and threw her up a few feet, then jumping into the air along with her, Victor wrapped his hands around her legs then delivered a perfect power bomb, instantly causing a little crater on impact and raising some dust. Immediately, the mage lady seemed to have increased the amount of mana she put into the spell to increase the rate of recovery, and Victor could already see the power of that spell increase as the parts of her skull that had openly cracked began repairing itself rapidly. Perfect, Victor thought. For that moment, the warrior lady was immobile and just laid there like a huge target. Victor placed his hands above his head, and instantly Victor's great axe, the one he took from the Minotaur, appeared in his hands, and without hesitating even a bit, he smashed the axe into the warrior before him, splitting her into two halves like wood. Killed human level 83. Seeing what Victor had just done, the holy mage stopped using the magic she had been using, as terror surfaced on her face, and the next moment she fell into rage and panic, and she had instantly entered a primal state of survival to fight against the threat before her, but that was too late. Victor vanished before her eyes, and before she could even blink, his right palm was over face, and at that exact moment he touched her, she collapsed, and her body became motionless, she died. But I didn't do anything though. An enemy has been affected by the skill Undead Aura. An enemy has died due to the skill's effect. Killed human level 80. Ah, I actually forgot I had such a skill. Have all the monsters that I have faced up until now really that strong-hearted? Undead Aura. Inflicts fear, terror, hallucination on any creature that shows fear towards you in your presence. Duration and strength varies depending on target. This status effect cannot be cleared with external skills or magic. Level, max. Mana cost, none. Chapter 38 Next Evolution. You have leveled up. Status. Level, 33, 105,000/2, 700, 000. Name, Zombie number 2314. Race, Undead, Zombie Lord. Evolution material, Fiery-tailed Wolf, 1000. Class. Title, True Undead, one who is favored by the process. HP, 2-215/2, 215. MP, 2-050/2, 050. Stat. Strength, 135. Agility, 132. Sense, 112. Vitality, 50. Magic, 25. Intelligence, 60. Remaining stat point, 22. Innate ability. Undead Body. Skill tab. Passive, all title, Rotbite LVL Max, Undead Aura LVL Max, Melee Combat LVL 5, Spearmanship LVL 5. Active, Legion of the Dead LVL 2, Domain of the Dead LVL 1, Touch of Death LVL 1, Negative Burst LVL Max, Fire Breath LVL 2. After the fight with the humans, Victor left the bodies there where they lay and continued on his way. Before he got to the door that led to the next floor, he had to gather some evolution material to evolve his fire imp. So far, that plan of his wasn't looking very time-friendly, and it meant he would have to waste more time on this floor than originally planned. After killing the humans, Victor didn't bother eating them since humans were pretty useless in the train of evolution. They had many disadvantages and weaknesses that disqualify them instantly. There also no need to join one of his monsters with a human, as in the end the cons overshadow the pros. Of course, he was sure to help himself to the spoils of the battle, and took every valuable thing they possessed, both those he needed and those he didn't. Similar to the humans before, Victor also found a pouch hanging from the mage's waist, and like a reward for a quest event, he snatched it from her waist, and opened it up. Inside he found an abundance of different crystals, some brilliant, and others murky and dull. If there was one thing Victor was sure about, it was that this was money, and he had just become a little rich in another world, depending on the value of these. Victor also took a few other things from the pouch before dropping it back on the ground. Who knows, he might need money after exiting the dungeon. The warrior lady's upper body armor was pretty impressive, as it not only granted extra 7 points in strength, it also increased defense by a lot. Safe to say it was a defensive equipment that granted some strength. This piece of armor, Victor equipped using the system, so it didn't appear physically, but it still acted like it should. As for clothes to cover his nakedness, Victor couldn't wear the leggings worn by knights under their armor as it didn't quite fit his style, so he turned to the mage. Her overall dress was torn until waist level from above, then Victor used the torn part that resembled ropes and tied around his waist to hold the entire lower part in place, then the battle robe he tied around his upper body across, from one shoulder to the other side of his body. At this point, Victor was unmistakably a descendant of an Egyptian god, as his dressing went well with culture. Well, except for the jewelry, his whole attire was on point. In addition to his great axe, Victor had also added 2 new weapons, the warrior's great sword and the mage's staff. More choices now, Victor said. Victor had managed to go around looking for more evolution material, having to slow down sometimes to allow the fire imps to respawn. After an entire day had passed, Victor was able to gather enough evolution material for the next Fire Imp evolution, and since he was a bit far from where the room he stayed in last time was, he found a good corner in the dungeon floor and sat there. "Come forth, Amadon, Gurok," Victor said as he Saturday. Before him appeared both of his legion as they emerged from the black smoke that moved like mist clouds. "Both of you keep watch and guard my body," Victor said. Fire Imp, 2000/100,000, can be further evolved. Next evolution, High Fire Imp. System, begin the evolution. Beep beep. Starting evolution process. You will lose consciousness during the evolution process. Make sure you are in a favorable location. You will now lose consciousness as evolution begins. Evolution complete. You have evolved into a High Fire Imp. Gained new skill Fire Ring. Skill Fire Breath has advanced to level 5. Received 20 stat points. Agility +3, Sense +3, Intelligence +5, Magic +10. Max HP has increased by 100. Max MP has increased by 200. It will take 48 hours to completely adjust to new form. Till then, evolution is impossible, unless under favorable for dangerous conditions. After Victor woke up, he read the system notifications before his eyes, and looked in front to see that Amadon and Gurok were still there, and possibly, nothing much had happened. Not bad. Status. Level, 33, 105,000/2, 700,000. Name, Zombie number 2314. Race, Undead, Zombie Lord. Evolution material, Fiery-tailed Wolf, 1000. Class. Title, True Undead, one who is favored by the process. HP, 2, 215/2, 215, 315/2, 315. Stat. Strength, 135, 7. Vitality, 50. Innate ability. Undead body. Skill tab. Passive, all title, Rotbite LVL max, Undead aura LVL max, Melee combat LVL 5, Spearmanship LVL 5. Active, Legion of the Dead LVL 2, Domain of the Dead LVL 1, Touch of Death LVL 1, Negative Burst LVL max, Fire Breath LVL max, Fire Ring LVL 1. After seeing the changes, Victor moved to the evolution side of the system to check his evolution materials, but to his surprise, he wasn't done yet. There was another evolution for the Fire Imp. Evolution material. Fiery-tailed Wolf, 1000. Zombie, 15,000. Dungeon Bat, 5,000. Dark Poisonous Spider, 200. Giant Forest Snake, 200. White Mountain Tiger, 500. Grey Leakin, 4,000. Ghost Gecko, 2,000. Mantant, 10,000. Minotaur, 1,000,000. Fire Imp, 2,000, can be further evolved. Fire Imp, 2000/950,000, can be further evolved. Next evolution, Inferno Imp. Victor, seeing the information, only confirmed how much longer he would have to stay at the current floor gathering limited Fire Imp evolution material. Waiting for them to respawn took plenty of time on its own, getting that much evolution material was just too time consuming. Victor had no choice. Several days later, long enough for Victor to consider it to be close to a week or past that, Victor sat at a random corner and summoned 2 of his legion to stand guard. System, begin the evolution. Chapter 39 Inferno Imp, Inferno Zombie. System, begin the evolution. Beep beep. Starting evolution process. You will lose consciousness during the evolution process. Make sure you are in a favorable location. You will now lose consciousness as evolution begins. Evolution complete. You have evolved into an Inferno Imp. Skill Fire Ring has evolved into new skill, Inferno Ring. Skill Fire Breath has evolved into new skill, Infernal Breath. Received new innate ability, Infernal Body. Received 30 stat points. Strength +5, Sense +5, Intelligence +10, Magic +20. Max HP has increased by 400. Max MP has increased by 500. It will take 48 hours to completely adjust to new form. Till then, evolution is impossible, unless under favorable for dangerous conditions. After Victor woke up, he was greeted to the amazing information the system displayed before him. This time, he had even gained another ability, and knowing how great the last one was, Victor was anxious to see the effects of this ability. He scrolled through the notification before switching to his status screen. Status: Level 33, 1, 365, 000/2, 700, 000. Name: Zombie number 2314. Race: Undead, Zombie Lord. Evolution material: Fiery-tailed Wolf, 1000. Class: Title: True Undead, one who is favored by the process. HP: 2, 715/2, 715. MP: 2, 800/2, 800. Stat: Strength: 140, 7. Agility: 135. Sense: 120. Vitality: 50. Magic: 55. Intelligence: 75. Remaining stat point: 72. Innate ability: Undead Body, Infernal Body. Skill tab. Passive: All Title, Rotbite LVL Max, Undead Aura LVL Max, Melee Combat LVL 5, Spearmanship LVL 5. Active: Legion of the Dead LVL 2, Domain of the Dead LVL 1, Touch of Death LVL 1, Negative Burst LVL Max, Infernal Breath LVL Max, Inferno Ring LVL 1. Innate ability: Infernal Body. You have an incredibly high affinity towards the fire element. The energy of fire is around and with your body, and it empowers you. Though you thrive in extremely hot environment and habitat, you are not any weaker outside your natural habitat. Immune to heat and fire. Increase in attack and defense in hot environment/conditions. Natural and high affinity to the fire element. No weakness to opposing elements equal or weaker than yourself. Damage taken from opposing elements only if it is considerably more powerful than yourself. Your body is always strengthened and supported by the fire element. Undead Body. As an undead, you do not require sleep or rest, and you do not require any sustenance, nor are you held back by the need of bodily functions. Your stamina is limitless, and you do not accumulate fatigue. Any injury aside from a critical or fatal head injury will not kill you, and will not hinder your mobility or bodily functions, but damage will still be taken. You are able to survive in extreme conditions of cold and heat, and radiation, up to a certain limit. You will naturally heal your injuries after a period of time, but cannot regain lost body parts. Foreign body parts can be attached. Necrotic/negative energy is converted to healing/mana supplement. Healing/holy magic is converted to damage, penalty lessened. Complete immunity to sickness and disease. Complete immunity to psychic attacks. Complete immunity to poison attacks. Complete immunity to curses. Dash, plus 50%, damage received from holy/light magic attacks. Can enter holy grounds. Infernal Breath. Pour out a scorching breath of fire that carries immense heat and burns like a diamond furnace. Level, max. Mana cost, none. Range, 10 m. Inferno Ring. Form a ring of intense flames and burning area around yourself. Level 1. Mana cost 20. Duration 10 seconds. Radius 5 m. Seeing the new skills and ability he gained this time around and confirming that the fire imp had no other evolution further, Victor was sure it was time to advance to the next floor after his legion advanced in levels a bit. After gaining the infernal body, Victor's appearance also changed quite a bit. Victor now had black lines that ran through his entire body in weird but strangely orderly patterns. These lines looked like tattooed lines, but at the same time resembled something akin to birthmarks. It really gave him a mystifying look, as these lines would release a glow that would seem like molten lava was running through them constantly. These lines were only as wide as 2 centimeters in its widest areas, and didn't clog all over his body on every spot, so it wasn't too weird looking. On the contrary, it was quite the fashionable look. This look isn't bad, Victor said. At first, he thought the lines would be hot or maybe he might burn the clothes. It turned out to be alright. His body, however, was not as cold as it was prior to acquiring the ability. Victor went on to spend some days in that same floor, allowing his legion to grind their levels while helping them whenever he had to, since the monsters in the floor were relatively stronger than his legion. After graining for some days, non-stop, and Victor was satisfied with the results, it was finally time to advance to the next floor. This was the floor that had taken the most time to clear. Getting to the next floor, Victor saw it similar to the one he had just been on, the only difference being the moist environment with water poodles here and there. Seeing this environment, Victor could only wonder what kind of monster he would encounter on this floor, though he already had a pretty rough idea. After walking deeper, the answer was presented to him, and just as he expected, he had entered a floor dominated by amphibians. Chapter 40 New Floor. Just like I thought, Victor said. Before him was a creature that he needed no identification to recognize. If anything, it was one of Fantasy World's mystic creatures. Red-back salamander. This creature needed no introduction as Victor already had a good idea of what it was capable of. Having red in its name mostly meant it would be associated with the fire element, so it was not a threat to Victor. What bothered him, however, was the other monster just some meters behind the salamander. Victor couldn't really tell what the creature was supposed to be, but for the most part it reminded him of something from his past life. Is Great Gamamaru the ruler of this floor? Or do inhabitants of Mount Maiboku exist in this world? Victor said as he studied the monster. The other monster looked like a giant toad, quite alright, but it stood on its two back legs, completely giving the vibe of some great warrior. Red-back salamander level 50. Poison frog colony level 40. Colony. Seeing their levels and the fact that their specialties had no effects against his body, Victor wasted no time and attacked the monsters before him. The salamander fell relatively easily. Its physical defense was low, and with Victor's strength, it took just one slash with his newly acquired sword to cut it in half, but when he moved in to kill the frog, it did something surprising. You have killed Red-back salamander. Plus 65,000 EXP. The huge body of frog instantly collapsed in on itself and split into different smaller separate bodies. Victor, seeing this, knew instantly that chasing the separate bodies one after the other was the wrong way to go, but then he still wanted to see how these creatures attacked. His choice, of course, was to confirm whether he would be incorporating it into himself or one of his legion. The smaller frog bodies that had split from the originally 3 meters tall monster frog immediately jumped towards Victor, and once they landed on his body, some bit his skin, while others just jumped off as soon as they touched him. Those that tried to bite were completely unsuccessful as Victor's skin was just that strong, while the others that jumped off immediately just ended up intriguing Victor more. System, what are these things? Victor asked. These are poison frog colony original bodies, and is also why they are called a colony, as the giant body is just a fusion of the different bodies. Just like their names suggest, they are monsters that use poison to attack. Going by what Victor had already gathered, their poison is most definitely all over their entire body and mouth, and is potent enough to impair their enemies after a single touch. Unfortunate for them to meet such an opponent like Victor, who has complete immunity to poison. Their greatest attack and trump card was useless. Inferno Ring. As Victor activated the skill mentally, a circle of fire immediately spawned around where he stood while most of the frogs gathered. Following that, and in an instant, each of the frogs burst into fire like an internal combustion had just happened, and sure enough they died. Following that, Victor followed that skill with another skill negative burst that had a wider range, and the remaining frogs died after some seconds. Not bad indeed. You have killed poison frog. 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 You have killed poise. You have kill. The frogs were all level 40, and after they joined together, though they remained the same level, they would have grown physically stronger and compensate for their weakness. That wasn't bad. Victor made sure to feast on the salamander and the frogs that died by the second skill he used. The others were just too burnt to extract anything from them. This floor was the perfect floor for his legion to level up if he used it well. Unlike him, his legion as zombies still had a terrible weakness to fire, so they would be at a big disadvantage when facing the salamanders, but the frogs were a different case. The frogs' poison was useless against undead, and that made Victor and his legion the perfect enemies for them. Victor decided not to be too greedy with the prey, as they will respawn later anyway, so his plan was to leave the prey to his legion for now, then he would return for their evolution material later if needed. Using the system map that scanned the area around him, he started a little marathon from the spot where he stood and ran towards any direction that was open, allowing the system to scan wherever he had been to in the area around them until he got a good map of the entire place. After doing that, he returned to the beginning of the floor where the entrance was and summoned his entire legion except for a few. Kanda and Eric were too big to fit some spaces, so he left them out this time and focused on the others. The plan was for them to follow behind him and kill every monster they encountered except for the salamanders. As Victor dashed through the cave-like terrain of the floor killing every salamander he encountered, he avoided the frogs and left them for the others to deal with. When Victor had gotten to a certain point, he stopped and using another route went back to the start to pick off all the salamander bodies he had killed along the way. It was a way to do two things at once. While he gained evolution material from the salamander bodies, he left the other Legion members to grind experience points to level up. Such a good way to do things, Victor thought as he sat before the next salamander corpse. Chapter 41 Evolution Legion. Following behind his legion, Victor gathered evolution materials from each of the salamander corpse one after the other until he had caught up to his legion summons. They seemed to be doing all right, and thanks to the sheer number of the frogs, he had received some system notifications of 2 of the summons leveling up. Truly, this method was the most efficient. New sample detected. Analyzing sample. New sample detected. Analyzing sample. Altogether, Victor had managed to gather up to 30,000 evolution materials from the salamanders, and 8,000 from the frogs. With the new materials, Victor could very well determine that he wouldn't be needing any of the ability these monsters have, as they just were not useful to him, or he already had them. As for the poison, Victor preferred to still be able to touch some things without killing them, and he already had fire, so the salamander was a bit useless. There wasn't much need to incorporate the salamander into the fire imp either, since they were practically the same type of monster in the majority of ways. The only other possible evolution Victor saw was the fire imp and the poison frog. Seeing that something here was possible, Victor just had to wait for the system to analyze the samples and then evolution would follow. Some minutes passed after Victor got the idea of incorporating the poison frogs, and by then, he had received the system notification telling him that his legion summon, Pyro, had advanced in level and was now level 54. That same time also. System analysis complete. Redback salamander has been analyzed. System analysis complete. Poison frog has been analyzed. Victor, seeing these system notifications, was about to call back his legion, but then he would just allow them to finish the task at hand. Leveling up was equally as important as making them stronger through evolution. After an hour or so, Victor's legion summons had finally completed their task of killing every monster within the path Victor and set. Eric, level 43. Kanda, level 43. Gurok, level 45. Amadon, level 50. Pyro, level 54. By the time they returned, each and every one of the legion he sent out had completed the task and added some levels. Victor was sure it was time to begin the evolution. There was absolutely no doubt the salamander was very compatible with the imp, and although their principles were basically fundamentally similar to the point of being identical, Victor still went on to commence the evolution process in hopes of Pyro gaining a new skill. System, begin the evolution on Pyro. Victor said. Beep. Starting evolution on the Pyro. Evolution will now and will take 30 minutes. During evolution, Pyro cannot be summoned. Alright, I'll leave this be for now. Victor said. Although Victor had collected evolution materials from the poison frogs, he still didn't see it advantageous to add it to the evolution of Pyro, as he wasn't sure if the fusing and splitting of their bodies was a skill, and if it was, he didn't want such a skill in Pyro, at least for now. In that same light, Kanda would be a better option to fuse with the frog, but the kind of the creature that would be born. Victor thought about it for a while, and after a minute, he made up his mind. There was absolutely no reason for him to even stress himself too much on this kind of thing. System, what are the possible options for evolution of Kanda with the poison frog? Eliminate any form that will cause an obvious change to Kanda's physicality. Showing all possible evolutions according to your specifications. Immediately, the system panel before Victor enlarged, and 2 choices appeared before Victor. Victor checked the 2 options, and as he could see, the second one looked better. There was a chance that Kanda would inherit the poison the frogs possess all over their body, while it said nothing about the splitting and fusing of the colony. Victor went with this choice, and immediately told the system to begin the evolution. Beep. Starting evolution on the Kanda. Evolution will now and will take 30 minutes. During evolution, Kanda cannot be summoned. With that out of the way for the moment, Victor continued deeper into the cave-like floor ultimately, to find the exit out of this floor and into the next. The more time Victor spent in the current floor, the more he began to think the floor had an amphibian theme. All the monsters Victor had encountered in this floor were amphibians, and all attacked in numbers, as their levels were below 60. Killing quite the number of these amphibian monsters, Victor leveled up once, and just as he feared, the experience points kept increasing by bounds. 30 minutes came by fast, and the system sent out a notification just as the time was right. Evolution of Pyro complete. Pyro has increased in level. New skill have been added. Evolution of Conda complete. Conda has increased in level. New skill have been added. Chapter 42 Floor 47. Status. Level, 34, 65, 000/3, 400, 000. Name, Zombie number 2314. Race, Undead, Zombie Lord. Evolution material, Fiery-tailed Wolf, 1000. Class. Title, True Undead, one who is favored by the process. HP, 3, 215/3, 215. MP, 3, 300/3, 300. Stat. Strength, 143, 7. Agility, 135. Sense, 120. Vitality, 50. Magic, 55. Intelligence, 77. Remaining stat point, 77. Innate ability. Undead body, Infernal body. Skill tab. Passive, all title, Rotbite LVL max, Undead aura LVL max, Melee combat LVL 5, Spearmanship LVL 5. Active, Legion of the Dead LVL 2, Domain of the Dead LVL 1, Touch of Death LVL 1, Negative Burst LVL max, Fire Breath LVL max, Inferno Ring LVL 1. Victor took a quick look at his status panel, and he quickly saw how much extra stat points he had gathered again. He was pretty sure that these stats were not the stats of a level 34, but for now there wasn't much he could do. If he had to go with the system, which was his only reasonable and believable companion at the moment, the world he was in now would look a bit different. Victor continued moving deeper and deeper into the cave system of the floor, and even after going for some time with the help of the map, he still hadn't found the path to the next floor. Seemingly so, this floor was much larger than the previous floors. Something's off about the monsters. They've been acting sort of weird, Victor said, as he knelt down before the corpse of a salamander. The salamander had a spiral drawn on its forehead, and the color was a bit hard to notice since the salamander had reddish skin, and the spiral was also a similar shade of red. To confirm his suspicions, Victor looked at more corpses, and by the time he killed a frog colony that was yet to split. The spiral was sitting clearly on its forehead, and Victor confirmed his suspicions. If he had to use the knowledge from playing lots of games and reading fantasy manga and novels, he would say that the monsters were being controlled. Victor had no particular reason to go looking for the monster responsible for the mind control, so he paid it little attention and just kept moving forward, towards his goal. What is it going to do about it? A voice spoke from a dark room. I should set up more to make things a little more harder. I wake up, and the next thing I find is that it has gotten this far. How lucky. The voice said, as its voice shook a bit. The next batch of monsters should be arriving soon. Nothing much showed up in this floor apart for the monsters Victor had encountered so far, and as for the mind control monster, he never found it. After running around for a while, Victor finally found the path to the next floor, and unlike what he thought, he hadn't encountered the rest of the adventurers that entered the dungeon before he began his descent. Victor was sure that the two ladies he met before were both part of the adventuring party before him, but as for the rest, they seemed to have just disappeared, or if not so, it meant the ladies were left behind. This also wasn't Victor's concern, so he kept it aside. After his mind started changing, he suddenly had less interest in everything that didn't concern his main goal, and at the moment, his goal was to clear the dungeon and get out of it. Just like that, Victor went through the 44th floor and then the 45th, entered the 46th and then the 47th. On the 47th, the entire was different, and resembled one of the lower floors as the entire floor was filled with water. Like the other floor that was occupied by more water than land throughout the cave layout, Victor thought this one would be the same, but it was quite different. Unlike the previous one, this one had no single dry land and was entirely filled with cold water. There was no space to catch a breath either, as the cave system was filled to the ceiling. Luckily, Victor didn't need to breathe, and his sight was good even underwater, so he had little difficulty. The only problem Victor faced was the speed at which he was able to maneuver his way through the water. If nothing else, the floor was bound to be as large and wide as the previous one before it, so Victor could not waste time on swimming all the way there, as that would take just too long. There has to be a way to go through this easily, Victor thought to himself. Victor knew that the best monster for this job was Kanda, but Kanda wasn't too good underwater either, as he wasn't particularly a water snake. The best option Victor saw at that moment was to add an aquatic monster to his legion temporarily and use it as a vehicle. In the end, the solution wasn't hard, and it wasn't as if Victor hadn't thought of it, but he was mainly looking for a way to also level up his legion while going through the floor, and Kanda was the best choice, since he was the most grounded for it, besides Pyro. Guess that'll have to wait too, Victor thought. There was no need to turn Kanda into an aquatic monster just because of a single floor, and Pyro was weak to water and cold, so Victor went with the original fish plan. So far though, Victor was yet to run into any monster in the water, so the plan could only wait until he found one, but that was short-lived, as a suitable monster presented itself to Victor. I like monsters that just deliver themselves into my hands, Victor said in his mind, as he halted his movements and just floated in the water. Vohum. The vibrations emitted by the monster traveled through the entire water and onto Victor's body, bouncing against the walls and back into the water, giving its whole form a mystic feel. This octopus-looking fish monster will do just fine, Victor thought in his head. Chapter 43 Floor 47-2. So far though, Victor was yet to run into any monster in the water, so the plan could only wait until he found one, but that was short-lived, as a suitable monster presented itself to Victor. I like monsters that just deliver themselves into my hands, Victor said in his mind, as he halted his movements and just floated in the water. Vohum. The vibrations emitted by the monster traveled through the entire water and onto Victor's body, bouncing against the walls and back into the water, giving its whole form a mystic feel. This octopus-looking fish monster will do just fine, Victor thought in his head. Calipus level 40. The monster didn't seem the least bit threatening as it swam by, and it paid no attention to Victor. The monster before Victor looked like a mix between a shark and an octopus. It had 8 arm-like things that came out of the sides of its head, and that part of its head seemed a bit jelly. Apart from these parts, the rest of its body was of a milky color. The monster was just the right size to navigate well through the cave layout of the floor, as it was the size of 2 hippopotamus. Victor swam as fast as he could, which wasn't very fast, until he got to the slow-swimming monster fish. With his mind, he activated his skill, Touch of Death, and before the monster could even struggle, it had died. Arise, Victor commanded mentally. A couple seconds after the monster died, it twitched a bit, then as though nothing had happened began swimming again as it swirled its body round Victor. You have acquired an undying soldier that will forever serve at your side with unquestionable resolve. Calipus has dropped in level due to effects of being reborn. Calipus level 35. This guy should be enough, Victor thought. Due to Victor's infernal body, his body was constantly giving up heat that kept the water around him warm as he stayed in one spot for even some seconds. Victor got on top the monster and with it he rode deeper into the cave easily and much faster than he could ever with his current self. After going about for some hours, Victor finally found the path that led to the next floor, and after using it, he finally reached dry floor once more. Much convenient. During the time Victor spent looking for the path to the next floor, it is accurate to think he didn't do so without any sort of confrontation or encounter with other monsters. Because of the constant heat coming off of Victor's body, he became the perfect target for the monster fishes that were attracted towards heat sources. At that side of the floor the water was extremely cold and well past freezing point but still liquid somehow, which would make normal creatures to function at a lower capacity, unless they were at a much higher level where their bodies were though enough, or had very high cold resistance. The monsters in this part of the floor thrive in these environments as normal, and would hunt any creature that had even the slightest higher temperature as it was kind of a way for them to also find their way around. When not attacking, they would just remain at a particular spot/position without much movement unless necessary. The problem with this place was that even though Victor had a very high resistance to cold due to his undead body, his infernal body still reacted normally, disregarding the fact that he wasn't really affected by the environment that much. Because of this, his body was releasing plenty heat that in turn was plenty enough to warm up the surrounding waters, and even if the monsters in the vicinity didn't have good vision, the tattoo-like lines on his body lit up quite well. With the situation like this, the monsters in the area were all attracted towards him, but fortunately the monster weren't of higher levels, so using his skill, Negative Burst, he was able to take care of the monsters easily. Eating these monsters wasn't in any way beneficial, so Victor would just leave the bodies as he moved forward. At some point, Victor had reached a part of the floor where the light inside was completely zero, making it almost impossible for Victor to see even a few meters away from himself. The little light emitted from his dim tattooed lines only gleamed in the darkness as it seemed to be sucked away by it, almost as if the water was saturated with ink. Eventually, Victor was greeted by the monsters that lived in that part of the cave floor, and for the first time in this floor Victor stopped to eat the monster in order to gain evolution material. It was impossible for Victor, who had night vision, to see in the darkness of this cave side, but the other creatures could still see him. From what he could think of the situation, there was definitely something that was enabling these monsters that lived in these parts to hunt and move around. Since they could see, it either meant they had a skill that allowed them to see in the dark, or they had something that enabled them to sense the movements in the surrounding waters, be it a skill or biological capabilities. Whatever it was that enabled them to see in this environment, Victor was sure that he wanted it, and that it would be important to him in the future. After reaching the next floor, Victor disbanded the fish monster he had added to his legion, and the number of monsters in his legion returned to 5 out of 7. The 48th floor, huh? Victor said as he stepped into the 48th floor. It was clear how different the current floor would be, as just from the point of entry, Victor was faced with various monsters that just stared at the path that led into the floor. Geez, if I didn't know better I'd say someone was plotting against me. Chapter 44, Floor 48. With the current situation before him, Victor couldn't help but have such a thought. If I didn't know better, I'd think someone was against me in this dungeon. Victor was not going to waste any time with the monster before him, neither were they as they rushed themselves at him. While he was on the previous floor that was filled with water, Victor couldn't exactly use physical strength as it was less effective underwater, so relied on 2 skills, Touch of Death and Negative Burst. At this moment, Victor simply activated the skill Negative Burst, and simultaneously the monsters attacking fell to the ground. As they touched the ground, the rest of the monsters behind the ones that attacked also fell to the ground, while Victor's form stood behind all the bodies. Victor continued onward with confidence without turning behind to check on the state of the monsters he just had a run-in with. He realized they wouldn't survive his attack. From this floor, Victor could feel that there would be trouble for him, as he felt a similar atmosphere similar to the one on the floor where he faced Eric and Konda. It's like something is trying to make my life hard, Victor said in his mind. He just couldn't shake away the feeling. Sure enough, he wasn't granted a chance to think, as he was constantly being attacked by monsters from time to time. It was as if the monsters knew where he was going at any point in time, and would position themselves for ambush or just gather to attack him. Normally such behavior wouldn't be suspicious, but the sole fact that different types of monsters that wouldn't get along normally were ganging up against him, Victor could tell something was up. As I'm getting close to the boss, it seems the real big shots have started to show themselves, Victor thought. It was normal for monsters with commanding capabilities to appear the closer one got to the boss room. This Victor knew from playing some games back on Earth. His goal right now had been divided. The primary goal remained to advance through the floors, but he definitely was going to find the monster messing with him like this. The coward that wouldn't show itself and just send minions had to be dealt with specially. Amongst the monsters on that floor, none looked any special, so Victor wasn't really keen on gaining their material. He just killed them and gained some experience points in the process. According to the adventurers, he killed way back on the first floor. The monsters on the last floors were powerful and high-leveled, and although they were partially accurate, they weren't all correct. From what Victor could see, these monsters were just high-leveled, and not anything special. It was like carrying a wolf and increasing its level and then nothing else. All the wolf would become is a stronger version of its former self. In the end, it was still a wolf. Some time passed, and the monster attacks were endless, and because of this occurrence, Victor had actually ended up spending something up to 3 days on that floor. He also had to check his use of his skills, so that he wouldn't run out of MP, though leveling up helped him regain his MP and HP. The requirement for level up was doubling and tripling every single time. The next level up was becoming harder and harder to reach even though Victor was to kill 20 Minotaurs. System analysis complete. Dark in Karpos has been analyzed. Good, though the question whether I should put it with the imp. That combination might not be bad. It doesn't matter in the end since I won't be using that form anyway, Victor said as he thought about it. Good thing my stamina is infinite, if not I would have been done in by now. Was this floor meant for zombies from the get-go? Victor said to himself. With the possibility of him being fatigued even in the least being zero, Victor could continuously fight the wave of monsters without breaking or slowing down. Victor was sure that most creatures would be unable to do the same unless they were undead or something similar. When is the mastermind going to show itself? Victor kept moving forward, and after much more time had passed, he finally found the path to the next floor, and unfortunately for him he never found the mastermind behind the unusual floor. He thought some incredible monster would be stashed away somewhere just like Eric and Konda, but it seemed his luck couldn't be so good every time. Despite the annoying attack of the monsters that never seemed to end, Victor had also gained plenty from that, and had leveled up some levels. Status. Level 34, 65, 000/3, 400, 000, 605, 000/7, 500, 000. Name, Zombie number 2314. Race, Undead, Zombie Lord. Evolution material, Fiery-tailed Wolf, 1000. Class. Title, True Undead, one who is favored by the process. HP, 3, 215/3, 215, 365/3, 365. Stat. Strength, 143, 7. Vitality, 50. Magic, 55. Innate ability. Undead body, Infernal body. Skill tab. Passive, all title, Rotbite LVL max, Undead aura LVL max, Melee combat LVL 5, Spearmanship LVL 5. Active, Legion of the Dead LVL 2, Domain of the Dead LVL 1, Touch of Death LVL 1, Negative Burst LVL max, Fire Breath LVL max, Inferno Ring LVL 1. Victor had checked his stats and the changes in his overall attributes, and though the changes weren't much, it was still much. It was also clear that leveling up from this point on would just be hellish. While Victor was on the system interface and about to move to the evolution side since he planned to begin the evolution process to incorporate the sea monster he got materials from in the previous floor into his second form, a couple of monsters appeared before him, and this once were the real deal. Before him were 3 Minotaur-level monsters. This is good, Victor said while the system interface disappeared from his sight. The creatures before him looked like chimeras, and ones made by a crazy person at that. They had a draconic head, and body that looked like the combination between 3 other monsters. The head was probably from a lizard creature, but the size and dense scales on it gave it a fearsome draconic look. System. Chimera level 90. Chimera level 90. Chimera level 90. Thought as much. Seeing as these monsters were chimeras, Victor was not sure of what to expect in a fight against them, as their abilities and fighting style would vary greatly from the norm, and their abilities might be mixed. It didn't matter much either way, a guerrilla fight was always an option. Victor could wait for the monsters to attack first, but it seemed the monsters were also waiting for him to attack. Monsters with intelligence. Let's just go with it for now, Victor said in his mind. If these monsters possessed intelligence, it would only make the fight easier for Victor, since he would be able to play with their intelligence. At times, an intelligent man is easier to predict than a fool, Victor said in his mind, as he stretched out his hands a bit to his side, sort of as if he was making a claw. He rushed at the monsters, and in an instant had gotten within them. Standing in their middle, Victor released his Inferno Ring, and with it came a pillar of fire that shot from the feet of the chimeras, consuming them whole. The way this skill worked was quite simple. Anybody within a specific distance from Victor would be consumed by a pillar of intense fire when the skill was activated. With this fire came intense heat, and only those with high resistance to fire magic could come out with brief injuries. Inferno Ring. Form a ring of intense flames and burning area around yourself. Level 3. Mana cost, 20. Duration, 10 seconds. Radius, 5 m. Just as he had thought, the chimeras had a good resistance to heat, and the skill still at level 1 could only do so much damage to the monsters. Victor was sure that the fire was a little effective since the level 1 Inferno Ring could cause a little damage after 20 seconds of burning the monsters. Before trying any other thing, Victor wanted to try out his other fire skill that was of a higher level than the one he had now to see just how much damage it would deal. As the pillars of fire subsided, the chimeras emerged from it, and with a few burns visible here and there, but nothing serious in the least, they shook off the pain and were about to gorge at Victor when he activated his fire breath skill against one of the chimeras and focused his attack on it while moving behind it and away from the other's attack. The results would tell what he had to do next and going forward. Chapter 45 Chimera. If this floor didn't turn out to be some kind of special floor with special conditions, it would mean that the monsters roaming around would be at most 4 types, and the chimeras may or may not be the highest leveled. Victor wasn't sure if he would be seeing the chimeras often, but in case he did, the test of how much was enough would help him a lot. Victor avoided the chimera's attack as he moved behind the third one while still breathing out a massive breath of flames, but at that moment he cut out the fire coming out of his mouth, as if he wanted to keep it up, it would only be disadvantageous to him. The chimeras were fast, the only thing being that they lacked explosive speed, but within a close range, they could still move well. Standing just a few meters away from them was still within range of them maneuvering easily behind Victor and make an attack. The test, however, of whether his fire breath could deal any substantial damage was partially a success, and from what he could see, the skill seemed to affect it a little, but only enough to cause pain in the arm for at most a second before adrenaline or whatever was the equivalent in such a monster kicked in. Though Victor could move and fight a level 90 relatively well, going against 3 at the same time was a different case. He would have to put in some extra work to scale through. From what he had noticed, the chimera's skin was very tough, enough to protect them from a strong collision, but the thing this time was that Victor was not going to entertain any prolonged battle. Touch of Death. Victor activated his skill mentally. As he did, both of his hands seemed to be covered with faint blackish-purple haze of smoke. From then on, Victor could feel his mana being drained rapidly, as the skill took 10 points of mana per second while activated. Normally, Victor would activate it after he had made contact with the enemy, or just before he does, but this time the plan was different. He was against 3 strong monsters, there was no need to waste brain power on calculating the time to activate his skill and the time not to, so he would just leave it active for the time being. His mana reserve was sufficient, so it was no big deal for now. MP 3, 600/3, 600, 590/3, 600, 580/3, 600, 570/3, 600. As time went on, Victor's mana kept reducing by the second, making him even more determined to end the fight quicker. Victor, with a light touch of his feet on the ground, shot forward towards the chimeras to attack, and since his speed was greater than their reaction time, he was able to hold an upper hand in the fight and get a few touches on them. The period of time between his attacks and their reaction was only something of milliseconds, but these milliseconds held the ground between victory and defeat. The skill didn't seem to do much at first since it was still at level 1, and the chimeras seemed to have a high magical resistance, but as time passed, the effects became greater. The various injuries started piling up and each little one made the other greater and weakened the vessel overall until the chimera could no longer ignore the damage being done to them. The next thing Victor saw was one of the chimeras, the one he had the most contact with, which was also the most damaged at this point, heaving its chest. The other 2 momentarily increased their attacks, succeeding in blocking Victor's view of the last one, though not completely, it was enough to stop him from monitoring it effectively. By the time the 2 chimeras putting pressure cleared the path between Victor and the last one, its chest was pushed up, and seeing this, Victor knew something was coming. The other chimeras retreated behind the third one to make way for it to do its attack and went behind it immediately. The third one that had been preparing an attack for some seconds at this point opened its eyes wide while its mouth was opened as wide as it could be. Victor, seeing this, stopped using his skill Touch of Death as he saw no need to waste his mana in such a situation. Though Victor had no defensive skill, his body was extremely tough, so that in itself was a good defense. Besides, with the offensive skills he had, saying a good attack is a good defense wasn't out of the question. From the chimera's mouth came a blanket of greenish soapy liquid that spread and covered the entire space before it leaving no open space, and also blocking Victor's vision. The attack was one with a wide range, and poison was one of the most terrifying things in battle, but unfortunately, against a zombie, it was completely useless. Is that poison? Victor thought to himself. Seeing the poison come towards him, there was only one thought in Victor's mind: push forward. He completely ignored the poison attack and just leapt through it. The moment he went through the cover of poison, the next attack that followed was fire, then ice, all in similar fashion, covering the place. Of course, none of these had any effect, and Victor landed right before the chimera in front. With one single punch, Victor aimed at the spot just below the jaw, between the jaw and the throat, and dash. BAAM. Victor drove one in as he drilled his hand into its throat. His eyes widened a bit, then the other hand went through before tearing apart its throat, leaving its head to hang from the remaining flesh. Shit, I should be more careful. Chimera killed. From what Victor could see, the more damage the chimeras took, the more their attack and defense reduced. He had done the same attack before but only managed to shut the thing's mouth, but now his hand actually went through. Victor saw a straight path ahead from this single kill. He pulled out the great sword from his inventory and planted it into the floor through one of the chimera's foot, then again with the same motion he tore the chimera's throat. While he hung from stabbing his hand into the chimera's throat, the last one was able to land a perfect hit on Victor, sending his body flying right into the cave wall by the side, and then the chimera rushed with its palm and slammed it onto Victor's body. Chimera killed. Though it seemed like the attack was strong, it actually was, and the area of the wall around where the chimera slammed its fist against the wall completely shattered into chunks. Even with such strength and viciousness in the attack, a hand emerged from behind the chimera's palm and grabbed onto the sides of the palms. 2 to 4 seconds later, the chimera simply collapsed to the floor and remained there, then Victor fell from the small dent that was made on the cave wall onto the ground. Chimera killed. Unnecessary trouble, Victor said in his mind, as he looked at the chimera corpses before him. Now that the monsters were dead, it was time to do with them what he wanted. It was evident that Victor wouldn't even consider getting any evolution material from the chimera corpses, as such a mess was something he would want to stay away from to begin with. Such a nasty combination of creatures should be avoided. Ice Guy 101. Victor said to himself. The only difference this time was that he wasn't laughing to his jokes like he normally would. The effects on his mind were solid. A trace of smile did appear on his face for a while, but it disappeared just as soon as it appeared. Okay, the first one is useless, unless I wanted the evolution material, Victor said as he turned his eyes to the last chimera he killed. Arise, Victor said. Failed. Monster exceeds the level range. What? Arise. Failed. Monster exceeds the level range. System, what does this mean? You cannot raise undead 50 levels above yourself. Oh, I see. Then there's no need to carry on with the plan then. Victor was going to minimize damage on the chimera's body to raise them later, but now that it was impossible, he would just kill them for the experience. Victor wasted little time there with the corpses and moved deeper into the cave. Unlike the other floors, this floor seemed to go direct through a single route, and so far there had been no other way. The was it looked, it was as though Victor would be having a lot of group fights where he would have to face more than one enemy at a time, so that had to be kept in mind. Chapter 46 Boss Room. The deeper Victor went, the more group fights he got in, but unlike the first time he faced off against the 3 chimeras, the other times were different. At first Victor wanted to add at least one of the chimeras to his legion, so he had to keep the bodies in good condition, as the undead will remain the same as before they were reborn back to the world, sustaining any prior injury before it they were reborn. But now, since Victor could not revive the chimeras due to specific conditions, he had no need to keep their bodies preserved. Killing these guys is becoming easier and easier, Victor said while standing before 5 rotting bodies of chimeras. The monsters might have been level 90, but it seems his rot bite was still stronger. There were some cases of chimeras that could regenerate themselves, and there was one with a very high immunity that reduced the effects of the rot bite. This entire floor was unlike the rest in many ways. Unlike the ones before this, it was a direct path forward without branching out in any parts. The only thing that stopped someone like Victor with excellent vision both in the dark and in lit areas was the single fact that the elevation varied from place to place. If it wasn't so, he would be able to see far into the floor and know what awaits him. Unlike what Victor had thought, the only monsters in this floor were the chimeras, and they themselves were like 4 creatures in one, so it made sense that they were the only ones present. It took a while, and about a couple hours, and Victor was approaching the end of the floor, and to his surprise after descending the plight, he arrived at the foot of an enormous door. It was clear, this was the booze room. There isn't even going to be a last floor. Just straight to the booze room I see, Victor said in his mind as he stared at the door for a while. There was sure to be preparation as he was about to face the boss of the entire dungeon. So it has finally arrived at the last floor. A voice said from a dark room as it thought to itself in solitude. Whatever was in the dark room was beginning to think to itself that it had allowed Victor too far into the dungeon without doing much to obstruct his way. Though it did a bit to alter the difficulty of the floor for him, it seemed it didn't matter in the end, as he was still standing before him. Seems I've been only moderate before. I'll actually try a little now. Besides, no one is stronger than I am. Not in this dungeon. Victor stood before the large door, not opening it, and before his eyes was his status panel. It was evident that he would have to empower himself as much as he could be entering the room. Status. Level, 37, 4, 605, 000/7, 500, 000. Name, Zombie number 2314. Race, Undead, Zombie Lord. Evolution material, Fiery-tailed Wolf, 1000. Class. Title, True Undead, one who is favored by the process. HP, 3, 365/3, 365. MP, 3, 050/3, 300. Stat. Strength, 150, 7. Agility, 138. Sense, 122. Vitality, 50. Magic, 55. Intelligence, 80. Remaining stat point, 92. Innate ability. Undead body, Infernal body. Skill tab. Passive, all title, Rotbite LVL max, Undead aura LVL max, Melee combat LVL 5, Spearmanship LVL 5. Active, Legion of the Dead LVL 2, Domain of the Dead LVL 1, Touch of Death LVL 1, Negative Burst LVL max, Fire Breath LVL max, Inferno Ring LVL 1. Victor studied his status plate for a while, but he couldn't just add points to random stats. If the creature inside was a slow one, then he automatically wouldn't need to add much to speed, but if it wasn't them he would need to. The problem now was that he had no way to know what kind of creature was at the other side of the door before him. The best choice in this situation was to go to the other side first and confirm the kind of monster it was before he increased anything. I hope it's not an irritable monster that attacks immediately. Victor thought to himself. Boss monsters are normally calm and king-like monsters, so the one behind the door shouldn't be the crazy type, at least not at first sight. Victor turned to the door to face it properly with a calm expression and state of mind. He pushed out his arms to push the door, and in the most comedic way possible, it remained shut and wouldn't even bulged. This was after Victor had put a serious expression on his normally plain expression, getting ready for what was to come, only for the door to be so stiff. Is this a Japanese TV show or something? What kind of situation is this? While Victor had given up on trying to open the door after testing his axe on it alongside a couple powerful punches, the enormous door swung open on its own without him touching it. It was kind of weird and angering, but Victor didn't feel much anger as it vanished after a second after it appeared. He waited for the door to open completely to steal a glance inside the room, but it was filled with darkness too much for him to even see anything. Mystery right out the bet. This will be fun. Victor said sarcastically as he walked into the room. As soon as he did, the door behind him that had taken forever to open shut itself as fast as it would take one person to slap a mosquito to death. The darkness within the room became even more prominent as Victor couldn't even see his own feet, and for whatever reason, his senses weren't working properly. He couldn't hear a single thing, and his sense of position and direction was also off. Seeing as he had experienced being in a totally dark environment before, these other effects seemed totally unnatural. This situation just screams bad, all over. Though Victor couldn't see what was before him, he made sure to remain vigilant in case anything unexpected happened, but then, gems embedded in the walls began lighting up the place with dim lighting. Though some were brighter than the others, the overall lighting was like that of the moon. Victor looked around to survey the area and layout of the floor, and just as he expected from a boss room, it was enormous and spacious. The size of the room alone caused him to wonder the type of monster he would be facing, though, this thought was answered rather immediately. While Victor walked further into the room, the first thing he saw was a tail, and a big one at that. By the time the crystals around the entire room had completely lit themselves, Victor caught sight of the monster lying in the deeper part of the room. The monster was a complete vicious-looking one with two heads. It was at least 2 meters in height while lying down, and its length complemented its size well. A dragon. Victor thought to himself. The creature before him resembled a dragon to the last detail as far as Victor was concerned. If not for the 2 heads and the other fact that it was wingless, he would have concluded that it was a dragon. Victor had come to a complete stop as soon as the lights revealed the creature's form before him and just studied it. Victor had his suspicions, but regardless of what he thought, it was important to ask the system about things like these instead of just guessing blindly. Twin-headed Drake, Ramek, level 120. A named monster, and that level. Though Victor had taken on strong monsters before with levels way above his, this was a monster whose level went beyond the hundreds, and if he remembered correctly, wasn't the strongest human after the beastly one just a level 117? Or was it 127? He couldn't remember, but the point that this monster was unreasonably strong still remained. Coupled with the fact that it had a very high percentage of dragon bloodline in it, or was it even a dragon itself? Victor knew that its strength would be doubled if not, then close to it. Big creatures like these aren't classified in the speed department, Victor thought. This meant he had to add more points to strength instead of his speed and the others. His senses were pretty sharp, so he didn't need that either, and his mana was adequate, at least it speculated it would be enough to deal with the Drake. Why hasn't it attacked though? Do I have to trigger it first? Victor thought. Strength, 150, 7. He quickly added 60 points into his strength, sending a rush of empowerment running through his entire body. After increasing his stats before with his strength of 150, his body had also changed in a way to accommodate that strength and make sure that it at least could bring out the full power of what it was capable of. Victor, who was like a normal-sized man in the lean department, became quite buffed and muscular as the ripped muscles pierced his skin surface. If anything, he now resembled a human-sized Hulk with a little bit less muscle mass and more toned muscles. With the remaining 42 points, Victor was thinking an idea up in his head of how he was going to wake the Drake up, but then another idea came to him. System, how many stat points are needed to upgrade the skill, Touch of Death? Victor asked the system. 30 stat points. Chapter 47 Boss Room 2. Yeah, thought as much. Though Victor already knew this, he was wishing the amount will be lower this time. Using his will, Victor willed the system to upgrade the skill, and seconds later the skill was upgraded to level 2. Touch of Death. Instantly cause multiple severe critical damages to any target touched with your hands. Level 2. Mana cost, 30. Victor checked the skill and could immediately see the changes. Now instead of just one, it caused several critical damages, and it no longer consumed MP by the second, instead now it was per the number of times he touched the target. This is quite good, Victor said. This would be a good way to wake up a sleeping monster. With the remaining stat points, Victor added them to his agility, bringing his remaining stat point to 0. Victor craped behind the Drake towards its tail, making sure to make just light and delicate touch on the ground. He wasn't sure if he needed to make the first attack before the boss monster would become active, so he just had to be careful. Though he said he might have to touch it first to get its attention, this wasn't a game, and no monster would allow its opponent to attack it first before it knew to kill the enemy. He was only using game knowledge since it seemed to apply most of the time, but it didn't mean he truly believed this was some game. Victor got close enough to the monster, and readying himself to move at any time, he activated his skill and placed his left palm of the Drake's tail. Roar. Growl. The Drake shot into a rage mode as it swung its huge tail across the ground, sweeping the place behind it. Luckily Victor was ready to flee, so the moment the Drake's tail moved, he leaped over it and pushed himself back a couple meters to create plenty of space between him and the monster. Too bad he couldn't see the health bar of others, if not he would be able to monitor the Drake's condition and know just how much his skills affected it. This fight is going to be tough, I can feel it, Victor said as the Drake turned its attention towards him. If he didn't know any better, he would have said the monster had a fine pair of eyes, but being an avid gamer, Victor knew that when the eyes of a monster were of two different colors, it wasn't mostly because of nature favoring its beauty. Does this guy have a special skill like some type of cursed eye? Why is that eye different from the others? Victor thought to himself. The right head of the Drake had two colors of eyes, red and purple. The left head was normal, except for the blue lines that ran through its sides, which were also absent on the right head. Having twin heads, Victor also expected the monster to have two different set of abilities, as that was how it normally went. Victor, while waiting for the Drake to make its first move, was calculating how to fight the monster before him in his head. Going according to what he knew, big monsters like dragons and such had enormous physical capabilities, and could go toe-to-toe with strong fighters, but it was quite known how these types fight. Despite their physical strength, they always possessed many skills or magic spells that allowed them to dominate the entire fight like bosses. Only after some time would they start using their bodies. Knowing this, Victor was hoping that the fight would go according to the way he saw it to, with the drake using its skills first before its body. If it behaved normally also, that would be a good thing. Just like Victor had predicted, the first attack the drake threw at him was an enormous breath of fire that swallowed his own in comparison. Since fire had no effect of Victor, however, he didn't have to worry about fire-type attacks. The sole fact that the drake used fire attacks was enough advantage in the grand scheme of things. He rushed sideways, however, dodging the drake's fire breath. If the drake was an intelligent creature, showing that its attacks were non-effective towards him wouldn't be the best course of action, though there was a very high chance that it would figure that part out. Looking at Victor's body that was covered in fiery tattoo lines, it would be very easy for anybody at all to tell that he had an incredibly high affinity for the fire element. After dodging its breath attack, Victor rushed forward towards the drake with breaking speed, and as he approached a favorable distance, he pulled out the axe from his inventory and swung it hard at the drake's front legs in an attempt to cut it off. The idea Victor had was good, but the drake was very much prepared. Duad. The sound of the axe clashing against something rung out, but Victor could feel it in the attack that he hadn't even made a dent at the drake's flesh. Naturally, there was no uproar from the ground or dust, so Victor could see clearly what his axe had collided with. Instead of the drake's skin, it clashed with a protective shield around it. Originally, the path to victory was mostly clear, but with the addition of the shield, things just got another level difficult. Most of Victor's skills required touch or contact at least, so his combat capability had been greatly reduced by the single fact that he couldn't use most of his skills. And the one thing he was very good at had been rendered useless. Now that his fists, weapons, and most of his skills were useless, Victor only had one clear path forward. He could only use the skill, Negative Burst, to attack now. I hate these kinds of boss fights. Chapter 48 Boss Room 3. The difficulty has just been pushed to the max now if it hadn't before, Victor said as he jumped over the tail sweep of the drake. Luckily for Victor, the drake was slower than he was, so it was easy for him to dodge and maneuver himself around it without getting hit. The moment he landed back on his feet, or rather just before his feet touched ground, the drake raised two of its front legs and stomped the ground, causing the entire place to shake violently as though an earthquake was happening. This caused Victor to stumble as he was unable to get a strong foothold, and in that moment he got slammed into the wall by the drake's tail as it swept it back. The strike, though a bit slow, was very powerful, more than what Victor had expected. It wasn't the pain that got him, not like he could feel any to begin with, it was the reduction in his total HP. The HP he lost was minimal, but it still reduced in the end. With the impact against the wall, Victor was created a dent in it enough for his body to be fixed in place for a while before his body came off it, but before he slid down, the drake's left head shot something blue towards Victor, but he was able to dodge its attack before it hit. As he slid across the ground, he raised his head to look at the spot he was just in, and he could see that the attack from earlier was an ice attack, and the area around where the attack had hit was completely frozen. Fire and ice alongside other skills. It was already hard enough facing off against such a hulking monster, but the number of effective skills it had was another problem. Plus Victor had to act like the skills affected him in order to fool the drake, which was limiting his choices. As it was, there were only two ways to go about it. Victor would get close enough to the drake, at least enough to use his negative burst, then he would repeatedly try his best to break the shield around its body to see if it helps. There was the Inferno Ring, but that skill would have little to no effect on the drake since it is a fire-based attack. There was no need to even try it. Negative Burst. Send out a wave of negative energy that deals magical damage to surrounding targets. The closer the target to you, the more damage is dealt. Level, max. Mana cost, 30. Radius, 15 m. Victor went on with his plan, and relentlessly attacked the drake with the negative burst skill while continuously pounding the shield in hopes that it destroys, all while avoiding the drake's attacks. He was sure the negative burst was doing damage, but just how much, he didn't know. If the drake happened to have high magical resistance, then the skill wouldn't be as effective as intended. After a while of hitting the shield around the drake, it gave up and broke, leaving the drake exposed to Victor's attack, which he wasted not the chance to attack. First with his fists, Victor fell onto the drake's back with a powerful shattering punch that caused the drake's legs to give out beneath it a little, making it stumble, then he followed with a series of direct punches, showing no technique as he poured out raw strength into the punches. He leaped off the drake's back, and as he went past its side towards the ground, Victor did what any person would do and pulled out his great sword, the one he took from the warrior lady, and stabbed it into the drake's side, or at least he tried to do. On impact, the sword broke and was only able to make an almost non-existent wound on its flesh. It didn't matter though, since the spot Victor was rushing towards was the underbelly. It was proven fact that the underbelly was one of the weakest part of any creature, so that was where he wanted to strike at. As Victor landed under the Drake, he brought out his axe and took a wide swing at the underside of Drake, and sure enough he managed to cause a big injury to it this time, but then Victor was given a big surprise. Exactly a second after he had injured the Drake, the wound healed itself, and the rate at which it did so was nothing to joke about either. It was so fast that it almost did so in an instant. Doing this all the while as the Drake was trying to maybe shake him off. Victor rushed to one of its legs and grabbed onto it, before he activated his skill, Touch of Death, but nothing still. This time the Drake continued as though nothing was being done to it. With extremely tough skin and very high defense, coupled with the abnormal regenerative capability, this Drake was just way too pimped. The existence of such a creature was just insane. Victor just couldn't believe it. As far as he was concerned, killing it would be almost impossible to do with such regenerative capabilities. Despite these, there was always a way to kill something like this, he just had to find how. As Victor had expected, the shield around the Drake activated once again, and he was pushed out, and once again was unable to touch it. Now, no matter the attack he threw at it, it was futile, as in the grand scheme of things, he still couldn't do anything to it. The fight is going well. After studying its skills and ways of attacking, I've created the perfect counter for it. Let's see how it will do against my creation then. A voice said from the darkness that filled a room. There's no need to wait any further. It's clear that he can't do more. Time for the grand finale. Victor at this point had been fighting with the Drake for more than an hour, but was still unable to change anything. He still couldn't damage it. The next time he had taken down the shield protecting the Drake and tried another way he thought of to possibly kill it, the shield suddenly activated. What is this? It's similar to the shield it uses to protect itself, but this one is wider. Victor said in his mind while monitoring his surrounding and the Drake. Unlike the other times, this shield had trapped both Victor and the Drake within the shield it created. Seeing this, Victor knew what this meant. It was clear what was about to happen. With that look in its eyes, and the ability to regenerate at such terrifying speed, is it planning self-detonation? Sure enough, just as Victor thought, the Drake began to swell until it was at least half as big as it was originally, then something very out of the ordinary happened. Holy energy! From where? Victor said in shock, before he calmed down again. Seeing the situation before him, there was nothing he could do but say, "Ah fuck dash." Boom. You have died. Chapter 49 Reborn Again. You have died. Drifting in a void, not going in any particular direction, absolutely still, but still moving forward. This was the state Victor found himself in. This feeling he remembered from when he first woke up in this dungeon, or something similar, he was having it all over again. How did this happen? How did my life become like this? Ah, yes. It all started on that day. There were times he had died, countless at this point to be exact, but even then he didn't experience this. If only I left then. If only I didn't listen to her. If I had been just a little selfish. Victor continued drifting deeper and deeper into the void, not being able to move or break forthcoming thoughts. The only thing he felt was emptiness and penitence. If only I didn't listen to that bitch. This has happened before. I wonder where I'm going now. A bright white light shone into his eyes from the endless void, and just then Victor could feel his body jerk a little before his eyes opened. From what he could see, his hands were above his face in a crossed manner as though he was blocking something, the light. You died. You have been revived due to the effects of the dungeon. You have been revived in the first floor as it is your grounded floor. I died, huh? Victor said while staring at the cave ceiling after bringing his hands down and just lying on the ground. It's been a while. I'm back on the first floor, huh? Victor, wasting no much time, got up from the ground and found a better place to sit himself. As this was the first floor, there was need not to worry about the monsters around. Now, let's recap. Victor began by analyzing the entire fight he had with the Drake on the last floor. No matter how he looked at it, the Drake was just the best counter against him. The worst part was its ability to regenerate, which was also way too strong for a Drake to have. It was almost as if the Drake was also the Chimera. Is the creator of this dungeon a Chimera-loving person or something? Or is the problem coming from this world itself? Even the so-called evolution system I received is ultimately a super chimera system. From what Victor could see, there was only one way to win against the Drake, and for that to happen, he would have to take full advantage of each and every floor he enters now. Too bad zombies don't have regenerative abilities, Victor said as he stood up. The ability to function despite the missing body part is already a great one in on itself, so it didn't matter. After spending a little bit of his time planning his steps moving forward, Victor began by casting away his fire imp form. Against such a monster, that form would be all too useless. He opened the system, and headed towards the evolution section. Evolution material. Fiery-tailed wolf, 1000. Zombie, 15,000. Dungeon bat, 5,000. Dark poisonous spider, 200. Giant forest snake, 200. White mountain tiger, 500. Grey lichen, 4,000. Ghost gecko, 2,000. Mantant, 10,000. Minotaur, 1,000,000. Fire imp, 2,000. Red-back salamander, 30,000. Poison frog colony, 8,000. Dark Carpos, 10,000. After careful consideration and philosophical thinking, not really, Victor was sure of the path he needed to take moving forward. The idea of creating a perfect being which he might have had before was completely stupid and archaic, or plainly, not the way he's to go. There was reasoning when wanting to create or become the perfect being. It is the natural route anyone would take if given the opportunity. After all, whatever being created the universe must have been a perfect being. It might be the natural path for any being to follow the way of perfection, but when we really think about it, even the perfect being that created the universe created it with a measurable imperfection. Ultimately, there are two sides to a coin, and the side Victor had decided to take was the latter. Starting with the Minotaur, Victor engaged the system to begin the construction of his second form after throwing away the current one he had. He already received all he could from it, and since whatever he gains remains even after discarding the form, he could do just that. Whoever this system came from, they didn't grant me it to become some perfect entity. I will make adequate use of it from now on. Beep beep. Starting creation process. You will lose consciousness during the creation process. Make sure you are in a favorable location. You will now lose consciousness as creation process begins. Creation of new form Minotaur complete. Gained new skill recovery. Received 10 stat points. Strength plus 10, vitality plus 5. It will take 24 hours to completely adjust to new form. Victor woke up in the body of a Minotaur, and though he had gained the skill recovery, it didn't help him much as he already had the undead body, but it was still pretty good when looking at some of its effects. One good thing came from the fact that his MP and HP would recover slowly now after being depleted. As for the effects of recovering from fatigue, Victor didn't need it since he didn't get tired to begin with. Seeing this, Victor wasn't entirely sure how the skill would work, as it said recovering of HP was possible. It was possible for this to work by restoring his state back to how it was, or by recovering his HP, but the flesh wound would still need to be taken care of, and the state of the body would also affect the effects of the recovery skill. To test this, Victor waited for some time, then changed back to his zombie form. Using his own finger, he made a small cut on his hand and watched it over time while carrying out other tasks. Just like he thought, the wound didn't heal, meaning the skill didn't affect his physical state, as in his actual body, just stats. A status effect skill, Victor said. The small injury he caused himself was only a minor cut, so it didn't bother him. He continued on descending the dungeon floors once again, and while on the floors before the 40th one, he didn't care much about those since there weren't any monsters with skills worth noting, so he just browsed through each floor searching for any sign of abnormality, like whether a monster like Eric or Konda will appear. Though Victor found no abnormalities like he had hoped, he continued on to the next floors. It didn't take long before he got to the floor where he found Arak and Konda the first time around, and this time he planned on eating them to gain evolution material and gain some skills after integrating a significant portion into his form. Victor made sure to check every corner of the floor, but surprising enough he found nothing at all, not a single spider nor serpent. This is weird. I sure those guys were on this floor, but now I can't find anything, and I didn't find them in the upper floors either. Victor wondered what was going on and why the monsters didn't reappear after being killed, but after some minutes, he decided to move on. There was no reason to remain there guessing what he had no clue of, it was just pointless. He had some theories that he thought were plausible on why the monsters didn't respawn. The first was that those monsters were something of boss monsters and only appeared once, and after being killed didn't respawn. That would be a good analogy, but then there was the fact that the adventurers he got information from didn't mention these monsters, and in fact made the point that the dungeon was popular because the levels before the upper floors was so low. The report they gave, even though they were yet to even enter those floors as that was their first time there, suggested that these floors had been explored prior by other teams, and those people didn't find any strong monsters before the floors above 40. This fact was made accurate by the existence of the map device and the detailed information about what monsters dominated the floors and what their level range was. Thinking about this and analyzing the whole thing, Victor couldn't help but think of something sinister, that someone or something was really manipulating the dungeon, and that he was being targeted, but such a thought was a bit too much at the current moment. I might be thinking too far. Let's forget about it and focus on what is before me right now, defeating that thing. Victor said as he advanced to the next floor. Chapter 50 Human Companions. Through the entirety of the lower floors, Victor didn't find anything noteworthy except for some humans he ran into on the 36th floor. They turned out to be within the same level range as him, but as it turns out they were very weak compared to him, and he disposed of them easily. Their equipments were nothing much, so he didn't take any with him, and their bodies were left there too. Adding a weak human to his legion was not going to happen. After entering the upper floors, Victor made sure to allow his legion to run amok and gain some levels as much as possible. There was no need to rush to the last floor this time. If Victor wasn't sure he could at least have a chance to kill the Drake on the 50th floor, he wasn't going to face it. To begin with, Victor stayed on the 41st floor for the time being since he saw signs of people being there not too long off and wanted to find them. Maybe this time his luck would be good and they would be high-level players with some good equipments. Back on the 40th floor, Victor spent around 3 days there as he allowed his legion to hunt and increase their levels. While on the 41st floor, Victor still allowed his legion to go about the place, but made sure to instruct them on what to do if they encountered any humans. He wanted to be the one to fight them so that he would be able to see their levels and whether they are of any help. He just sat at a spot on top a stone slab and waited for the news to reach him. While waiting, Victor pulled up the evolution panel to check for the list of monsters whose evolution material he had. Evolution material. Fiery-tailed wolf, 1000. Zombie, 15,000. Dungeon bat, 5,000. Dark poisonous spider, 200. Giant forest snake, 200. White mountain tiger, 500. Grey lichen, 4,000. Ghost gecko, 2,000. Mantant, 10,000. Fire imp, 2,000. Red back salamander, 30,000. Poison frog colony, 8,000. Dark Encarpos, 10,000. Looking at the evolution materials he had, Victor just realized the very fact that he had many evolution materials, but none of them was enough to really make him stronger. If he wanted to reap the full benefit from a creature, the best way was to evolve into that creature and make it his second form. The second most effective way was to incorporate a creature into one's form, and for this one the evolution material had to be much in order to actually make a significant impact. If he used insufficient evolution material, he would just end up getting at most a physical trait of the creature. Or similar, getting anything useful like a skill would be less than 5% if he was exaggerating. As for now, the best monster to incorporate next was the Dark Encarpos. It was able to find its way through the water while it was completely pitch black. System, begin evolution. Victor said after choosing the next evolution path. This evolution was going to be for his second form, so he needed to remain still. Starting evolution process. Evolution will take 1 hour. During evolution process you will be unable to use your Minotaur form. After a while had passed, Victor got the signal from Eric and rushed over its location where he found 4 humans. Just as he had thought, humans had been on that floor, and since the map the humans didn't reach the upper floors, Victor was sure they wouldn't be able to find their way through the floor easily, especially because the way the floor's cave system were structured made it hard to do just that. Sysitem, identify. Human level 60. Human level 61. Human level 60. Human level 65. Not so high in the level department, Victor said in his mind. Then again, Victor didn't need those too high a level since he would be unable to use them as part of his legion to begin with. I should use this opportunity to do a little bit of interrogation, Victor said in his mind. The problem was, if he was to act too rashly, These guys might decide to be patriotic humans and not release any information till they die. That was something he didn't want, as the whole point and effort he put into capturing them would be defeated. The last guys he caught were a bit stupid, so it was quite easy to get information from, not to mention they were very low-leveled. As Victor thought about it, he realized that he might just have to kill them in the end. He had been watching them fight Eric from a hidden spot where he could not be seen, and just at the right moment he brought back Eric, as right before the human's eyes Eric vanished into the black smoky mist. Eric was actually about to die, and he would have if Victor was a little late. Eric had been using whatever means it could to survive the attack of these multiple enemies that were of a higher level, but good thing was that Victor was quite fast too. Let's just go with the flow. If possible then good, if not. Victor came out of the corner he was in, and for the first time he was received rather better than he thought. It almost threw him off a bit. "Hey, Mr. Hunter," one of the guys from the humans said. From the last humans Victor came in contact with, there was one whose body proportions were similar to his, just a bit bigger, but since that human was wearing fitted clothing, it made no difference, as in the end it only appeared a bit loose, like a fashion style. Victor was covered from the face to his feet. He was now wearing an old-style trouser that fit at the ends with a baggy shirt, a pair of black boots, and an inner shirt that covered all the way to his upper nose like a face mask. Hey, Victor responded. He hadn't had a conversation with another person for a while, and suddenly being engaged like this, he still didn't know how to respond properly. "What are you doing there? Come over," the one with the highest level said. Victor could guess that he was the leader, but as he got closer and was introduced, he saw the actual leader, who was the one with level 61. "You are alone?" "Yes." "Seems the rest of your team were unlucky, or did you just get separated?" "That's possible too," the leader asked. Victor responded, agreeing with his first suggestion that the rest of his team was dead. He didn't know what to do in such a situation, and didn't know he looked normal before. Maybe the clothes helped, but damn. Why did the others attack him then? Was he just coming off as a pervert? And that was why he was being attacked. He was naked anyway, so that is possible. "So your ability causes you to turn like this?" "I heard there were a few people who had these kind of strange abilities," the leader said. "Yeah, cheat characters. They also tend to be stronger than we the normals. Worse is when they become higher level," another person said, the one with the highest level. Victor could say much, and did a good job to remain silent unless necessary. Because of the way his mind had become, he was always calm and chill in all situations, making him have an expression that looked as though his face muscles were dead or something, as he would just remain unchanged no matter the situation. He himself hadn't noticed this, but even after the others did, they just chugged it off as a side effect of his ability. Luckily for him, they didn't pry more into where he came from and what group he was part of after asking once, and he didn't give a definitive response. They must have thought that he had been in a traumatizing situation for all he knew, but whatever the reason was, it was to his favor, so he didn't care. As things were now, Victor decided to get the information he needed while with them, as it was the best option. If they weren't stupid, they would eventually find out that something is wrong with him, and when that time comes, he would know how to handle them. For now though, he just had to play along. They kept going forward, and just like he thought, they had absolutely no sense of direction or where they were supposed to go. The short time he had been with them, they had already walked through one route multiple times without the others knowing. He tried his best to give out suggestions, but at the same time he didn't need them to advance so soon. And also, he was just about to start his recognizance. "Hey Laurie. What's this thing used for?" Chapter 51 Human Companions. "Hey Larry. What's this thing used for?" Victor asked one of the people who he was now moving with. The thing he was referring to was a device that looked like a lawn mower that had a satellite dish mounted on it, with some other technological parts. Victor could roughly guess what its use was, but just to start a conversation, he asked anyway. "Ah. That's an area scanner. How come you don't know something like this? Who's this guy?" Larry said with a funny bland expression on his face. "Yeah, which guild are you affiliated with?" "You never said, and you don't have an emblem either," another said. "Emblem? Ah, I think I threw it away," Victor said in his mind. About questions like these, Victor couldn't really answer in any way, deceptive or not. He knew nothing of the world he was in currently, and so couldn't even lie. At such a critical moment, the only idea he could think of was one he saw someone use in a movie he watched while still on Earth. Asterisk obviously asterisk. Here goes nothing. If it didn't work, then he would just have to do away with these humans too. I don't know, I can't say. All I know is that we were taken from a young age and trained in isolation, and only left the facility when there was a mission. Apart from that, I don't know anything else. What the world looks like or anything outside the facility, they are all foreign to me. Victor said with a blank expression on his face. Is that so? One of them said. Shit, did they not buy it? And our relationship was going well too. Well. Victor ultimately couldn't tell whether or not the story would work. He had no idea how long dungeons had been in this world, but one thing he was sure of was that no matter the world, there would always be a secret organization that experiments on humans and does certain inhumane things. Even back on Earth where there was no such thing as superpowers as far as the general public was concerned, such organizations still existed. I heard that an organization like that existed where the government would take people and experiment on them, trying to create stronger hunters, but for it to be this terrible. This is really inhuman. One said, as Larry nodded in agreement. At this point, if nothing else, they were all feeling a little sentimental towards Victor. Victor himself was quite satisfied that his little story worked. He began asking questions about what the world was like, and about certain things, and because of the story Victor had come up with for his background, they were not in the least suspicious. If anything, they were being supportive and answered his questions very well. So what are your abilities like? Victor asked. Going full in with the story of being a captive, Victor also added the fact that they were not allowed to socialize with each other in the facility and were not allowed to get close or form any kind of relationships, so information did not flow around between them. Victor himself told them that his ability was fire-based, and that he had two variations. And I'm also physically strong. Pwahaha. Of course you are physically strong, everybody is. Well, that is unless you are extraordinarily strong. Seeing as it's the government's experiments and facility, it is expected if you are more extraordinary than us normal hunters. Larry said. The others also said theirs, and also, from what they said, it seemed like the norm was for people to possess not more than 3 skills. They called them abilities, but Victor couldn't tell if what they meant was actually skills or something else like abilities. Since he wasn't sure, he just took it as skills. Larry's ability was just like the Victor's, similar, it was the ability to control fire. The second person's was the ability to control water and ice. The third person could create illusions, and the fourth could control puppets. According to them, the level of an individual is very important, as it is what makes one stronger the higher leveled they are, but the skill rank also mattered too. A level 50 with an E rank skill would only be physically as strong as a level 50 in some cases, but his skill would fail him greatly when facing others or monsters. So ultimately, the level isn't the deciding factor, but both are. The level and the skill. From them, Victor also realized that he wasn't the only special one around, as every hunter also possessed the ultimate cheat every transmigrator gets on arrival. I can't believe everyone has a system. Then, at least, I can take pride in having the evolution aspect, right? At least. Victor said in his mind, a little defeated. Victor's opinion of his luck was quickly changed however, as he found out that his system was still the cheat system. From what they had said, and from the information he had gotten from them, the system hunters possess isn't exactly like the one he has. Unlike his system, the one possessed by every hunter only enables them keep track of their development by displaying basic information. From what they said, their system interface would look something like name, XXXX. Age, XXXX. Level, XXXX. Health bar, XXXX. Mana bar, XXXX. Physical, XXXX. Ability, XXXX. Unlike Victor, the others have a health bar that doesn't indicate how much health you have in specific figure, and that was the same with the mana. Depending on the figure one had on the physical, it showed how physically powerful they were, and the ability section showed the ability one possessed. And what rank it was. The highest rank of this ability recorded in history was the S rank, and nothing above that has been recorded. Though, there are rumors that say that a rank above that exists, and just wasn't recorded by the government. Seems the government in this world is no different, keeping secrets everywhere they turn. Victor said in his mind. No wonder they easily accepted his lie without much suspicion. If Victor got it correctly, Their system didn't give them the luxury of seeing their stats or even adding extra stat points. Brutal. It didn't show an experience bar either, so all they knew to do was to kill monsters until they leveled up, or if they were lucky, they would find an energy orb. So much information these guys have given me. I'm so happy I didn't kill them. Victor said with a blank expression despite feeling joy and satisfaction for some seconds. Though Victor knew the map and where they were supposed to head next, he just left them to their methods and followed. According to them, the area scanner was for scanning the environment, and could be used to make a makeshift map that hunters use to find their way around dungeons and also search for monsters in the surrounding area. The reason why they had yet to get anywhere was because the one they were given was an older version that was in a bad state, and a monster ran into it before, and since then it had been misbehaving. Maybe I should do a little bit of work and direct them bit by bit, if not I'm afraid we would just remain here. Victor did his best to vaguely hint on which way they should take, and though sometime they didn't take the hint, there were times when they did. Other times, they would take the hint only to go turn round and come back to the same place, then go the wrong way. Victor got tired of repeating the same routes over and over again and just started directly pointing out where they should head next. Since they saw that he was so good at directions, they chugged it down to his luck or his natural senses directing the way. Truly, experimental subjects are the best. You can even do things like find the way inside a dungeon, huh? Larry said. Come to think of it, he didn't even know what an area scanner was to begin with, so your entire group just relied on their bodies to find the way forward. Wow, that's amazing. Another said. Why yeah. Victor responded. He could not help but find the analogy these guys were bringing as very strange. They were so easygoing that Victor felt like feeling sorry for their lack of security. They ran into some monsters on the way, and Victor got to witness them use their powers, and sure enough it was similar to using skills, only that it was a bit different. Unlike the skills Victor possessed that were just like that he would see in games where each did a specific thing, the ones used by the hunters before were more of a combination of skills, or simply put magic. It's quite interesting how different it works, huh? And they actually believe that my skill is also fire-based like Larry's. This guy's can freaking control fire like an extra limb and do a lot of things with it. All I can do is breath it out and create a minefield. Heh. Chapter 52 Human Companions 2. Evolution complete. Received 5 stat points. Sense +5, Agility +2. The entire times walking around on the 41st floor, the group didn't run into many monsters, at least not nearly as many as they should have. The 41st floor was the floor dominated by the Mantants, and because of their way of attacking, they always came in waves and not individually, making each face-off physically tasking for the humans. Luckily though, the ants had not been coming as much, and the group had more time to rest and focus on advancing to the next floor. Seems like it was a good idea not to recall my legion, Victor said in his mind. Though Victor had thought of bringing them back, he realized it would better to make them deal with majority of the ants and only leave some for the group to handle. If Victor had to fight always, it would raise the chances of him doing something that would bring suspicion on his character. Something like accidentally using more than the required strength was there, and not like he had seen the others use their actual bodies to fight, so he still wasn't exactly sure how strong they were. Going by what they said, some people had skills that focused on their own bodies and not things like shooting fireballs or creating lakes. Abilities could be divided majorly into 2 types. There were abilities that allowed people to use the energy within them to do certain things, kind of like casting spells. They are referred to as emitters. Then, there were abilities that improved the user's body, making them able to utilize their physical bodies in battle, basically martial arts and the likes. They are referred to as enhancers. The first group had more means to affect their surroundings and also do a wide range of things, while the second could do inhuman things using their very flesh and bones. This would mean the lady that wielded a sword who Victor fought on the lower floor would be the second type, while the rest were of the first. The problem now was that Victor had already said he had a fire-oriented ability, and had been using his fire breath ever since. He did say he was strong physically, but it would still be very unusual for even an experimental subject to show the same level of strength as an enhancer. Some time passed, maybe a couple days since they had to stop and rest and also sleep along the way, and from Victor's map, they had reached the path that led to the next floor. They just had to walk for at most 2 hours before getting there. These days Victor spent with the team were one of his most difficult and hellish days, since he had to pretend to be asleep and just lie there for hours doing nothing, while being perfectly fine and feeling no sense of tiredness. Victor didn't have an option that would just shut down his body for some time either, so it was inevitable. Throughout the night, Victor had nothing to do while lying there awake, so he just opened his system to check how his legion was doing, and how much they had advanced. Luckily, none of them had died. Eric was the least lucky, since he had to be unsummoned, but the rest seemed to be doing very good. Amadon looked to be the highest level yet, and despite being the highest leveled, he could still advance faster than the rest. It was evident the higher one's level was, the least likely it was for them to level up, as the experience needed also increased, but Eric could still power through despite that. A/N, monsters in Victor's Legion will be taken as men since their gender isn't really known. Unless it's clear what the gender is, the monster will be referred to as masculine. Seeing as they would be going to the next floor the next day, Victor made sure to bring his legion closer and at the right time unsummon them, just before everyone woke up. After some time passed and everybody had woken up, they resumed their journey to the next floor, and just like Victor thought, 2 hours was what it took to get to the next floor. Victor couldn't help but notice something was different with two of them as they approached the path that led to the next floor. They looked like something was bothering them a bit, and would often look behind to cast a glance at Victor and the other who could control water and ice as both of them walked behind, while Larry as the leader walked in front. Something's off here, their behavior is a little off, Victor said as he monitored them more. Though it was clear to him that the two before him were up to something, he couldn't just say so without evidence, and he was sure the others would side with their friends who they've known for a longer time than him who was a stranger. No need to involve myself, Victor thought to himself. They made their way through the path, and after some minutes of descending the path, they arrived at the 42nd floor. As from what Victor could remember, this should be the floor where he encountered minotaurs and the fire imps. There was just one thing he had in his mind at this point. I have to separate from these guys. Tagging along is only limiting me. Victor could just choose to kill them and move on, as he originally planned, but after benefiting so much from them, he thought that leaving them alive was the best he could do for them. Getting away from them wouldn't be that hard. Victor didn't need to think through it much, it wasn't like he was their buddy or something as lofty as that, so simply leaving and not returning would be enough. I need to take a leak, I'll be right back, Victor said as he walked away. Before that, he thought he would be a good person and at least inform the two people that were least suspicious that the other two were acting weirdly. From what he could deduce, the person most likely to be in danger was Larry, who was the team leader, so he chose to tell only him about the behavior he had noticed earlier. Good enough, Larry wasn't an impulsive person, so he was able to quietly tell him without the others finding out. When he left to ease himself and took long to come back, Larry could roughly guess what had happened, and after making a bit of effort to search for him, they gave up and just moved on. Victor immediately detached himself from those he was just with and began his search. The layout of this floor was very clear in Victor's head, and was something he needed not to use a map for. He had threaded this floor in various forms, so something like finding his way around was no problem at all. First of all in Victor's agenda was to grab every single opportunity he got by the balls and not shy away from any kill. Normally he would just avoid killing low-level monsters since the experience points wasn't much anymore, but now every single one was going to die if they crossed paths. He immediately headed for the best spot where he knew he would find some number of Leakin and kill them at least for an appetizer on the way before he got to the first Minotaur. From the group, he was able to learn that many different groups and guilds from different countries had been sent to subjugate the cave, and the number was around 15 different teams on estimate. Because of this, Victor was sure to run into more humans the further he descended the dungeon. He hadn't seen many human corpses so far, so it could only mean that they made it far into the higher floors. It's sure to get rowdy later, Victor said in his mind while cutting off another Leakin's head off its body. Normally this would have been a hassle for Victor, but this time was different. After spending time with the humans for some days, he realized that they weren't as bad as he originally thought. Seeing as humans were at the bottom of the evolutionary chain, he thought they would be weak and useless. But aside from their strength, he could see that they could also have their importance. The days to come might be even more favorable than I originally thought. They would surely help me a lot, Victor said as he proceeded deeper into the floor. Since he took a different route, he missed the first Minotaur, but where he was headed was the spot where he had fought the second one previously, and surely enough, when he got there, the monster he came for was standing within his sight. Long time no see. Chapter 53 Another group. Killed Minotaur. Now, the third place. Victor disposed off the Minotaur relatively easy, and unlike last time where he wanted to take it slow and fight it out so he could gain some experience, this time he didn't shy away from using his skills. The first move he made, he made sure to open up the Minotaur's flesh and poured a good amount of his saliva into the flesh wound. Just like last time, this Minotaur had the regenerative ability, and the rot from Victor's saliva was immediately being countered. Victor moved in and used his touch of death, hastening the process of the Minotaur dying. Seeing as the Minotaur could not be further advanced, and he could not add it to his legion, he had no other use for it except for the experience points it gave. After that, Victor headed towards the Fire Imp territory to do his massacre there, and on the way ran into some humans who had been in the floor prior. Just like the group he met on the previous floor, this one also didn't treat him with too much hostility, and just assumed his appearance was from the effect of his ability. Ah, another group of humans. Victor thought to himself. He had been hoping to find another group. The one before was so good and impressive that it changed his perspective on humans. Human level 80. Human level 70. Human level 75. Human level 75. Human level 77. Human level 73. Human level 76. 7 of them, and the highest level is 80. Shouldn't be too difficult, Victor said in his mind while walking closer to them after they beckoned. Hey, the name's Adam, Wadash. Before Adam could finish his sentence, a hand went through his stomach, passing cleanly to the other side and dragging some innards as it came out. Victor immediately looked at the other confused faces that seemed to still be processing the situation and dashed towards them one after the other. Using the sword he picked up from the lady he fought before on the upper floors, he passed by 3 others taking their heads off while at it, but stopped at the 4th, who managed to bring out a shield on time. The impact was still great, so it sent him flying backwards. Victor didn't give room for any of them to relax and calm down, so he pushed forward again. Between the 3 that were remaining, one was a level 80, the other a level 70, and the last one a level 75. The level 75 was the one who had brought out a shield to block his attack, and as that one was sent flying a couple meters back, the Victor rushed at the level 70 who was closest to him. The level 70 seemed to be the most shaken and disorientated, but as he was about to strike him, the level 80 suddenly appeared before Victor, in between the level 70 and Victor himself, blocking his attack instead of the level 70. Clank! Who are you? Where are you from? The level 80 shouted. Victor simply leaped backwards a couple feet after pushing against the level 80's body using his feet. Victor now was facing 2 people. Target has been affected by skill Undead Aura. Target has died due to the effects of the skill Undead Aura. Killed human. Plus 96,000 EXP. The level 80 who fell down after Victor pushed him had also knocked down the level 70 behind him. He tried to get his companion to stand, but it was futile as he quickly realized that the level 70 had died. At this point, he could only think that Victor had some sort of skill that enabled him to kill others without necessarily touching them physically. A mental attack. The level 80 thought. But if so, it means he has 2 abilities. He's strong. Having 2 abilities in this world is something only a few have, this Victor is aware of. Although, the abilities people in this would possess were much more versatile than the skills Victor, so it was justified. Victor didn't care though. None of the people present would live to tell the tale of meeting anyone with more than 2 skills. Already, they had the misconception that Victor had physical strength enhancement and a different attack that was probably some type of mental attack. With this, they would be working against that. The 2 that were left were both physically oriented fighters, as they were both enhancers. While the level 80 was still holding his dead teammate, Victor wasted no time and sprinted towards the level 75 that was making his way towards the level 80 and level 70 that was now dead, and intercepted him midway. Again, the level 75 was only able to block Victor's stomp at the very last moment and couldn't make a perfect block, causing the shield to also slam against his body while he was sent flying backwards the second time. Victor charged at him again, but for the second time, the level 80 appeared before him, stopping him midway. This time, the level 80 appeared with a kick of his own, but Victor managed to block it and was only thrown backwards from the impact. Teleportation. Victor noted in his mind. There was no other way to explain the level 80's movements, and with the instantaneous change in position, Victor was sure that it was teleportation. Noting that, Victor could already see the fight becoming harder than he had originally thought. Regardless, he wasn't going to give up, he could see victory at the end. Both parties kept fighting for a while, and any time Victor would make an attempt on the level 75, the one with the teleportation would interfere. The level 75 called the other captain, and seeing as the captain was so caring towards his subordinate, Victor came up with the perfect plan that he had seen others use countless times, and was also the favorite move the villain always made. Now, Victor dashed towards the level 75 after hitting away the level 80, so this time he was actually able to get his hands on him, but instead of killing him instantly, he wasted a little time and allowed the level 80 to make his move. As soon as the level 80 appeared beside Victor, Victor used his other hand to grab the teleporter on his throat, then touch of death. Killed human. Target has been affected by skill undead aura. Target has died due to the effects of the skill undead aura. Killed human. Plus 100, 000 EXP. Chapter 54 Human Form. Victor let go of both bodies, and they collapsed, and at that moment he felt something else against his back. Someone just tried to stab a sword through him, but unfortunately for the person, the sword didn't even manage to penetrate his skin. So this is what he planned to do, huh? Victor said in his mind. The one who had just attempted to kill him was the first person he had stabbed his hand through his stomach, but surprisingly he didn't die. He seemed to be the healer in the group, and though Victor had noticed him earlier healing himself, he did nothing, wanting to see what he would do. In the end, he didn't do much, and since he couldn't attack with his ability probably, he chose to use a sword, but in the end still failed. I don't need this one, Victor thought, then burned him using his fire breath. Truth be told, if Victor wanted an easy fight, he could have easily killed all of them and the fight wouldn't have dragged on for so long, but he chose not to. Well, I couldn't analyze all of their abilities since some died before the fight even started, but it's okay still, Victor said while moving towards the level 80's body. As he got to where the body was, he simply sat beside it and starting with the hand began tearing off chunks of flesh and swallowing. I should be fast, just in case another team is nearby. New sample detected. Analyzing sample. System analysis complete. Human sample has been analyzed. By the time was done analyzing the sample, Victor was also done eating all the human bodies around, and anyone he finished with, he would use his skill fire breath to burn the remains, leaving behind only skeletons and maybe some armor. From this group, he also gained some weapons and other items that he knew not the use of, but took them regardless. Since this was the Fire Imp territory, Victor used the fire to make it seem as if a monster was the cause of the death, and he also made sure to not take too many of their equipment. Since he was basically so different from the rest of the humans, there was always the possibility of everything being traced back to him, and in case he wasn't going to kill the humans he would encounter immediately, he would like not to walk in and begin a fight. Victor left the area to hunt other monsters immediately, and if he was lucky he might just run into another group of humans. The main reason for him killing and gaining evolution points from humans wasn't because they were beneficial to him when it came to evolution, it was because they possessed some amazing abilities, and if everything goes as planned, he would get some skills from evolving them. Victor quickly brought out the system panel and went to the evolution section, but first he checked his stats. Status. Level, 37, 6, 9, 15, 000/7, 500, 000. Name, Zombie number 2314. Race, Undead, Zombie Lord. Evolution material, Fiery-tailed Wolf, 1000. Class. Title, True Undead, one who is favored by the process. HP, 3, 365/3, 365. MP, 3, 300/3, 300. Stat. Strength, 210, 7. Agility, 140. Sense, 122. Vitality, 55. Magic, 55. Intelligence, 80. Remaining stat point, 7. Innate ability. Undead body, Infernal body. Skill tab. Passive, all title, Rotbite LVL max, Undead aura LVL max, Melee combat LVL 5, Spearmanship LVL 5. Active, Legion of the Dead LVL 2, Domain of the Dead LVL 1, Touch of Death LVL 2, Negative Burst LVL max, Fire Breath LVL max, Inferno Ring LVL 1. Evolution material. Fiery-tailed Wolf, 1000. Zombie, 15,000. Dungeon Bat, 5,000. Dark Poisonous Spider, 200. Giant Forest Snake, 200. White Mountain Tiger, 500. Grey Lichen, 4,000. Ghost Gecko, 2,000. Mantant, 10,000. Fire Imp, 2,000. Red-back salamander, 30,000. Poison frog colony, 8,000. Human, 50,000. Begin evolution process. Beep beep. Starting creation process. You will lose consciousness during the creation process. Make sure you are in a favorable location. You will now lose consciousness as creation process begins. Victor found a safe place to hide himself since he was going to be creating a new form and replacing the Minotaur. He headed for the small room space he made use of previously and stayed there. This time, he made sure to take off his clothes just in case, though he had the clothes he took from the humans he killed, he still liked the current combination. Creation of new form human complete. Gained new skill teleport. Gained new skill art of combat. Skills melee combat and skill spearmanship have been incorporated into skill art of combat. Gained new skill remote explosion. Received 20 stat points. Strength +5, Vitality +5, Agility +5, Intelligence +10. It will take 24 hours to completely adjust to new form. After waking up, Victor was happy to see that he had gained the skill which the level 80 human was using, teleport. Apart from that skill which he got from the level 80 human, the other two he knew nothing of. From their names, he could guess what their effect was, but he still had to see the description to know for sure. Seems like my deduction was correct. I gained some of their skills, or abilities as they refer to it. Victor said. He quickly went through his own physical body to see how his form had changed. Not much, huh? Looking at Victor's body, there wasn't much change the eyes could see. It was probably because of his abilities, his body still looked as pale as ever, and the marks were still all over his body. There was absolutely no difference in appearance from his zombie form as he even looked exactly the same in everything. There's really no reason to stay on in this form at all, is there? Victor said. Though his appearance had not changed one bit, his physique had not followed over at all. Though this body was still tough, it couldn't even compare to his zombie form. Humans truly are useless. This is just too pitiful. Chapter 55 Human Usefulness. Though his appearance had not changed one bit, his physique had not followed over at all. Though this body was still tough, it couldn't even compare to his zombie form. Victor took out his clothes and wore them, then remained in the small room until 24 hours passed before he went out. He could have gone out, but the humans roaming around the floor are strong, and without his tough zombie physique, facing them would be dangerous. The danger was minuscule, but it was still present. It was not like his appearance was different, since he will still be suspected a bit, he thought. Victor came out of the room and with his form changed back to his base zombie form, he felt more confident. I should try out my new skills first. Skills. Passive, all title, Rot Bite LVL Max, Undead Aura LVL Max, Art of Combat LVL 2. Active, Legion of the Dead LVL 2, Domain of the Dead LVL 1, Touch of Death LVL 2, Negative Burst LVL Max, Fire Breath LVL Max, Inferno Ring LVL 1, Teleport LVL 1, Remote Explosion LVL 1. The Fist 1 Art of Combat was pretty self-explanatory, in fact all of them were, but since this one was a passive skill, he would see the effects later on. The second one was the Remote Explosion. Though Victor knew roughly how the skill worked based off knowledge from Earth, he still had to try it out since he didn't know how it actually worked. Some place away from the room he stayed was where the fire imps resumed their territory, and were also a good target. He approached the group and holding his hand out, he commanded the skill to activate. What's this? Clearly Victor had activated the skill, but nothing happened, there was no effect. Maybe he needed a trigger. So he put out his hand one more time and with his will to activate the skill, he snapped his fingers, this time creating an effect, a magnanimous explosion. Still nothing. Victor said while looking at the space before him with lively fire imps crawling around. What's going on? Victor tried out a bunch of other things, but nothing happened. At this moment, he felt pretty stupid, as he could have just checked for the information before doing anything. He thought he knew a bit about it, but it turned out like this. Victor forgot about trying it himself and just opened his system panel to check the skill's description. Remote Explosion. Turn inorganic matter you touch into a bomb that can be remotely detonated. Strength of explosion is small. Level 1. Mana cost 10. After seeing the skill's description, he immediately knew how it worked since he had seen something similar before on Earth. Let's see. Victor said as he picked up a piece of rock. Since it's like this and the explosion is small, I could say the size of a grenade. Victor held the piece of rock that filled his hand and then activated his skill. Immediately, he could feel a little portion of his mana been implanted into the stone, and after doing so he threw the piece of rock towards the group of fire imps ahead of him. Victor allowed it to land and roll till it stopped, and then he waited for one of the imps to get close to the stone properly. Now. Boom. Wadash. Victor looked at the explosion that he had just created, and in no way was it something to be called a small explosion. He thought the size would be like a grenade or similar, but it turned out to be at least 8 or 10 times as powerful as a grenade. Well, compared to something like a nuke, this could be considered small. But, to think this skill would be so powerful while its level is only 1, impressive. Seeing this skill so powerful, Victor wanted to level it up more, as he had just thought of a very interesting use for it. But this. Victor noticed something was different about his skill Fire Breath earlier. Since it was a skill at max level, he could fully control the amount of fire he spat out at a given point in time, but he felt like it became more powerful than it originally was. He actually had to adjust his normal output when he was with the human group earlier. It feels like something changed my skills, Victor said in his mind, as he could strongly feel so. He tested out his negative burst skill then, but nothing had changed with it, but his Inferno Ring was now strong enough to severely harm fire imps, which were complete fire-oriented creatures. If he could see their HP bar, he was sure that it would be low. System, is the increase in the strength of my skills due to the system's effects too? Victor asked, a bit curious. No, this due to the effects of your ability Infernal Body, which increases fire attacks by 500%. I don't remember this kind of effect though, Victor said, as he rushed to check the description of his ability. Infernal Body. You have an incredibly high affinity towards the fire element. The energy of fire is around and with your body, and it empowers you. Though you thrive in extremely hot environment and habitat, you are not any weaker outside your natural habitat. Immune to heat and fire. Increase in attack and defense in hot environment/conditions. Natural and high affinity to the fire element. Minus 500% increase to fire-based skills. No weakness to opposing elements equal or weaker than yourself. Damage taken from opposing elements only if it is considerably more powerful than yourself. Your body is always strengthened and supported by the fire element. I really did change, huh? Or maybe I read wrong the first time, it should be so. After testing the skill, the next skill to test was the teleportation skill, as it was the only other active skill he acquired. As for the skill, Victor didn't feel too safe using it, as he didn't know much about how it would work, since teleportation works differently to begin with, so he just checked the skill's description from the start. Teleportation. Instantaneous movement oneself and other things between different marked locations. Level 1. Mana cost, 60. Range, unlimited. So basically it's flying Raijin. Not bad at all. Victor placed his palm on a wall, and with a thought appeared a marking on it. The mark was small and at most 1 centimeter on every side. Victor ran far off from it, and when he was far enough, he activated the teleportation skill, and immediately appeared before the mark he just created. From his point of view, the space around him just shifted instantaneously. It was like closing your eyes for a second while in the toilet, and then opening it to see yourself in the sitting room. Only that for Victor he didn't close his eyes. The skill was just as wonderful as he thought. With this, facing enemies had just become increasingly easier. The only problem now was the cost of using this skill, which was a whooping 60 mana points at just level 1. Victor, seeing this, wasn't alarmed much though. For that guy to be able to use it multiple times like that without tiring, it means the mana cost would definitely reduce as the skill's level increases. Next was to test how he would teleport others with him. Victor moved towards one of the fire imp corpse, and then bent down to touch it. He activated his skill, and just like before, he was before the spot where he had marked, but the fire imp was not with him, and since he was squatting, he appeared mid-air sort of, since the spot he marked kept his body's position a bit above normal. Seems that a lot of things are just so. I need to level up this skill first. Anytime Victor killed a human group, he would search for their money, but seeing how nobody brought plenty of money into a dungeon, he was still very broke even after all the groups he had killed. Whatever their currency was, it didn't mean much, as when he placed it into the system and it was converted, it would turn into system coins. From what Victor had deduced, 100 of the human currency was one system coin after conversion, and this amount varied. I have gotten only 10 coins so far, so poor. To think humans would be this useful, Victor thought. To think he had even left many human corpses without extracting evolution material. When he left the dungeon, he would have to visit a human settlement and get more skills. But then, monsters would not be shying away either, so maybe that would not be necessary. From what he had learned from Larry and his group, the world outside was not as he would have ever thought. Firstly, dungeons and gates started appearing about 50 years ago, and after the first dungeon break happened, monsters had began inhabiting some places on the planet. The same thing happened with the gates. Because of this, more than 40% of the planet's surface became infested by monsters, though, this figure has reduced ever since the hunters began pushing back the monsters and reclaiming lost grounds. Whatever, I will deal with all that when I get out there, Victor said. From what he was told, this particular dungeon was nearing the time for a break to occur, and since the higher levels actually had monsters as strong as level 60, the max they had seen at the time, it couldn't be ignored at all. Though this dungeon was an abnormal one which still hadn't shown any signs of a break, not to mention the jump in levels, it could still happen anytime soon. With this, Victor knew of 2 ways he would be able to escape the dungeon. Either wait for a break when whatever was keeping him inside would be removed, or do what he was doing now and kill the boss monster at the final floor. Before revisiting that guy, I should definitely find more humans first. Chapter 56 Arc Humans L. Before revisiting that guy, I should definitely find more humans first, Victor said while walking away. After that, he spent more time in the 42nd floor, mainly for 2 reasons. The first was to get more human evolution material, while the second was to find more money, in turn getting more system coins. He went around killing fire imps, and even returned towards the beginning of the floor to find the first Minotaur. How lucky are those guys, seriously? Victor asked in his mind. The group he came with had passed through the route where the Minotaur was, this he was sure of, but not a single corpse was there. Surely the Minotaur isn't the type to eat humans, so it could only mean that they somehow evaded it. Whatever the case was didn't matter in the least to Victor. If they were alive, then good for them. He made quick work of the Minotaur and gained its EXP before setting off to the lower floor. There were stronger groups that had reached that deep by the time. Many groups entered the dungeon at the same time, and the stronger ones were able to dominate the lead and leave the rest behind. Of course there were those that just followed close behind and enjoyed a monsterless hunt, but not everyone could. Especially the floors with a lot of water, it slowed many down. Needless to say, fighting the stronger guys was solely for the reason to gain experience points. That was their major use. Since whatever skill he got was going to be reset to level 1 anyway, he didn't mind getting an underdeveloped skill from the less strong people. Even a weak skill can become useful after leveling it up to max. Something changed. Victor had been noticing something different about himself, but now he figured out what was different. He wasn't as emotionally abstract as he was some time ago, as the feelings and emotions he felt deep within him locked up seemed to have opened up a bit. It's probably because of the human form I acquired. I can't say it downgraded me a bit, since it isn't getting in the way at all. But then, I would have thought that I would feel some special type of feeling after part of that locked emotion was released, but it feels pretty normal, like it has always been, Victor said to himself. Victor's current goal was to get to the next floor and see what the humans there had to offer, and along the way he ran into another small group of 3 humans, all within the level of 40 and 50, and of course killed them and gained their evolution material. This group was purely made of fighters, and their skills abilities weren't anything fantastic either. Victor had speculated this, but in the end he was right. The abilities humans possess are diverse and are like a cluster of more than one skill. This made them able to execute different skills even though they only possessed a single ability. But whenever Victor attained from their ability, he would only get a skill, and not the full range of the ability possessed by the human. From the guy who could teleport, during their fight, he couldn't only teleport to the position of his comrades, which would have made his ability the same with the one Victor got, he could also teleport around the place in a way, but after getting the skill teleport, Victor could only use the marking teleportation. Well, in the end it didn't matter, since he could just get as much skills as the number that makes up an ability. Victor reached the path that led to the next floor, and just then the evolution process was complete. Really, since he already had the human form as his second form, any new human evolution material was just added to the pre-existing form he already had. So, clearly speaking, he only incorporated the new evolution material he received into the one he already possessed. Evolution process complete. Gained new skill melee combat. Gained new skill swordsmanship. Gained new skill sword control. Skills melee combat and skill swordsmanship have been incorporated into skill art of combat. Received 15 stat points. Strength +3, Vitality +3, Intelligence +10. After seeing this, Victor was pleased with the results, descended to the next floor. If the skill art of combat was absorbing all his fighting-related skills, that could only mean that it was a very strong skill, so he's sort of happy to see the skill's effect. The last group he killed, he hadn't fought with them as he just used his touch of death on them in order not to prolong the fight. A/N, from now on, I will be adding the money section to his status screen. Reaching the next floor, Victor continued in the same fashion as he had planned, and took care of the salamanders and frogs that appeared. He didn't need any of their evolution material as he had no need for it, so he made good use of his fire skills on the frogs, and the salamanders he wasted no time with. Sure enough, on this floor he actually encountered some reasonably strong humans after running into a group of them. He had to go pretty deep into this floor before he even found the first humans. Along the way all he saw were corpses. Though not much, none was alive. This group of 10 had the average level of 65, but their leader, or the person who he assumed to be the leader, had a level of 95, the highest he had seen so far. Being an undead, Victor knew no fear or what that word meant. Even though he regained a sliver of his emotions, he didn't regain this one, and it was not like the emotions were at all prominent to begin with. The fight against this group was a bit difficult, since they had impeccable coordination. The problem lied in the fact that he needed their flesh after they died, so he couldn't scorch them the slightest bit. The only upside to this battle though, was the attitude of the leader of the group in comparison to the previous one who had the teleportation ability. Unlike the teleporting guy who cared for his comrades and rushed to aid whenever Victor tried to attack, this one just remained where he was and watched his team fight Victor. Victor himself wasn't sure what the leader was thinking, and so had to also keep a close eye on him just in case he made a move at him at any time. The next in strength was also beside the leader, and didn't come to attack. At times like this, Victor wished he had some type of skill that would allow him peek at his opponent's stats. Earlier on, system, identify those two for me. When he encountered this team, the leader and the other person strongest after him stood quite far away, so the system only automatically displayed the level of those that were close and left the two, but as Victor had requested for it now dash. Arc Human level 95. Arc Human level 90. Arc Human, does that mean they have transcended human limits or some shit like that? Victor asked himself. That would be the reason they didn't care to get involved with the fight before them. Maybe they were the type to view the weaker ones as inferior, so they didn't care for their life or death. This didn't bother Victor though. If this was the case, then he needed not to worry himself with them, as they wouldn't be interfering anytime soon. Though Victor was finding it hard to touch this group, it didn't mean that he was been pushed back or even threatened by their attacks. The only problem lied in the fact that he couldn't touch them. Most of his skills needed him to touch the opponent, or be at least that much close to them, which they prevented with the barrier around each person, much like the Drake. Then their healer just happened to be someone who used holy energy, so her magic was quite effective against his negative burst, lessening its effect greatly. Alright, that does it. Victor said in his mind after seeing no other way forward in this situation. The fight had been going on for at least 4 minutes or so, and though it wasn't much time, it was enough for Victor to know whether he was making any progress or not, and the answer was, very little progress. In this short time, Victor was able to see the effects of the skill art of combat, as whatever attack the group throw at him, he always easily found a way to evade it. The only problem was the fact that he couldn't touch them. He could just break their shield with strong physical attacks, but that would take too long. He had already devised a plan in his head. Victor once again went into their midst, and though he knew he couldn't really cause them damage, he still tried attacking every single one of them, jumping about the whole place, attacking and evading. When he had made a move on every one, he jumped into the air, almost reaching the cave ceiling which was more than 20 meters high. Then as he descended, the markings which were normally just glowing a faint volcanic red lit up like all over. SIWW. Dom. Boom. Chapter 57 Arch-Human LL. Victor descended, the markings which were normally just glowing a faint volcanic red lighting up all over like fiery streams of fire. Doom. Boom. The ground beneath cracked in different places, and many chunks flew into the air. Victor had literally pierced the place, them after his crash into the ground. the entire surrounding exploded again like some kind of chain explosion, one after the other. Boom. 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 The explosion was massive and wide, covering the entire area and blowing dust, smoke and particles into the air, obstructing everyone's vision. Apart from the overall explosion, each individual explosion was also powerful, and at this point, the leader that had been standing some distance away from the fight actually started showing some interest. About a minute passed without any significant movement, just people from within the smoked area trying to find their way out. As there was no air current in the cave, the smoke and dust did not leave by itself, meaning that till whatever was going to cause it to clear come, the entire place was like an area with smoke screen. The only problem was that it was against everyone. What Victor had done when he decided to attack the group was not just pointless and out of desperation as they had thought. Using his newly acquired skill remote detonation, each time he placed his hand on the ground, he would infuse it with his mana as he activated the skill, leaving that place as a time bomb ready to be detonated at any time. After dancing around the place and leaving several tens of spots filled with his explosive mana, he destroyed the area to stun the group, with the hopes of shaking them a bit and possibly destabilizing them enough for their magic to be released. For this plan to work, he made sure to place more explosives near the caster of this spell, the mage type, and near the priestess using holy magic. When he broke the ground and caused chunks of rocks pieces to fly around, it just helped spread the area of effect, and set a good stage for the chain detonation and explosions, though it would still have been possible even without shattering the place. Victor just wanted to throw them off a bit to begin with. This should be good enough, right? Wonder if it worked. Victor said in his mind. During the explosion, he teleported himself outside the range of the explosion, as he knew he couldn't regenerate any body part if any was to come off. With the smoke screen now, he was sure that everyone inside couldn't tell their forwards or backwards. So, he dashed in. He made sure to leave a mark for his teleportation somewhere behind in a strategic place where the vision of their leader wouldn't be able to reach after the explosion. After that, he just quietly went into the smoke-covered area, and just as he had thought, the plan was a success, and the barrier covering and protecting their bodies was gone, and they were now vulnerable. Though Victor's vision was also bad within the cloud of dust and smoke, his senses still worked very well, and again, just like he had thought, it was better than that of the humans, so they couldn't find their way as easily as him. Without wasting much time, he moved first to the one closest to him, and before that one could even alarm the others or even make any weird sounds, his body fell to the ground, but Victor caught him before he hit the ground. Moving from that target, he headed to next closest one and did the same. Before a minute had passed, he had already silently killed every single member of the team that was within the dust and smoke. "Hey, make that cloud of dust get away," the leader said to the person beside him. "Yes, sir." The one beside him moved down, and then took out a large metal fan. Using it, she blew away the cloud of dust and smoke, well, most of it. Victor, standing in the midst of the cloud of dust, just stood there like he had been waiting for some time. "You filth. Arc-human, huh? Let's see the difference they'll show," Victor said in his mind while observing the lady's actions. It was safe to say that they still thought of him to be human at this point. It wasn't unnatural for hunters to have falling out in dungeons and gates. In fact, it would be the perfect place since it couldn't be properly supervised by the outside authorities. Victor didn't care about what they thought though, it wouldn't matter after they died anyway. After a few seconds of staring at each other, it was evident that Victor was not going to make the first move, so the lady took the initiative to attack first. She scoffed as she launched herself forward towards Victor with a great speed, but Victor was still able to follow her movements well, and was not at all threatened by it. She attacked him with the fan first, launching a vertical strike on him, which he easily evaded. Again, he wasn't going to scorch their bodies, so he had to use other means that would not spoil the flesh. Victor jumped back some meters to distance himself away from her. He had many opportunities to kill her using Touch of Death, but he wanted to see more of why they were Arc-humans. He waited for her to use her ability, but he never saw her use anything like such, and after a few minutes of engaging her, he was starting to think that she wouldn't show him anything. Over the short period of time they fought, the lady had used a total of 7 different weapons, some of the Victor had never even seen before or knew if they were actual weapons or just custom-made. At this point, he was starting to think her ability was some sort of weapon mastery or similar. Chapter 58, Bonus Chapter, Arch-Human LLL. Throughout the fight, Victor had yet to speak, but the lady didn't need him to. She could tell that he wasn't even trying, and that he had been easily deflecting and blocking her attacks, and though she herself saw many openings when he could have attacked, she saw that he didn't. It was quite clear that there was no way he didn't see those openings, so dash. Is he just toying with me? Am I not enough for him to take serious? He questioned in her mind as her facial expression spoiled a bit. The way she switched weapons, she would be holding one weapon in hand, and the very next moment it would disappear and another one would appear in its place. Victor was quite curious how it worked, but it was not like she would tell him if he asked to begin with. She took out her fen this time while putting away the weird-looking sword he was holding. The metal fen opened up and expanded, then a sword appeared in her other hand, and she placed it upon the fan. The two weapons fused together seamlessly as though they were always part of the same piece. Then she extended her hand backwards before throwing it towards Victor. The speed the weapon traveled with was great, but for some reason Victor didn't feel the least bit threatened by it, and remained totally calm, even for himself. As the weapon approached almost immediately, he just moved sideways a bit evading it, then using his hands redirected it back towards the lady. The whole movement happened smoothly and in one fluid motion as he spun his body around like a move born out of some Tai Chi technique. With the same speed, the weapon traveled back to the lady, but as it got close to her the weapon slowed down, then dash. Boom. That shouldn't be enough to damage her. From what Victor had summed up, she had abilities that had to do with weapons. She could bring out weapons from wherever, could use various weapons, could fuse weapons, and from the actions of the fan Victor just sent her way, he could control her weapons remotely it seemed. All these didn't matter though, Victor decided he had seen enough of her show. Why not try asking her, she might just tell me. He said in his mind. The explosion was so unexpected and sudden that it threw the lady off her footing a bit, and as she leaned backwards from the explosion, Victor's face appeared from the smoke and came just before her. For her, he was so fast, enough that she felt he would be able to land a few blows on her if he wanted. At that moment of helplessness, her vigilance rose above normal as she felt vulnerable before Victor. What is the power you possess? Victor asked. He grabbed her by the waist like some grand royal dance feast spotlight couple would, and her leg even happened to be raised to fit the pose well. Maybe it was because of the battle and she was absorbed in it, but she didn't notice this immediately, but neither did she answer Victor. She just stared at him while her body crashed down on the floor, as it went limp. Well, guess I'll find out later, he said. Victor then turned to look at the leader that was still standing at the same spot. He bent down to pick a small piece of rock, and then as the leader began coming forward, he threw the rock as fast as he could, but the leader was still able to deflect the rock, but then instead of the rock, Victor appeared before him and placed his hand on his face. With one of Victor's leg behind the leader's legs, Victor pushed the leader backwards and got him off his feet because of the speed. Doom. The sound of Victor bashing the leader's head into the ground rung out, but in the end it didn't matter as he used touch of death after the head smash just in case. After fighting with the lady, one thing Victor noticed was that there was little difference between the normal humans and the so-called arch-humans. He wasn't even sure if they themselves knew that their race had changed a bit. The arch-human would probably just live longer and become a little stronger at most, maybe have more potential than normal humans at most. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Whatever, hey. Victor dragged the body of the leader back and on the way grabbed the lady's body also, then using his teleport, he appeared on the spot he set his mark earlier. Time to gain some evolution materials, he said while digging into the flesh and swallowing it piece by piece. Before eating it this time, he made sure to take off the clothes he was wearing and wear the one the first guy he ate was wearing, in case blood got on them. It would be okay since he would abandon the clothes later. The original one he had on was just that good that he didn't want to spoil it. After he finished taking all the evolution material he could by savaging every single piece, Victor checked his list of evolution materials. Evolution material. Fiery-tailed wolf, 1000. Zombie, 15,000. Dungeon bat, 5,000. Dark poisonous spider, 200. Giant forest snake, 200. White mountain tiger, 500. Grey lichen, 4,000. Ghost gecko, 2,000. Mantant, 10,000. Fire imp, 2,000. Red-back salamander, 30,000. Poison frog colony, 8,000. Human, 220,000. This should be good enough, right? Or would it be better if I just build the form anew? Which would bring out the most benefits? Victor asked himself. The last one worked, so this time there shouldn't be any problem either, right? Let's believe that, Victor said, as he felt it good to be positive from time to time. System, begin evolution process. Starting evolution process. Chapter 59 Boss Fight L. Starting evolution process. Evolution process complete. Gained new skill weapon mastery. Gained new skill swordsmanship. Gained new skill death curse. Gained new skill plant manipulation. Gained new skill iron fist. Gained new skill double strike. Skill swordsmanship and sword control have been incorporated into skill weapon mastery. Skill double strike have been incorporated into skill weapon mastery. Skill iron fist has been incorporated into skill art of combat. Received 20 stat points. Health plus 100, mana plus 100. Strength plus 5, vitality plus 3, agility plus 5, intelligence plus 10, magic plus 5. After the evolution was complete, Victor had already gotten to the next floor, and looking at the new skills, he was quite satisfied with what he got, though he couldn't tell where some came from. Victor killed the leader of the human group he met last so quick that he didn't give him a chance to show his skills, so he didn't exactly know what to expect. He wasn't expecting anything grand either, since the other arch-human he faced wasn't really all that different from normal humans. Was he some kind of druid or something? To get something like plant manipulation? Victor said while looking at the skills he had, but then the death curse was kind of contradictory. But, since druids had something to do with spirits, Victor guessed it was possible for them to also use such magic. Maybe. Status. Status. Level, 37, 6, 9, 15, 000/7, 500, 000. Name, Zombie number 2314. Race, Undead, Zombie Lord. Evolution material, Fiery-tailed Wolf, 1000. Class. Title, True Undead, one who is favored by the process. HP, 3, 465/3, 465. MP, 3, 450/3, 450. Coins, 50. Stat. Strength, 223, 7. Agility, 150. Sense, 122. Vitality, 66. Magic, 60. Intelligence, 110. Remaining stat point, 62. Innate ability. Undead body, infernal body. Skill tab. Passive, all title, Rotbite LVL max, Undead aura LVL max, Recovery LVL 1, Art of Combat LVL 2, Weapon Mastery LVL 2. Active, Legion of the Dead LVL 2, Domain of the Dead LVL 1, Touch of Death LVL 2, Negative Burst LVL max, Fire Breath LVL max, Inferno Ring LVL 1, Teleport LVL 1, Remote Explosion LVL 1, Death Curse LVL 1, Plant Manipulation LVL 1. Looking at his stats, there was only one thought he had in mind. The sign of growth. From such an unintelligent creature, now, I am slowly becoming a scholar. So refreshing. Not ignoring the rest of his stat, Victor was quite impressed. He began looking into all the skills he had newly received to see what they were about. Death Curse. Magic that affects the soul and eats away at their life force as time goes by. Intensity can be increased. Level 1. Mana cost, 50. Plant Manipulation. Control plants in the surrounding area. Amount of mana required differs depending on plants. Duration, 30s. Level, max. Mana cost, XX. Apart from these skills, the other skills were sort of self-explanatory and needed not for Victor to check the description to see how they worked. Another thing Victor discovered was that the system also accepted gems as money and converted them to system coins. If only these guys came as some kind of excavation team to harvest gems, it would have been good. He didn't know where to get these gems, and that was something he wanted to ask the next people he met. H even tried using the gems that lit up parts of the cave, but that didn't work. Victor kept going deeper into the dungeon, and after a day or two reached the 49th floor again. Within that time, he ran into two other human groups, and the fight with them was incredibly easy as they were either tired and exhausted when he found them, or sleeping. In the end, he wasn't able to get the information he needed about the gem, so he gave up on it. From the groups he killed last, he gained some useful skills. Gained new skill archery. Gained new skill 9 blades walks. Gained new skill earth stump. Gained new skill terror. Gained new skill excavate. Gained new skill demon chain bind. Gained new skill demon shadow. Gained new skill precision shot. Gained new skill sixth sense. Gained new skill hot hands. Skill archery and precision shot have been incorporated into skill weapon mastery. Skill 9 blades walks have been absorbed into skill weapon mastery. Received 30 stat points. Health plus 100, mana plus 100. Strength plus 5, vitality plus 5, agility plus 5, intelligence plus 10, magic plus 10. Overall, Victor had gained plenty from the humans, and he could beat his chest anywhere now as a former human himself and say that humanity is not completely useless. From time to time, they still have their uses. The skills he gained weren't that strong, but they were going to be very useful when fighting and very quite the versatile bunch. The Earth Stomp was just like the name suggests, it caused tremor in the surrounding area. The skill Terror induced hallucination, but at level 1 it only caused some mental damage, nothing else, not to mention, against a strong opponent it would be useless, that is if it would even activate properly. The Excavate skill did what it said, dig up the ground clean, basically just creating a hole on dirt and any material. From all the skills he gained, this was probably one of the most overpowered when thought through. This skill allowed the user to basically excavate the rocks in an area of hard rock, or even a wall. If he was right, it would work on other materials like metal and even something like water. Basically anything tangible could be excavated. This included human bodies. No wonder a level 60 could be the team leader. The skill was just 2 above the others. Even Superman will fall before such a skill. The 2 skills Demon Chain Bind and Demon Shadow were gotten from the same person, but for the first skill, Victor wasn't sure if it was going to be too useful against strong opponents. If he was able to break out of it after a bit of a struggle, it just proved that monsters above level 100 would also be able to do the same. The most it could do was buy some time. The second one, Demon Shadow, was actually more impressive. It reminded him of several anime he had watched where someone would have something similar. Basically, this skill gave life to the user's shadow, allowing them to gain one minion that is as strong as themselves and can even use someone their skills which the user granted. The more advanced part of the skill was probably still locked now. For now, all Victor could do with the skill was send his shadow to do common things or fight for him against the opponent's shadow. The only downside right now was the fact that dark places limited this skill, and it didn't work. Either if the environment was not well lit or the shadows were not well defined. He would have to level it up first before it would become very useful. By the time he increased its level, it would become another overpowered skill. Hot hands basically made his hands hit up at super hot temperatures enough to melt through flesh easily. This skill was immediately max level though as soon as he got it. With his infernal body, he could already do something like this, so the skill was kind of a useless one for him. The sixth sense was pretty self-explanatory, it gave him a whole new world as he could perceive abstract things that even his high sense stat didn't allow him to before, like subtle changes in factors around him or being able to pick up some minimal changes in the waves and wavelengths around him. Precision shot was meant to be an active skill, but now that it was absorbed by the weapon mastery skill, it had become passive, at least this was what Victor believed. Since the weapon mastery skill kept swallowing other skills, he was sure it would also convert those skills which it had swallowed. Along with the skills, the last group he had attacked while they were sleeping seemed to be the greedy bunch, as they were actually walking around with their money and gems. Victor wasn't complaining, it only meant that he could get more coins. In total at this point, Victor had 1,750 coins. Back on the 49th floor, which was the floor before the last one where the Drake from before was, Victor was with the bunch of chimeras that roamed the floor, and as easy as it got, he just destroyed them one after another until he got to the door that lead into the boss room. Victor made sure to use each of his skills that he could, focusing on his active skills to see which one of the skills was most useful for the altercation that was about to occur. This time, he was going to focus on using the most effective skills against the Drake, ones that would work perfectly against it. System. Chapter 60 Boss Fight LL. System. Status. Level, 38, 2, 005, 000/13, 000, Name, Zombie Number 2314. Race, Undead, Zombie Lord. Evolution Material, Fiery-tailed Wolf, 1000. Class. Title, True Undead, one who is favored by the process. Coins, 390. HP, 3, 615/3, 615. MP 3 700/3 700. Stat: Strength 230, Agility 155, Sense 125, Vitality 71, Magic 70, Intelligence 120. Remaining stat point 97. Innate ability: Undead Body, Infernal Body. Skill tab. Passive, all title, Rotbite LVL Max, Undead Aura LVL Max, Recovery LVL 1, Art of Combat LVL 2, Weapon Mastery LVL 4, Sixth Sense LVL 5. Active, Legion of the Dead LVL 2, Domain of the Dead LVL 1, Touch of Death LVL 2, Negative Burst LVL Max, Fire Breath LVL Max, Inferno Ring LVL 1, Teleport LVL 1, Remote Explosion LVL 1, Death Curse LVL 1, Plant Manipulation LVL 1, Earth Stump LVL 1, Hot Hands LVL Max, Terror LVL 1, Excavate LVL 1. Demon Chain Bind LVL 1, Demon Shadow LVL 1. The skills that'll be the most effective would be Remote Explosion, Death Curse, and Excavate. The rest can just remain like that for now. There are others, but Victor said while looking at the system panel before him. There were some skills he knew would be good, but in the end those skills weren't the most effective ones. With the coins he had gathered, Victor could only hope that the coins would be enough to level all the skills he had to a good enough level at least. With a skill like Excavate, he would be able to seamlessly do major harm to the Drake and possibly counter the Drake's healing ability. How much will it take to upgrade my skill Excavate using coins? Victor asked the system. 70 coins. Okay, upgrade its rank. Skill Excavate has been upgraded to level 2. Coins 1680. After this, Victor just went on upgrading the skills he had chosen to use as at the forefront. Skill Excavate has been upgraded to level 3. Coins 1530. Skill Excavate has been upgraded to level 4. Coins 1130. Skill Death Curse has been upgraded to level 2. Coins 1030. Skill Death Curse has been upgraded to level 3. Coins 810. Skill Remote Explosion has been upgraded to level 2. Coins 720. Skill Remote Explosion has been upgraded to level 3. Coins 640. Skill Remote Explosion has been upgraded to level 4. Coins 390. Active, Legion of the Dead LVL 2, Domain of the Dead LVL 1, Touch of Death LVL 2, Negative Burst LVL Max, Fire Breath LVL Max, Inferno Ring LVL 1, Teleport LVL 1, Remote Explosion LVL 4, Death Curse LVL 3, Plant Manipulation LVL 1, Earth Stump LVL 1, Hot Hands LVL Max, Terror LVL 1, Excavate LVL 4. Demon Chain Bind LVL 1, Demon Shadow LVL 1. Remote Explosion. Turn inorganic matter you touch into a bomb that can be remotely detonated. Strength of explosion is increased exponentially. Level 4. Mana cost 30. Death Curse. Magic that affects the soul and eats away at the target's life as time goes by. Intensity can be increased. Level 3. Mana cost XX. Excavate. Excavate the physical matter around a set area into void. Level 4. Mana cost 50. With everything set and a ready plan put in place, Victor entered the boss room, and as he did, the door behind him closed itself. Just like before, the Drake didn't even move a muscle, and this was just the exact thing Victor was hoping for. This was the only time he had to touch the Drake physically, so unlike last time where all he did was use just one of his skills, Death Touch, this time he was going to do all he could, literally. Victor approached the sleeping Drake, and for the first part of his plan, he would have to first of all go all the way around the Drake. He could only hope that it wouldn't wake up halfway before he was done. He first went around the Drake setting as many explosions as he could on the earth around its body, then he set explosions on some of the cloth materials he had and dropped it on the Drake's back and body, in at least 6 places where he was sure the clothes wouldn't fall off after the Drake started moving. MP 3 700/3 703 250/3 700. The Drake was truly not going to do a thing until it had been attacked. After setting everything, Victor was finally ready to attack. He moved towards its chest area, and as soon as he used his skill Death Touch, he kept his hand on the Drake even though it started moving, continually causing it damage, but since it didn't die even then, it was clear just how strong the Drake's regenerative ability was. After the Drake had stood up completely, Victor then used the excavation skill to chop out a huge part of its entire body, and he wasn't no dumb person, so he aimed for the Drake's head, which he deemed the most crucial part of its body. MP 3 250/3 703 200/3 700. Victor was betting on this being the killing move since the brain was basically the part of the body that controlled how the other parts worked, but unsurprisingly, the Drake began regenerating its head immediately after, and in some tens of seconds, it had completed the regeneration of its head. But not without Victor clearing the entire space around its chest and stomach, taking its left hand too. After he did this, the Drake's barrier activated, cutting Victor from it. Victor did of course still try his excavate skill, but just as he speculated, it couldn't do anything with the barrier up. The barrier around the Drake was like a sphere that wrapped around its body, keeping every other thing out. Before the Drake could finish regeneration, Victor activated the third skill he prepared for the Drake, the Death Curse, and once again according to his speculation, it wasn't affected by the barrier since it wasn't a physical attack. Even if the barrier could block magical attacks, Victor wasn't sure if it would work on this skill since it was a kind of spiritual attack and not a simple magic attack. He felt a huge amount of mana leave his body at one go, that it felt like his body became a bit heavy for a second and he was almost dragged to the ground. MP 3 100/3 702 600/3 700. Chapter 61 Boss Fight LLL. That's insane. I couldn't even control the intensity well this time, Victor said in his mind. The way this skill worked, he would have to control the intensity of the curse, and compared to the intensity, the amount of mana used would also increase. He had intended for it to be intense, but not this much, and was completely not prepared for it. Following this, Victor didn't stop there and used the trap he set some time ago before the whole thing began proper, and dash. Bang. Boom. Boom. The entire area around and under the Drake began exploding one after another, sending the Drake into another state of confusion. Though the skill didn't take any mana from detonating an already set explosion, all Victor had to do was set one off, and the chain explosion took over. At time like this, Victor was happy for the existence of physics. Because of the explosions, the Drake got destabilized and confused, and in this window of time, its shield barrier disappeared, and this was while it was still in the process of regeneration. Then Victor took another large portion of its body with the excavate skill. The upside to his plan was the fact that his skills didn't take as much mana as he thought they would, even with the overpoweredness. The Drake at this point where the fight had only begun for some minutes had yet to even make a single attack of its own, as it was forced to defend itself immediately after waking up. Victor's plan was working so far, and it was a harsh and sadistic plan to burn through his reserves all at a single stretch in attempt to finish the Drake before it even had the time to fight back, and so far it seemed to be working. Now, the entire upper body of the Drake up until its chest and front legs was gone, and the regeneration speed which used to be lightning fast was now so much slower that it couldn't even compare. Victor stopped for some seconds watching the Drake trying to regenerate itself, and while he watched its body trying to regenerate in what looked like a truly desperate struggle, he couldn't help but hope that this was enough to kill it for good. One reason why he still wasn't attacking was the fact that he had used the Death Curse skill earlier, and the intensity was truly not a joke, as it too so much. Going by the normal scale, a skill of that level would have taken at maximum nothing above 80 mana points from him, but this 1 inch completely went past that. It should be enough to kill the Drake. After a minute had passed, the Drake stopped its struggle to move, and its regeneration even stopped, but Victor knew it wasn't the end as he still hadn't seen any notification that he killed the Drake. Just when he was thinking about it, the notification appeared. You have killed twin-headed Drake, Ramak. Finally, Victor said in his mind, but before he even finished what it was he was saying, something strange he had never experienced before happened. It was similar to when the system spoke to him and he could hear the voice in his head while it still sounded in his ears, but this time it was as though a thought was being transmitted to him. It wasn't at all a voice, it just felt like he was thinking by himself, but the words of this thought was different and independent of his, and it seemed to be communicating with him. What is this? What, or who are you? Victor asked. He knew he was an undead, and one of their advantages was the ability to negate all mental attacks. If even after that someone or something could still get into his head, then he wasn't as safe as he thought he was. Calm down, human. Or should I call you a zombie? You seem to be a mess of different creatures, interesting. I never knew such a thing was possible. Whatever it is you are, calm yourself down, let's talk. I am the Drake Ramek, who you just killed. Drake. What is this? Is this part of the whole illusion too? Victor thought. No, I really am the one you just killed. You can read my thoughts. Well, the ones you let me read. We don't have much time to waste, so let's be quick. Okay, I'm listening. What is it you want? It's clear that there's something, right? Get to the point, I don't think you'll last long here to begin with. Victor responded. Quite calm in this situ dash. Get to the point. Victor cut Ramek off before he could continue rambling on about unimportant things. He wasn't sure what the Drake wanted, but he could only listen in the end. It might actually turn out to be helpful to him. Very well. I need you to free my master from a similar predicament as you have found me before I was slain, and free him from it by ending his life. What? Let's say I agree, what do I get from doing this favor? All my riches. Deal. Just like that. You were serious when you said to get to the point. So impatient, the younger generation. Whatever. How do I find this master of yours? Victor asked. Here, you will be directed to the location. The Drake Ramek said, as it passed something into Victor, and immediately, he could tell which direction he needed to head towards to find this master the Drake was talking about. Interesting. My power? It truly is. If it wasn't for the predicament I found myself, I would have easily defeated you. Just know that. The Drake then passed unto Victor a golden key which he said would glow after he killed his master, and that is when he would be able to open his vault. He also instructed Victor on how to go about it. Victor didn't trust him at first, but Ramek assured Victor that his words were truth. Victor eventually agreed to the deal, and stashed the key in his inventory. Yeah, sure. Now, while there's still time, tell me about what happened. Victor said. Right. Since the negotiation is through, we can move on. Chapter 62 Zombie Drake. Now, while there's still time, tell me about what happened. Victor said. Right. Since the negotiation is through, we can move on. After listening to Ramek's story, Victor was quite pleased about how things turned out. Truly, if he wasn't in the dungeon, Victor wouldn't have stood a chance, not even in the slightest. Ramek is originally a creature from another world, as he put it. It all happened suddenly while he was with his master on the great mountain peaks, on the day he was supposed to achieve his transfiguration. The journey took some days, but finally on the third day, they arrived at their destination. The world where Ramek came from had magic and various mysterious powers, and just like Victor was already aware of, he was a Drake. Victor might not have known this, but dragons are a very prideful race, just like any other powerful race, they valued their own more than any other. With the various creatures walking around with mixed bloodlines, the dragons refused to recognize any race or creature with mixed dragon blood in them as one of their own, so drakes like Ramek have to live a solitary lifestyle as they are not many to begin with compared to other races, and didn't enjoy the luxury of family and things like that. In order to perfect himself more, Ramek went on a journey to purify his dragon blood, and sure enough there was no other way to do it than to battle against dragons and kill them, then use their blood and essence to advance his evolution. The only reason Ramek was able to kill so many dragons that were supposed to be stronger than him was because most of the new generation dragons had no experience when it came to fighting, as they just relied on their natural-born abilities. To a creature like a drake whose lives are filled with battles and struggles at each turn, such dragons are easy meat. After a long time of living this sort of life and always running from the stronger dragons in order to keep his life, Ramek had only gotten so much further in his goal to achieve a perfect bloodline. There were no changes that could be noticeable, it was like the world was telling him to give up. In these sorts of times where he was at a low point in his life, the cause finally caught up to Ramek, and he was found by a dragon, the same ones he had been avoiding for so long. It seemed this was just a fated happening, as Ramek did not even resist. You are, the dragon that found him said, as it muttered some words which Ramek barely heard. Ah. Take me already or just kill me. I'm fed up with all this anyway. Ramek thought in his mind. All his efforts had been useless up until the last moment. Even after the various years, it was like he had done nothing. We are alike in many ways. How about you follow me? The dream you have and the sole goal you wish to accomplish, I will help you do something about it. The dragon said. Ramek didn't know why, but he just couldn't refuse or bargain with the dragon and agreed. From then on, they walked and traveled together, and experienced many things together through tens of years of travel. Around this time was when the dragon, Ramek's master, decided it was time for him to take Ramek to the Mountain of Transfiguration. He was ready. On the Mountain of Transfiguration, where Ramek was supposed to undergo transfiguration, just when they both were about to reach the actual place was where everything happened. Suddenly, the entire space in the surrounding area and space seemed to have warped and was distorted at the same time, and without an opportunity given for them to even resist, he and his master were consumed by whatever this thing was, and when Ramek opened his eyes, he was in this room. Ramek tried to break free from this strange place, but he soon realized how futile his efforts were, as all the strength he once had was now completely gone. If he was to compare, he would say he had returned to how he was in his age of adolescence. This didn't stop Ramek though. Even though he knew it was futile to try and power his way through, Ramek thought of other ways that wouldn't require him using his strength as much, if at all, and his biggest motivation for this was that he could still feel his master's presence. Surely though, all attempts failed, and after some weeks must have passed, he was forced into a state of rest where he had little to no connection to the world around him, but at the same time wasn't completely unconscious. What seemed to be controlling his body after he was shoved behind was the second head which he had magically gained after waking up. This was the first time he regained full consciousness, and before he entered that state, he was sure that there was no second head attached to his body, but he was actually quite relieved that it wasn't his master's. Even in that state, I could still sense my master's presence, though it kept on getting weaker and weaker as time passed. He was a strong dragon that had been alive for hundreds of years, to think even he was unable to break out till now. Ramek said. Ramek was not certain, but he believed his master was also in a similar place as he is right now. Victor would have to fight and kill his master in order to set him free. The fact that his master had not escaped until now proves that he also lost most of his original power, and with that even Victor should be able to defeat him. My master's name is Garmarok. Find him, and when you are able to talk to him, speak to him my name. He will understand. Guess that's all, huh? You can rest in peace now. Victor said, while heading towards the corpse to eat the drake's flesh now. Sheesh. So Ramek's voice was cut short, and with it followed grunts that sounded like he was truly struggling against something. Hey. Boy. Esometh again, his voice was cut short, and before Victor could respond, the corpse before him was engulfed in a purple and dark illumination that encapsulated it almost. Victor, seeing this, could immediately tell that nothing good was going to come from it, so he jumped backwards to get out of the way of possible attack. The light sipped into the drake's corpse, and just then the corpse jerked hard and stood up. Without any warning or sign, it dashed forward towards Victor and swiped its claw in attempt to snag him in half, but Victor's reaction was just fast enough for him to avoid the surprise attack. A zombie drake corpse. How is this even happening? Such a shitty dungeon. Seeing the change in its skin and the obvious change in its motion, not to mention the overly familiar feeling got from the drake now, it was clear that a zombie drake was what stood before him. It had not been revived normally but brought back as an undead. Victor had some fire skills that would work well against undead which are weak to fire, but that was also if the drake was some low-level undead. Victor immediately asked his system to identify the drake again. High-rank zombie twin-headed drake, Ramek, level 105. Seeing the information displayed by the system reassured Victor that he still had a chance to win against the monster before him. Since it was only a high-rank zombie, its weakness to fire was still present, and its level had also dropped, but for it to become a high-rank zombie after being turned. First of all, simply using his skill Excavate will not be as effective, seeing as zombies don't feel pain, and the fact that it has a regenerative ability just worsens things. The only other way was to fight till the drake's total HP was 0, and the best way to damage zombies was their head. First off, Victor leveled up his skill Infernal Ring to level 4, which caused 310 coins, leaving him with just 80 coins remaining, but it was worth it. Knowing of a good plan, there was no need to even allow the zombie drake attack, so Victor started his own attack with his Excavate skill, cleaning off the drake's 2 heads in one go. After he did this, he followed up the attack with his Infernal Ring, and seeing as there was only one big target. What seemed like all the fire power gathered from the skill, and from below an immense uncontrollable pillar of fire shot out from the ground and engulfed the drake's entire body. Victor was sure that this attack would do plenty enough damage, and as the intense fire weakened the zombie drake while dealing damage, it would also weaken his regeneration, giving Victor some time to plan his next move, and more time before it can regenerate and function again. Chapter 63 Final Boss Monster. Due to the pillar of fire, Victor's view of the Drake was blocked, so he couldn't exactly see whether his plan was effective or not. He could only hope so. The pillar of fire kept burning up till the ceiling of the room for at least 15 seconds before it began showing signs of calming down. When the fire subsided, Victor was a bit amazed as to how much damage the fire actually did, and in the process, he had actually achieved an unknown effect. Victor wasn't too surprised at the intensity of the flames and the duration. His fire attacks were being boosted anyway. What surprised Victor was the effects the fire had on the Drake. For one, as the Drake was still a fresh zombie, its skin wasn't dry and hard like Victor's, so the massive wound Victor created with his skill excavate that completely took the Drake's head couldn't heal back, simply because it had become impossible for the moment. With the intensity of the fire, the flesh towards the surface of the Drake's wound was severely burned, and the flesh in this area was charcoal burnt and limited the regenerative ability the Drake possessed. For the time being, there was northwest regenerative function taking place right now, so Victor could add some few extra damages to the Drake's body. The only way he could think of to kill the Drake now was to completely destroy its entire body, leaving nothing behind for it to regenerate. Looking at his mana, Victor saw that it was possible for him to do just that. Even when the Drake was alive, destroying its head didn't do much against it, talk less of now that it's a walking corpse. It took 50 points in mana to create a wound the size of a window through the Drake, and Victor's plan was to completely eradicate the Drake, so he calculated the cost needed to create such a big area effect of his skill, and though it required quite the number, he had to try regardless. The worst thing he could do at the moment was to give the Drake time to recover, so just like he did the second time he faced it, he was not going to give it any breathing space. Victor dashed to the side and climbed the walls of the room in an instant, reaching the ceiling. From the position where he could see everything below, he used his skill excavate, and this time instead of just aiming at a portion of the Drake to excavate, he focused on stretching the skill to reach its entire body. MP 2, 600/3, 701, 850/3, 700. Just the next instant, the zombie Drake below was no more, it had completely disappeared. At this moment, Victor knew one thing: this was his strongest skill, and he was incredibly lucky that the team that had the person with this skill was asleep when he killed them all, if not. It took quite the amount of MP, but he did it. A/N, the skill excavate is like the particle style, atomic dismantling jutsu Inoki uses in Naruto Shippuden. The difference is that excavate isn't shot from the hands, rather it just causes the effects on the target. So particle style without projection, just an instant effect. You have killed high-rank zombie twin-headed Drake, Ramek. Level 37, 7-225, 000/7, 500, 000, 37, 7, 525, 000/7, 500, 000. You have leveled up. It's my luck that I leveled up and regained my lost MP. Now when I exit the dungeon, I won't be in much of a disadvantage in case I have to face another monster. Victor said in his mind. The fact that he might actually be facing humans when he exited the dungeon crossed his mind, but he immediately scratched that off. No one saw him kill the humans, and so naturally everyone would think it the work of monsters. There was absolutely no reason to fear like this at all. What happened just now? My consciousness was suddenly sucked away by some strange force. A voice said. It was quite evident whose voice this was, as Victor recognized it as soon as he heard it. I thought you would be dead by now, you actually aren't. Victor said. Since Ramek's voice just echoed in the room, Victor had no way of knowing where exactly he was, just that he was around. I am still here, but it seemed I was brought back to just say goodbye, my soul is already fading. Didn't we just meet? Why the need for this sense of familiarity? Sure. Though Ramek would have loved to ask where his body went, it was too late as his self completely faded away, not giving him a chance to converse more with Victor. Victor on the other hand had planned on how he was going to gain a strong form and even possibly evolve his base form again, but it seemed it wouldn't be possible anymore. From the moment the Drake became a zombie, Victor had lost any chance of ever gaining any good Drake evolution material. It seemed like once something became undead, their original essence completely changes into that of an undead. It was basically a zombie in a different form, so eating such flesh wouldn't gain him Drake evolution material. According to the human group from before, when a dungeon had been cleared, it would slowly disintegrate and disperse, and if one was still within the dungeon by that time, perhaps they would get erased along with the dungeon. For what they knew, no one has ever returned from an eradicated dungeon that disappeared. From what Victor could see though, there was no crack in space anywhere like the guys from the group said, maybe not all dungeons start immediately. By now, the monsters on every floor would have become increasingly aggressive, and that was the sign that a dungeon had been cleared. From then, everyone on the other floors will begin heading out of the dungeon in order not to risk being sucked into the crack that eats the dungeon away. But as there was no crack yet, then maybe the monsters would still be normal. Victor wondered. It actually was able to clear my dungeon. Even after I tried so much. A voice said from a dark room. Does it really think it's that strong? The voice thought. At that moment, something seemed to have tripped off in the creature's head, and it began acting unlike itself. I cannot accept such blasphemy. If it's truly so, then I should not be living. The creature said. In that instant, something happened as the creature appeared in a large space with lighting, and before it was a humanoid figure with blazing markings on its body. What the fuck is that thing? A beholder. That has to be a beholder, it's just unmistakable. Victor said in his mind. The creature that just appeared before him was a big ball of flesh with one big eye in the center of the ball of flesh, and a wide mouth that formed a crescent below the eye. Then there were the tentacles that came out of its body with eyes at the end of each. Confirming that the monster before him right now was a beholder, a monster Victor knew from Earth, well, from games he played back on Earth, he knew of some of its abilities. Basically, beholders had a very high talent for magic and always possessed strong magic. The way their magic worked was a little different though. Unlike other races, their magic was contained in their eyes, and that was also the reason why they had so many eyes. The way to know how strong a beholder is was to check the number of tentacles the beholder had. Since the eyes were connected to the end of the tentacles, the number of tentacles also represented the number of eyes a beholder had, and in turn determined how many different magic attacks one was to expect. Another thing was that the lower the number of eyes, the younger the beholder was, and the one before Victor only had 4 tentacles. This might have not seemed like valuable information, but one had to consider that an adult beholder would have at least 10 tentacles, and the stronger ones had more. You abnormality, are not allowed to leave this place. The beholder said. Victor did not know what the beholder wanted, as he even thought he had defeated the final boss, but after listening to the beholder for a while, he realized what the problem was. Also, he found out something interesting, as it seemed like this monster was the one managing this dungeon. Since beholders were a race that hated others that differ from them, even though it be a fellow beholder, they had natural hate for other creatures, and each of them also thought of themselves as the strongest or in some cases the pinnacle of strength. The fact that he had cleared the dungeon this beholder managed had gotten to it. This one is certainly a younger one, and is not as intelligent and wise as I thought beholders would be, probably because of its immaturity. Victor said as he believed he knew why the beholder was even there to begin with. So basically, it's a case of inferiority complex. Chapter 64 Final Boss Monster LL. The beholders are a race with high magical affinity, and the stronger ones have terrifying magic contained in their eyes that would end a person's life once if they were to use it. The thing with this situation was that Victor was unsure what the magic contained in the eyes were. If this happened to be a strong beholder, even though it was young, it would still be quite fatal as Victor was nowhere strong enough to face one. The fact that beholders should be at the level of powerful dragons was already a problem on its own, and if the sense of this world is similar to that of Earth, its center eye would nullify all magic, but this was not Earth, and the knowledge from Earth doesn't always help here. For one, there were very few people whose powers concerned magic, the majority just had their abilities, and he only possessed skills. Victor was a little positive, and could see a way for him to win. Even though his skills were to be negated, he still had a way to win the fight. Even with the destructive magic contained in the beholder's eyes, its only strong suit was its magic, its body was as weak as any normal monster. If he could get close enough, he would be able to change the battle scaling. First of all, system. Victor said in his mind while listening to the beholder talk, though he didn't exactly understand what it was trying to prove for the most part. Chaos Tenace level 100. What the fuck is with that level? And this thing is supposed to be a youngling. Victor said in his mind. The level was just unreal. The thing that was not as Victor expected, however, was the fact that this creature before him was not a beholder, instead it was a tenace, whatever it was. It didn't matter what the creature was, it looked like it would be the same as a beholder, so he would just treat it the same. It was better to be safe than sorry. Seeing as the beholders are creatures that are magic-oriented with bodies that are very susceptible to physical attacks, and the fact that Victor literally had no magic for it to use its anti-magic field on, he was okay to an extent. Maybe this fight wouldn't be as difficult as he thought. From what the thing had been rambling about ever since, it was basically expressing how Victor was inferior and a worm and how itself was basically godly. The moment Victor even moved a step, one of the eyes of the Tenay shot a ray towards him, but thankfully, he was fast enough and dodged. The area where the ray had hit completely crumbled, and a hole was created in the ground. Following that ray attack, the Tenay shot 2 more beams. Victor dodged the first one, while the second one hit him as he almost avoided it. Crap! He screamed as the beam hit his body. Victor was sure that his body would meet the same fate as the ground a few seconds ago after the beam touched his body, but nothing happened. The enemy has tried to induce fear with their skill. You are not affected. Seeing this, the fight had become more easy than Victor originally thought. Even with all the power a beholder held, it still had many loopholes that allowed for them to be defeated without risking too much, using some kind of cheat moves here and there. If anything, Victor himself and many other people from these worlds were cheat on their own, as they didn't have to worry about the beholder's anti-magic field, and with some people possessing powerful abilities, the beholder would be an easy monster to beat. Well, as long as it wasn't an adult. Victor moved quickly around, collecting stones, and when he was ready, he threw the stones one after the other, and when they got close he would cause them to explode. The beholder was smart and knew that it had to avoid the stone, but with its slow speed, it was useless for it to even try much. I heard these things had a death ray or something like that kill you in one strike. Well, let me show this guy my own death move. Victor shot towards the Tenay so fast that it must not have even had the time to react, and grabbed it with his hand while pushing it to the ground. As they fell, he used his skill touch of death, and that was it. After a few seconds, the Tenays died, and the crack which Victor heard about appeared where the drake slept. You have killed Chaos Tenays. He picked up the Tenay's corpse, and without wasting any time began eating away and swallowing. He hurried back out of the dungeon before it completely collapsed. While heading back, Victor could not help but think about his fight with the beholder. Even he had thought that it would be a fierce fight, but in the end it turned out to be so easy. Thinking of it now, there were just too many ways to beat the creature. Alas, this wasn't some game where certain creatures were favored. In the actual world, certain rules are not enforced, and some creatures that are meant to be powerful turn out to be like this. Besides, it wasn't a beholder to begin with, so it was sort of understandable. You have killed the dungeon master. You have been free from the effects of the dungeon. You have been marked. Seeing these notifications pop up, Victor was satisfied by the first 2, but the last one was a bit different. What did it mean by he was marked? That was something for later anyway. For now, getting out of the dungeon was the main agenda. Victor hurried back through the various floor, utilizing all the shortcuts he knew. The closing of the cleared dungeon wasn't instantaneous and took some time, but there was no need to be complacent. There are some cases when the time it takes for a dungeon to close is shortened, and then it leads to people dying. Victor wasn't sure he would even be able to escape if he was sucked into the crack. There was no need to test it either. New sample detected. Analyzing sample. Chapter 65 Old Encounter, New Companion. By the time Victor got to the 48th floor, he had already finished the beholder, and left the system to do its analysis. He quickly went through the floors one after the other, and on the way he would encounter a group who were also heading out after the dungeon was cleared while trying to kill the rampaging monsters that attacked them. By the time he got to the lower floors as he climbed closer to the surface, he slowed down a bit and paced himself. First of all, the system had finished analyzing the Tenays, so he immediately instructed the system to incorporate the Tenays into his second form. The process was started, and all Victor had to do now was wait for it to be through with. While going back through the floors, Victor came across a death body that he thought looked familiar, so he stopped to check if he recognized it. Since it was a human body, it would only belong to one of the young men that were part of the group he followed not long ago. As he bent to look at the body's face, he immediately recognized who it was. It was Larry, and his body had so many different injuries, and even Victor, who wasn't an expert, could tell from the marks and injuries that it wasn't done by a monster. He had noticed 2 of Larry's teammates acting suspiciously, but he didn't care to butt in since it had nothing to do to him. In the end, he wasn't surprised that this was the end result. Quite unfortunate indeed, Victor said, as he stood up to leave. He had found the body while using one of the shorter routes through the floor, and this place was a bit hidden, so Larry's body would not be found, and it could just be said that he died of a monster attack. Victor left the body and moved on, but as he turned to leave, something grabbed onto his trouser. Though the strength wasn't much, it was still noticeable. Victor knew it was Larry, and as he turned he saw a body that had already given up, but with a soul that still longed for the world. Even then, there was no way for Victor to help Larry. There was a way, and Victor could turn him into an undead, but whether or not he would retain his intelligence was uncertain, and Victor was not going to bring back a useless human to become his soldier. Maybe if he felt some sort of sentiment he would, but he didn't. Maybe I should just try. If it works, then good for him. If not, then I did my part. Victor said. He turned to face the body properly so that he would use his skill, but then since the body moved, it meant it wasn't dead yet. This would be a good experiment. Victor stared down at the body, and with a word, "Arise." He watched the body on the ground twitch a little, then violently, then it slowed down and slowly stood up and just stood there. Maybe it failed in the end. You have acquired an undying soldier that will forever serve at your side with unquestionable resolve. Human has dropped in level due to effects of being reborn. Human level 65. Victor was about to release the summon and disband the new undead he had gained, but then he heard a voice call his name. Victor. Is that you? But, I am sure that. This is not the afterlife either. The voice said. It was Larry. Victor didn't say anything and just watched Larry speak to himself until after about a minute, he calmed down. Are you done now? Victor asked. Yes, master. Larry replied. Do you remember your life from when you were alive? Yes, master, I do, but... Victor could more or less guess what was going on. He had become an undead, and his feelings and emotions, something he used to have, are no longer present. The life he once lived as a human now feels distant to him, yet familiar in a way, but it was one he could never go back to living. Because of the nature of Victor's skill, he resurrected loyal followers that would fight by his side and even sacrifice themselves for him. He didn't rely on some grudge or negative emotions to bring and bind souls back to the world. He himself wasn't sure on how it worked, he just got the skill and used it, nothing more. It's interesting that he still retains his memories. This means his past experiences are not lost, but are also retained and are still accessible. His ability should still be there too, so it all works well. Victor said in his head. It's all good. You shall be known with your former name, Larry. Moving forward from there, Victor found another body, and it belonged to one of the members of that group, but unlike Larry, this body was brutalized. Many major parts were missing, like the hand, legs, and part of the chest and guts. It was completely wrecked. It would be better for him to ignore this one and proceed. Also, there was no need for Larry to follow him behind, so he just unsummoned him and carried on. With Larry, he had gained a very good experimental subject where he would try to make him as strong as possible, while maintaining his human form. Who knows, maybe when he gets out of the dungeon, he would have to infiltrate the human cities and things like that. Having an at least close to normal-looking subordinate worked well. If he ended up not needing to infiltrate or work with the humans, which he felt was how it was going to go, then he could just forget about retaining a human form and just buff him as much to make him more powerful. Overall, there was no special effect from having a human in his legion. If not for the superior intelligence for now, there was no other thing that placed them higher than the rest. Victor finally got to the first floor, and without time or the feel to reminisce with his base floor, he headed straight for the exit. Getting there, Victor walked towards the exit, and as he got close a message popped up before him. You are no longer bound by the effects of the dungeon. In that moment, Victor didn't walk out of the dungeon, instead he was sucked in by something that seemed to cover the exit. The world around Victor went blank, and then suddenly light reappeared, but when Victor looked around, it was utter chaos, something didn't seem right. Where exactly is this? Chapter 66 Opportunity to get stronger. Victor didn't need to look around much to know that he had gotten out of the dungeon, and he was now in one of the possible parts of humanity that have been taken over by monsters and other worldly creatures. The entire surrounding gave off an aura of apocalypse, the type he recalled seeing in movies, and for some reason it felt like he was being watched all over constantly. The feeling was just eerie. He was alone and could not detect any other presence around, but at the same time it felt like eyes were all over the place. The first thing Victor did was summon Larry, since he had the most knowledge about the situation they were in, being a formal human that resided in this world before. Come forth, Larry, Victor said, and just then from a faint smoke that shrouded the area before Victor, Larry appeared from it. Before Victor began any questioning about their current situation, he just had to hand Larry some clothes to change into. The ones he had were soaked in blood, and had many parts torn. It definitely gave him a savagery look. Maybe it was because of the fact that they had become zombies, the shame that was supposed to be there while changing before someone else was absent, but Victor still turned away to give him space. "Larry, can you explain what we are doing here? Aren't we supposed to exit the dungeon from its entrance?" Victor asked. "Yes, Lord." "Remove the Lord and just talk normally, and go to the point." Victor interrupted. "Yes, Master. I also don't know the reason for this strange occurrence. Normally we would be outside the dungeon entrance after exiting the dungeon, but how this is even possible?" "I see. So basically, this is a rare occurrence." "Well, it has never happened before, as far as I know," Larry answered. Hearing Larry's answer, Dustin was quite unsure of what the reason was. He thought back to the system notification that said he had been marked, and sure enough that was the only thing that was different from every other thing that had happened so far. Victor couldn't think of how it was connected, but that was the best he could think of for the time being. There was also no reason to tell Larry about his system even though Larry had practically become part of his legion and could not do something like betray him, there just was no need. Thinking about it wasn't going to solve anything, and since they were already outside the dungeon, they should get to other things and focus on the things before them for now. Victor would have to gain more information about the world first before he planned anything major, and in such a world, one of his major agendas was getting stronger, and fast. Victor could clearly feel the location of Ramik's master, but he hadn't made the decision whether or not he would go complete the request Ramik made or not. Eventually he would, but right at the moment he wanted to collect more information about the world he was in. Though it was good to be strong and powerful, but even the most powerful man will eventually fall if he negated the need to arm himself with adequate information. Or so the saying goes. Victor asked Larry if he would be able to recognize the place where they were, not expecting much of an answer as that would be almost impossible, and sure enough Larry didn't know. Victor was told that almost half of the planet had turned into uncharted territory where monsters and beasts inhabit. And humanity had been forced to flee these areas. Of course, this was after they lost many people, and when strong powers had yet to appear. Basically, the story was not like the way it happened in the novels and manga. After dungeons and gates began appearing on this earth, the governments around the world did try to do something about it, but failed completely as their modern weapons could only harm so many monsters. Maybe it was a problem of adaptability and survivability, which humans were not the best at, but it took at least 6 to 8 months before the first awakened people appeared. These firsts were not strong enough to take on the stronger monsters, as by that time, countless dungeons and gates had broken and monsters from the other side crossed into the earth. From this era, countless heroes were born, and stronger people surfaced in different places one after the other. The thing was, even after all these years, humanity had still not been able to reclaim the land that was lost, though they were walking towards it. It didn't take long for Victor to come to a decision after thinking about it for about some minutes. He was stranded in an unknown land, and he knew not the way that led out. His only chance of leaving this place was by picking a certain direction and just start walking till he reached someplace where he could then get directions. Right now, they were in what seemed to be a city, so there was no way he would be finding the way to anywhere using nature. In such a time like this, a flying skill or form would be really helpful, Victor said in his mind. If the only choice we have is to just pick a random direction and head that way, then why don't we head towards the direction where Ramik's master is? Victor unsummoned Larry, and began moving in the direction where he felt the Drake's master. As he walked through the streets of what used to be a city, the feeling that he was being watched remained with him, and from each building it felt like something was peeking at him from within. "System, are there any monsters or other creatures in the vicinity?" Victor asked. "Yes. I knew it. Identify them," Victor commanded. Just then, numerous pop-up texts appeared that showed what the creatures were. Shadow Ghost Hound level 20. 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 The pop-ups didn't seem to end, as every building around Victor was filled with these creatures. He had identified the creatures now, but then, the sheer number of them was something else. Chapter 67 First Flight L. Looking at the countless monsters in the area, Victor finally understood why he had been having the feeling of being watched since he got here. It turns out that these monsters had been stalking him. From their names, he could guess that they weren't monsters with physical bodies, and physical damage probably wouldn't do any damage to them, so the only offense was to use magical attacks. The other thing was the fact that he had yet to be attacked by these monsters even though they literally covered the entire place. Maybe it was because he was a fellow monster. Victor was not sure, since monsters still attacked other monsters. Another reason he thought was the reason for them not attacking came from their names. A monster with such a name would probably be a night creature, and if they took damage or were disadvantaged during daytime with the sun up, it was clear that they wouldn't attack and just waited for the sun to go down. To test his theory, Victor brought out Amadon and ordered him to enter one of the buildings. Sure enough, Victor was quick to find out that these shadow ghost hounds were not at all gentle and calm creatures, as the moment Amadon entered the building, he was viciously attacked by two of these creatures. It seemed they were using a kind of stealth skill, but he could still follow a glimpse of their bodies and movements. He immediately called back Amadon as he had tested his theory, and just kept moving. The experience points a level 20 would offer was small, but if he was to consider the number of these creatures, then perhaps it would be worth it. To achieve this minor goal, Victor had to wait for night to reach before these monsters would gain the balls to come out. When the sun had begun to set, the shadow ghost hounds became more restless by the minute. From what Victor could tell from conducting some more experiments, he found out something important. The shadow ghost hounds were not some kind of creatures with spiritual forms, so this meant that they could still be harmed with physical attacks. It was possible that the shadow ghost hounds had a stealth skill, as that was the only way for them to remain unseen, that or their bodies were naturally like that, as a part of their ability. It would be very draining to keep using a skill for so long, unless it was a passive skill. It was more liable that this was their innate ability. The point was that there was no point where they became completely visible, just from time to time and when they got hit. Just before the sun went down, Victor brought out his legion, all except Larry, and made them spread out into the city. This was a good chance for all of them to level up and grow stronger, so he was ready to keep them awake throughout the night. If possible, he would like them to reap the maximum benefit and clear as many of these shadow ghost hounds as possible. Once night came, Victor and his legion began their confrontation with the shadow ghost hounds, and so far, it was going in Victor's favor. For each shadow ghost hound that he killed, he got 28,000 EXP to 32,000 EXP. Surprisingly, the shadow ghost hound didn't seem to finish as they kept coming and swarming Victor and his legion. Kanda was able to cause wide area physical attacks, and was able to deal with the monsters a bit, but was steadily getting swarmed from time to time. His poison attacks weren't working well against the monsters, so this only other way was to use his superior level to overpower them. Similar to Kanda, Eric was also a physical-oriented fighter that didn't have many magic kind of abilities, or skills. But unlike Kanda, Eric was not struggling with the shadow ghost hounds at all, as his skill Steel Thread proved to be very effective. Kanda was able to cause wide area physical attacks, and was able to deal with the monsters a bit, but was steadily getting swarmed from time to time. His poison attacks weren't working well against the monsters, so this only other way was to use his superior level to overpower them. Similar to Kanda, Eric was also a physical-oriented fighter that didn't have many magic kind of abilities, or skills. But unlike Kanda, Eric was not struggling with the shadow ghost hounds at all, as his skill Steel Thread proved to be very effective. Amadon also didn't find it hard, as his hands were extremely sharp and made mincemeat of the shadow ghost hounds. The ones who found it simplest to deal with the monsters were Gurok and Pyro. Both of them had AoE skills that made dealing with the monsters easy, so they had little difficulties compared to the others. As for Victor, he was doing quite well, too well, and was gaining a steady stream of experience points. A few hours into the night, Victor had already taken out plenty of the shadow ghost hounds, and their number seemed to be diminishing as time went by, but the fact that they could still show up in packs only showed how much they were in number. Victor was having it easy fighting the monsters, as they were low level and apart from their stealth and ability to warp through nearby shadows, they still had to attack with their bodies by biting and clawing their target. Some time later, Victor noticed that another presence had appeared in the area, and it seemed to be stronger than the shadow ghost hounds that they had been facing up until now. It didn't seem strong enough to cause him to worry at all about its presence, so he ignored it for the time. After several minutes had passed, the monster finally made it to where Victor was, and for one thing, it turned out to be a kind of monster Victor had been looking for, one with wings which would give him the ability to fly. Nature really plays to your cause if you favor it, huh? Chapter 68 First Flight LL. Nature really plays to your cause if you favor it, huh? Victor said to himself. I'm not sure if that even makes sense, oh well. The monster that had appeared wasn't to Victor's liking because of one thing, but apart from that one thing, it was exactly what he was looking for. The monster looked like a humanoid rat without hair on its body that stood at 2.5 meters tall, and had webbed wings on its back for flight. Ravinger level 50. The monster's level was within range, so Victor had no trouble at all taking it down. Just as it landed on top the building nearby, the Ravenger's eyes shone with a dark red light that pointed towards Victor and the hounds that lay motionless on the floor. Without wasting much time, Victor picked up a chunk of rock from the ground and tossed it at the Ravinger. It must have thought that the rock was harmless, as it was only the size of a small stone, but the moment it got close to touching the Ravinger, the rock exploded. This attack enraged the Ravinger, and it flew towards Victor in an instant with intent to kill, as it stretched its hand out to claw him, but Victor easily evaded the attack, and using the monster's momentum against it, he grabbed its hand and with a bit of guidance showed its face to the hard ground, then he stomped its face with his boot. Unlike when mobs jump another person though, this stomp was not one the Ravinger would be living to tell the tale. Victor without wasting much time got down and sat beside the monster's dead body, and then began eating away and swallowing chunks of flesh as he turned them to evolution material. New sample detected. Analyzing sample. Just then, when the new sample had began analyzing from the initial chunks Victor ingested, another notification popped up before Victor, and it was another thing he had been waiting for. Evolution process complete. Gained new skill perception. Received 20 stat points. Magic plus 10, intelligence plus 20. Seeing the benefits this time, Victor was satisfied, but when he looked at the intelligence, he couldn't help but feel that he might be slowly turning into a scholar. The first skill he gained was self-explanatory, as it was a sort of mind attack that could induce sleep, and on top of the sleep even play sweet dreams or horrifying nightmares. The second one was what interested Victor the most. The skill's name simply read perception, but from what Victor understood, there were many ways this skill could work, and he was happy to test it. He could only hope for it to work in the same way he thought it would. A very powerful attack that puts the target to sleep, and you are able to induce a dream, or a nightmare in them. There is no difference between the world they experience and the real world. To the target, it is the same, and whatever they experience in it is true. It resides in your left eye, and the target has to make eye contact for the skill to activate. Level 2. Mana cost, 100. Perception. This skill allows you to have a 360 view of the world around you. Level 1. Mana cost, 3/S. Radius, 5 m. Victor read the description of the skills he had just gotten, and though the perception wasn't what he was hoping it'd be, it was still a very good one. The thing was he already had a very good sense, and even without the skill he would still be able to observe the area around him within a 5 m radius, and even more. For the time being, Victor kept the window away and finished the monster in front of him. After he was done with the Ravinger, Victor stayed around for a while, as it seemed like the hounds were not coming towards his side anymore, so he left it up to his legion to take care of. After the system analyzed the sample, Victor entered the evolution panel to do his changing and fusing of forms. As far as he was concerned, this was the first time he was using a feature of the system that seemed like a chimera-making simulator. The rest before this might have seemed like evolution in many ways, but this time the entire process was that of customizing a chimera, completely. He asked the system to take the wings from Ravinger and add it to his human form, so that that form would gain the ability to fly. It would be more convenient if he added the wings to his current zombie form, but he wasn't sure yet if he could remove them later. Victor made the effort to confirm from the system, but even then he still didn't want to add the wings to his current form. It took just mere milliseconds, an instant for him to change forms, so he wasn't worried if something was to attack him and he needed to change forms. This time, the process wasn't long, and after a few minutes, he changed into his human form, and before he did he remembered to take his shirt off. This time, his human form had fully incorporated the wings into the back, and Victor could feel a little bit how it worked. The wings felt like separate limbs attached to his body, but at the same time it felt like he could move them without too much concentration. There was no way to test his new form than to actually fly, so Victor was going to do just that. To begin with, these were webbed wings, so he couldn't do something like glide, and they worked very different from bird wings. For starters, bats fly while bounded by inertia as they are unable to fly upwards or downwards, and can only go in a straight line theoretically, so their flight requires more physics than a bird's feathered wings. Understanding this was something Victor needed to do. The problem now was the fact that the wings on his back were not exactly like bat wings and just have some similarities. The wings on his back were not as flexible, so he wasn't too sure how they would perform. Maybe I'm just overthinking it, Victor said in his mind. Victor spread the wings on his back that spanned almost 2.5 meters in length of each wing when stretched fully, and tried to fly. He managed to lift off the ground some feet into the air, but that was it. After a point, it just felt like he would fall if he tried to go any further. The flying seemed to be harder than he originally thought, as it was taking a lot from him to just coordinate the wings to enable him lift himself from the ground. Sure enough, this was a world that was crawling with things that didn't follow common sense. The wings, unlike he had thought, didn't have most of the issues he thought they would, but he still needed to do some testing. Next up, Victor climbed upon a building where he would try to jump off of. It was a 2-story building, and Victor was sure that he would not die if he was to fall from this height, and he had even placed his mark somewhere else just in case, so that he would be able to teleport there. This height is enough. After some practicing, maybe then I can go find Ramek's master, Victor said as he looked down from the roof of the building. It took until morning of steady practicing before Victor was able to fly properly and be coordinated, enough for him to know that he could perform good passable air maneuvers in case he was attacked by flying monsters. This should be enough, Victor said, as the sun started rising from the horizon. Slowly, the shadow ghost hound were starting to retreat back into the buildings and shadowy area to avoid the sun, but still some were left on the street as the buildings in the area were mostly story buildings, so at that early time in the morning, most parts had plenty of shade so the monsters were not affected. Victor looked at the information that had been popping up on the system, and he could see that members of his legion had leveled up quite some levels. He brought everyone back and unsummoned them back. Because of the structure of the city, walking around will be way harder than flying, so Victor was happy that he had wigs. The city had more tight streets than it did spacious and wide one. Also, the buildings around were almost all story buildings, so it really gave the tight feeling and one would literally be moving in a maze. From the top, however, Victor could oversee everything, and from there he started his travel towards Ramek's master. Chapter 69 Onto the Dungeon. It didn't seem like this direction led to potential human settlement as Victor flew by, but it didn't matter too much. If after all he gets thrown somewhere not in the vicinity of the dungeon, then knowing whether or not human settlement was nearby wouldn't be too useful, would it? Slowly and slowly, the landscape had transitioned from that of a city to some field where things seemed to be grown, to a bit of forest and woods, to a desert area with considerably more rocks than usual. Flying with these wings had become more natural the more Victor used them, and after some days of flying, he had developed a very solid understanding on how it functioned. Initially, he needed to actually focus a bit on the wings to get them to do what he wanted, and he had to consciously move them, but now everything was different. The wings almost moved on their own, and Victor felt like it was just something handing behind him, and all he needed to do was control where they took him. On the way so far, not a lot of monsters had attacked him, and he had just flew over the entire journey. From time to time, he would also let down his legion to kill and gain experience points and grow stronger, but for the most he just ignored the temptation to want to go down and gain some easy experience points. If it was experience points, then the place he was going to would have plenty, he just had to be patient. If he is supposed to be stronger than Ramek in this dungeon he was going to wasn't an abnormality too, then the monsters inside would also be strong, Victor thought. After traveling for all this while, Victor had finally reached his destination, and for the first time in his life, he was looking at the outside of a dungeon and how its entrance was. Unfortunately, he hadn't inquired about the dungeons and the process of entering them, so he had no idea how to go about it without being forceful and dragging attention to himself. At the front of the dungeon entrance, there seemed to be a team of people that would be anchoring the entrance process, and then there are 11 guards present, and all the guards are level 60 and above, and below level 72. Amongst the people not on guard uniform, their level ranged from 30 to 60. Victor could imagine that if he was to enter this dungeon forcefully, which would mean he either ran straight into it or he would have to kill the people, other humans would come here immediately to find him, and once his image is made public as a villain, that's it, he can forget every plan of entering human society. For guidance on what to do, Victor brought out Larry and asked him. According to Larry, one needed a dungeon permit before they would be allowed to access a dungeon, and Victor had none. Without the permit, it is impossible to enter the dungeons, unless it is an unregistered dungeon, Larry explained. Another thing was that once another team had purchased a permit and entered a dungeon, others are not allowed to enter until the team inside came out, only under special conditions could it happen otherwise. What if I kill all of them and enter? That way no one will know what happened here, since there'll be no one to tell them. Victor asked Larry. Well, all they need to do is push a button and it will alarm the officials. Unless you are okay with facing an army of elites, then you should leave that option. Larry responded. Then what about you? You still have that hunter badge with you, right? That should be good enough to get you inside with some lies here and there. That is a plan that is going to be difficult to carry out without a permit. Who's that? The man on the desk asked himself, as he saw a man approach. At the entrance to the dungeon, there was one sizable desk placed to the side by the left, and seated behind this desk were 3 people. Apart from this 3, there were 11 guards around. 2 remained in a fixed position beside the dungeon entrance, while the rest would shift from time to time. Hi, my name's Larry. Here to raid this dungeon. Larry said with assurance in his voice and actions, definitely not a bad actor in the least. The people behind the desk and a few guards that heard him looked at him of a second, then some of them laughed. Larry, seeing their reaction, remained serious, and had not broken character at all as he stood upright and firm. Like you said, raid. It's called a raid for a reason, and that is definitely not a one-man job. No matter who you are, I advise you return. The man behind the desk wearing a brown suit said. According to what Larry and Victor had planned, if they resisted, there was no need to waste time and push forward that they let him. He should instead say that he is part of the team that went in not long ago. This lie was of course relying on the likable chance that a team had actually gone in. If there was no team, then well, Victor would have to resort to the original plan. Larry followed the plan and acted like a spoilt young master of some influential group that had finally joined a guild and can now go for raids. After disturbing the entire place for a good while, the officials there finally allowed him in, as they were fed up with him. They didn't know what family or group he belonged to, so angering him was not the best option. Besides, the team inside the dungeon at the moment was very powerful, so they doubt that some young master would be able to do much. The guards took him to enter, but he just shook them off, telling them that he could do so himself, and so they left him. When Victor saw that Larry had entered, he was thankful that their shitty plan ended up working, and now it was his turn to act. Inside the dungeon, Larry had just entered, and was waiting not too off from the entrance. The plan was simple and short. Larry would enter the dungeon, and with the mark on his body, Victor would teleport into the dungeon and then there would be no problem. Let's go. Victor said in his mind as he activated his teleportation skill, but then he would be disappointed by the message that would appear before him. Skill activation failed. Skill level may be too low. What the fuck? Is my teleportation so weak? Victor said to himself. Looking at the coins he had left too, there weren't much left at all. This only left Victor with one option. Guess I have to resort to the original now. Victor said in his mind. Looking at the desk in front of the entrance, Victor was sure that it was the place where the button will be. Any sort of alarm button will be closest to the office workers, and since there is northwest other place where a button like that would be, Victor was sure that it would be there. First of all, he picked up 3 chunks of rocks the size of stones, and then he threw the rocks towards the entrance one after another. His throwing was surprisingly well aimed, and it landed mostly where he intended, but with the bouncing and rolling, maybe a bit off. The most important thing was that one of these stones landed close to the table, and before any of the humans there could even think about what was going on or where the projectiles came from, Victor had already activated the explosion. Boom. 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 The entire place went into smoke. At that same moment, Victor appeared before the entrance, and before heading in he made sure to take care of the 3 behind the table, and also silenced all the guards in succession. When he made sure that there were none left alive as he received experience points, he headed into the dungeon. Masked. Victor, why did it take so long for you to come, did you? Yes, there was a change in plans, and I had to use the front door. But worry not, nothing happened and I took care of everything. Oh, I forgot to say this, but if there is no relay from the team set at the dungeon entrance or gate entrance, the officials will send someone or a team to come check. Sometimes dungeon breaks can happen before the speculated time, so they keep an eye out for things like that. Larry said, with a straight face. Did you become defective? Or have you always been this dumb? Isn't that a very important information you should have mentioned to me earlier? Victor said as both men looked at each other with straight faces. Let's move then. We would have to be fast with this one then. Chapter 70 Filler. Asterisk due to some issues with power supply, I am unable to write for now, so this is a repeat. I will make sure to fix this as soon as possible. Though that depends on when the light issue is fixed, but it should be by tomorrow maybe. Due to the pillar of fire, Victor's view of the Drake was blocked, so he couldn't exactly see whether his plan was effective or not. He could only hope so. The pillar of fire kept burning up till the ceiling of the room for at least 15 seconds before it began showing signs of calming down. When the fire subsided, Victor was a bit amazed as to how much damage the fire actually did, and in the process, he had actually achieved an unknown effect. Victor wasn't too surprised at the intensity of the flames and the duration. His fire attacks were being boosted anyway. What surprised Victor was the effects the fire had on the Drake. For one, as the Drake was still a fresh zombie, its skin wasn't dry and hard like Victor's, so the massive wound Victor created with his skill excavate that completely took the Drake's head couldn't heal back, simply because it had become impossible for the moment. With the intensity of the fire, the flesh towards the surface of the Drake's wound was severely burned, and the flesh in this area was charcoal burnt and limited the regenerative ability the Drake possessed. For the time being, there was northwest regenerative function taking place right now, so Victor could add some few extra damages to the Drake's body. The only way he could think of to kill the Drake now was to completely destroy its entire body, leaving nothing behind for it to regenerate. Looking at his mana, Victor saw that it was possible for him to do just that. Even when the Drake was alive, destroying its head didn't do much against it, talk less of now that it's a walking corpse. It took 50 points in mana to create a wound the size of a window through the Drake, and Victor's plan was to completely eradicate the Drake, so he calculated the cost needed to create such a big area effect of his skill, and though it required quite the number, he had to try regardless. The worst thing he could do at the moment was to give the Drake time to recover, so just like he did the second time he faced it, he was not going to give it any breathing space. Victor dashed to the side and climbed the walls of the room in an instant, reaching the ceiling. From the position where he could see everything below, he used his skill excavate, and this time instead of just aiming at a portion of the Drake to excavate, he focused on stretching the skill to reach its entire body. MP 2 600/3 701 850/3 700. Just the next instant, the zombie Drake below was no more, it had completely disappeared. At this moment, Victor knew one thing: this was his strongest skill, and he was incredibly lucky that the team that had the person with this skill was asleep when he killed them all, if not. It took quite the amount of MP, but he did it. A/N, the skill excavate is like the particle style, atomic dismantling jutsu Inoki uses in Naruto Shippuden. The difference is that excavate isn't shot from the hands, rather it just causes the effects on the target. So particle style without projection, just an instant effect. You have killed high-rank zombie twin-headed Drake, Ramek. Level 37, 7 225 000/7 500 000 37, 7 525 000/7 500 000. You have leveled up. MP 1 850/3 73750/3 750. It's my luck that I leveled up and regained my lost MP. Now when I exit the dungeon, I won't be in much of a disadvantage in case I have to face another monster. Victor said in his mind. The fact that he might actually be facing humans when he exited the dungeon crossed his mind, but he immediately scratched that off. No one saw him kill the humans, and so naturally everyone would think it the work of monsters. There was absolutely no reason to fear like this at all. What happened just now? My consciousness was suddenly sucked away by some strange force. A voice said. It was quite evident whose voice this was, as Victor recognized it as soon as he heard it. I thought you would be dead by now, you actually aren't. Victor said. Since Ramek's voice just echoed in the room, Victor had no way of knowing where exactly he was, just that he was around. I am still here, but it seemed I was brought back to just say goodbye, my soul is already fading. Didn't we just meet? Why the need for this sense of familiarity? Sure. Though Ramek would have loved to ask where his body went, it was too late as his self completely faded away, not giving him a chance to converse more with Victor. Victor on the other hand had planned on how he was going to gain a strong form and even possibly evolve his base form again, but it seemed it wouldn't be possible anymore. From the moment the Drake became a zombie, Victor had lost any chance of ever gaining any good Drake evolution material. It seemed like once something became undead, their original essence completely changes into that of an undead. It was basically a zombie in a different form, so eating such flesh wouldn't gain him Drake evolution material. According to the human group from before, when a dungeon had been cleared, it would slowly disintegrate and disperse, and if one was still within the dungeon by that time, perhaps they would get erased along with the dungeon. For what they knew, no one has ever returned from an eradicated dungeon that disappeared. From what Victor could see though, there was no crack in space anywhere like the guys from the group said. Maybe not all dungeons start immediately. By now, the monsters on every floor would have become increasingly aggressive, and that was the sign that a dungeon had been cleared. From then, everyone on the other floors will begin heading out of the dungeon in order not to risk being sucked into the crack that eats the dungeon away. But as there was no crack yet, then maybe the monsters would still be normal. Victor wondered. It actually was able to clear my dungeon. Even after I tried so much. A voice said from a dark room. Does it really think it's that strong? The voice thought. At that moment, something seemed to have tripped off in the creature's head, and it began acting unlike itself. I cannot accept such blasphemy. If it's truly so, then I should not be living. The creature said. In that instant, something happened as the creature appeared in a large space with lighting, and before it was a humanoid figure with blazing markings on its body. What the fuck is that thing? A beholder. That has to be a beholder, it's just unmistakable. Victor said in his mind. The creature that just appeared before him was a big ball of flesh with one big eye in the center of the ball of flesh, and a wide mouth that formed a crescent below the eye. Then there were the tentacles that came out of its body with eyes at the end of each. Confirming that the monster before him right now was a beholder, a monster Victor knew from Earth, well from games he played back on Earth, he knew of some of its abilities. Basically, beholders had a very high talent for magic and always possessed strong magic. The way their magic worked was a little different though. Unlike other races, their magic was contained in their eyes, and that was also the reason why they had so many eyes. The way to know how strong a beholder is was to check the number of tentacles the beholder had. Since the eyes were connected to the end of the tentacles, the number of tentacles also represented the number of eyes a beholder had, and in turn determined how many different magic attacks one was to expect. Another thing was that the lower the number of eyes, the younger the beholder was, and the one before Victor only had 4 tentacles. This might have not seemed like valuable information, but one had to consider that an adult beholder would have at least 10 tentacles, and the stronger ones had more. You abnormality, are not allowed to leave this place. The beholder said. Victor did not know what the beholder wanted, as he even thought he had defeated the final boss, but after listening to the beholder for a while, he realized what the problem was. Also, he found out something interesting, as it seemed like this monster was the one managing this dungeon. Since beholders were a race that hated others that differ from them, even though it be a fellow beholder, they had natural hate for other creatures, and each of them also thought of themselves as the strongest or in some cases the pinnacle of strength. The fact that he had cleared the dungeon this beholder managed had gotten to it. Chapter 71 Lizard Men. Victor could almost smell the presence of humans in the 4th floor after he entered. The fact that these team of humans were able to make it this far so quickly only proved one thing. They were either just that strong, or they were excellent at running away from monsters. Victor could guess that they would be of the first type if any of them was an emitter. This dungeon was a peculiar one. The monsters were well adept when it came to physical-oriented things, but once they were in the face of those who use abilities, specifically emitters, they became completely useless. Because of this loophole, it would be possible for any emitter to kill these monsters, no matter the amount of time it takes. Victor was curious the kind of monsters he would meet on this floor, and he was also curious just how far down this dungeon went, how many floors it had. If on the first floor, he was already encountering monsters with levels of 50, then what would happen in floor 40? If T weren't for his skills, Victor wouldn't have dared to even advance deeper into the dungeon, as he would be unable to face the monsters there. To advance further, he needed to explore the floor, which was also a cave, but unlike the rest, this one was narrower and quite humid with some water gathering here and there. Victor was a little suspicious, but he was sure that whatever it was that came for him, he would be able to handle without any problems. As he kept going in further, Victor eventually came to a corpse, and it would seem like the monsters in this cave had beaten him in the case and reached the prey first, or more like the prey reached they. In the end both the monsters and the humans were prey before Victor. After that body, he found 2 other corpses, and this time he stopped to examine the corpses to see how they died. From what he could see, both died the same way, or rather, they died to similar weapons, or claws. They both had claw marks, but the injuries weren't too deep. Perhaps if the claws struck the gut or the neck, or even perhaps an artery, then it would be dangerous, but this one didn't. What seemed to have been the killing blow was a strike to the heart in the second corpses, followed by another stab close to the throat, while the third corpse was a single strike to the head, through the head. The similarity between these injuries was that it was made by a piercing weapon. If it was a weapon and not magic, then it most likely was a spear that was used, as that would explain the injuries left behind. Examining the bodies was just like a bit of role-playing for Victor. In actuality, he could care less. He could bet on his life that these weapons weren't some tough diamond hardness weapons. There was absolutely nothing to worry about. Eventually, after a few more minutes had passed, Victor came in contact with the humans and the monsters. Both sides were engaging in a fierce altercation, and to Victor's surprise, the monsters in this floor were none other than lizard men. He had read much about them in manga and novels, and although they were always on the receiving side, these creatures were a must-face fantasy creature for the protagonist of 80% of the fantasy stories he knew. This explains the structure of this floor and the terrain. Come to think of it, the first corpse had some burns on her body. Interesting. From Victor's point of view, he had seen a new member to add to his legion. With the right evolution, he could turn these lizard men to something closer to their parent origins, dragons. Of course, they wouldn't become dragons, but making them dragon newts wouldn't be impossible. System, identify those creatures, Victor said, as he watched both races fight some meters ahead. Human level 70. Human level 85. Human level 77. Human level 75. Lizardman warrior level 80. Lizardman warrior level 76. Lizardman warrior level 71. Lizardman warrior level 68. Lizardman warrior level 60. The humans seemed to be outnumbered, but they were doing alright holding off the lizard men. While Victor was there, they managed to kill one of the lizard men, and then their numbers were equal, and the playing field was even, at least for a minute. All the lizard men had to do was call for backup and it was all over. The human with the highest level was an emitter, and though Victor couldn't tell what exactly his power was, he was a little sure it had something to do with witchcraft and magic. Saying magic wasn't really something he wanted to use as a word to describe it because almost everything in this world was magic-oriented, so it was kind of like trying to specify a particular shade of green, but then only using the word green to describe it. The highest level human there used his ability to restrict the lizard men's mobility, and even though it didn't last for long, it was enough time for his teammates to land decisive attacks on the lizard men. The more they did this, the easier it got, as the lizard men were weakening. His power also seemed to be draining the life force of the lizard men. As time passed and the lizard men were dying, one of them let out a cry that traveled through the cave. It was clear what that was for, but at the first moments, it didn't seem like there was going to be any response. The humans even paused for a bit to see if something would happen, but there was nothing. Get one with it and kills these things before reinforcements come. The level 85 human barked at the rest while still maintaining the restraint on the monsters before him. The others came back to their senses, and the one at the front grabbed his sword tightly about to swing it and cut off the lizard man's neck that was before him, but then he was cut short of his goal as a spear impaled him through the spot just below his neck. What was that? One of them asked. Reinforcements. From one of the routes that led out of the place where, a lizardman came running out of it with the speed of a speeding arrow. The lizardmen themselves were already quite tall, standing at about 2 meters tall, but the one that came out just then was at least 2.5 meters in height, and had a more slender body than the ones there already. The ones Victor saw first, which were the ones fighting the humans, were bulky and had defined muscles, but this one had a more slender figure and its muscles looked less bulky, but more compact and well defined. For one, its speed was no joke, and it was able to get to the humans in no time at all. Before they could even react and attack the new enemy, the lizardman was already before the one that had his spear in his throat, and before his body could fall to the ground completely, the lizardman had gotten there and pulled out his spear. It made quick work of the humans there, but the last one could parry its attacks and defend himself. The only human left was the level 85, and at this point he must have used a lot of his energy, so he didn't have much left in the bank. The lizardman retrieved its spear and in succession thrust it once again right in the path of the level 85's chest area, but again, the level 85 raised his hands, and the spear was stopped by an invincible force that shimmered with a rich green coloration every few seconds. The grunting was real, and the human was clearly being pushed back, but it was one of those fights where both sides had almost equal strengths, so the fight was not going anywhere in particular. At this point, Victor had seen enough and could no longer wait. After all, he needed to finish here quick and leave this dungeon. If time came for the team stationed outside, who were already dead, to give their report and nothing was relayed back, the human society would send their people to investigate in case of an outbreak. The problem is to deal with such a thing as an outbreak, they would end up sending some of their stronger forces, and Victor wasn't too confident about dealing with the entire human population at this point. In fact, he was sure he would die if such a thing were to happen. He would take countless with him, but in the end his power had yet to become that fierce. It's time to end this, Victor said in his mind. As he stepped out to intercept the two fighting each other, the level 85 human fell to the ground, and from behind, another lizardman that looked identical to the one that appeared last came into light, while the human laid there with a spear buried in his back. Well, I guess that has been taken care of then. System, identify those monsters. Elite Lizardman level 80. Elite Lizardman level 85. Chapter 72, Lizardmen Settlement. System, identify those monsters. Elite Lizardman level 80. Elite Lizardman level 85. Good stuff. These guys will make for better soldiers than the weaker ones, Victor said in his mind as he sighted the new lizard men. The elite lizard men quickly moved to try and support the others that were held by the humans, but what Victor thought was a show of care or something actually wasn't. As the elite lizard men picked the others up, they broke a spear on each of the lizard men backs, probably as punishment. Victor could immediately see why they were the elites, as there was hierarchy in this lizard men society. He also thought to follow them in case there was some kind of lizard men settlement close, but that would be unnecessary, as if he raised one, it would be able to point him in the direction if the village exists. Seeing as this is a cave dungeon, I doubt there'll be any such village though. What Victor thought of doing would immediately fail, and he would be left with the option to kill them, as he had been found out. The lizard men sure were alert, and maybe it was because they were focused on the fight before, they didn't notice him hiding there. One thing Victor had not worried about till now was the fact that his presence was too present sometimes. When he met a human, they would think he was actually a low-level human, which he was, but he was obviously stronger due to the special conditions surrounding him. It seemed like the humans weren't as perceptive as monsters, but this had made Victor become conscious of this fact. If he was to meet a human with some sort of skill that allowed them to be more perceptive, they would see his true self. If he was in disguise then, it would blow his cover instantly. One of the elite lizardmen may be out of some type of instantaneous reaction through its spear straight at Victor, and surely, their weapon was different from the other lizardman as its spear pierced through the boulder that was Victor stood behind, aiming for his chest. Victor evaded the spear, but then he didn't let the spear to go uncollected, so without drawing it out of the boulder, he directly placed it in his inventory. The lizard men would be quite perplexed how the spear disappeared without anybody touching it. They were sure it was because of Victor, the enemy before them. Victor wasn't going to waste time with these lizards, as he called them for short, so using his teleportation skill, he appeared in there. Midston using another skill negative burst, he instantly killed all the lizard men except for the one that threw the spear. You have killed Lizardman Warrior. Plus 95,000 EXP. You have killed Lizardman Warrior. Plus 89,000 EXP. You have killed Lizardman Warrior. Plus 82,000 EXP. You have killed Lizardman Warrior. Plus 79,000 EXP. You have killed Lizardman Warrior. Plus 71,000 EXP. You have killed Elite Lizardman Warrior. Plus 115,000 EXP. Ah, good. Let's use this as the selection criteria for the last one to join my legion, Victor said in his mind just before a message appeared before his eyes. Enemy has been affected by your skill undead aura. Enemy is experiencing illusions due to the effect of your skill. Enemy has died due to the effect of your skill. You have killed Elite Lizardman Warrior. Plus 105,000 EXP. You have leveled up. Oh yeah, I can't raise the Elite Lizard Men and add them to my legion. The level difference is still high. Crap. Victor had almost forgotten about the restriction, so now he had to rely on the lower lizard men to fill his legion. Since there were elite lizard men, he could only rely on the evolution of the lower ones into the elite. With that, he picked at random one body of the normal lizard men and placed it aside. He didn't know which one had the highest level he could bring back, so he just left it to Lady Luck. Victor got to eating the lizard men before him to get their evolution material, and he didn't leave the humans out of it. When he was done, he had accumulated quite the amount of evolution material. He thought of leaving the human evolution material so that he would use it on Larry, he encountered Arch-human some time ago, so he was hoping to make Larry one. He himself didn't need it, so there was no need to turn himself into one, since he could always get the human material. No, Victor thought to not be greedy and just let Larry have this one. There would be plenty of humans later that will have even stronger abilities that would give him better skills. He was able to benefit well from the other cave because the people that were sent there were elites with strong abilities. As for this guys, he didn't know what their abilities were, but apart from their leader who had the highest level, Victor didn't see anything special in the others. When he was done, he stood up and focused on the lizard men he set aside. With his will, he activated his skill, but then dash. Wait, system, what is the limit where I can't raise monsters and add them to my legion? Victor asked mentally while suspecting something. The limit is 50 levels above yourself. Victor was speechless, almost. Can't believe I forgot and thought it was 40. Can't rewrite my mistakes now, those guys are already in my system as evolution material. I'll have to find another group then. Victor said. To do so, he would still need the guy before him, so he still went on and raised him. After he did that, he made the lizardman who was now part of his legion to direct him to their settlement. Maybe it was because their connection and bond wasn't strong like when he names them, the instructions and questions he could direct towards the lizardman was little and simple, anything complex and it wouldn't understand. They moved through the cave, through the more narrow and normal-sized tunnels as they made their way to the lizardman settlement. Unlike the previous cave where he could even jump several meters into the air and still not meet the ceiling, this floor's cave only had so much of such places that were that spacious. After a couple minutes, they got to the settlement, and from where they entered from, it was from a hole in the wall at about 10 meters above the floor. The place looked like something that was dug out of instead of a natural landscape. The place was large, as it stretched out about the size of a football field, and below were various lizard men that covered the entire place. If Victor was to guess the number, he would say they were nothing less than 100 of them down there. There was no need to even ask the system to identify the monsters below, as he would just be blasted with the information. From what he saw earlier, Victor knew how to differentiate the elites from the normal ones. All he saw down there was a field full of experience points lingering around waiting to be taken. When he was done, he would eat anyone that was left, there was no need to hold back here. Before I go down there, let's check my status screen first. He leveled up when he killed the lizard men earlier, which meant he level 39 now. Status. Level, 39, 576 000/12 500 000. Name, Zombie number 2314. Race, Undead, Zombie Lord. Evolution material, Fiery-tailed Wolf, 1000. Class. Title, True Undead, one who is favored by the process. Coins, 300. HP, 3, 650/3, 650. MP, 3, 930/3, 930. Stat. Strength, 232. Agility, 156. Sense, 127. Vitality, 71. Magic, 80. Intelligence, 140. Remaining stat point, 122. Innate ability. Undead Body, Infernal Body. Skill tab. Passive, All Title, Rotbite LVL Max, Undead Aura LVL Max, Recovery LVL 1, Art of Combat LVL 2, Weapon Mastery LVL 4, Sixth Sense LVL 5. Active, Legion of the Dead LVL 2, Domain of the Dead LVL 1, Touch of Death LVL 2, Negative Burst LVL Max, Fire Breath LVL Max, Inferno Ring LVL 4, Teleport LVL 1, Remote Explosion LVL 4, Death Curse LVL 3, Plant Manipulation LVL 1, Earth Stump LVL 1, Hot Hands LVL Max, Terror LVL 1, Excavate LVL 4. That's a lot of skills, alright. From the humans before, Victor was able to acquire some wealth and cash and upped his coins to 300 after getting 220 from them. The plan was to invest in some skills that would help take out enemies fast, and for that, there was one skill he wanted to test the most. Victor immediately invested in the skill Terror, and brought it to level 3, and the effects were exactly what he wanted them to be. Terror. Induce fear in the target and can be lethal if the target possesses a weak mind that can be easily broken. Level 3. Mana cost, 50 per use. What Victor wasn't sure of was whether the skill would also collaborate well with his other skill which he wanted to test, but then the only way to find out was to try it himself. Chapter 73 Filler. This will be fixed. Starting evolution process. Evolution process complete. Gained new skill weapon mastery. Gained new skill swordsmanship. Gained new skill death curse. Gained new skill plant manipulation. Gained new skill iron fist. Gained new skill double strike. Skill swordsmanship and sword control have been incorporated into skill weapon mastery. Skill double strike have been incorporated into skill weapon mastery. Skill iron fist has been incorporated into skill art of combat. Received 20 stat points. Health plus 100, mana plus 100. Strength plus 5, vitality plus 3, agility plus 5, intelligence plus 10, magic plus 5. After the evolution was complete, Victor had already gotten to the next floor, and looking at the new skills, he was quite satisfied with what he got, though he couldn't tell where some came from. Victor killed the leader of the human group he met last so quick that he didn't give him a chance to show his skills, so he didn't exactly know what to expect. He wasn't expecting anything grand either, since the other arch-human he faced wasn't really all that different from normal humans. Was he some kind of druid or something? To get something like plant manipulation? Victor said while looking at the skills he had, but then the death curse was kind of contradictory. But, since druids had something to do with spirits, Victor guessed it was possible for them to also use such magic. Maybe. Status. Status. Level, 37, 6, 9, 15, 000/7, 500, 000. Name, Zombie number 2314. Race, Undead, Zombie Lord. Evolution material, Fiery-tailed Wolf, 1000. Class. Title, True Undead, one who is favored by the process. HP, 3, 465/3, 465. MP, 3, 450/3, 450. Coins, 50. Stat. Strength, 223, 7. Agility, 150. Sense, 122. Vitality, 66. Magic, 60. Intelligence, 110. Remaining stat point, 62. Innate ability. Undead body, Infernal body. Skill tab. Passive, all title, Rotbite LVL max, Undead aura LVL max, Recovery LVL 1, Art of combat LVL 2, Weapon mastery LVL 2. Active, Legion of the Dead LVL 2, Domain of the Dead LVL 1, Touch of Death LVL 2, Negative Burst LVL max, Fire Breath LVL max, Inferno Ring LVL 1, Teleport LVL 1, Remote Explosion LVL 1, Death Curse LVL 1, Plant Manipulation LVL 1. Looking at his stats, there was only one thought he had in mind. The sign of growth. From such an unintelligent creature, now, I am slowly becoming a scholar. So refreshing. Not ignoring the rest of his stat, Victor was quite impressed. He began looking into all the skills he had newly received to see what they were about. Death Curse. Magic that affects the soul and eats away at their life force as time goes by. Intensity can be increased. Level 1. Mana cost, 50. Plant Manipulation. Control plants in the surrounding area. Amount of mana required differs depending on plants. Level 1. Mana cost XX. Apart from these skills, the other skills were sort of self-explanatory and needed not to for Victor to check the description to see how they worked. Another thing Victor discovered was that the system also accepted gems as money and converted them to system coins. If only these guys came as some kind of excavation team to harvest gems, it would have been good. He didn't know where to get these gems, and that was something he wanted to ask the next people he met. H even tried using the gems that lit up parts of the cave, but that didn't work. Victor kept going deeper into the dungeon, and after a day or two reached the 49th floor again. Within that time, he ran into two other human groups, and the fight with them was incredibly easy as they were either tired and exhausted when he found them, or sleeping. In the end, he wasn't able to get the information he needed about the gem, so he gave up on it. From the groups he killed last, he gained some useful skills. Gained new skill Archery. Gained new skill 9 Blades Walks. Gained new skill Earth Stump. Gained new skill terror. Gained new skill excavate. Gained new skill demon chain bind. Gained new skill demon shadow. Gained new skill precision shot. Gained new skill sixth sense. Gained new skill hot hands. Skill archery and precision shot have been incorporated into skill weapon mastery. Skill 9 blades walks have been absorbed into skill weapon mastery. Received 30 stat points. Health plus 100, mana plus 100. Strength plus 5, vitality plus 5, agility plus 5, intelligence plus 10, magic plus 10. Overall, Victor had gained plenty from the humans, and he could beat his chest anywhere now as a former human himself and say that humanity is not completely useless. From time to time, they still have their uses. The skills he gained weren't that strong, but they were going to be very useful when fighting and very quite the versatile bunch. The Earth Stomp was just like the name suggests, it caused tremor in the surrounding area. The skill Terror induced hallucination, but at level 1 it only caused some mental damage, nothing else, not to mention, against a strong opponent it would be useless, that is if it would even activate properly. The Excavate skill did what it said, dig up the ground clean, basically just creating a hole on dirt and any material. From all the skills he gained, this was probably one of the most overpowered when thought through. This skill allowed the user to basically excavate the rocks in an area of hard rock, or even a wall. If he was right, it would work on other materials like metal and even something like water. Basically anything tangible could be excavated. This included human bodies. No wonder a level 60 could be the team leader. The skill was just 2 above the others. Even Superman will fall before such a skill. The 2 skills Demon Chain Bind and Demon Shadow were gotten from the same person, but for the first skill, Victor wasn't sure if it was going to be too useful against strong opponents. If he was able to break out of it after a bit of a struggle, it just proved that monsters above level 100 would also be able to do the same. The most it could do was buy some time. The second one, Demon Shadow, was actually more impressive. It reminded him of several anime he had watched where someone would have something similar. Basically, this skill gave life to the user's shadow, allowing them to gain one minion that is as strong as themselves and can even use someone their skills which the user granted. The more advanced part of the skill was probably still locked now. For now, all Victor could do with this skill was send his shadow to do common things or fight for him against the opponent's shadow. The only downside right now was the fact that dark places limited this skill, and it didn't work. Either if the environment was not well lit or the shadows were not well defined. He would have to level it up first before it would become very useful. By the time he increased its level, it would become another overpowered skill. Hot hands basically made his hands hit up at super hot temperatures enough to melt through flesh easily. This skill was immediately max level though as soon as he got it. With his infernal body, he could already do something like this, so the skill was kind of a useless one for him. The sixth sense was pretty self-explanatory, it gave him a whole new world as he could perceive abstract things that even his high sense stat didn't allow him to before, like subtle changes in factors around him or being able to pick up some minimal changes in the waves and wavelengths around him. Precision shot was meant to be an active skill, but now that it was absorbed by the weapon mastery skill, it had become passive, at least this was what Victor believed. Since the weapon mastery skill kept swallowing other skills, he was sure it would also convert those skills which it had swallowed. Along with the skills, the last group he had attacked while they were sleeping seemed to be the greedy bunch, as they were actually walking around with their money and gems. Victor wasn't complaining, it only meant that he could get more coins. In total at this point, Victor had 1,750 coins. Back on the 49th floor, which was the floor before the last one where the Drake from before was, Victor was with the bunch of chimeras that roamed the floor, and as easy as it got, he just destroyed them one after another until he got to the door that lead into the boss room. Victor made sure to use each of his skills that he could, focusing on his active skills to see which one of the skills was most useful for the altercation that was about to occur. This time, he was going to focus on using the most effective skills against the Drake, ones that would work perfectly against it. System. Chapter 74 Shanak. Victor wasting joking around or trying to see their cards. He needed to be out of the dungeon before the humans sent people to observe the dungeon, and the last thing he needed at the moment were 2 lizards wasting his time. On the contrary, he might have actually struck gold, as instead of the elite lizard men, he had found something that was potentially higher, which were the 2 old lizards. When he checked their level earlier, he confirmed that adding them to his legion was possible, as they were both level 85. Lizardmen Oracle level 85. Lizardmen Oracle level 85. If he was right, then these oracles would be shamans, and that was something that would be welcomed in his team, seeing as he had mostly physical-oriented monsters and only two that relied more on skill. Victor didn't waste much time with them in the end, as he had the perfect counter for enemies that could teleport around far distances. He wasn't sure of the range of this skill, but all he needed to do was get close enough, and he achieved that using his teleportation. Victor wasn't sure if the lizardmen oracles had used a spell on their self to make it possible for them to follow his movements, as they countered his earlier attack quite easily, or maybe it was an automatic defense system, so he went with the safest option. With his throwing strength, he picked up a sword and threw it as hard as he could towards the lizard men, but for some reason, they didn't even think of dodging it despite the time they had to react. Perhaps, they were just that confident in their defense and knew it wouldn't do anything, but that didn't matter. As the sword flew past bodies of lizard men and destroyed ground, and passing through thick smoke caused by earlier explosions, Victor seemingly appeared out of thin air more than halfway through, while the sword kept going. "This is good enough distance," he said in his mind as his body skated across the air. With his mind, he activated his skill Death Curse, and he could immediately feel the mana leave his. Seeing that Victor was approaching them, the oracles used a magic that controlled the earth before Victor to grow into long and sturdy spikes just along his path, and then they vanished again, reappearing in another corner of the football field-sized place. Of course, Victor simply teleported again to the sword's position, and easily avoided the trap, while the oracles in turn were not doing any better themselves. It was possible that they might have had an idea of what kind of curse was placed on them, seeing as they were something of shamans themselves, if not similar. Victor noticed them doing some weird motions with their hands, but it didn't seem like it was working, as after 4 or 6 seconds, the first one fell, then the second followed. Seeing the oracles fall, the remaining lizard men that had been watching from the side were plunged into fear, and that only worked in Victor's favor, as they began dying one after the other. The result of this was a chain effect where the death of one would make another afraid, if they weren't already, and that lizard men would also died, in turn instigating another. After all was done, Victor settled down on the corpse and began munching, but not before raising one of the lizardmen oracles. The first question he asked was whether both oracles were needed for their power to work, and the answer was no. "That's good and convenient. Now, your name will be Shanik. I could give you something better, but I just feel this one suits you better," Victor said, as he ordered Shanik to gather him all the corpses. To his surprise, Shanik proved to be more useful than he thought. All Shanik needed to do was use his magic to do the gathering. Within a minute, he had piled up all the corpses near Victor, and Victor put him back inside as he had no use at the moment. For whatever reason, the lizard men found it mandatory to loot their human enemies whenever they killed them, so Victor also acquired quite the amount of wealth from looting them in the end, bringing his total coins to 3,040 coins. Victor didn't take evolution material from all the corpses, as he didn't think he would need that many. Once the evolution materials reached 500,000, he stopped and burned the remaining corpses with his fire breath before leaving the place. While Victor was leaving, he picked up a small piece of rock and threw it towards the hole he came from, and as it got close he teleported to its position. The throw wasn't perfect, so he was a bit off after teleporting, which meant he needed to act fast if not he would just fall back down. Luckily, he was close to the walls, so he brought out a sword from his inventory and stabbed it into the wall, then after maneuvering his body to stand on the sword momentarily, he jumped towards the hole and managed to fix his hands into the bottom part of the hole before climbing into it. Because he had to be focused in the fight, he wasn't paying attention to the notifications and messages his system was popping out, so he made a note to check everything while he left. The first things that showed up were a bunch of notifications telling him that he had killed a lizard man and the amount of EXP he received, and after going through at least 100 of these messages, he found something that caught his eyes. "You have leveled up." These days leveling up wasn't felt as much as before as his stats were already high. If he wanted to feel something, he would have to dump a bunch of stat points into one stat before he would feel the same rush of energy that he felt before when even a single point was added. Also, maybe it was because he didn't have a class, he enjoyed no special benefit from leveling up. Maybe it was because of how this world worked, as there were no classes or jobs, or any of that game stuff. People just possessed abilities, and depending on what the ability can do, they would know how to advance themselves. This wasn't something Dustin was worried about though, as it didn't affect him in the least. On the contrary, he didn't dislike this no-class style at all. With no class, he had the leeway to advance himself anyhow he wanted. Being able to use a sword and possess skills that have nothing concerning warriors was a big plus in the end, so it all panned out well. Status: Level 39, 576,000/12, 500, 000, 5, 126, 000/17, 000, 000. Name, Zombie number 2314. Race, Undead, Zombie Lord. Evolution material, Fiery-tailed Wolf, 1000. Class. Title, True Undead, one who is favored by the process. Coins, 300, 040. Stat. Vitality, 71. Magic, 80. Intelligence, 140. Innate ability. Undead body, Infernal body. Skill tab. Passive, all title, Rotbite LVL max, Undead aura LVL max, Recovery LVL 1, Art of Combat LVL 2, Weapon Mastery LVL 4, Sixth Sense LVL 5. Active, Legion of the Dead LVL 2, Domain of the Dead LVL 1, Touch of Death LVL 2, Negative Burst LVL max, Fire Breath LVL max, Inferno Ring LVL 4, Teleport LVL 1, Remote Explosion LVL 4, Death Curse LVL 3, Plant Manipulation LVL 1, Earth Stump LVL 4, Hot Hands LVL max, Terror LVL 1, Excavate LVL 4. With these, Victor had benefited from the lizard men in more ways than one, and he was satisfied with the results. He hadn't wasted his time there for nothing. Since these were dungeon monsters, Victor was sure they would respawn, but when they did, who was going to explain the cause of so much destruction and scorched lizardmen skeletons? He wondered. Not like it was important, it just gave the mind fruit to munch on. Talking of fruits of the mind, why is my name still the same as before? It still reads Zombie number 2314, like some code name. Victor thought to himself, while rubbing his smooth chin. Isn't there a way to change it? Not that it bothers me since I'm the only one who can see this, but still, it would be nice to see my actual name instead of this. Just then, the system responded with an answer that would put a smile on Victor's face if he was still a being with emotions. It is possible to update your name since you are no longer bound by the dungeon. Will you like to assign a new name now? Yes. Assign new name ____. Victor. Confirmed, name has been assigned. Chapter 75 Dragon or Lizard Eye. So I could do that ever since I defeated that thing, huh? I completely forgot about the matter. Having to see the usual zombie number 2314 in place of his name, Victor had gotten used to it that he even normalized it subconsciously. Now that he was done with the lizard men issue, it was time to progress deeper into the dungeon. It didn't occur to Victor at the time, but he would have just invested his coins into the Legion of Dead skill, so that the capacity would increase and he would be able to add more undead to his ranks. It wasn't all bad though. In the end, it's better to have fewer followers that are strong, than many that are average. But seeing as I have the means to make them all strong even if they are much, that is something I should think about. Evolution material. Fiery-tailed Wolf, 1000. Zombie, 15,000. Dungeon Bat, 5,000. Dark Poisonous Spider, 200. Giant Forest Snake, 200. White Mountain Tiger, 500. Grey Lichen, 4,000. Ghost Gecko, 2,000. Mantant, 10,000. Fire Imp, 2,000. Redback Salamander, 30,000. Poison Frog Colony, 8,000. Dark Encarpos, 10,000. Human, 2,200. Ravinger, 500. Steel Scaled Lizard, 5,000. Adamantine Scaled Lizard, 7,000. Lizardmen, 500,000. With the materials he had, Victor decided to evolve Shannik first before he continued his descent. The more he made use of the evolution system, the better he understood it and its functionalities. Victor no longer needed to do extended study of the different forms and possibilities of the evolved monster. Putting both together, he could tell what the result of the evolution would be, and the only time he needed to actually study the entire process was when it was something unfamiliar or something that had a lot of variables mixed in. With an order to the system, Victor ordered for Shannik to be evolved using as much lizardman material. Because of how the process worked, one monster could undergo multiply evolutions under the same material, so all Victor needed to do was specify to the system to carry out a continuous evolution on Shannik until the material was exhausted, or the max evolution was reached. Following that, the process started, and as usual Victor would be unable to make use of the Shannock during the process of evolution. After that floor, Victor went through 2 more floors, and to his surprise the dungeon had come to an end. Definitely not as long as the first, but the monsters were strong right off the bat. Victor walked towards the enormous metal doors calmly as he paced himself. The door had 2 statues erected on both sides that resembled guardians of some sort, and each of the statue had its hand on the sides of the door, as if they were keeping it in place. Victor had a basic idea of what was about to happen, but he decided to ignore it regardless and just continue. Onward. Victor got to the door, and just like the last one he tried to push it open, but also like the previous one, it didn't even budge. Same thing, huh? Victor said, while folding his hands. Just when he would expect for the statues to move, they didn't disappoint and did just that. Victor suspected this kind of cliché set up the moment he saw the statues, but alas, he could only wait for them to activate. Finally moving, huh? Victor said in his mind. Looking at the now moving and alive statues, Victor could not make heads of which race these giant monsters were, but then again he didn't even want to know, since they were about to become statues again, for real this time. Both monsters were ash/gray in color, and their bodies seemed to house the immense amount of fat, but with no folds on them. If nothing else, they looked bloated. Seeing as they weren't cyclopes, Victor concluded the fact that the key did not lie in their eyes, but then what was it? There is absolutely no clue as to what I am supposed to do with these guys, Victor thought. Or maybe 2 should just blast a hole through this metal door. He left that as a last resort tactic. 4t equals now, he would try to follow the original plot. At this point was when the monsters charged at him, since they had been in the process of turning back into flesh and organic components. Needless to say, their opponent had no wish to spend time with them, and so they found themselves to have once again returned to their slumber just moments after. They awoke. Victor, using his go-to skill, waited for both monsters to attack from both sides, as they both dropped a leg on his petite body. All he needed to do from there was to activate his touch of death skill and hold both of their legs, killing them instantly the next minute. Still nothing. Victor stared at the metal doors with a blank expression, but in his mind he was racing through what he could do to open the door. There were a few options that popped up, but in the end nothing worked. After trying some of the ideas, but to no avail, it was time to try the next one. All he needed to do for this one was get the blood of these monsters onto the doors, and hope for it to work. This is a fucking dungeon, not some kind of maze or puzzle. I still don't get why they do stuff like this. Isn't the whole aim to get to the booze monster and kill it? This is not a stupid game to begin with, Victor thought in his mind while the doors rumbled. This last method seemed to have worked. Victor's days of playing video games that didn't at all help him in his academics were finally showing its worth in real-life situations. Slowly, the enormous doors of metal began sliding inward. Victor only waited for the door to open up just enough for him to enter, then he did. There was no need to wait for the entire process like some kind of movie, it was completely time-consuming. As he walked into the room-like compartment that housed the boss monster, Victor could notice some similarities between both boss rooms, and immediately, he spotted the boss monster. The boss monster was a dragon, this he already knew, and just like the other boss, it was still lying there without moving a single muscle, probably until he created a disturbance like with the other. The room had several crystals embedded into the walls that provided lighting, and it was even more spacious than the other one. Also, this booze monster seemed to retain its original features, and was not given something like an extra head like Ramek. The only thing that was striking was its name and level. When Victor read it, he simply had no words, and it also added to his suspicions. Ancestral True Dragon, Garmarok level 150. The level was definitely an insane one, but for an ancestral true dragon, Victor felt it too low. Dragons were supposed to be godlike existences, as is the case for even normal dragons, and the strongest human's level was even above 200, and even then, he isn't a god. But then, an ancestral true dragon was placed at a mere 150, truly something to pay more attention to. The thing that had Victor thinking wasn't just the fact that the dragon's level was too low for what it was supposed to be, it was the fact that such a being could be captured and brought into another world so easily, if it happened the way Ramek explained it. To have such power and be able to control and even reduce the strength of such a being that is supposed to be on par with gods, it only made Victor wonder who or what was behind such doings. Thinking of it now, perhaps being marked back then wasn't such a simple thing. This is something for later, Victor said in his mind to dismiss the thoughts momentarily. For now, what he had to do was focus on the more pressing issue before him, which was how he was going to go about fighting a level 150 monster. No matter how strong he was, a level 150 monster was a level 150 monster, the rank difference could not be discredited that easily. He had been able to escape many foes because of his unique strength, as his levels were compressed to give him absolute strength, but before such a creature, he wasn't sure how the battle was going to go. Faced with such a predicament, there was only one way Victor could think of. I can only hope for this all-powerful dragon to have become a mere insanely powerful lizard after being brought here. Just like Ramek, most of its strength should have been taken away, so maybe this won't be as difficult as I'm thinking. Let's begin. Chapter 76, Level 150 Boss Monster. I can only hope for this all-powerful dragon to have become a mere insanely strong lizard after being brought here. Just like Ramek, most of its strength should have been taken away, so maybe this won't be as difficult as I'm thinking. Victor thought to himself, as he stood before the sleeping dragon. He was very sure the dragon before him would possess some very annoying skills and abilities, so he was seriously looking for a way to make things easier for himself. Victor went through his skills in his head, trying to find one that would best do the job for him and other for him to secure an advantage, but then the best idea struck him. Why exactly didn't I think of this since? He exclaimed at his slow thinking. It was right before him the whole time. Now that he thought about it, there were two skills in particular that would work the best in this situation, but even without much thought Victor knew which one to go with. If the first one happened to fail, the second one could always be used to compensate. Even affect reality itself, even though everything happened in the target's mind. These two skills were undoubtedly among his top 5. A/N, for those that would want to see the description. Excavate. Excavate the physical matter around a set area into void. Level 4. Mana cost 50. A very powerful attack that puts the target to sleep, and you are able to induce a dream or a nightmare in them. There is no difference between the world they experience and the real world. To the target, it is the same, and whatever they experience in it is true. It resides in your left eye, and the target has to make eye contact for the skill to activate. Experiences in the dream world affect reality in the actual world, and this is totally under your control. Level 1. Mana cost 100. Without wasting much time, Victor positioned himself before the dragon's head, and with his usual stoic expression, he mentally activated the Excavate skill, aiming it at the dragon's head. Excavate. At that moment, the dragon's head suddenly went missing following some of its upper body section, and then Victor jumped backwards as he made sure to distance himself enough, just in case the dragon woke up with an AoE skill. He waited for some seconds that quickly turned into 10, and then 20, but the dragon never stood. The most it did was flinch a bit, and its body tried to move, but apart from that nothing else. Victor couldn't help the thought when something appeared before his eyes. You have killed the ancestral true dragon, Garma Rock. Plus 500, 000 EXP. Staring at the message that just popped up into his vision in utter disbelief, Victor's mind clicked fast as he calculated the situation before him. Obviously, dragons weren't hydras nor were they trolls. Their healing capability was better than most creatures, but it couldn't even be called a super healing factor. Ramek was just a special in the end. Geez. To think I would kill a monster so high above my level that the power gap might actually be leveled in one blow. I have really outdone myself. Victor said as he moved closer to the dragon. Maybe if the dragon was awake and had all of its defensive abilities activated, it would have been a much harder fight. Victor thought, but then again, his Excavate skill completely ignored most defensive magic or skills, so it would still happen regardless. At this point, he would be a bit sad that he was unable to get the Drake's evolution material, as that regenerative ability was just too much. With that, Victor made a mental note to find something with that sort of ability later on. Seeing as the first tremor had rocked the dungeon signifying that it had started closing, Victor hurried up with the material extraction process as he swallowed chunk after chunk of the dragon's flesh. He could only imagine himself in a snake form and swallowing the entire body whole. Seriously, to think that never crossed his mind. Heh. On the other hand, Victor was still wondering when the dragon was going to appear, or like Ramek, speak to him. The main purpose of him coming here to begin with is to free this dragon to begin with. Maybe he didn't give it enough time to boot its brain as he just up and killed it in its sleep. Victor thought to himself, but then there was nothing much he could do. Then what about the treasury I was promised? Does this mean I won't be getting anything? Victor queried in his mind. Ramek did say to speak his name when he met his master, which was the dragon, and the dragon would understand. Why don't I try that? Ramek. Victor said. Ramek sent me here to free you. He then said again and added a bit of detail as he thought that would at least work. Nothing happened still. Victor then took out the key he received from Ramek as he remembered the drake's words. Ramek did tell him that the key would glow after he killed the dragon. There was nothing that said he needed to communicate with the creature first, so maybe. The moment Victor took out the key, it shimmered with an intense glow of golden light that was almost blinding, then the light calmed as it returned back into the key. Apparently, his mission was complete. Victor quietly stashed away the key for now and focused on the dragon first. The dungeon was going to close soon, so he really didn't have time to be looking at the riches and wealth acquired by Ramek throughout his lifetime. He could always do that later. When he was finally done with the dragon corpse, as he hurriedly ate every single bit of it, leaving very little behind together with the bones, Victor hurried out of the boss room. The crack that appeared in it had already started expanding in size at a dangerous pace, so he tried to get as far away as possible. He hadn't explored this dungeon well, so he was unaware of some places that would be shortcuts, so he just relied on his map and followed the ones shown on it which looked like potential shortcuts. If there happened to not be a passageway through the path he was taking, excavate was always an option, and Victor just went through the walls. Finally, after getting to the floor where he left his legion, he took them back in as they were unsummoned, and then he went full speed out of the dungeon entrance. Altogether, he had only spent a couple of hours inside the dungeon, so he was a bit quick about it if that was taken into account. The normal time needed to clear such a difficult dungeon, not to mention that the human team that was sent inside would have been completely useless before the guardians of the boss room. That was if they even managed to reach it, which they clearly didn't, being killed by normal lizard men no less. Even with Victor's groundbreaking clearing time, that had nothing to do with the time it took for the human government to react to a dungeon with no officials guarding it, which would mean possible outbreak or something bad, anything for that matter. Outside the dungeon entrance were a team of humans that dressed in similar attire, marking them as a team of some sort, quite clearly. The moment they saw Victor emerge from the closing dungeon, they reacted and focused all their attention on him. Victor, who just rushed out of the dungeon, was quite surprised to see how fast the humans responded. He could understand, as the time to send report might have been the next hour after he killed the team stationed outside the dungeon when he entered, so there was nothing out of his calculations. I'm so glad I didn't lose my intelligence. Victor had two choices in this situation which he was faced with at the present moment. Coming out of the dungeon, it was morning, very, very early in the morning. He steadily casted his eyes moving through the people before him slowly, studying them. They approached him slowly without saying anything, and Victor knew not what was to be done in these sorts of situations according to their standards, so he just remained silent and allowed them for the time being, waiting for them to make the first comment. Though, he had already decided. With the two choices presented before him, he could cooperate with the humans before him, or just kill them and be done with. Of course, the better choice was obvious. This shit is so stressful. Chapter 77 Into the City. I really wish I had Larry with me, seriously. Victor said in his mind, as he raised his hands to show that he wasn't a threat. Between the two decisions, Victor chose the one that would benefit him a little more, and that was cooperating with the humans. With his hands held slightly up, he looked at the humans before him, and then immediately lowered his raised hands slowly. He wasn't sure, but if there was one thing he knew would stand in this world, it would be that the government officials would somewhat respect hunters. There was simply little need for him to cooperate 100% following all their orders. He looked around seeing the bodies that lay there, and really, he could not be bothered, after all he was the cause. At this point, Victor was the worst actor, so he didn't even make the attempt to act like he was curious about the bodies or any of the sort, but to alleviate the suspicion the people before him might have. Looks like they've been dead for a while, what happened here? Victor asked in a somewhat monotonic voice, actually throwing the people before him off their game. There was silence in the air for some seconds as Victor could clearly see the reaction from those before him. We were hoping you would be the one to tell us that. One of them who was closer to him said. If so, then I have no information concerning the events that took place here. Victor responded. He really had no idea how these things worked, or who the people before him were, and he just could make no guesses. The humans before him were dressed in unformed attire of black and silver color, black being the dominant color out of the two. It was quite evident they were some kind of division, but that was the problem, he didn't know what division they belonged to. I can smell something going wrong. Victor thought, just before he heard a voice from the slender-looking man closest to him. "We would need you to follow standard protocol number 228 and proceed accordingly," the men said, and that was where shit hit the fan. Victor was not one of their citizens, he knew not of no standard protocol. "I really wish I left Larry outside." Negative burst. At the activation of Victor's skill, the senses of those before him flared, as they felt their lives being targeted by something ominous and their bodies stiffened trying to prepare them to flee, but alas, before they could react, their bodies just fell to the ground, never to move again. The only one of them to survive was the one farthest away from the whole group, and seeing her teammates suddenly collapse to the ground might have been a little unexpected, and she couldn't come to her senses and react in time before she felt a hand through her stomach from behind, and at the same time the men before her had also vanished. Then, "I didn't even need to teleport." Heh. Victor sighed mentally. "And that is how I lost an informant," Victor said, a bit sarcastically. From what he could see, the guys he just killed seemed to have come there via some kind of craft, and he could spot it just some meters off to the side. He ignored it for the moment and turned to the human corpses. There was a reason he didn't burn these guys. "Larry," Victor called out as he summoned Larry. "Go through the corpses and take anything valuable. Leave nothing of value behind, not even the least," Victor ordered. Naturally, Larry would be the most suited for taking the spoils since he was more familiar with the things of this world. He would also know which was good and useful and which was not. Victor just approached the slender man as he laid on the ground dead and took the sword he had strapped to his waist. After closer inspection, Victor noted that the ones he had were better in quality, at least to his eyes, so he threw it back and ordered Larry to choose his most comfortable weapon from the ones there and leave the rest behind. By the time Larry was done and presented Victor with everything he could get, Victor was just nodded after inspecting them and stashed it away in his inventory, as they disappeared instantly. From what Victor could see, whatever the era this world was in, it was a very interesting one. The humans that came to inspect what had happened here came with medieval-type weapons as their weapons, and even their clothes had a bit of a suggestion, or more accurately inspiration from the medieval times. But then again, their devices were technological, and the level of said technology wasn't low either. It wasn't high enough to be compared to some sci-fi tech Victor knew from Earth TV shows and ideas, but they were definitely more advanced than what his original Earth had. All in all, it was a beautiful mixture of fantasy and technology, really a dangerous weapon. And with this discovery, Victor was really starting to get some ideas about his system. "We're done here. What I'm looking for is not here," which means, Victor said, as his vision trailed off towards the craft that was some meters off behind some rock that managed to block it off, showing only its top parts. Before heading towards the craft, Larry gathered all the bodies in one place and Victor, using his infernal breath, burned them to ashes, leaving dry bones behind. "What's taking them so long?" a female figure sitting inside what seemed to be the cockpit of a craft said. The place had various screens everywhere, and lots of components here and there. She sat there playing with her nails and her picked them and occasionally used her teeth to dig out whatever was stuck inside. She might have been sitting here for a while now, as she was desperately waiting for her teammates to return. "Come on. I told them I had a date. And I wouldn't want to miss this one, seeing as I don't get many to begin with," she complained to herself. She was just in the motion to cross her hands over her chest when she noticed an intense body of fire rise into the air, only to disappear after a few seconds. Seeing the fire caused her to focus there, and her anger seemed to have been forgotten at that moment. Did something really happen? Arg. The girl screamed in a fit of anger and scrambled about her chair for a bit. "Fine, let's get this over with as soon as possible then, I'll give them a hand." Flipping a switch, the craft came on, and in mere seconds it rose into the air slowly before its nose turned towards the direction of the dungeon entrance while moving forward a bit. "What the? Hey Larry, can you fly that thing?" "Well, I think. I'm not sure, but I can certainly try," Larry responded. Before them was the craft that landed behind the rock, hovering in midair, and just like Victor would expect from a sci-fi creation, it made just the minimal sound compared to jets and helicopters, or even small planes. From inside the plane, the girl was shocked to find nobody near the entrance, and as it was basically still dark, she was unable to see well around the place. After enabling night vision though, she was able to clearly make out what was going on down there. Much to her dismay, after also enabling something to improve her vision, he spotted a pile of ashes and objects mixed together somewhere in the middle close to the entrance of the dungeon, and not far from it, some feet away, stood two humanoid figures staring towards her direction. "Shit. It didn't take her much thinking to realize that whoever these men down there were, they were hostile, and therefore something she needed to kill if possible. If the close combat experts of her team couldn't do much against them, then she was the last person that would face them, thankfully. She had the craft. Before she gave the command to fire though, the sound of something impacting the windshield of the craft caught her attention, and the moment she turned to look, a man's figure appeared right before her very eyes, causing her to flinch a little before watching the figure slide off back to the ground. That thing is slippery, Victor noted. While he was falling back down, he first unsummoned Larry, then he felt the spot where he placed the mark on the craft's windshield and then he disappeared again, this time reappearing inside the cockpit of the craft somewhere beside the lady inside, completely frightening her. She was okay at first, but the moment Victor stretched his hand towards her, he fainted. Victor didn't need even the system to explain to him what had happened, even it still did. It was clear that the girl had died to his skill, undead aura. This skill. Come forth Larry, take over this thing. Chapter 78 Into the City 2. Take over this thing, Larry. Victor said to Larry as he emerged from the smoke mist. After he noted that Larry had gone towards the control seat and had started going through whatever the screens before him was, he turned his attention to the lady that Larry threw behind the seat to make way. Seeing her again, Victor couldn't help but think about his skill undead aura. On one hand it was a powerful skill when used correctly, but for the most part he could see how it would become a nuisance in future. What if he only wanted to make someone a little scared as threat, he would end up killing them without achieving the desired effect. The stronger it got, the wider the range of people and creatures that he would be able to intimidate easily, meaning massive meaningless death. Not that he particularly cared about the deaths, but then again there would be no sense to it, making it stupid and uncalled for, not really his style. I have to somehow find a way to go around this and do something about it, Victor thought in his mind. Most of the creatures he had met up until now simply didn't show any fear, or when they did it wasn't fear of death or one that triggered the skill, as apparently it had its specific triggers. When it came to humans however that so much loved their lives, like most intelligent creatures, Victor could already see how this particular skill would affect his plans. If I can't come up with anything, I just would have to settle for being a literal Shinigami that can't control his power, Victor said nonchalantly in his mind. Whatever, let's deal with the matter at hand first. From Larry's report, the closest city to their current location wasn't his residing city, so he didn't have much of any information about important things, but since it is also one of the neighboring cities to the one he used to live in, he at least has the basic knowledge. So firstly, the power cores wouldn't be able to last cover the trip, and I'll have to fly the remaining way there if I want to get to your city, and this is not your city, so you are not familiar with it. Fine, Victor said, as an idea formed in his head. He asked Larry to land the craft first, or as Larry refers to it, an airship. Larry started talking some complex and useless things about shuttles and warships, or something like that, but such information was not needed at the moment, so Victor just resolved to call all such aircrafts airships. For now, they would find a way to move the airship deeper the way they came from in order to hide it. From what Larry said, there was just no way the patrol units would reach that deep to look for the culprits, as not culprit would even be crazy enough to push deeper. Heck, even now there was no patrol unit on duty so far out. Rather than go back, wouldn't it just be better if we just abandoned the ship here and headed straight for your city? No need to leave a trail, Victor said, and in the end they resulted to that. It might have not been much, but this small thinking session that shouldn't have taken as long as it should gave Victor a thought, one he definitely considered greatly. Perhaps, just having monsters that were strong and could follow some instructions wasn't enough, intelligent one would be more effective. Alright, let's move towards your city for now, Victor said before abandoning the airship and moving towards a separate direction from the one they were going to go. With the map they collected from the craft, finding their way around wouldn't be too hard. All they needed to do was study it before throwing the device away because these devices are always being tracked and can be used to get them later. Really, what the government from Victor's original Earth wouldn't give to have such technology. They continued towards the city which Larry used to live in, and for the journey Victor used his human form with wings on his back sometimes, and if he noticed the presence of any aircrafts, he would get down and try to hide or just go by foot if the terrain was favorable. He did this throughout the early hours until the sun was properly up and he started spotting more and more aircrafts in the air. Apparently, most of the land was not filled with covering, so Victor running on it would be quite noticeable by these advanced technologies, he thought. With that the only way was to move further into the side where the abandoned side was and then he could feel a bit safe. Honestly, he could fight off on aircraft, but that would mean putting a target on his back by a whole race of humans. Not the brightest choice. Due to the need to hide from time to time and sometimes fly due to the terrain of forest or similar, Victor had to frequently pause from time to time or use his wings. Flying as he was now was not as fast as his running speed, so Victor on air could only move at somewhere a little bit above 50% of his running speed. It was only after the evening was setting in did they manage to reach their destination, the city where Larry used to live. Of course, just like a post-apocalyptic city would look, there were high solid walls surrounding the entire city. From what Larry said, not all settlements had this kind of walls. The only reason why this one had such a defensive wall was because it was located at the farthest edge of the remaining unaffected land, and was more prone to monster attack if there was to be any dungeon break or movement of nearby monster settlement. Despite this, the city was relatively easy to access, and Victor found it easy to enter counter to what he thought. He did get a few stares and glares because of his look of fiery tattoos all over his visible body, and the scattered hair only added to the savagery look. The first thing Victor did was to find a quiet place where it seemed like people didn't frequent and summon Larry. From there, both of them walked the streets and roads, as Larry took them to his apartment where he lived. As quite the high-level hunter himself, he had the funds to support some level of luxury, so his house was no doubt beautiful and comfortable. It wasn't a mansion, but it was big and good enough for a bachelor. Not bad, Victor commented, making Larry to bow a little. On the way they did get a few suspicious looks, but nothing alarming, so they didn't worry about it. Surely, a guy walking around with lit-up tattoos would be quite eye-catching, and avoiding attention would be almost impossible. Victor couldn't help but commend the way the city looked, as he had only seen such things in only movies of science fiction. There weren't flying cars or something like that, but the feel it gave was something he would relate to a cyberpunk kind of environment, even though it didn't have much of the features yet. It's surely getting there, he said in his mind. To think a world where magic exists would be heading in the direction of science more. At this point he would think that the things around would function using some form of mana manipulation or something like that. From then both men spent a few days indoors just lazing around. There was no need for them to rush anything, not like they had some kind of agenda at the moment. For now, Victor would like nothing more than to understand the world which he was now in, and learn as much as he could about it. Luckily for him, the brain of his which always forgot the answer to questions during exams and tests back on his original Earth seemed to have been improved, and he could retain and hold more information. Again, he could only thank God for his intelligence. Seeing as the system was trying to turn him to some kind of scholar, it was good that he could use it like this. During this time of being at home and doing nothing, Victor also took the time to look through the things Ramek had, his treasury. It was normal for the Drake from another world to hold many things that were arcane and mysterious to Victor. Heck, he hadn't still understood this current world he was in, talk less of another world that was seemingly more advanced than the current one, in a way. If this one had advanced science, then the other had advanced magic. Of course, there was one thing the system recognized regardless of the world or dimension in which it came from, and that was money. Needless to say, Victor had just gained a fortune enough to max out all his skills and still remain plenty for his generation to come. Chapter 79 Informant I. Holy shit, I just became a multi-billionaire in system currency. So much, Victor said while looking at his system window. Of course he didn't become a billionaire, but still the amount he before his eyes definitely weren't what he was expecting at all. Coins, 3040, 003, 040. In fact, he had stretched it too much saying billion. The coins just grew so much that Victor had to wonder if looking for the perfect bloodline was all Ramek was really doing. Even with all the money, the treasury was still half filled with countless pieces of equipment and other things that Victor was sure would take him centuries to go through, but then again, that begs the question. Just how long will he be able to live? If anything, after coming to a fantasy world with advanced magic and science, there was absolutely no way Victor was about to be bested by time and die of old age. It just isn't happening. One of his titles practically stops him from dying, but then again there was aging and other factors. I'll have to work towards that eventually, but right now I can focus on other minor things. No need to rush just yet. Besides, I don't think dead bodies age, Victor said in his mind. Before anything, the need to learn more about his current world was on the top of his list. The unrealistic way protagonists that transmigrate to other worlds in isekai anime and just start roaming around and never bother to know about the world they have been taken to was just so astonishing for Victor. Every single time, they just walk around like they own the place, and somehow some way, they either meet some beautiful adventurer girl that then falls in love with them, or they came with cheats and end up saving some stray or stranded princess. Really. There's no way people ruling the world would just turn a blind eye to such a threat as Victor. Not that I care for it though. Don't have time to be thinking of some fictional ice guy cheat magician. Got things to do. Also, I have to get stronger. I've seen some of their abilities, and those aren't half bad either. There were some that definitely could hurt me really bad. Victor noted. There was one way to go about it then. Victor pulled out Larry and asked him of a place or person that can provide him with information, one where he wouldn't be traceable by the government, something like a black market. Well, I have no idea about such people or places, but I do know someone who can help with that. Larry said, lowering his head a bit at the end. Did he just bow? Who taught him that? He usually just stands straight. No matter. From what Larry told Victor, he now at least knew of a place to start looking. For a hunter such as Larry not to know something like this, Victor was beginning to question what kind of hunter he was. He knew nothing of the world he was in right now, but one thing he was sure of was that these said hunters were not the most trustworthy. Maybe that was why he was killed by his own teammates. He certainly couldn't blend with them. There was always the choice of the dark web, which was one hell of a place as he could remember, but the problem would be that Victor had absolutely no idea how to access it in this world, or even how to go about it if he successfully entered. Back in his world, he did try to do the dark web thing, as he tried hacking once upon a time, but then he gave up and only scratched the surface of it. Victor waited till it was midnight the next day before leaving for the place where Larry pointed out for him. There was no need to think it too much, as if he felt lost along the way, he could always pull Larry out and ask him directly. Before midnight reached though, Victor made sure to go over his skills again, and since he now had the funds, there most definitely were upgrades that needed to be done. First of all, Larry said, as he brought up his system interface. Status. Level, 40, 5, 626, 000/17, 000, Name, Victor. Race, Undead, Zombie Lord. Evolution material, Fiery-tailed Wolf, 1000. Class. Title, True Undead, one who is favored by the process. Coins, 5,003,040. HP, 3, 700/3, 700. MP, 3, 980/3, 980. Stat. Strength, 235. Agility, 157. Sense, 128. Vitality, 71. Magic, 80. Intelligence, 140. Remaining stat point, 127. Innate ability. Undead body, Infernal body. Skill tab. Passive, all title, Rotbite LVL max, Undead aura LVL max, Recovery LVL 1, Art of Combat LVL 2, Weapon Mastery LVL 4, Sixth Sense LVL 5. Active, Legion of the Dead LVL 2, Domain of the Dead LVL 1, Touch of Death LVL 2, Negative Burst LVL max, Infernal Breath LVL max, Inferno Ring LVL 4, Teleport LVL 1, Remote Explosion LVL 4, Death Curse LVL 3, Plant Manipulation LVL 1, Earth Stump LVL 4, Hot Hands LVL max, Terror LVL 1, Excavate. Victor took a look at the skills he had acquired all up until that moment, and then the spending began. Recovery LVL 1, max, __, Art of Combat LVL 2, max. Weapon Mastery LVL 4, max, __, Sixth Sense LVL 5, max. Legion of the Dead LVL 2, max, __, Domain of the Dead LVL 1, max. Remote Explosion LVL 4, max, __, Death Curse LVL 3, max. Plant Manipulation LVL 1, max, __, Earth Stump LVL 4, max. And with the advances in skills, his coins also went down, but not nearly down as much to make him even bothered in the slightest. Coins, 4,995,640. As it was now, though Victor was still very cautious of what he may encounter when he went outside or if there was something that he couldn't go against, deep down he knew that he was pretty much near unstoppable. With 2 of these skills, anyone could be considered S-rank, and he had a multitude of them. When the time came, he just left home and headed towards the place where Larry directed him to go. He had to do a bit of traveling as he ran through the rooftops of the city, and though the atmosphere was different than the cities he had been to before, it was still beautiful in some places, while majority of the other places weren't as good. It seemed like some places were prioritized above the others, and naturally were taken care of better. With Victor's speed, it only took about 8 minutes for him to get to the destination, and before him, as he observed from the roof of a building that wasn't too tall, maybe a 2- or 3-story building, he saw the little provisions store Larry described, and though the hour was late, he could clearly see people coming and going rather more frequent than should be the case. Cities, people really don't sleep, do they? He asked in his mind as his figure disappeared from the top of the building and emerged from the small alleyway beside it, headed for the shop. As Victor walked through the door, the first pair of eyes that jammed with his were of the exact same description of the person he came here looking for, the one who was going to show him where to go and how to go about it. He steadily approached the man that looked to be in his 40s, with beards covering his chin and the sides of his face and connecting with his mustache that almost covered his mouth. The clothing style as Victor had seen so far was well different from what he was used to. There were the classics and most basic ones that he was sure even the aliens wore, the shirts, jackets, jeans, so on and so forth, but what the man was wearing now could only be described as the ultra-upgraded version of the base jeans, t-shirt and jacket combo, so he was just going to refer to it as that. This is definitely because he is a hunter. There's no way people go around dressed like this, Victor concluded in his mind. The big build of the man also helped in complementing his style well. If someone was to take a guess, they would think he was from the Norse people. As though the men knew he was there for him, the moment their eyes locked, he just calmly turned and headed towards the door positioned at the corner of the shop towards the back, probably the bathrooms. The men walked in first, and as he did, Victor could clearly see the white tiles and lighting, so he walked in just some steps behind, but then as he did, the entire place changed to a different scenery, and both of them were now standing in a place that looked to be a cliff, and the men simply walked off it and disappeared. Really now, did I just get dumped somewhere by this idiot? He said, as he turned to look behind, seeing the tall trees that covered the land just before the cliff. Good thing I put the tag on him. If he could help it, the situation was kind of funny, but then, those kinds of emotions don't come readily to him. Chapter 80 Informant 2. Really now, did I just get dumped somewhere by this idiot? Victor said in his mind, as he turned to look behind, seeing the tall trees that covered the land just before the cliff. Good thing I put the tag on him. His markings were at most just small black dots, but then again they could qualify as tags either way. For the one who just threw him away in some faraway place where he hoped to never see Victor again, he was completely drenched in cold sweat, visibly soaking his under-white shirt. There was no mistaking it. The person he just saw didn't do much, but there was no mistaking the aura of danger that completely overpowered him. If it wasn't for his years of experience, he would have peed his pants uncontrollably. Even now he had to use the toilet to relive himself. Seriously, where did such a monster come out of? And why exactly was it after me? He thought to himself slowly, as he took a leak inside the toilet, while contemplating reliving his quietly rumbling stomach. These thoughts didn't last though, as the man wasn't given the luxury of using the toilet to dump his waste, since the waste came gushing out of him that instant. While being carefree and contemplating whether or not he needed to use the toilet at that moment, the man felt a sudden touch on his shoulder, while the feeling he was about to die completely gripped his form like an overbody chokehold from a big monster, constricting him in every way. Alas, this one was much aggressive and pure with intent than the one he felt when the strange man he transported away entered the little shop. He really felt like he was about to die the next second, and as much he couldn't control the free-moving matter that resided in his rectum ready to be splurged out. What the fuck's with that dickhead? Victor almost screamed in his mind before he instantly calmed. He was almost drenched in shit just then, causing him to teleport himself out of that soon-to-be mess when he left back to the living room of Larry's house. Seriously. There simply was nowhere else I could think of at that instant, not like I have other places outside the dungeons that have already closed. He said to himself. There was no way he was heading back just yet either. It probably wouldn't affect him, but still, the last thing he would want to see is walls and doors splattered in grown man shit, not to talk of the smell. He just would rather not have that image and smell burned to his head. He would come back for the men later. Back in the shop, the men just hastily walked out of the shop without wasting any time. If the shop owner was to find out something that happened while he was the one who just came out of it, that would be disgraceful. Honestly, there was no way he didn't leave a trailing behind him with the stink, and that for sure gave him away the moment he passed through the shop's doors close to where the person running it was. There was also a reason why Victor had to come this particular day, as according to Larry it was the day this grunt came here. For the reason as to why he visited this little back street shop, they had no idea, and it concerned them not. The good thing here was that Victor now had his tag on him, so he always to find him. As for the tagging part though, he was going to use it now, as he just appeared behind the man again, this time not touching him. Instead he positioned himself a bit further away from him and then, "Hey," Victor said in a monotonous voice that would normally be a little matter, but to his surprise the man still jumped in fear at his voice. What Victor didn't know was that his pressure was incredibly suffocating and frightening for the man. He didn't know how to control it well, or this guy was just very sensitive. Look man, I don't know what you want, but I'm very sure I'm not the guy you are looking for," the man said, fear present in his voice and the way his body was shivering. Victor, seeing this, really didn't want to waste his time here anymore. For all he knew, the men could be gathering backup or whatever, and he wasn't really in the mood of killing. "Tell me about the informant, fast." "I don't want to ask twice," Victor said, not quite sure how he was supposed to go about the interrogation, if it was anything of the sort. "What informant?" "I don't know," and before he finished, Victor interrupted. "Larry clearly mentioned that you did, so know that you are dead if don't know anything," Victor told him, deciding to go with the threat to his life. "Fuck you, Larry," the man screamed in his head while it became clear to him that there was no getting out of this. It only took a few more minutes before the man finally gave in and told Victor where to go and when. According to him, he had a meeting with this person, and now Victor was going to be the one to go meet this person in his place. As for why the man didn't use his ability to get out of there, Victor didn't know, and he didn't want to know. He got what he needed, and then there wasn't another reason to stay there, so he left. After Victor left, it took the man some minutes to realize that, as even after he felt the constant pressure ease up on him, he didn't dare move or turn around to check if Victor had really gone. At the end of the whole ordeal, he was simply glad that he was able to keep his life at the end of it. And the monster simply left. "Sorry, Anne. You'll have to take it from here," the man cried in his mind as he thought about it deeper. He should have just kept his mouth shut from the start and not blab about something like this to an outsider to begin with. "Too bad I'm stuck with this trash ability," he said before moving on. Chapter 81 Informant I. "Alright, step 1 is done," Victor said, as he puffed into the living room of Larry's house, which had now sort of become his house. He would bring Larry out so as to have company around, but Larry requested to be within Victor, saying something about being or feeling more comfortable there. Victor had no use for him at the moment, so he had no problem with that. With that, the house had become Victor's, in a way. Many ways. As for now, Victor was unsure if the guy he just basically tortured into giving him the details concerning the informant would do something like warning the informant for anything like that, so for now it was 50:50. Since finding an informant was partially done, Victor focused on what he wanted to get, as in the information he actually wanted. He wasn't stupid not to have thought of the possibility of his presence in the city being known, but then again he wasn't an important person in any way, and he could only beg that he didn't stand out too much because of his appearance. For now there still wasn't any way for him to hide the fiery tattoos. He would also want to keep himself hidden, as he had no knowledge about the laws of this city, or country, whatever he would refer to it as. If it was okay for immigrants or refugees to live around while doing jobs, then that would be great. Honestly, only a prick would bend something like that. Right. Either way, Victor decided that keeping a low profile was going to be his best bet, and by low profile he meant being as non-existent as possible. With the idea of secrecy in mind, Victor concluded that the only dungeons he would be able to enter were unregistered dungeons where the government and similar associations wouldn't be concentrated, or even pay no attention to. No matter the direction he was going to head down in the future, there was one thing Victor knew he required the most, and that was power. If nothing else, he desired overwhelming power that would place him leagues above all others, securing himself complete safety, to an extent. The next day came by, and Victor, dressed in clothes that covered every single part of his body, stepped out of the house he was in, and since all other houses around weren't story buildings, there wasn't much rooftop he could take advantage of, he had to just use the street. The man from the previous night had given him the name and the place, but he didn't give him directions. Using the available GPS device Victor acquired, he was at least sure he had a chance. That was why he left home early, so he would have enough time to look for the place and be there on time. It took some hours, since Victor had to act normal outside and couldn't just run around the place. Fortunately for him too, the dressing he was now rocking wasn't bad, as it blended well with the crowd. Seeing as this was a city was one that housed many hunters, seeing weird dresses every now and then was totally normal and raised absolutely no suspicion. After some hours, Victor finally got to the place, and as he took a quick glance at his watch, he could see that he was a few minutes early. He made it quite on time. He sat down slowly at the spot where he was to meet with the informant, and then he waited. 5 minutes later into the agreed time, Victor was actually wondering if the person was going to show up or not, and just then someone walked past his seat from behind and sat on the one right in front of him. They were sitting on chairs that were positioned close to a park, and each of these chairs had a table in between them. Some other settings had more chairs, but this one only had 2. Anybody familiar with this kind of setting would think it belonged to a restaurant, but it didn't actually. At least not these ones. The person that sat on the seat before Victor seemed to be a lady, and she wore a hat that blocked her face in a way that Victor would actually have to bend his head and try to peek if he wanted a clear view of her face. With an overall coat to match the hat, Victor could very much shake his head at the memory of Inspector Gadget, but then again, that was just a thought. "Are you the informant?" Victor asked, as he raised his head enough for the other person to catch a glimpse of his face, that is if she could even do that. With the hat covering her eyes, Victor could very well disagree that she too was unable to see properly. Not that he was complaining though, as he himself was pretty much the same. The only visible part of Victor's body was the space from the mid-bridge of his nose to the middle of his forehead. The mask he wore and the hoodie covered the rest when it came to his face. From the small gap, the lady could see the 2 fiery tattoos that ran down across Victor's eyes, and apart from that, that was all. "What kind of freak do I have to deal with this time?" the lady asked in her mind after noticing what she identified were tattoos, or maybe some glow-in-the-dark kind of makeup. Honestly, that wouldn't be the first time somebody spotted such dressing. "Yes, I'm the informant," the lady responded, and Victor could hear an accent in her voice. Honestly, he had no idea just how similar this current world he was in was to his original, but then again, it didn't matter. He wasn't here to study language nor ethnicities and religion. "I'm pretty sure she was given information on what happened with the guy from before, and maybe there's another factor at hand, as if not so she wouldn't have showed up to begin with," Victor said in his mind, while deciding to cut to the case and not dilly-dally with unnecessary small talk that had no importance. "What do you want to know?" the lady asked. Honestly, it was a bit unusual to be called an informant, like some kind of spy that worked for the government, but whatever. If it brings in money, then put up with anybody, or so the saying goes. "I would like information on unregistered dungeons, preferably one that are closest," Victor said. He would have opted for one that were a little far off from the city, but then there was no need for now. That information would cost a bit of money, I assume you know this much." It took no time at all, and under 5 minutes the negotiations were done, and Victor now knew the location of one unregistered dungeon. But parties didn't ask of the others identify, and apart from the money and information, there was no other transaction between both of them, neither did they try to get each other's identity. Though Victor was sure they people running this information network will try to get some information on him, he wasn't in the least bothered. It was not like they would be able to find anything anyway. Victor also set a scheduled meet with the lady providing the information some time later, a couple days after that one. Now that he knew where the dungeon was, there was no need to return home. Victor just walked casually towards the side where one of the gates that led out of the city was located, and going over it, he left the city. Going through the gate would only invite trouble as he had no means of identification. The dungeon in question was just a D-rank dungeon, so for now Victor wasn't expecting much out of it, but it was a start. The accuracy of the provided information and what he could end up finding were in question, so Victor just took it for now and headed there. Chapter 82 Disappointment.